Chapter 1. The Phantom of the Ghostly Face. The cicadas sang fervently, heralding the arrival of summer. Buzzing. The scorching sun descended amidst the raucous symphony of cicadas, casting a golden glow upon the asphalt road, as if draped in a veil of shimmering gold. However, the external world bore no relevance to Zhao Yunhe, who languished on the sofa, basking in the cool air of the air conditioner while engrossed in his video game. In the kitchen, the sounds of sizzling dishes mingled with the enticing aroma of food, occasionally interrupted by the melodious strains of classic old songs sung by a woman. Ahi, pause your game for a moment, we've run out of soy sauce. Please buy some, and also pick up a few tomatoes on your way back. Got it, Mom. The outside world suddenly became pertinent to him. The asphalt road, having been scorched under the sun all day, combined with the evening heat, was hardly traversable. Zhao Yunhe exited the game, showing no concern for the fate of his beleaguered teammates. A few tomatoes? After pondering for a while, he finally inquired, "How many is a few?" "3. Just like your father. Hurry up." Understood. Zhao Yunhe grabbed his skateboard and ventured out given the oppressive heat. Gliding was certainly swifter than walking, especially since he was eager to return home to resume his game. Descending the steps on his skateboard, his dyed black and pink hair danced in the wind, exuberant and unrestrained. "Isn't that Yunhe from the Zhao family? Be careful, don't fall." A neighbor, returning from grocery shopping, cautioned him. "Got it, Aunt Lu." Zhao Yunhe called back without turning his head. In Linjiang City, District C, the shadows of the sign beneath the telephone pole stretched long in the setting sun. On the black backdrop of the sign, bold crimson characters proclaimed no entry ahead. A man, impeccably dressed in a business suit, leaned against the sign, fiddling with a wrist-mounted locator. He looked up. "Captain, 2 are missing. The severely injured one headed south into District C, where there are many residents. The other has made its way to the outskirts of District D, which is sparsely populated, though I've heard they're repairing a bridge there." Beneath the street lamp stood a figure obscured in shadow, clad in a black and red cloak that enveloped him completely. He gazed at the 2 moving red dots on the display and declared, "Zhao and Wenjian, you stay behind to clean up. You and I will head to the outskirts of District D, while Wang Xiao, you proceed to District C." Received. As the sun dipped lower, shadows flitted beneath the encroaching night. The 3 points of light in the sky faded, revealing the dark crimson haze enveloping half of District C. Zhao Yunhe, clutching 3 tomatoes and a bottle of soy sauce in his left hand while riding a skateboard, observed the bustling traffic on the street. He glanced at his phone. The team competition was set to commence in 10 minutes, yet he was still far from the main road. Shoving his phone into his pocket, he directed his skateboard towards a narrower alley. The stench was unbearable upon returning home. He would need to soak the wheels of his skateboard thoroughly to eliminate the odor. The deeper he ventured into the alley, the more pungent the odor became, almost overwhelming. He had traversed this alley before while it was notoriously foul. Today it was exceptionally nauseating, reminiscent of a concoction brewed from the contents of a sewage pit and a piece of decayed meat left to rot for over 10 days. Zhao Yunhe sent a WeChat message to his father, instructing him to purchase 3 tomatoes and a bottle of soy sauce on his way home. He had encountered a high school classmate and decided to forego returning home today. After sending the message, Zhao Yunhe hopped on a skateboard and dashed inside, curious about the foul odor that piqued his interest. His inquisitiveness was insatiable, as his mother would say. He would inspect anything, even something unpleasant at the doorstep. "What on earth is this?" was his initial thought upon encountering the grotesque creature. With a ghastly face and horned appendages, it stood upright on limbs that were more befitting of a beast. His second thought was to flee. "Allow me to treat you to soy sauce and tomatoes." Zhao Yunhe had remarkable aim, hurling the items he held directly at the creature's eyes. The soy sauce exploded upon impact, blending with the crushed tomatoes, splattering the monstrosity's face. Seizing the moment while the creature was distracted, he skated away from the scene. The creature, resembling a hyena, pursued him on all fours, adrenaline coursing through Zhao Yunhe's veins. He turned a corner, nearing the alley's exit. If he could escape, he glanced at the distant lights, halting his skateboard. Before him lay the place he had called home for over a decade. His parents were there, along with the uncles and aunts who had watched him grow up. Beyond the alley was a bustling street, alive with people returning home at this hour. It seemed as though escape was impossible. Behind him, the twisted, pale visage of the creature flicked its long, crimson tongue as it drew closer. Zhao Yunhe stared at the abomination. Memories buried for over 20 years began to resurface. Linjiang City, neighboring Cangnan City, decay and foul stench. This creature was the demon face from the tale of divine slayers. The world he had inhabited for 2 decades was, in fact, a realm from that very narrative. After 20 years, the realization struck him: what on earth was happening? Was this a testament to his memory? Zhao Yunhe, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, grasped a skateboard and charged at the demon face. Wasn't it customary for those who entered such stories to possess a golden finger or system? After 2 decades, even if there were delays, his time should have come. If not, he would resign himself to fate, having stolen 20 years of blissful existence that would be worth it, though he felt somewhat guilty towards his mother. Ms. Zhang had asked him to buy tomatoes today, likely to prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes. If he didn't return and perished here, she would surely weep. Ms. Zhang was known for her tears. System, Zhao Yunhe shouted, unwilling to meet his end. He wished to live. Ding, esteemed host, your System 002 is here to serve you faithfully. Given the urgency of your situation, we are currently selecting a deity at random. Ding, congratulations, you have been granted the favor of Apollo, the god of light. In an instant, a blazing light illuminated the sea district as brightly as day. Is it dawn already? I just closed my eyes. It is 8:31 p.m. This shouldn't be happening. Is my watch broken? What kind of powerful flashlight is that? Share a link. The radiance was so blinding that it drew the attention of everyone in the sea district, who leaned out of their windows to witness the spectacle. That is, under the night sky, the members of Team 041 simultaneously gazed toward the soaring flames. Captain, it is indeed the Forbidden Ruins. Judging by the energy fluctuations, it is at least at the pinnacle of Wuliang, perhaps even Klein. Wan Zhan, who was clearing the battlefield in Zone C, spoke into his headset. That is the Divine Ruins. Duan Juga hovered in midair, gazing at the soaring flames. He had encountered the Divine Ruins before the sacred and inviolable aura could only emanate from such a place. A steady and authoritative voice resonated through several headsets. Divine Ruins? Indeed, radiant, sacred, gentle yet fervent, if I am not mistaken. It must be Agent of the Divine, codename 012, the god of light from Greek mythology Apollo. Detecting the presence of the ghost masked man in that direction, I will investigate. Wang Xiao, having spoken, accelerated towards that location. An agent of the divine, how many factions yearn for such power? Wang Xiao stood atop a roof, observing the ghost masked man, whose essence was reduced to mere wisps under the divine pressure of Apollo. He was eager to witness the capabilities of this divine agent. Scum! The wind tousled the youth's black-pink hair as he wielded a skateboard, striking fiercely at the ghost masked man's head and neck while he struggled to rise from the ground. The youth's expression remained indifferent, unfazed by the foul blood splattering across his face and clothes. It was only when the ghost masked man's head was severed from his body that he ceased his assault. Wang Xiao regarded the individual propped against the wall, gasping for breath, and clicked his tongue. Fortunately, they had discovered him first. If it were the ancient god church, Zhao Yunhe staggered forward, his skateboard cracked and bleeding. In his haze, he glimpsed a figure clad in a black and red cloak approaching him. By heaven, he was safe. Chapter 2. The Resurrection of the Sacred Breath. Zhao Yunhe traversed through an endless darkness. The silence surrounding him was uncanny. System? System. He called out twice. Ding, your System 002 is devotedly at your service. Dear host, welcome to the system space. A voice activated by thought? As the playful mechanical voice echoed, the darkness dissipated, revealing a resplendent environment. Within a golden hall, 6 marble columns stood tall, their capitals adorned with exquisite flowers, resembling a grand bouquet, the entire hall exuding opulence and grandeur. With each step Zhao Yunhe took, golden runes materialized beneath his feet, as if beckoning him, guiding him towards the throne. When he regained his senses, he found himself seated upon it. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the system space. Now, here is your novice gift package. The novice gift package had been opened, and Zhao Yunhe was greeted with the announcement of obtaining the divine abilities of Apollo. He lifted his gaze to see large golden characters floating in the air. Fate weaving, predestined day devouring, soul soothing, breath of life, chain of life, soul symphony, temptation's kiss, heart's hypnosis, radiant judgment, solar god's bow. The dazzling golden words made Zhao Yunhe's eyes ache. Why did it seem that these divine abilities were predominantly supportive, healing and soothing? And what on earth was that temptation's kiss? The golden characters continued to appear and vanish, as if unending. Stop, stop, stop. It's too blinding. In the next moment, all the surrounding inscriptions faded away, leaving only those 4 glittering golden characters emblazoned before him. The holy breath revives. Zhao Yunhe gazed at these floating words, and beside them appeared his introduction. Endless vitality. Under the embrace of all living things, the weariness of the body shall be swiftly dispelled. All beings possess a spirit, extracting the life force from nearby creatures and transforming it into healing energy, providing the source of life for the wounded. The life force extracted from others would leave them in a state of weakness, the duration of which would be determined by the amount of vitality taken. Zhao Yunhe let out a hiss. He couldn't shake the feeling that this ability was rather peculiar. To siphon others' life essence for healing? This hardly seemed like a skill befitting a righteous individual. Fortunately, it could restore vitality otherwise. If the Night Watch or the ancient God Church discovered his ability, the former would confine him for study, while the latter would likely go to any lengths to either recruit or eliminate him. Then there was that passive ability. As long as he remained in the presence of living beings, once his physical exhaustion reached 50% and his mental energy usage hit 60%, the passive would be triggered, restoring his fatigue and mental energy after 300 seconds. Was this a perpetual motion machine? Zhao Yunhe could only feel as though his soul had been gently caressed by the wind, and the golden characters vanished from his sight. System? Zhao Yunhe tentatively called out. I am here, esteemed host. Your System 002 is devotedly at your service. He confirmed that it was indeed voice-activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving your first newcomer award. Current valid kills of living beings, 150. Upon reaching the required number of kills, you will unlock the next divine ability of Apollo. Listening to this method of gaining strength, Zhao Yunhe felt relieved by his own benevolence otherwise. Such a thing would undoubtedly be a necessity for any villain. He chose not to dwell on this task that could lead one astray and exited the system space, drifting into slumber. Zhao Yunhe awoke feeling refreshed. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a comfortable sleep, though the bed was not as soft as his own. Wait, was it not as soft as his own? Zhao Yunhe suddenly sat up, startling the person beside him who was peeling an apple. The pitifully mutilated apple slipped from their hand and rolled across the floor to the door. Their eyes inadvertently met. Captain, he's awake. The divine agent has finally regained consciousness. A man wearing a sleeveless vest and floral shorts, sporting an eye patch, shouted as he ran toward the door in his pink slippers. Zhao Yunhe could only respond with a resigned expression. Shen Wuqing, must you always speak so recklessly? Ran in my face. Shen Wuqing, whose face had been unexpectedly slapped by the door swung open by Zhong Ranin, covered his face with a look of grievance as he gazed at Zhong Ranin, who had her hair neatly tied back and was dressed in a short, strappy dress. Zhao Yunhe had the distinct impression that Shen Wuqing's gaze toward Zhong Ranin was rather inappropriate. Perhaps it wasn't just his gaze, but rather that he seemed to enter a rather mischievous state upon seeing her. Zhao Yunhe had reason to suspect that if Zhong Ranin were to suddenly slap Shen Wuqing, his first reaction would not be pain, but rather delight. Behind them, a man clad in a suit sidestepped the banter between Zhong Ranin and Shen Wuqing, approaching the bedside of Zhao Yunhe. Greetings, I am Wang Xiao, with Xiao denoting arrogance. Hello, Zhao Yunhe. The opening lines between adults are invariably succinct. Wang Xiao sat on the bed, gazing at Zhao Yunhe and softly uttered phrase. 183, with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles. I am the pure-hearted brother he. Zhao Yunhe had always believed his ID to be both impressive and grand, until it was pronounced with clarity, which evoked a tinge of embarrassment. Given that the other party was aware of his ID, it was evident that his background had been investigated as well. Zhao Yunhe chose silence and simply observed Wang Xiao. Have you encountered Apollo? Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying, merely gesturing for Wang Xiao to continue. He had perused the original text, albeit in a hasty manner. Out of over 2,000 chapters, he had barely grasped a third. Moreover, he had been in this place for 2 decades. Do you often read mythological tales? I have dabbled slightly, Zhao Yunhe nodded. He was vibrant and curious about everything. If something piqued his interest, he would delve into it. What is your perspective on Apollo? Zhao Yunhe had braced himself to attentively absorb Wang Zhao's exposition on the Night Watchers, only to be met with an unexpected query. After some contemplation, Zhao Yunhe replied, "He is one of the 12 Olympians in Greek mythology, revered as the god of light, music, prophecy, and medicine. So what abilities has he bestowed upon you, or what is referred to as the divine ruins?" The two locked eyes. The ability, known as holy breath, revival, hardly resembled a righteous power. He could not guarantee that the moment he spoke, he would not find himself within the sanctuary described in the text. Divine ruins? What are those? Zhao Yunhe opted to feign ignorance. Wang Xiao, the individual has just awakened. You bombard him with questions when he is still a novice. What could he possibly comprehend? A man clad in a bright red shirt, with buttons undone to the fourth, suddenly burst forth, exuding camaraderie as he wrapped an arm around Wang Xiao's neck and plopped down onto the bed. "Greetings, agent of the divine. I am Niet Tingwe. Just the other day, Cangnan unveiled a seraphim agent, and now we have a divine agent in Linjiang City. Your name is Zhao Yunhe, correct? Let me call you Zhao Yunhe. Allow me to enlighten you. In simple terms, divine ruins are special abilities granted by deities to those chosen in specific environments, related to the deity themselves. Simultaneously, the deity bestows a directive upon the selected agent, such as destruction or the guardianship of human society. Who knows why they take an interest in humanity?" Niet Tingwe quipped, then continued, "Of course, there are also more reasonable deities who might instruct their agents to seek certain items. You should be aware that among deities, there are rivalries, such as eliminating a rival's agent. Ultimately, these instructions depend heavily on the deity's mood at the time." Taking a breath, Niet Tingwe continued, "Naturally, divine ruins are not as ubiquitous as cabbages. Not everyone can possess one. Most night watchers have forbidden ruins, some triggered in moments of despair, while others simply awaken to such abilities on an ordinary day. These powers vary from person to person, each unique in its manifestation. Zhao Yunhe, it seems you possess a belief in the existence of deities or phenomena that defy natural science. I observe that you display no astonishment whatsoever. Could it be that you have yet to outgrow the tumultuous age of adolescence?" Niet Tingwe spoke to himself, all the while scrutinizing Zhao Yunhe's demeanor. The tranquility etched upon Zhao Yunhe's face was striking, as if he were wholly unfazed by the revelations. Yet, there seemed to be an undercurrent of restraint, a hint that he was suppressing something deeper. "You are seated upon my feet," Zhao Yunhe remarked. "Oh, my apologies. I am truly sorry." Niet Tingwe quickly rose to his feet, offering his contrition. "I have encountered those monstrous entities," Zhao Yunhe said as he reclined against the bed, and inexplicably, a hush enveloped the room. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Are there indeed many such creatures? Are these the challenges that humanity as a whole must confront in the future? It is not humanity as a whole that faces this. The mysterious has descended, and as sentinels of the night, we shall eternally stand before the multitude." A steady voice resonated in Zhao Yunhe's ear as Wang Xiao, seated upon the bed, rose and called out, "Captain." Following him were a man and a woman. "Greetings, we are the Night Watch Team 041, led by Captain Duan Jioga." "Hello, Zhao Yunhe." Duan Jioga extended his hand, which Zhao Yunhe clasped in return. "Duan Jioga of the Great Xia Night Watch. I extend a heartfelt invitation for the agent of the God of Light to join our ranks." Chapter 3. The family portrait. Before all this, Zhao Yunhe, what instructions did you receive? Niet Tingwe suddenly sprang in front of Zhao Yunhe, his amber eyes glinting with a hint of green, softly inquiring again. "Zhao Yunhe, tell me, what instructions did Apollo give you?" "I don't know. He did not specify." Zhao Yunhe answered truthfully. "Did not specify? Neutral faction." Niet Tingwe's eyes darted around. Then he resumed his carefree demeanor, draping himself over Wang Xiao as if he were boneless. "Little Yunhe, would you like to join us, the Night Watchman?" The members of Team 041 exchanged glances with Nie Tingyue, secretly relieved. Nie Tingyue's forbidden domain was 080, information manipulation. As long as he made eye contact, he could read, modify, and delete memories related to the queried subject. However, the drawback was evident. Each use left him with varying degrees of memory disarray. Originally, it was a highly effective forbidden domain, yet faltered against Zhao Yunhe, who had yet to even catch a glimpse of Apollo, let alone receive any instructions. He possessed only one essential system task for villains, not an order bestowed by Apollo, rendering Nie Tingyue unable to discern whether he was being deceived. I need time to consider. Zhao Yunhe gazed out of the window. I have always been an ordinary person, at least for the nearly 20 years of my life. I have loving parents and a group of classmates with whom I can share meals and laughter. If all goes as expected, I will have a lovely girlfriend with a gentle disposition. My life is blissfully ordinary, and I cherish it dearly. Pausing, Zhao Yunhe turned to the silent Captain Duan Jioga and inquired, Captain Duan, are many willing to join the Night Watchman? What are the benefits? Duan Jioga pondered for a moment before providing a candid response. There are many owners of forbidden domains, each with differing stances. We cannot recruit everyone. We exist in a unique form that is half military, half civilian. For those seeking a stable life, we will sign a confidentiality agreement. If they disclose any information regarding the Night Watchman, they will suffer a soul backlash. As for benefits, here in Linjiang City, we offer 5 insurances and 7 benefits, with 6 days off when not on a mission, and an annual salary of at least. Duan Jioga gestured with a peace sign. Captain Duan, please give me some time, 3 days. I will provide you with an answer then. I need to reflect. Zhao Yunhe stepped off the bed, observing the clean skateboard leaning against the wall. His attire, likely newly purchased, mirrored that of the previous day, demonstrating thoughtful consideration. Thank you, Zhao Yunhe said as he picked up the skateboard and walked out. Team 041 stood by the window, watching him fumble with his phone at the door for navigation before gliding away on a skateboard, not looking back. He was not yet 20, a flower in full bloom. Captain, the conversation has been recorded and transmitted to the higher-ups. Mom, I'm back. Zhao Yunhe pushed open the door to find Ms. Zhang, sprawled on the sofa, applying a heating pad to her waist. You little rascal, you actually remember to come back. Ms. Zhang playfully scolded upon seeing your high school classmates. You forget about your parents. I shall punish you with a month of household chores. Is Yuna back? Come over and serve the dishes. Your mother barely ate anything in your absence. A man donned in an apron emerged wielding a spatula, calling out, I'm here, Dad. The table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were Zhao Yunhe's favorites. He smiled and leaned toward Ms. Zhang, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Mom. You're the best. You've made all my favorite dishes. You little rascal, why not ask your mother who prepared this feast today? The dining atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy as Zhao Yunhe casually inquired, Mom, what do you think about me joining the military? Look at you, spoiled since childhood. You find even chocolate bitter. Join the military? You wouldn't last an hour, let alone a day. How can you speak like that? Ms. Zhang interjected, playfully swatting Zhao's father on the hand while serving Zhao Yunhe. What has prompted this sudden desire to enlist? Ahi, your father and I are not those old-fashioned parents. We've always supported your aspirations. You are our only son, and enlisting is no trivial matter. You've always been principled. If you brought it up, it must be something you've genuinely contemplated. Thus, I need a valid reason before I can agree to this. Zhao Yunhe hesitated, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. If he truly chose to become a sentinel, it could mean a decade away from home, a decade of uncertainty regarding his survival. He was at a loss for words. I just had a sudden whim. I was merely saying it, Mom. Why so serious? Leaning on Ms. Zhang's shoulder in an attempt to evade the conversation, he added, Dad, this oil-braised shrimp turned out a bit salty. Tonight, I want to eat what you make. You, Ms. Zhang lightly tapped Zhao Yunhe on the head, her gaze falling upon his white t-shirt, a faint sigh escaping her lips. Let us eat. Your father has been cooking all morning. Afterward, we can visit Uncle Lee to take a family photo. He just messaged me that the pictures are ready. It's perfect since your dad is here. We can take the photos and then stroll around the supermarket. Under the scorching sun, a man with dreadlocks lay on a nearby rooftop, peering through binoculars at the heartwarming scene. "Sir, the Apollo agent has been located," a sinister voice echoed, chilling the air around them. Zhao Yunhe instinctively glanced out the window. The sky was clear, but was it merely his imagination? A puddle of water lingered on the rooftop, not yet evaporated by the sun. At the urbanization club, Wang Xiao smiled as he skillfully maneuvered the cue ball, setting up for a shot on the red ball. He adjusted his tie, exuding an air of elite sophistication. Shen Wuqing dashed over, cue stick in hand, to where Zhong Ran was bored, munching on sunflower seeds. "Ran, Wang Xiao is bullying me, a fragile disabled person. Can you help me teach him a lesson?" Duan Jiuge glanced down at Zhao Zhao, who was seated and suddenly coughed amidst the lively banter of their team members, draping his jacket over her shoulders. Zhao Zhao instinctively raised a guard, while Duan Jiuge's hand lingered in the air. The two exchanged a glance, filled with an unspoken understanding that eluded the comprehension of others. Duan Jiuge parted his lips, poised to speak, when he was abruptly interrupted by the intrusion of Wenjian. "Captain, we have a situation," he exclaimed. "2 beings from the Sea Realm and 3 from the Pool Realm have been detected approaching Linjiang City, currently congregating near the B District's shopping plaza." The previously jovial atmosphere in the billiards hall shifted dramatically, the expressions of the group instantly turning serious, ready for action at a moment's notice. "All members of the Night Watch Team 041 mobilize. Wenjian, Shen Wuqi, and Nye Tingwei. You 3 are tasked with establishing a no-guard zone, covering the entirety of B District. Once that is accomplished, conduct a search around the periphery of B District. Zhong Ran, you are to visit Zhao Yunhe's residence and ensure their safety. The rest of you, accompany me to the vicinity of the shopping plaza, blend into the crowd, and remain on high alert." "Understood." Duan Jiuge grasped his star blade, his gaze heavy with contemplation. The Apollo agent had only appeared in Linjiang City the previous night, and now the sudden arrival of 2 beings from the Sea Realm and 3 from the Pool Realm felt far too coincidental. He suspected that the orchestrator behind this was none other than the ancient cult or perhaps some other formidable faction. Chapter 4. Shun Qingzhu. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire building as panicked individuals fled in disarray. Amidst the chaos within the department store, Shun Qingzhu gazed at his 3 companions, who lay unconscious beside him, their faces pale as death. He had initially come to the department store to procure some daily necessities, but had encountered these 3 along the way, who insisted on tagging along. Just as he was about to leave after making his purchases, an inexplicable explosion had occurred. Shun Qingzhu gritted his teeth, a wave of frustration washing over him. "Dad, Mom, there are too many people here. Find a place away from the explosion to hide. Don't go home. Whatever you do, don't go home." "Ahi." Mrs. Zhang clutched Zhao Yunhe, who was about to rush back into the building. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. "Ahi, I'll make you oil-braised prawns tonight." Zhao Yunhe nodded and dashed into the building. He had spotted the individual responsible for the explosion. It was likely they were searching for him. The words ancient god church flashed in his mind, an inexplicable sense of agitation settling within him. What a bunch of lunatics. Fortunately, it was a weekday, and the foot traffic in the department store was not overwhelming. Shun Qingzhu managed to carry one on his back, hoist another over his shoulder, and half-drag the third down the emergency exit. "Little brother, this way is blocked." At the staircase stood a woman, her long, curly black hair cascading over her shoulders. In the dimly lit emergency passage, her hair resembled a series of twisted black serpents, eerie and unsettling. Her serpentine gaze fixed on Shun Qingzhu, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon quite a fortune today, encountering such a youthful companion. The woman approached Shun Qingzhu, swaying gracefully with every step, her red lips parting in a teasing manner. "What charming young man you are. Step aside." Shun Qingzhu felt an unsettling aura emanating from the woman and wished to avoid further conversation. As they brushed past one another, she unexpectedly drew nearer. "Bang, who's there?" The woman, struck by a heavy object, turned in anger, her serpent-like eyes narrowing into slits, her black hair writhing as if alive. "Sister, what fun could a high school kid possibly have? Why play with him when you could play with me? Zhao Yunhe tossed a few stones into the air, his smile bright and cheerful. With his 8-pack abs, he exuded an irresistible charm. Sister, would you like to give me a try? As he spoke, Zhao Yunhe shot a glance at Shen Qingzhu, signaling him to leave, while his left hand casually tugged at the hem of his shirt in a flirtatious manner. Shen Qingzhu cast a deep look at Zhao Yunhe, gritted his teeth, and seized the opportunity to drag his 3 companions away while the woman was distracted. Once they were out of sight, Zhao Yunhe ceased throwing stones, feeling a sense of satisfaction in having rescued 4 delicate flowers of the nation. Was she the agent of the ancient god church's Medusa? Indeed, the serpent-haired lady was as stunning as the rumors had suggested. It was impossible to resist the urge to bow down before her. Zhao Yunhe spoke, a look of fascination adorning his features, akin to a devoted follower gazing upon their deity as he approached her. Sister, allow me to be your slave, please. With your noble and exquisite feet, trample upon my flesh and dignity. Bestow upon me unparalleled ecstasy, my beautiful and divine serpent sister. Zhao Yunhe knelt before the serpent woman, tilting his head upwards, his eyes filled with fervent devotion as he gazed at her. The serpent woman bent down, lifting Zhao Yunhe's chin. Ah, sister, the serpent woman's gaze fell upon him, her crimson lips curling into a smile as she gently patted his cheek. This sudden young man intrigued her. Since he was aware of the ancient god church and was one of her followers, she could graciously overlook his earlier offense. Zhao Yunhe's eyes nearly glazed over with adoration as he leaned his face against her hand, lost in her gaze. As they drew closer, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Yunhe's eyes. In the next moment, a fruit knife plunged accurately into the serpent woman's heart. Zhao Yunhe rose, coldly observing the woman sprawled on the ground, his vigilance scanning the surroundings. He had just pushed the sacred breath revival to its limits, nearly siphoning away half of the serpent woman's vitality, which was why she had been unable to evade the blade. Yet now, even as the sacred breath revival restored his mental and physical strength, any ordinary person could deliver a fatal blow within 5 minutes. The ancient god church often dispatched numerous individuals for a single task. Should those individuals suddenly appear, his life would likely be forfeit. Leaning against the stair railing, Zhao Yunhe appeared exceedingly weak. Applause echoed, and a man lounged against the staircase. To wound the serpent woman so gravely, he must be an agent of Apollo. Let me ponder the powers of Apollo, the god of light in mythology, the spirit of battle, divine healing, captivating music, and prophetic insight. That strike of yours, the serpent woman could not possibly evade. So which of his gifts was bestowed upon you? Let me guess. Is it the melody that sways the heart or the reverse healing that renders one weak? The man held a bottle of red wine, looking somewhat tipsy. His eyes narrowed as if he had no intention of intervening. Zhao Yunhe, anxious, gazed up at the man, realizing he was yet another member of the ancient god church. Aware of his identity, grievously wounded, Zhao Yunhe glanced at the spot where the serpent woman had fallen, then at the woman slowly rising behind the man, his expression growing increasingly grave. Be cautious. You couldn't even remember the face of your target. Next time, I may not arrive so timely to rescue you, the man yawned, casting an unfriendly glance at the serpent woman. Understood. The serpent woman perched on the stair railing, toying with the fruit knife. Large stains of blood on her chest gradually darkening, an unusual light emanating from her eyes. Oh, how I adore the black sesame-filled, glutinous rice balls. Dear brother, become my true slave. Zhao Yunhe was acutely aware of Medusa's petrifying gaze and instinctively averted his eyes from her unnaturally slitted pupils. Yet, this very act allowed the serpent woman to exploit his distraction as she lunged forward with a fruit knife aimed directly at his heart. Be careful. Out of nowhere, Shen Qingzhu suddenly tackled Zhao Yunhe to the ground, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Just as Shen Qingzhu was about to utter a word, Zhao Yunhe embraced her and rolled them aside, a blade without a handle embedding itself beside their heads. Zhao Yunhe, feeling a surge of anger at having to rescue one of the delicate flowers he had just saved with his charm, flushed with embarrassment. What was she doing back? Was she courting death? Were high school students truly this audacious nowadays? Shun Qingzhu, gazing at the blushing figure atop her, recalled the scene he had witnessed upon returning after tending to his subordinates. Could he possibly be? Initially intending to push him away with force, she reconsidered, recognizing that he had just risked himself for her. Tensing her abdominal muscles, she sat up with Zhao Yunhe. Are you all right? I'm managing. The passive ability of holy breath recovery gradually restored Zhao Yunhe's mental and physical strength as he breathed heavily, unaware of their peculiar position. The serpent woman's slitted eyes fixated coldly on the intertwined pair, her expression darkening. Moments later, a sinister smile crept upon her lips. Both of you shall perish. As her words echoed, crimson lights illuminated the emergency exit, prompting Zhao Yunhe to spring up and pull Shun Qingzhu out of the ominous red circle marked with serpent eye patterns beneath them. The eerie red glow eclipsed the dim white light, while the serpent woman's dark hair writhed as if possessed, dancing wildly in this sanguine realm. Disgusting. I have always loathed snakes. Zhao Yunhe recalled the battle between the serpent woman and Linjiang in the realm of divine slayers, where she was at the pool stage. She must now be at the threshold of the vessel stage or just entering the pool stage. If his memory served him correctly, one of her abilities was to create serpent eye patterns within the coverage of the divine ruins, utilizing them for targeted movement. Zhao Yunhe's pupils constricted sharply as he attempted to retreat with a high school student beside him, but at that moment, the handleless blades surged towards them. Slap! Chapter 5. Intertwined fates. A crisp snap echoed in the seemingly endless escape corridor. The air around Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu abruptly solidified, akin to an iron wall, as a blade without a hilt became lodged directly before them. Zhao Yunhe turned to regard the high school student with sharp features and a small mole on his nose. If he was still unaware of this boy's identity, he might as well have squandered 20 years of his life. Shun Qingzhu, member of the Nightfall Squad. High-risk forbidden domain. Sequence 068, Chi Min. Zhao Yunhe was acutely aware that given his current capabilities, engaging in direct combat without any weapons was ill-advised. As for Shun Qingzhu, who had just awakened his forbidden domain, his earlier response was merely a reaction born from sheer panic, a classic case of acting on instinct. Seizing the moment while the dagger had yet to breach the wall of air, Zhao Yunhe grasped Shun Qingzhu's wrist and dashed toward the underground garage, where fewer people were present and the spaciousness allowed for easier concealment. In light of such a significant incident, it was inconceivable that the Night Watch squad in Linjiang would remain idle. They had no need to confront the cult of ancient gods head-on. Preserving their lives was of paramount importance. Are you still in school? Zhao Yunhe inquired, pulling Shun Qingzhu's hand while evading the serpent woman's attacks. I'm no longer attending. The voice was pitched high, as if underscoring a point. Not in school, yet still donning a school uniform? Trying to look youthful, Zhao Yunhe retorted casually, fully aware that Shun Qingzhu had been expelled for fighting in his sophomore year. If he was no longer in school, it must be the summer following his expulsion from the first semester. Let me impart a little physics knowledge. Under high pressure, a container can suddenly rupture when the internal pressure exceeds its capacity, causing the released gas or liquid to expand rapidly, resulting in a powerful shockwave. Teaching me? Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping Zhao Yunhe's implication as soon as he mentioned high pressure and rupture. Although he was uncertain as to why he had suddenly acquired the ability to manipulate air, this situation was fortuitous. With a resounding crash, explosions erupted behind them, and Zhao Yunhe could distinctly sense Shun Qingzhu's breathing becoming increasingly erratic. He tightened his grip on Shun Qingzhu's hand. What are you doing, squeezing me? Shun Qingzhu felt a sharp pain in his wrist from the grip. Silence. Focus on your breathing. Can you fly a kite? Slow down. Let the serpent woman get closer to us, maintaining a distance of within 5 meters. There was no alternative. Zhao Yunhe himself had only possessed his divine domain for a day. He was merely a novice in this realm, and the coverage range of the Sacred Breath Revival divine domain was a mere 5 meters. They reduced their speed, and the serpent woman's laughter drew nearer, a faint green glow enveloping the point where they touched. Shun Qingzhu sensed his stamina and mental fortitude returning and glanced at the person pulling him away from the serpent's gaze. Did he possess a special ability as well? Captain, we have slain one at the slaughter pool and detected that the explosions were caused by both bombs and the forbidden domain. They are currently in the underground garage. Wang Xiao trod upon a corpse, its visage marked by terror, and declared, I have slain one believer of the ancient god church from the sea realm and another from the pool realm. Gather in the underground garage. On the third floor, Duan Jioga and Zhao Zhao stood together, their expressions grave. Clang! A long knife, stained with the residue of red wine, was thrust before Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, its hilt engraved with the two characters of Wang Zhao's name. No need to run. Our savior has arrived. Zhao Yunhe halted, wiping the sweat from his brow, and, along with Shen Qingzhu, turned to gaze at the snake woman kneeling before them, a shattered goblet at her feet. A rather flippant male voice echoed in the underground garage. Oh, is this not the traitor of the ancient god church, the dream weaver of Forbidden Ruins 039? When children quarrel, it is best for us adults to refrain from intervening. Wouldn't you agree? Nonsense. I was an undercover. Upon finishing his words, Wang Xiao swung the remaining blade toward the man. Simultaneously, Zhao Yunhe drew the knife before him, his figure shifting as he struck with lightning speed toward the snake woman's neck. At that moment, the snake woman was struggling to rise from the ground, her peripheral vision catching Zhao Yunhe's motion, yet her frail body could not keep pace. Her serpent-like eyes bore into him with the fury of a hellish demon. Clang! Just as the knife was about to sever the snake woman's head, a shard of glass on the ground intercepted Zhao Yunhe's attack. The instant the knife met the glass, both it and Zhao Yunhe were violently repelled. Shen Qingzhu steadied the retreating Zhao Yunhe and, seeing the snake woman nearly regain her footing, seized the long knife and unhesitatingly lunged toward her. The air around the snake woman compressed sharply as the knife aimed for her heart. Yet she contorted in an extraordinary manner to evade it. The blade grazed her waist, and Shen Qingzhu felt a sharp pain in his chest, rolling several times on the ground as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With each breath, excruciating pain caused his body to tremble slightly. Dreamweaver, may we meet again by fate. The man, having evaded Wang Zhao's strike, grasped the upper half of the snake woman's body and vanished from the underground garage in an instant. Zhao Yunhe assisted Shen Qingzhu to his feet, while Wang Xiao approached to check Shen Qingzhu's pulse, shaking his head at Zhao Yunhe. The full-force strike from the sea realm. Yunhe, my condolences. Shen Qingzhu's breathing grew increasingly labored, a palpable sense of life ebbing away. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Yunhe, inexplicably asking, what is your name? You can inquire properly once you awaken. In that fleeting moment, a green luminescence enveloped the two, and miraculously, Shen Qingzhu's sunken sternum restored itself to normal. Tell my mother I won't be home for dinner today. Zhao Yunhe, pale of face, collapsed onto Shen Qingzhu. Wang Xiao, observing the two children sprawled on the ground, unharmed, lifted them and, with one arm around each, made his way toward the exit. A minor specter of the blazing realm had just unleashed a power akin to that of Klein. Regardless of the fortuitous encounter, one could not help but exclaim, heroes have always emerged from youth. Esteemed host, your System 002 is devotedly at your service. A transaction with the system has been established, and you currently owe the system a count of 499 valid life eliminations. The endless darkness gradually recedes, and Zhao Yunhe slowly opens his eyes. The pristine white ceiling, the immaculate hospital bed, and sunlight streaming through the glass onto the marble floor create a serene atmosphere. Beside him lie medical instruments that clearly possess great value. Zhao Yunhe attempts to sit up, yet the profound exhaustion emanating from his very soul compels him to recline once more. In the adjacent bed lies Shen Qingzhu, with eyes firmly closed but breathing evenly. He exhales a sigh of relief. At least he's been saved. He deems it worthwhile. The character in the book, who is destined to be the salvation for all, should not have perished so easily. Although he bears a personal loss from this moment forth, his fate intertwines with Shen Qingzhu's, achieving a true existential bond of life and death. Furthermore, he now carries a debt of 499 lives. What a cruel twist of fate. How long must he continue this pursuit? Zhao Yunhe has always been a lover of peace. Chapter 6. Joining the Night Watchers, what are you doing? The current situation is somewhat difficult to describe with mere words. On the pristine hospital bed, clad in a patient-esque gown, Shun Qingzhu grasped Zhao Yunhe's wrist, while Zhao Yunhe, with his hand resting on Shun Qingzhu's face, felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. This was the immediate reaction of Team 041 upon entering the room and witnessing the scene before them. Zhao Yunhe swiftly withdrew his hand and looked up at the ceiling, which was decidedly too much of a ceiling and the light fixtures too glaringly bright. Heaven knows, he had merely awakened with nothing to occupy his mind, bearing the weight of 499 lives, and felt a twinge of anxiety, leading him to whimsically desire a closer look at the so-called cool guy from the novel. In a moment of impulsivity, he even considered poking at the small mole on his nose to verify its authenticity. Who would have known he would suddenly awaken? Who could have anticipated that the door to the hospital room would swing open without warning? Did the Night Watchers not know they should knock first? Zhao Yunhe, you're awake. It was Nie Tingwei who broke the strange atmosphere, stepping forward to Zhao Yunhe, winking and making gestures as if he were an experienced elder. It's all good. We're just young and full of vigor. Those who understand, understand. Zhao Yunhe, what do you understand? I ask you, what do you understand? All right, stop the antics. Duan Zhoge interjected, observing the two young men from his seat on the hospital bed. One was the agent of the divine entity designated as 012, the god of light, while the other was a high-risk anomaly of sequence 068. Regardless of whether they joined the Night Watchers, neither could fall into the hands of the ancient deity's church. Duan Zhoge turned his attention to the seemingly preoccupied Zhao Yunhe and inquired, Yunhe, how have you considered the matter of joining the Night Watchers? Zhao Yunhe remained silent, instead tilting his head to look at Shun Qingzhu. Are you going? Night Watchers? Shun Qingzhu gazed at Zhao Yunhe in confusion. What is that? Noticing Shun Qingzhu's bewilderment, Duan Zhoge stepped in to explain. The Night Watchers is a military organization established by the higher-ups of the Great Xia, exclusively recruiting exceptional combat talents belonging to Great Xia. Their existence is to counter the invasion of mythological entities. Mythological entities? Like Medusa? The image of the snake-haired woman flickered in Shun Qingzhu's mind. Precisely. Duan Zhoge nodded. Since the detection of the first mythological entity in 1922, various beings once confined to myth have gradually begun to awaken. Concurrently, we have discovered anomalies, extraordinary domains that can influence their surroundings. For instance, Shun Qingzhu, sequence 068, Qimin. Anything that requires air for transmission is under your control. So, Shun Qingzhu, what is your choice? Will you join us, the Night Watchers? Sound intriguing, I'm in. Shun Qingzhu nodded. With no parents and having been expelled from high school, he felt indifferent about where he might go or what he might do. The Night Watchers seemed like a promising opportunity. Good lad. Duan Zhoge patted Shun Qingzhu on the shoulder before shifting his gaze back to Zhao Yunhe. And you, Zhao Yunhe? Zhao Yunhe sighed. I knew it. The narrative is not easily altered, particularly when it pertains to the protagonists. The intertwined fates of the two individuals necessitate a shared path as the optimal solution. Zhao Yunhe slowly raised his hand and declared, Captain Duan, I accept your previous invitation to join the Night Watch. His voice, though not loud, carried an added weight of seriousness. Duan Zhoge displayed a knowing smile. Upon their arrival, they had witnessed the battle between Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu, and the serpent woman in the department store. He could have chosen not to rescue Shun Qingzhu and the group of high school students. Yet he felt compelled to rush over upon hearing their cries. Although he could have easily led Shun Qingzhu to safety through the emergency exit amidst the chaos, he instead ventured to the relatively deserted underground parking garage. A kind-hearted young man, who maintained his composure and sense of justice in the face of danger, was destined to join the Night Watch. Ah, my dear brothers, joining the Night Watch is not as simple as merely receiving our captain's nod of approval, exclaimed Zhong Ran, stepping forward with 2 training registration forms in hand, placing them beside the 2. You must complete the new recruit training before officially joining. 1 form for each of you. Both individuals found this requirement reasonable. One was aware of the plot, while the other believed that even job applications necessitate a probation period, especially for an organization as esteemed as the Night Watch in the Great Xia. Once they completed the forms, Duan Jioga glanced at the time. It was noon, and the matter concerning the ancient God Church's sudden arrival in Jiang had yet to be resolved. He stood and remarked in half a month, "I will conduct specialized training for the two of you as new members of Team 041. He then departed the ward with the members of Team 041. Just as Zhao Yunhe was about to explain his recent actions to Shun Qingzhu, Shen Wuqing unexpectedly returned. "Pardon the interruption, but I forgot to mention that you are currently temporary members, and temporary members do not receive meals or accommodations. Enjoy your final 15 days of leisure. Farewell." Once the ward fell silent, and he was certain no one else would arrive, Zhao Yunhe finally spoke. "I merely noticed some dirt on your face and wanted to help you remove it." Shen Qingzhu remained silent, and the room fell into another awkward silence. Zhao Yunhe felt his excuse was rather clumsy and awkwardly changed the subject. "Weren't you curious about my name?" "It's Zhao Yunhe." "Shen Qingzhu. Thank you for saving me back then. How about you stay at my home for the next half month?" They both proposed simultaneously, plunging the atmosphere into an even stranger silence. Shen Qingzhu contemplated a refusal, but Zhao Yunhe preempted him. "My mother cooks wonderfully. You're currently injured, and I cannot leave you alone. I believe my orientation is quite normal. I do not possess any obscure interests," Shen Qingzhu finally said after a prolonged silence. "Coincidentally, neither do I," Zhao Yunhe replied through gritted teeth. The two were discharged from the hospital on the third day. Aside from feeling somewhat weak, they were in good health. The doctors advised them to recuperate at home and not waste medical resources. Nevertheless, Zhao Yunhe insisted on bringing Shen Qingzhu back to his home. In a world where Laozi stands supreme, and even the mighty Tianwang is but a second, there exists Shen Qingzhu, who finds himself in the presence of the gentle yet empathetic Ms. Zhang. Upon learning of Zhao Yunhe's struggles and his poignant past, her heart swells with compassion as she regards him tenderly. "Little Shun, do eat more. You're still growing," she advises, her gaze softening as she observes the seemingly cool demeanor of Shen Qingzhu. "Thank you, Auntie," he replies. "Ahi, remember that little Shun is still just a child. Once you're in the army, please take good care of him." Ms. Zhang glances at Zhao Yunhe, who is engrossed in his meal, then at the well-mannered Shen Qingzhu, pondering who truly looks after whom. On the very day Zhao Yunhe returned home, he had informed Ms. Zhang of his enlistment, explaining that both he and Shen Qingzhu were specially recruited technical talents for the military. The following day, Wang Xiao and Duan Jioga arrived at his home donned in military attire, bearing official documents. "Aren't you supposed to report to the army tomorrow? Have you packed your things?" "I have, godmother," replied Shen Qingzhu. During his nearly 2-week stay at Zhao Yunhe's home, he experienced a familial warmth, as Ms. Zhang cared for him with great attention. By the 5th day, she had adopted him as her godson, and just 3 days before their departure, she showered them with gifts from bed linens to sun protective clothing, neatly packed into their suitcases. On the day of their departure, Niet Tingwei and Wang Xiao came to escort them. Ms. Zhang looked at Zhao Yunhe and remarked, "He has grown up. Mom, I'm leaving. I'll return during the holidays. Make sure to bring Lil Shen back with you." "Understood." As the car drove further away, Zhao Yunhe glanced back, seeing Ms. Zhang shrink into a distant figure. The urbanization club, nestled in the bustling heart of Linjiang City, stood out for its incongruity, its dusty sign suggesting abandonment. Zhao Yunhe had never encountered such desolation in a club, despite its comprehensive facilities. The room was filled exclusively with members of Team 041. Some were playing billiards, others practicing archery, while one was amusingly building a pyramid out of cards on the floor. "This is a club that Wang Xiao operates for his enjoyment, which we have since taken over," Niet Tingwei explained, draping an arm over Wang Xiao's shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Before joining the Night Watchers, he was the owner of a publicly traded company. Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu exchanged astonished glances. "Is it true that all of you Night Watchers are so affluent?" Seeing their surprised expressions, Niet Tingwei bashfully chuckled. "They're all wealthy. Like me, I was once the star of a high-end club. Is that so? Zhao Yunhe questioned. Wang Xiao interjected. Casually kicking over the card pyramid that Shun Wuqing had just constructed, his mood evidently lifted as he announced, "The captain wants you to meet him at the training grounds." "Where is that?" "Take the elevator down to the basement level 2 and turn left at the end." Chapter 7. Training in the unforgiving trenches. This was the first thought that crossed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu's minds before they pushed open the door. Is the toilet in Wang Zhao's house also adorned with gold trim? This was the thought that lingered after they entered. "You two have arrived?" Duan Zhuge stood there, a cigarette dangling from his lips, which he promptly tucked back into his pocket upon their approach. "I have already submitted your application to join the Night Watchers." "Now," Duan Zhuge said, tossing each of them a wooden sword. "The special training for Team 041 begins. In the morning, you will practice swordsmanship with me. In the afternoon, Wang Xiao and Nie Tingyue will teach you how to utilize the Forbidden Ruins. And in the evening, you will learn firearms with Zhao Zhao and Zhongran." Wen Zhan and Shun Wuqing have not fully recovered from their injuries. They possess the most balanced overall abilities. If any of us are unavailable, seek them out. Having finished his instructions, Duan Zhuge unsheathed his sword. "Let us begin." Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged a glance and charged toward Duan Zhuge. The next moment, screams echoed throughout the underground level 2. In the afternoon, Nie Tingyue prepared to encounter the undoubtedly disheveled Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, was taken aback when they emerged from the door, looking slightly disheartened but otherwise unscathed. He nudged Wang Xiao, who stood nearby. "Is the captain unwell?" "That shouldn't be the case. He is not yet 40. Wang Xiao replied with a sigh. "Back in the day when I practiced against the captain, my exceptionally handsome face was left looking like a pig's head." Nie Tingyue produced a handkerchief with golden edges from seemingly nowhere, dabbing at non-existent tears. "Xiao Xiao. This is unfair." Wang Xiao, seated, gestured for the two to take their seats. Upon hearing Nie Tingyue's words, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu involuntarily shuddered. Duan Zhuge's strikes showed no mercy. Each blow was a lethal maneuver directed at their very lives. Had it not been for Zhao Yunhe utilizing the divine ruins at the end of training, both he and Shun Qingzhu might have emerged in a far worse condition. "Class is now in session," Nie Tingyue declared, noticing everyone was seated, and he put away his theatrical antics, taking his place beside Wang Xiao. "We have discussed the origins of the divine and forbidden ruins. Now let us begin with the realms. Have we spoken of the levels? We classify the training ranks of the Night Watchers from lowest to highest as light, pool, river, sea, infinite, and Klein. Those who possess the divine and forbidden ruins can engage in cultivation." He continued, "Let us delve into the hierarchy of the divine and forbidden ruins. The divine codes correspond to the time humans discovered the deities, with no particular order of ranking. The abilities granted by the deities are referred to as divine ruins. Conversely, the hierarchy of forbidden ruins categorizes danger levels. Of course, divine ruins are considered a type of forbidden ruins. Among the ranks from 0 to 30, there are 23 divine ruins. Before rank 89, they are deemed extremely high-risk forbidden ruins capable, at certain levels, of annihilating an entire city single-handedly. Nie Tingyue spoke with a hint of pride. "For instance, my forbidden ruin is 080, information manipulation, while Xiao Zhao's is even more formidable, 039, dreams and reality. Ranks 90 to 199 are classified as high-risk forbidden ruins, belonging to a tier of elite combat power. In specific circumstances, their combat abilities are nearly invincible. Sequences ranging from 200 to 399 are classified as high-risk forbidden domains, possessing the capability to engage in combat with the mysterious. Those in the range of 400 to 599 are deemed low-risk forbidden domains, while those beyond 600 are considered harmless." Nie Tingyue spoke at length, feeling somewhat parched, and gestured for Wang Xiao to continue, expressing his need for water. "Shun Qingzhu, your forbidden domain falls under the category of extremely high risk," Wang Xiao announced, clearing his throat. The man who could manipulate air with a mere gesture was undeniably handsome. Shun Qingzhu did not smile, maintaining his aloof demeanor. However, the slight squint of his eyes betrayed a hint of inner delight. Wang Xiao chuckled softly, then turned his attention to Zhao Yunhe, who was listening intently nearby. The little Yunhe's divine domain was even more intriguing. According to existing records, the deity was designated as 012, the god of light, Apollo, with a forbidden domain sequence of 005, known as Light's Judgment. I have witnessed you utilize your divine domain on 2 occasions, and it bears little connection to the light. Rather, it resembles a form of healing. Is this a new ability bestowed upon you by Apollo? Zhao Yunhe met Wang Zhao's gaze, which held a teasing glimmer. Biting his lip as if reluctant to speak. Little Yunhe, do you understand why information manipulation ranks among the extremely high-risk forbidden domains? Linjiang suddenly interjected. Sequence 080, information manipulation, can read, modify, and erase a person's memories through language, floating between 2 realms. Do you comprehend the implications of this? If I were to traverse the river realm, I could alter the memories of powerful Klein individuals. The danger posed by someone capable of erasing memories in conversation is self-evident. Therefore, Yunhe, regardless of the abilities granted to you, as long as you do not betray the Night Watchers, your powers will remain just in our eyes. Holy Breath Revival extracts the life force of others to heal the injured, Zhao Yunhe continued, scrutinizing the expressions of Wang Xiao and Nie Tingwei. One appeared indifferent, while the other remained unperturbed. Noticing their reactions, Zhao Yunhe pressed on. Those from whom life force is siphoned will succumb to weakness, the duration of which depends on the amount extracted. Indeed, it poses a certain level of danger. Nie Tingwei mused, stroking his chin as he recorded the information. An exceptional dual support skill. Wang Xiao regarded Zhao Yunhe, reflecting on the moment when Yunhe's realm unexpectedly ascended to that of Klein. Shun Qingzhu's situation had seemed utterly hopeless. Yet he had been rescued, and now stood there as if nothing had transpired. Wang Xiao had been closest to him at that moment, feeling the profound fatigue that enveloped him, which vanished 2 minutes later. How much life force had been extracted, and how much had he unwittingly sacrificed? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Is there anything else? Nie Tingwei inquired further. In extreme situations, one may invoke certain divine powers of Apollo, Zhao Yunhe replied. Yes. Generally, divine agents possess this capability. What else? Nothing more. Nothing more. Nie Tingwei twirled his pen, murmuring, something feels amiss. Logically, Apollo's abilities are formidable, and Light's judgment is exceptionally powerful. Could it be that Holy Breath Revival is a healing auxiliary domain? Yet, that doesn't seem quite right. Zhao Yunhe hesitated briefly, not out of distrust for Team 041, but because he was aware, having perused the original text, that the upper echelons of the Night Watch had already been thoroughly compromised by various factions. He had already conveyed the most pivotal capability of the resurgence of the sacred breath, and there was no need to elaborate further. Perhaps this was the reason Apollo had not assigned me any tasks. Oh, indeed. Linjiang nodded thoughtfully, having grasped a sufficient understanding. It was time to commence the practical exercises. Wang Xiao, propping himself against Nie Tingwei's shoulder, stood up and declared that, overall, Yunhe's abilities leaned towards debilitation and healing, while Xiao Shun's powers were inclined towards wide-ranging indiscriminate assaults and surprise attacks. One focused on offense and the other on defense, making their collaboration exceedingly convenient. Thus, both of you must not only learn how to maximize your respective abilities in the Forbidden Ruins, achieving a harmonious integration between yourselves and the ruins, but also cultivate a mutual understanding between each other. Upon finishing his statement, Wang Xiao tossed a metallic sphere into the air, and the surrounding environment instantly transformed. The forbidden item of the Bailey clan, Sequence 042 Mirage, could conjure illusions with offensive capabilities, albeit only 1/3 of the attack power of real creatures. Valued at 6 followed by 10 zeros, a gift from Bailey X years ago. Wang Xiao donned a somewhat nostalgic expression, only to be mercilessly interrupted by Nie Tingwei. Wasn't it you who held a knife to his throat while undercover in the ancient god church, and seized it? Wang Xiao replied with a playful gesture. Your task is to jointly eliminate 50 mysterious entities within the illusion. If there are no further questions, the training officially begins. Chapter 8. Cooperation is the damage we incur in the illusion genuine? Shun Qingzhu suddenly inquired. Of course, A true man never cheats. Niet Tingwei replied with a cheeky wink. And in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight. Zhao Yunhe surveyed the environment surrounding them. It was a desolate suburban area, sparsely populated, with vast open spaces that left little room for concealment. Shen Qingzhu had somehow procured 2 long sticks, one of which she handed to Zhao Yunhe. They stood back to back. How well did you grasp the captain's teachings this morning? Acceptable. Zhao Yunhe nodded. Before he could elaborate further, a peach-pink mist enveloped them. Shen Qingzhu snapped her fingers, and the mist began to dissipate slightly. What in the world is this? It was Shen Qingzhu's first encounter with the mysterious, and she frowned, fixating intently on the woman before her. The woman's long, fine hair floated in the air, swaying with her movements, while her lower half resembled that of a spider. Each leg was ensnared with silk, and she emitted a sound akin to a serpent's hiss, eerie and terrifying. Have you seen the illustrated account of the Night Parade of 100 Demons? That S.A. Rokuro Kobi, a creature from Japanese folklore known for ensnaring hearts, Zhao Yunhe warned. Gripping his stick firmly, Shen Qingzhu, be cautious of her silk. And remember, detonate it. Understood, Shen Qingzhu replied. The two charged towards the Rokuro Kobi, and a tremendous explosion erupted, illuminating the surroundings. The creature retaliated by shooting silk toward Zhao Yunhe and sprinting toward Shen Qingzhu. Does she fear the strong? Zhao Yunhe noted as the Rokuro Kobi charged at him. He raised his stick to block the silk, and with a flick of his wrist, the silk became entangled around the top of his weapon. A pale green light enveloped the swift creature like an impermeable wall, visibly slowing its pace. And even the surrounding peach-pink mist began to thin. Within 5 meters, I am invincible, Zhao Yunhe declared as he approached the Rokuro Kobi, striking on the head with his stick, but one of its spider legs intercepted the blow, effortlessly slicing his stick in two. A spark ignited in Zhao Yunhe's eyes. Shen Qingzhu, target its legs. We have weapons now. Their gazes locked, and, as Zhao Yunhe retreated, he siphoned the creature's vitality, while Shen Qingzhu compressed the air around the Rokuro Kobi into a massive net. Observing closely, one could discern translucent gas swirling around the joints of its legs. With a snap of her fingers, a resounding explosion erupted, engulfing the Rokuro Kobi in a thick cloud of smoke, rendering visibility impossible. Cough, cough. Zhao Yunhe choked on the smoke. Shen Qingzhu detonated precisely. Shen Qingzhu then hurled 2 of the 3 legs that had been blown off towards Zhao Yunhe, abruptly sidestepping the conversation. The offensive is concluded. Now it is time for our counterattack. Zhao Yunhe held 2 spider legs in his hands, resembling a pair of curved sabers. He grasped new techniques with remarkable speed, having already imitated Duan Zhugao's movements with considerable accuracy by morning. Observing the two from outside the luminous sphere, Wang Xiao remarked on their performance. Yunhe's blade lacks spirit. He is ill-suited for wielding a sword. Indeed, his technique mirrored that of the captain so closely it could be deemed a perfect replica. Yet his movements were still too immature. Should another mysterious entity suddenly appear, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Conversely, I was quite astonished by Shen Qingzhu. Having only accessed the Forbidden Realm for a few days, he displayed a remarkable proficiency, a natural-born combat genius. Niet Tingwei, watching the two budding youths collaboratively vanquish the mysterious foe, thought to himself how rare it was to encounter such talents in a decade. Who would have imagined that two would emerge from Linjiang City? What is this? Feeling inferior? In this decade of exceptional talents, have I, Niet Tingwei, and you, Wang Xiao, not secured our own places? He mused. What is there to feel inferior about with these 2 fledgling cubs? Zhao Yunhe, if you dare to toss those wretched spider legs again, I will blast you first before dealing with it. Shen Qingzhu wiped the blood from his nose, cut by the spider legs, exasperated. How many times had this happened? He had reason to suspect that Zhao Yunhe was intentionally seeking revenge. Just moments ago, Zhao Yunhe, seemingly possessed, abruptly altered his previously disciplined technique, transforming those 2 spider legs into projectiles that flew towards the widow spider. Zhao Yunhe, watching the widow spider clutching its eyes and wailing, felt no surprise at the outcome. His aim had always been exceptional. He waved his hand, a sheepish expression on his face. Accidental injury, accidental injury. Shun Qingzhu. Unable to catch Zhao Yunhe's words amidst the widow spider's cries, seized the opportunity to swiftly decapitate it with the spider legs. The sound of the head rolling followed by his retching. Zhao Yunhe approached, kicking aside the head that lay bloodied and terrified beside Shun Qingzhu, helping him to his feet and patting his back to offer some comfort. It's dead? Yes, I killed it. Shun Qingzhu's face turned pale as he gazed at the head that, after being kicked away, rolled a few times, its grotesque visage fixed upon him and Zhao Yunhe. Among his peers, Shun Qingzhu was considered exceptional, with many willing to follow him, calling him boss. Though he had participated in brawls before, witnessing blood was commonplace. He had never taken a life. At not yet 17 years of age, this was his first act of killing. No, it could not be termed a human life. Yet its upper body bore a resemblance to humanity. The spider leg had sliced through its skin, and in an instant, the creature that had been screaming in agony was forever silenced. It's all right. I felt the same when I first killed a mysterious entity, Zhao Yunhe said, patting Shun Qingzhu's back and noting his pale complexion and trembling hands. Repeating reassurances, he struggled to offer comfort, finally managing to stammer. Don't be afraid, Shun Qingzhu. Don't be afraid. Who says I'm afraid? Shun Qingzhu composed himself, firmly grasping the spider leg once more, regaining his previously imperious demeanor. Had it not been for the slight tremor in his left hand, Zhao Yunhe might have truly believed him. After vanquishing the Spider-Woman, the two began to collaborate in eliminating the remaining 49 mysterious entities. The challenges presented by Wang Xiao were predominantly low-risk forbidden ruins or harmless mysteries. Aside from the initial Spider-Woman, they toiled through the afternoon, grumbling as they fought, ultimately fulfilling their task requirements. Leaning against a tree, Zhao Yunhe glanced at their disheveled attire and chuckled. Shun Qingzhu had long noted their appearance. Zhao Yunhe's face was smeared with dirt, his hair stained crimson with the mysterious blood, while his clothing bore only a minor tear in the front, yet the back was nearly shredded. As for himself, he was well aware of the scratches on his face from Zhao Yunhe's accidental strike, mingled with soil, rendering him scarcely better off. Unable to stifle his laughter any longer, Shun Qingzhu joined in. Amidst a pile of mysterious corpses, the two disheveled youths laughed, breathing life into the otherwise morbid surroundings. Observing that they had nearly rested enough, Wang Xiao put away the mirage and regarded the two before him with a slight smile. Tomorrow, they would continue with 40 more mysteries. Nie Tingwei waved farewell to the pair before following Wang Xiao out. Chapter 9. Within range, truth abound. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances, both pondering that their ordeal had finally come to an end. Upon returning to the designated quarters prepared for them by Team 041, they took a refreshing shower, and mealtime was fast approaching. Where shall we dine? Zhao Yunhe inquired, idly scrolling through his phone while leaning against the bathroom door beside Shun Qingzhu, who appeared rather languid. What options do we have nearby? Shun Qingzhu replied, donning his clothes and glancing around at the exorbitantly priced restaurants, momentarily at a loss. Let's venture out and explore, Zhao Yunhe suggested, putting his phone away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shun Qingzhu's hair still dripping wet and playfully whistled. Hey, handsome, care to join me? Zhao Yunhe. Shun Qingzhu retaliated with a kick, but Zhao Yunhe deftly sidestepped. And soon they found themselves engaged in a spirited tussle within the confines of their dormitory. Zhao Yunhe had practiced Muay Thai for nearly a year when his interest was piqued, while Shun Qingzhu had been scrapping since childhood. Coupled with Duan Jioga's morning lessons, neither could gain the upper hand. With a couple of resounding thuds, a vibrant and boisterous voice rang out. Sister Zhao has prepared dinner. Come eat. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged another glance. Zhao, whom they had only encountered once, appeared as a serene and gentle woman, her eyes seemingly harboring a lingering sorrow. How delightful! They exclaimed in unison, already catching a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting through the air as they approached Zhao's abode, feeling rejuvenated by the scent. You are in for a treat. Sister Zhao's cooking is absolutely divine. Others yearned for a taste, and cannot indulge. Zhong ran, enticed by the fragrant allure, hurried over, where a spread of 6 dishes and a soup awaited them. Zhao placed the rice on the table, smiling as she beckoned the two to join her for dinner. "Come and eat." Like Xiao ran. "Just call me Zhao," she said, seemingly perceptive of their initial awkwardness, and took her seat with a warm smile. Zhao Yunhe boldly settled himself at the table, declaring, "I shall not hold back, Sister Zhao." "Thank you, sister," Shun Qingzhu added. Upon hearing Shun Qingzhu address her as sister, Zhao Yunhe distinctly noticed the genuine warmth in Zhao's gaze, silently thinking, "Well played, Shun Qingzhu. You usually act so cool, yet here you are, calling her sister." Zhong Ran's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhao, and only when she observed her lift the chopsticks and utter the phrase, "Let us eat," did she spring into action. As Zhong Ran stuffed her mouth with food, her eyes remained fixated on the delectable cola chicken wings on the plate. "Sister Zhao, I want to live with you forever. I adore you." Zhao looked tenderly at Zhong Ran, whose face was smeared with grease, and casually served each of Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu a chicken wing, encouraging them to eat heartily, enjoy, and after dinner, "You'll need energy for your shooting practice this evening." After finishing their meal and tidying up the table with Zhao, they finally made their way to the shooting range located in the basement level. Have you heard the saying? Within range, truth abounds. Zhong Ran casually picked up a firearm hanging on the wall and positioned herself at the shooting stand. "Chamber it, fire," with 5 shots fired. Each found its mark dead center on the target. "My marksmanship is not particularly impressive. Beyond 100 meters, my accuracy diminishes significantly. My desire to learn the art of shooting primarily stems from wanting Sister Zhao to instruct me." Zhong Ran scratched his head and hopped over to Zhao's side. Firearms and explosives are of minimal effect against high-level mythical beings, often verging on ineffectuality. However, for lower-tier mythical entities, they can prove advantageous. This is especially true for novices who have just entered the realm of the lamp pool. When melee combat skills have not reached a certain threshold, mastering firearms becomes essential. Additionally, marksmanship is a fundamental component of the Night Watchman's training regimen. Zhao remarked, directing her gaze towards Zhao Yunhe, "Especially you, Yunhe. I heard from Wang Xiao that your divine ruin is of the supportive type, thus necessitating the use of weaponry. I observed part of your training session this afternoon, and it is clear that you are ill-suited for using a blade." Upon hearing Zhao's words, Zhao Yunhe pondered deeply. He had acutely realized during the combat earlier that, despite having memorized the knife techniques taught by Duan Yoga, he could not match Shun Qingzhu in actual combat. However, your aim is commendable. Firearms will serve as a significant asset for you. If you're interested in range weaponry like bows and crossbows, I can teach you those as well, Zhao continued, noting Zhao Yunhe's nod of agreement. She then turned to Shun Qingzhu, stating, "Your knife skills are impressive, and your speed is commendable. When paired with your forbidden ruin, close combat weapons such as daggers, short knives, and butterfly knives can catch opponents off guard. These cold weapons are well suited for you, and you can seek guidance from Zhang. However, this does not mean you can neglect firearms. A short-barreled shotgun should be your primary choice. When combined with compressed air, a tiny spark can trigger a massive explosion." After concluding her instructions, Zhao handed each of them a firearm. "Now, let me witness your abilities." The two nodded and took their positions at the shooting range, mimicking Zhong Ran's movements, loading and firing. The sound of gunfire rang out, 6 or 7 shots echoing through the air, leaving Zhong Ran perplexed. Shun Qingzhu performed admirably, scoring 9 rings with 1 shot at 30 meters and 10 rings with 2 shots. But what is happening with Zhao Yunhe? Missing the target with all 3 shots? Unperturbed, Zhao Yunhe continued firing until he had discharged all 17 rounds, then lowered his weapon. "How did I perform?" he queried. "All 17 shots hit the bullseye. Have you practiced?" "I dabbled with it a few times back in high school," Zhao Yunhe replied, shaking his hand. "It has been a while. I need to regain my feel for it. Let's continue." Zhao remained silent, simply gesturing for Zhong Ran to adjust the target's back by 20 meters while standing by to observe. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu continued their practice, alternating targets and firearms, with Zhao and Zhong ran intermittently offering guidance and adjusting their stances. Shen Qingzhu reached his limit at 75 meters, where he began to miss the target, while Zhao Yunhe faltered at 90 meters, failing to hit the mark. By the time the evening training concluded, both Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu were exhausted, collapsing into their dormitory beds without uttering a word. Shen Qingzhu. Zhao Yunhe finally broke the silence. What is it? Allow me to introduce you to the concept of an exceptional healer, the ability of holy resurrection, which restores both health and mana, has likely left him feeling fatigued to the extent of 50%, though his mental fortitude appears to be slightly lacking. Throughout the journey back, he has been activating the divine ruins, barely managing to muster 60% of his mental capacity. Zhao Yunhe gazed at the several succulent pots on the windowsill, and without waiting for Shen Qingzhu to arrive, he had already seated himself on the bed, eager to conduct an experiment. Do not move, Zhao Yunhe instructed as he grasped Shen Qingzhu's wrist. A robust aura of life enveloped the point of their contact, and Shen Qingzhu felt the weariness dissipate entirely, his spirit revitalized significantly. However, the succulents on the windowsill visibly wilted at an alarming rate, appearing as though they were on the verge of death. A smirk played on Zhao Yunhe's lips as he approached the windowsill, uprooting a succulent to inspect the soil within, which had begun to harden and compact. The experiment was a success. Indeed, knowledge is power. Once the two regained their normal states, they reclined on the bed and resumed their conversation, ranging from Duan Zhuge's blade to the mysterious entity they vanquished in the afternoon, eventually transitioning to the firearms practice that evening. Sister Zhao is a left-hander. Does she use her left hand for shooting? Despite the entirety of the training session, Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu had yet to witness Zhao fire a weapon. But they had heard from Zhong Ran that her talent for marksmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. That must be the case. What time is it? It's midnight, Xiaosheng. Zhao Yunhe replied. How old are you? 17. 17 is perfectly fine. In the darkness, Shen Qingzhu could distinctly perceive the glimmer in Zhao Yunhe's ebony pupils. Shall I take you on an exhilarating adventure? Are you in? Shen Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Chapter 10. The owner of the Forbidden Ruins the following day, as the two individuals, each bearing a distinct dark circle under their eyes, arrived for training. The members of Team 041 regarded them with an indescribable expression. Shen Qingzhu, if I play games with you again late at night, I shall change my surname to yours. Zhao Yunhe, aiming the borrowed gun from Zhao at the mysterious figure behind Shen Qingzhu, fired a shot that struck true, delivering a fatal blow. We'll continue this tonight. Trust me. In a swift motion, Shen Qingzhu cleaved the approaching enigma in two. Shen Qingzhu, my mother just bought me a new outfit. Zhao Yunhe grimaced as he wiped the warm and putrid blood from his back. I trust that your 11% of an inheritance still resembles the state in which you wiped your nose. Zhao Yunhe, a man once bitten by a snake, now feared the possibility of being ensnared again, replayed the gruesome events of the previous day's game in his mind, growing increasingly furious. After having eliminated several of the mysterious figures, he finally began to calm his temper. For the next half-month, the two continued their routine, practicing their blades in the morning, honing their skills in the use of the Forbidden Ruins in the afternoon, and shooting practice in the evening. Zhao Yunhe's shooting range had reached an impressive 125 meters, and after studying archery with Zhao, he found himself at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm, acutely aware that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, his swordsmanship remained stagnant. Despite his attempts to innovate and integrate new techniques, he found himself regressing, often pursued relentlessly by Duan Zhuge. On the other hand, Shen Qingzhu had progressed to a level where he could easily defend himself. When combined with the dagger and short blade techniques taught to him by Shen Wuqing, he was capable of holding his own against Duan Zhuge, even without the aid of the Forbidden Ruins. His mastery had solidified at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm, yet he still required more time to achieve a breakthrough. Once his shooting range exceeded 110 meters, Zhong Ran pulled him aside to focus exclusively on practicing with a shotgun and the integration of the Forbidden Ruins. Nevertheless, his gaming skills remained abysmal, consistently eliciting feelings of distress in Zhao Yunhe. With only 3 days remaining until the night watchman's training camp, they were presented with two options: to pack their belongings and relax for a few days before attending the training, or to join in executing a special mission before participating in the training. Duan Zhouge and his companion stood before Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, their expressions serious rather than the usual joviality of their training sessions. Do not rush into a decision just yet. Allow me to outline the basic details of this mission. 7 years ago, in Area A of Linjiang City, a large-scale, grotesque murder case emerged, and after 3 years of police investigation, no leads were found. Recently, in the red light district of Area D, a crime scene exhibiting the same modus operandi as that of 7 years ago has appeared, with the victims being young men and women, often found in pairs, each strikingly beautiful, and their expressions upon death were eerily serene. Given the severity and gravity of the situation, our team has been conducting an investigation. Last night, Wan Zhan discovered traces of the crime scene that indicated the murderer was an owner of the Forbidden Ruins, preliminarily classified as a dangerous forbidden ruin, sequence 263 seduction. Once ensnared, individuals may develop an obsession, leading to a manipulation of their mental faculties, with the perpetrators situated at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm or within the Pool Realm. The red light district has always been chaotic. Once the perpetrator employs the Forbidden Realm, it inevitably leads to widespread disorder. Our mission this time is to locate him and eliminate him while minimizing the repercussions. Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe exchanged glances. They had vanquished numerous mysterious entities within Wang Zhao's forbidden item, the Mirage, but ultimately, those were mere illusions. This time, they would confront a real adversary, a possessor of a forbidden realm. Without hesitation, Shen Qingzhu declared his acceptance of the task. He had trained here for over half a month and was eager to test his current abilities. Zhao Yunhe instinctively glanced at the fearless Shen Qingzhu, tightened his grip on his firearm, and stated, "I choose to accept the mission as well." Duan Zhouge nodded, as the group congregated around Wan Zhan, who was rapidly typing away at the keyboard. According to the data, the victims were young individuals aged between 16 and 23, who were acquainted with one another and possessed strikingly attractive appearances. Particularly, minors were the preferred targets of the assailant. As Wan Zhan spoke, he glanced at the others as if organizing his thoughts. Captain Brother Xiao and Sister Zhao do not fit the age criteria, but Shen does. Wan Zhan hesitated, though he does not meet the last requirement. Shen Wuqing interjected with an exasperated expression. Thus, currently, only Zhao Yunhe, Shen Qingzhu, Zhong Ran, and you are the most suitable, aligning with the age and appearance criteria of the victims. That simplifies matters. I can pair with anyone among you. Zhong Ran remarked casually. No, it must be pairs, Wan Zhan responded. This possessor of the Forbidden Realm possesses a keen sense of counter-surveillance. He is already aware that we are investigating this matter, and has deliberately left traces at the crime scene to provoke us. He is likely to strike within the next 3 days. However, we cannot guarantee his actions will occur today. If 2 individuals appear in the same location 3 times, it will undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Thus, it is prudent to split into 2 teams, ensuring that one group can be selected while the others remain hidden, observing and ready to strike if necessary. Nie Tingwen nodded. I will team up with Zhong Xiaoran. We have partnered for a long time, fostering a strong synergy and familiarity with one another. However, since Zhao Yunhe and Qingzhu are newcomers, I suggest they operate separately if they wish to participate. Wan Zhan slightly furrowed his brows. Wan Zhan, Zhao Yunhe, and I need an opportunity to hone our skills. You mentioned that this possessor of the Forbidden Realm is at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm or just entering the Pond Realm. In the same realm, as long as our resolve remains steadfast, he cannot control us for long. Moreover, we have trained together for quite some time and wish to test our compatibility. During this period, Shen Qingzhu had been practicing with short blades and daggers alongside Wan Zhan, which brought them closer. The butterfly knife was too flamboyant. After mastering the basics, he had privately taught Zhao Yunhe, but had not touched it since. He simply could not comprehend why, if they could replicate the skills, they were not utilized in practical situations. As Duan Zhouge's gaze swept over Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, he pondered for a considerable time. I recall that Qingzhu has yet to reach adulthood. Yunhe, you and Qingzhu will form a pair. Your foremost duty is to ensure your own safety. When a moment arrives, you shall venture into this alley, where the likelihood of his appearance is comparatively low. Understood, Captain. Have we met before? Shun Qingzhu inquired, focusing on the figure before him. Long, flowing hair, fair complexion, a prominent nose, delicate pink lips, and those quintessential dog-like eyes framed by curled, fluttering eyelashes. His figure was alluringly curvaceous, embodying both innocence and desire. Especially when he smiled, his face increasingly merging with the visage etched in Shun Qingzhu's memory. Of course, this was when he remained silent. Shun Qingzhu, how do you like the cushion? I've been busy all morning. Zhao Yunhe interjected hastily, grasping Shun Qingzhu's hand and lifting it upward. The reason for his urgency was that a phrase from a book had suddenly flashed through his mind. When I was 4 years old, I fell in love with the big sister next door, along with a recollection of 114 love letters. Childhood memories gradually resurfaced. Mrs. Zhang had always longed for a daughter, but after giving birth to him, she suffered severe hemorrhaging and could no longer conceive. Before he moved away, he had kept his hair long, and on her whims, Mrs. Zhang would dress him in various skirts. He had no objection to this. In fact, he found it amusing and allowed her to indulge in her whims. Their neighborhood was adjacent to an orphanage, where he found several children endearing and often brought them snacks. One little boy earnestly declared that he would marry him someday. Amused, he teased the boy, saying that if he wanted to marry him, he must write him a love letter every day, to which he playfully agreed to become his wife. At that moment, Zhao Yunhe felt a twinge of relief that he had moved away early. Otherwise, he would surely have left an indelible psychological scar on the young Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu's pupils dilated in astonishment. Am I going crazy? The hand that had covered his own quickly withdrew, casting aside any lingering doubts. Not too bad. Zhao Yunhe, noticing Shun Qingzhu's lack of further inquiries, skillfully tied his hair up and glanced out the window. The darkness of night approached, signaling the commencement of their mission. Chapter 11. The church in a secluded alley. A tall man and woman leaned drunkenly against the wall, the woman clearly inebriated, clinging to the man like a limp rag. At the end of the alley stood an indistinct figure, the sound of high heels echoing sharply against the floor as it approached the pair, step by deliberate step. Here they come, Zhao Yunhe whispered into Shun Qingzhu's ear, his words slurred by intoxication. Shun Qingzhu responded with a soft hum, subtly guiding Zhao Yunhe toward the approaching figure. Do you need assistance, handsome? A voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated. Shun Qingzhu turned to face the figure, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before him stood not a singular entity, but a man and a woman. The woman's form appeared semi-transparent, gradually merging with the man's silhouette. Thank you. Shun Qingzhu feigned drunkenness, gazing at the figure as he noticed its pupils shifting into a violet hue, the ethereal woman's body becoming more pronounced while the man's grew increasingly translucent. Handsome, your companion appears quite delectable, the woman purred, lifting Shun Qingzhu's chin with a delicate finger. Her peculiar eyes narrowed, regarding Zhao Yunhe with the predatory gaze of a hunter surveying its prey. Bring your companion and come with your sister. One to you? All right, sister. Shun Qingzhu had never been this close to a woman, and at that moment, all he could think of was escaping. Her scent, a nauseating mix of perfume and something unwholesome, overwhelmed his senses. Yet, despite his desire to flee, his body inexplicably yearned to comply with her request. Is this the allure of the Forbidden Realm? 263? It must have recently breached the threshold, its power still unstable, intriguing in its own right. Shun Qingzhu made no attempt to forcibly break through her domain, instead supporting Zhao Yunhe as they advanced step by step. It seems our underage friend Shun is quite popular, Zhao Yunhe whispered close to Shun Qingzhu's ear, his current state of drunkenness rendering his actions somewhat normal. Zhao Yunhe, do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to toss you aside right here and confront the owner of this domain? Shun Qingzhu elbowed him, his tone laced with barely restrained frustration. I was wrong. Zhao Yunhe quickly conceded, realizing that even without utilizing his abilities, Practicing with a blade against Shun Qingzhu would be challenging enough. He had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. Sacred. Yes. That was the first word that surfaced in Shun Qingzhu's mind upon arriving here. Who would dare believe that beneath the red light district lay a pristine, immaculate chapel? Shun Qingzhu stood transfixed by the scene before him. Beneath the holy statues, rows of pews were filled with wax figures, their expressions serene and tranquil, if one could overlook their synchronized gazes fixed upon him. Ding, ding, ding. The church bells rang incessantly, and the wax figures turned their heads in unison, returning to their previous stillness. The figure stood at the altar, and Zhao Yunhe looked up bemused. Had he not been certain he and tea consumed a drop of alcohol, he might have thought himself intoxicated. The man and woman's ethereal forms flickered between reality and illusion, ultimately achieving an eerie equilibrium. In the heart of the church, several men and women were seen in a posture of supplication, bound and controlled. Shun Qingzhu even recognized the uniforms of their school among them. Zhao Yunhe, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Are these your subordinates?" "Not familiar," Shun Qingzhu replied, though his furrowed brow betrayed his true sentiments. It was evident to any discerning eye that this was far from unfamiliar. It was all too familiar. "Kneel." A voice, steeped in an eerie solemnity, echoed through the space, momentarily startling Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. "Kneel," Zhao Yunhe urged. "Why aren't you kneeling?" Shun Qingzhu retorted. "What kind of being merits my submission?" Zhao Yunhe challenged. "Then does he deserve my reverence?" In the blink of an eye, neither had anticipated that they had already engaged in a silent debate through mere glances. Ultimately, Zhao Yunhe, unexpectedly overcome by a peculiar sense of responsibility befitting his age, knelt on one knee, his expression more reverent than those who were bound before them. Having witnessed Zhao Yunhe's ability to effortlessly shift his demeanor, Shun Qingzhu quickly followed suit, half kneeling beside him. At the altar, Shun Qingzhu struggled to comprehend the words being uttered. What was this talk of shared joy, of yin and yang mingling, offering one's soul for supreme glory? He intended to inquire about the statue's identity from Zhao Yunhe, who, being well-read, likely knew. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zhao Yunhe, despite differing in kneeling style, exhibited gestures and expressions that seemed even more controlled than those of the bound individuals, particularly when he joined the others in exclaiming, "Praise enchanting." Shun Qingzhu began to question whether Zhao Yunhe's participation was voluntary. "Zhao Yunhe," Shun Qingzhu whispered, "is there something amiss? Unless it's important, do not disturb my study of this new culture." "Shun," Zhao Yunhe replied, wearing the expression of a diligent student interrupted in his studies. Once the ceremony concluded, the two took their seats on a long bench, and by sheer coincidence, one of Shun Qingzhu's subordinates sat beside him. "Brother Shun, what brings you here?" A tall, handsome youth, robust yet delicate in features, peered past Shun Qingzhu to gaze at the striking beauty beside him. Shun, Brother Shun, you." The youth struggled to find his words, his face reddening, ultimately managing to respectfully greet, "Good day, sister-in-law. Do you not recognize her?" Zhao Yunhe interjected, raising an eyebrow at Shun Qingzhu while flashing a smile at the youth. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Yunhe, your leader's partner." "I am Linjiang," the youth replied shyly, captivated by the beauty before him, who was flawless in every regard, her smile enchanting and reminiscent of a beguiling spirit, save for her slightly hoarse voice. "Your leader is truly formidable. Yet, it seems the people of your city have a unique way of referring to their companions as partners." Understanding Li Liang's expression, Shun Qingzhu discreetly kicked him, admonishing, "What are you thinking? When I say partner, it refers to a task partner. What happened between you and Li Jia? How did you end up bound here, and why are you not under their control?" With that kick, Shun Qingzhu dispelled Li Liang's fanciful notions, prompting him to slowly recount their respective predicaments. Li Jia had been involved in an online romance, and his counterpart invited him to meet at a bar in the red light district. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed, feeling uneasy and thus decided to accompany her. The person who had invited Li Jia was indeed a striking beauty with alluring curves. As they indulged in drink after drink, supporting each other, they prepared to head to a hotel. However, Linjiang, sensing something amiss, followed them with the intention of ensuring the woman safely reached the hotel before bringing Li Jia back. Unexpectedly, a figure appeared, ambiguous in gender, who uttered something to the pair that caused their gazes to dull. They seemed compelled to follow this stranger. Alarmed, Linjiang rushed out to intervene, yet found himself inexplicably drawn to follow as well, despite his inner resistance. Over the next 2 days, he witnessed how this individual brainwashed those who had been ensnared. Though his mind remained clear, by the 3rd day, he felt himself losing control and awaited an opportunity to rescue his brother and the woman. To his astonishment, he encountered Shen Qingzhu and her companions there. The chimes of a bell echoed once more, and standing at the altar, a translucent man and woman simultaneously proclaimed, "The faithful have gathered. The ritual commences." Shen Qingzhu turned to Linjiang, questioning the meaning of this, to which he could only shake his head in confusion. According to the events of the previous days, they should have been engaged in prayer, yet yesterday had not suggested this at all. Shen Qingzhu sensed something was amiss, while Zhao Yunhe's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon the wax figures in the front row and the few remaining living souls. Chapter 12. Breaking the illusion around Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu. Aside from Linjiang, those who still drew breath were incessantly tearing at their garments. Men and women entwined in each other's embrace, kissing and caressing one another's bodies. In an instant, the once sacred cathedral descended into chaos and debauchery. Zhao Yunhe, quick-witted and agile, covered Shen Qingzhu's eyes, warning, "Do not look, you are too young for this. It may lead to dire consequences." Zhao Yunhe, Shen Qingzhu seethed, forcefully prying away his hand, brandishing a dagger in a defensive stance. Zhao Yunhe lifted his gaze towards the prayer platform where a solemn man and woman stood, their eyes tightly shut, as the statues behind them began to align with their visages. Those serene and placid wax figures abruptly turned their heads to observe the pandemonium, their lips curling into an eerie smile. Do these delusional souls aspire to become gods? They ought to be confined to a lunatic asylum instead of descending into madness here. Zhao Yunhe kicked aside a disheveled man lunging towards him, bewildered by the scene of disarray before him. Are they truly so energized amidst this turmoil? Shen Qingzhu felt an overwhelming aura of life enveloping them, an unmistakable essence of vitality. Holy breath revived, the realm he knew all too well. Linjiang, observing the previously raucous crowd, now rendered feeble, turned his gaze to Zhao Yunhe, who stood resolutely beside Shen Qingzhu, and realized that they were perhaps no ordinary individuals. He swiftly dispatched Li Jia, who had removed his clothing down to mere undergarments and was about to kiss an unfamiliar woman, but had suddenly collapsed like a puddle of mud. "Brother Shen, I am familiar with this place. I will lead them to safety. The rest is in your hands." The 16 or 17-year-old youth, embodying the fervor of youth, dragged a man and 2 women toward the exit with a sense of righteous determination. Bang, be careful. The sound of an explosion reverberated in Linjiang's ears. He turned to see a wax figure whose upper body had been blasted into a puddle of wax, his face turning pale as he gritted his teeth and continued to pull the 2 individuals towards safety. "First, watch your own back." Zhao Yunhe swatted away a surgical knife that flew towards Shen Qingzhu, pulling him close, urging, "Do not lose focus. The opponent is in the pool realm. Do not let them exploit any openings." "Understood." Shen Qingzhu regained his composure and nodded to Zhao Yunhe, determining to first ensure Linjiang and the others escape. Having trained together for over half a month, they were intimately familiar with each other's abilities. Shen Qingzhu raised his hand and snapped his fingers towards the densely packed wax figures, while Zhao Yunhe swiftly pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the layer of highly compressed air, and a tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the wax figures in flames and reducing them to molten wax. Who dares to trespass upon this sacred ground? On the prayer platform, the man and woman finally opened their eyes, their peculiar purple irises emanating a menacing glow. The stone statues behind them also opened their eyes, gazing down upon Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu like deities. The overwhelming pressure rendered them breathless. In the blink of an eye, the woman on the prayer platform flickered and vanished into thin air. and the surgical knife that Zhao Yunhe had knocked to the ground lunged directly at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu sensed the shifting currents of air around him. He sidestepped but was still a moment too late, feeling the sharp pierce in his shoulder. With a stifled grunt, he swung the dagger towards his right rear, only for his opponent to evade it effortlessly. Such astonishing speed, it was not merely speed. Zhao Yunhe spoke gravely, revealing that the opponent dissipated entirely at the moment the dagger made contact. The woman's appearance had been utterly sudden, just as her vanishing was without prelude. Had it not been for their heightened perceptual abilities and Zhao Yunhe's sacred breath revitalizing their stamina and mental fortitude, they might have already succumbed. Zhao Yunhe sensed something amiss. These two individuals were undeniably peculiar. The allure of their mental assault was evident, yet they wielded an array of bizarre techniques. Those strange wax figures. The woman who appeared and vanished like a mirage, and the imposing statue that radiated pressure. Was it not said that this individual possessed a perilous, forbidden domain? Judging by the intensity of his mental prowess, he appeared to have merely entered the pool realm. While both he and Shen Qingzhu stood at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm, the disparity between them was minimal. How could his forbidden domain be so formidable? Zhao Yunhe's gaze shifted toward the man upon the altar. He raised his gun, aimed, and fired. The shot rang out, and Zhao Yunhe's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as the bullet traversed the woman's form towards the man's heart. The man, panic-stricken, evaded the shot, feeling the oppressive aura of the statue dissipate in that very moment. Shen Qingzhu, cover me. The explosive sounds echoed, accompanied by thick smoke that surged towards the altar, and Zhao Yunhe propelled himself forward amidst the haze. Clash! The butterfly knife met the scalpel, producing a jarring screech. Shen Qingzhu dashed to Zhao Yunhe's side, the dagger finding its mark in the woman's eye. Suddenly, the statue behind the man emitted a heart-wrenching roar. The pure white visage bore a bloody hole in its left eye, staining half its form crimson. The previously translucent man finally manifested corporeally. A smile crept upon Zhao Yunhe's lips as realization dawned upon him. The ability of Forbidden Domain 263, Allure, meant that from the moment he and Shen Qingzhu entered the red light district, they had become his prey. Why the man collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld Zhao Yunhe advancing towards him. Are you not going to dispel the Forbidden Domain? Your mental energy is nearly depleted, isn't it? Zhao Yunhe offered no explanation, merely chambered another round and fired, swiftly extinguishing the man's life, as if it were his first time vanquishing the mysterious. Those afflicted should remain confined within the asylum. Should they escape, only death awaits them. Shen Qingzhu turned to Zhao Yunhe, witnessing a coldness in him he had never encountered before. He glanced at the dagger in his hand. Zhao Yunhe had taken a life, and he was his most capable accomplice. In that moment, his worldview crumbled and was reshaped entirely, as he truly grasped that he was destined to tread a path divergent from that of the majority. Yet, he felt reassured. He was accompanied by Zhao Yunhe. The once sacred church gradually succumbed to decay, revealing its true visage, dilapidated walls, cluttered with debris, and a warm corpse. Ding, esteemed host, your System 002 is devotedly at your service. Current count of dispatched life forms, 498 out of 50. Please, esteemed host, continue your efforts. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yunhe's spirits soared. Splendid news. He was merely 498 lives away from achieving a positive tally. Zhao Yunhe, you have finally emerged, Nie Tingwei exclaimed as he rushed toward Zhao Yunhe. We were so worried about you too. This forbidden wasteland is exceedingly strange. We could not enter unless the owner consented. Did Shen Qingzhu and I bring shame to our team 041? Zhao Yunhe smiled, embracing Shen Qingzhu's shoulders. Brother Nye, relax. What? Before Nye Tingwei could fully comprehend, he felt his legs weaken, battling the impulse to kneel. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I shall use my vitality to heal Qingzhu's wounds. Zhao, your mastery of the divine wasteland is becoming increasingly adept. Wang Xiao, come help me. The members of Team 041 laughed at this scene. Zhao coughed lightly, drawing Duan Zhouge's attention but Zhao Zhao's gaze had already returned to Zhao Yunhe and the others. Brother Shun, Li Liang, dragging Li Jia along, approached, scratching his head in embarrassment. Though I am unsure of the circumstances, thank you, Brother Shun, for saving us once more. My life and Li Jia's will forever belong to you. Shun Qingzhu huffed softly, her tone less than amiable. Take good care of Li Jia. In the future, when I depart. At this point, she faltered, ultimately sighing and patting Li Liang's shoulder. Focus on your studies. Avoid unnecessary troubles. Brother Shun, Li Liang wiped away tears, feeling a profound sadness. Unlike him, Brother Shun was destined to be a hero. This might be their final meeting, and he and Li Jia could never repay the debt owed to Brother Shun in this lifetime. Why are you crying? Zhao Yunhe playfully patted Li Liang's head, wincing at the pain. He mused that the boy's head must be solid. It was so hard. Yet, he maintained an airy demeanor. You and your Brother Shun are not parting ways just yet. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Li Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Zhao Yunhe. Confusion etched on his face. Report, Captain. 2 owners of the Forbidden Wasteland detected. Zhao Yunhe chuckled and suddenly addressed Duan Jioga. He was unaware of the specifics of Li Jia and Li Liang's Forbidden Wasteland, but according to the narrative, they must have already acquired one. Otherwise, how could they accompany Shun Qingzhu to the training base? Wen Zhan emerged, glancing at Li Liang and Li Jia, nodding in affirmation of the psychic energy fluctuations, though further examination was necessary to ascertain the nature of it. Li Liang, somewhat bewildered, trailed behind Team 041 to the base with Li Jia. After they completed their assessments, they were again pulled aside by Nie Tingyue, who provided a plethora of information regarding the Night Watchers' Forbidden Wasteland. Upon learning that joining the Night Watchers would allow him to fight alongside Shen Qingzhu, he hastily signed a registration form for himself and Li Jia without hesitation. Chapter 13. The Twinkling Stars. This training session was set in Cangnan. Duan Jioga gazed at the 4 youths before him, each exhibiting a distinct expression: confusion, excitement, anxiety, and Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu, what time did you 2 go to bed last night? The 2, their eyes heavy and barely open, replied in unison, 6:30. They had been dining together at that hour. Duan Jioga took a deep breath. These 2 boys had grown under his watchful eye, and now they were about to depart. He refrained from reprimanding them. At 6:30 this morning, Zhao Yunhe rubbed his eyes and added, leaning against Shun Qingzhu like a limp noodle, aren't we supposed to go to the capital? Why has it changed at Cangnan? As soon as Zhao Yunhe uttered these words, he perked up, his fatigue momentarily forgotten. Cangnan, the birthplace of their story, Linjiang, the masked squad, the training camp. He recalled they needed to stop once along the way. He still had 70 or 80,000 in his account. While it didn't quite match the opulence of Bai Li's lifestyle, it was far from destitute. Shen Qingzhu could indulge in his noodles piled high with meat, sausages, and eggs. The change was made at the last minute, but fortunately, you all bought afternoon tickets. So it worked out. Wang Xiao and Nie Tingyue will drive you there. That's fine. I can sleep a bit longer. Zhao Yunhe dragged 2 hefty suitcases to Wang Xiao's car, swiftly seated himself in the last row, and waved for Shun Qingzhu to hurry up. Get in the car. I'm dead tired. You little rascal. Not an ounce of conscience. Duan Jioga watched Zhao Yunhe's back, torn between annoyance and amusement. He turned to see Shun Qingzhu bidding farewell to Wen Zhan and felt a flicker of comfort. At least young Shun was considerate. Nonsense. After finishing his conversation with Wen Zhan, Shun Qingzhu bypassed Duan Jioga and climbed into the vehicle without casting a glance in his direction. Li Liang observed Duan Jioga's darkening expression and then glanced at the already seated Shen Qingzhu. After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Li Jia and their luggage, bid everyone farewell, and hurried after them. Duan Jioga watched the vehicle recede into the distance, muttering a curse at the cheeky boy. He turned to the other members of Team 041 and said, "Let us go. There are still matters to wrap up in the red light district. Captain, here's a gift from Qingzhu and Yunhe." Wen Zhan handed Duan Jioga a handcrafted badge. The silver emblem depicted a chibi figure wielding a long sword, with rough lines and an exaggerated style. On the back, 4 bold characters read, "See you again, Captain Duan." The 2 had source materials from who knows where. and it looked quite impressive. It took them about 11 or 12 days to make. Duan Jiuge felt a surge of joy, humming softly as he tucked the badge in his chest pocket, muttering, "So ugly." Cangnan City, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from the heavens as several military helicopters pierced through the clouds, descending upon a desolate suburban area. The helicopters landing on a helipad whipped up clouds of dust around them. Not far from the helipad stood a row of solemn-faced soldiers, standing rigid as statues. Once the helicopters came to a halt, the doors slowly opened, and Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying the distinctive black box of the night watchman, stepped down from the aircraft. "Good day, Commander." The soldier stood resolutely amidst the swirling sands, akin to steadfast poplar trees, their resounding voices seemingly piercing through the vast expanse of the sky. Yuan Gang adjusted his attire and inquired of a middle-aged man at the forefront of the formation. "Hong Hao, has everything been arranged at the training camp?" "Report. The training camp has been constructed and the facilities are complete." "Please review, Commander." Hong Hao saluted with precision, his voice carrying authority. Yuan Gang nodded and continued his stride. "Have the new recruits' information been compiled for this training session? Please provide me with a copy shortly." "Understood." The training camp, situated in the largest suburban area of Cangnan City, was heavily fortified, with the military stationed at every checkpoint. Only those bearing special military credentials were permitted entry. "Report. Commander, here is the list of this year's new recruits along with their background information." As Yuan Gang accepted the list, which he casually skimmed, his previously amiable demeanor swiftly turned serious. Standing there, his lips pressed into a straight line, the instructors behind him came to a halt, sensing the shift in his mood. Upon scrutinizing the names, Yuan Gang felt a mix of concern and amusement. The roster this year was rather peculiar. "Commander, have we discovered a genius among this year's recruits?" A curious, younger instructor approached, peering over Yuan Gang's shoulder. In the fourth column of the list, several significant characters were neatly printed. Guang Shun, by Li Tu-ming, male, 16 years old. Bai Li, the sole heir of the Guang Shun Bai Li group. The instructor was taken aback upon recognizing the surname. The Bai Li group was one of the prominent benefactors of the Night Watchers. And who among them didn't he know the illustrious name of the Forbidden Artifact Museum? Are the wealthiest minds not sound? What could he possibly be thinking? Why would he forsake his privileged life to endure this? But that's not the crux of the matter. What if he struggles during training? If the penalties are severe and the intensity too daunting, what if he retaliates against us upon leaving the camp? "I doubt he would dare," Yuan Gang replied sternly. "The Night Watchers are a national organization. Not even this young heir is exempt from our rules. The Night Watchers are not a playground for the Bai Li family. Training will proceed as planned." "Yes." The instructors, reassured by Yuan Gang's words, felt emboldened to proceed with their training regimen. Upon finishing his remarks, Yuan Gang continued to examine the list, while several instructors, watching the now pensive Yuan Gang, leaned in closer to scrutinize the document. "Cangnan, Lin Qi, male, 17 years old, sequence 003, agent of the Archangel Michael. Linjiang, Zhao Yunhe, male, 19 years old, sequence 012, agent of the god Apollo." 2 divine agents? This cohort is destined for greatness. An archangel has an agent now. I had not heard of this development. And the god of light? How did a deity from Greek mythology come to join us? What led them to choose individuals from our nation? Fortunately, they're all neutral parties. Either there are none for years, or suddenly 2 appear at once. Have the deities taken to forming groups in recent years? The last divine agent emerging from the rookie training was indeed the one from the special team, masked. However, this year promises to be particularly intriguing, with the presence of both a seraph and a god of light. Yuan Gang gazed at the list in his hand, letting out a weary sigh as he circled a series of names with a red pen. Linjiang, Shun Xingzhu, male, 16 years old, Forbidden Ruins, sequence 068. Chimin, Gusu. Mo Li, female, 16 years old, Mo, Clan Sword Sect, Forbidden Ruins, sequence 076. Wandering Frequencies. Juhua Mountain, Chao Yuan, male, 17 years old, Forbidden Ruins, sequence 031. Black King Annihilation. Hebei, Mo Shui Bai, male, 15 years old, Mo Family Spear, Forbidden Ruins, sequence 092. blue sky, and yellow springs. Jinling. The combination of a Seraph agent, a God of Light agent, and the heir to the Bailey group is already enough to give us a headache. Furthermore, there are 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, one of which is an invincible being beneath the divine. Have I also been entangled with a male third party this year? Are we fated to clash with the number 3 this year? The young instructor stared at the dense red circles in Yuan Gang's hand, lamenting. The instructor beside him took a step back, muttering, "You may be clashing with 3, but we are not." Despite the antics of a young instructor, the other instructors were not at ease either. As the moon rose and the stars twinkled, they too were caught in a good moment. "Chief, this cohort of recruits is quite troublesome," remarked the relatively young instructor, pondering how he could utter the words, "You are the worst group I have ever led." Yuan Gang tucked away the list, contemplating. The mask team has not had much to do lately, so let them come. Let us establish some order. Genius should be nurtured by genius. Zhao Yunhe and others were personally escorted to the training camp by Wang, Xiao, and Ye Tingwei, with military off-road vehicles leading the way, followed by a stretch Lincoln, attracting the attention of dozens of new recruits. Such a display of grandeur. Wang Xiao and Ye Tingwei commanded the elite's presence impeccably upon alighting. They flashed an identification card at the officer at the entrance, and soon 3 instructors emerged. After a brief exchange, Wang Xiao and Ye Tingwei departed without a glance at the trio carrying their luggage, executing their actions with effortless grace. The 3 individuals turned their gaze toward Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, scrutinizing them as if they were rare treasures. "Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu?" the relatively young instructor inquired. "That would be us." "Greetings, instructors," Zhao Yunhe replied, pulling Shen Qingzhu along to offer a polite salutation, revealing a set of neat, bright white teeth, exuding an aura of both obedience and sunshine. "Hello, I am Su Cheng, your instructor. In a few days, you will be seeing more of me. It's a bit late today, so I won't take you on a tour. Here is a map of the training camp. Once you settle in, you can explore tomorrow. Now, let me escort you to your dormitory." Chapter 14. Divine Agents. Su Cheng guided Zhao Yunhe and a few others through the areas they would pass on their way to the dormitory, including the physical training grounds, shooting range, and supply station. Upon arrival, he informed them that the dormitory consisted entirely of double rooms. As newcomers, they had arrived at a reasonable time, and there were still many available rooms to choose from. Shen Qingzhu was typically indifferent about accommodations, but Zhao Yunhe, having lived a life of affluence for nearly 2 decades, was quite particular. After deliberating for a while, he selected a well-lit and comfortable room on the first floor. Liliang and Li Jia had no strong preferences and opted for the room next door. "Choosing the first floor is quite astute," Su Cheng remarked, noting Zhao Yunhe's good taste as he registered their room numbers. "The training camp will commence in 3 days, so be sure to rest well. After all, there will be no opportunities for relaxation over the next year." Once Su Cheng departed, Zhao Yunhe began to scrutinize the dormitory. This training camp was newly constructed, and the living conditions were undoubtedly pristine and orderly. He had read descriptions of such facilities in books, which often depicted them as exceedingly rudimentary, with hard beds, lacking even fans. September in Cangnan was far from the golden autumn. It remained oppressively hot. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Unaccustomed to hardship, he had insisted on purchasing 4 thick mattresses for many air conditioning fans, 15 solar-powered chargers, 2 decks of playing cards, a set of chess pieces, and a Monopoly game just a day prior with Shen Qingzhu. With a loud thud, Zhao Yunhe opened one of the suitcases, its contents spilling out like a minor explosion. "Shen Qingzhu, come help me make the bed. Once we're done, we can play chess." With no signal and their phones confiscated, he felt unbearably bored. A true night owl, sleep eluded him, but thankfully he had brought chess and playing cards. Otherwise, he would have struggled to endure the monotony. "Zhao Yunhe," Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, observing Zhao Yunhe, who had regretted his chess moves 4 times in just 10 minutes. "You're a terrible player, yet you love to play. That's the last time." Zhao Yunhe protested, retracting a piece he had just moved. Shen Qingzhu clenched his fists in frustration. Not far away, on the rooftop, Yuan Gang lowered his binoculars with a deep sigh. Here was a cunning agent of the God of Light, and a dangerously temperamental one at that. He turned to the visibly uncomfortable Su Cheng and remarked, "Is this what you meant by cheerful, sensible, and close-knit friends?" Su Cheng. Yuan Gang patted Su Cheng on the shoulder. "Young Su, one must not judge merely by appearances." After uttering this, he departed, returning to his office with another long sigh. These two youngsters clearly held more than met the eye. And then there was that Seraphim agent who had immediately flopped onto his bed. Tomorrow, the young master of the Bailey family would also be arriving. Alas, of course, it's my charm that draws the attention of passers-by. Bam. Zhao Yunhe collided with a boy, causing the items he was holding to scatter across the ground. He tossed an apple to Shun Qingzhu and began gathering the fallen belongings, offering them to the boy. "Sorry, here's your stuff. It's fine." Zhao Yunhe gazed at the strikingly handsome youth before him, whose eyes sparkled like stars and exuded an air of cool nobility. He extended a hand and said, "Greetings, I am Zhao Yunhe, a new recruit this year. This is my friend, Shun Qingzhu." Upon hearing the name Zhao Yunhe, Lin Jie turned his attention towards him. Zhao Yunhe, the instructor Hong had mentioned yesterday upon his arrival, was another divine agent within the training camp, much like himself. Lin Jie grasped the hand that was offered to him, filled with numerous inquiries regarding the agents, and perhaps this individual could illuminate his uncertainties. Zhao Yunhe smiled gently. "I know of you, the agent of the Seraphim Michael. I reside in room 107. Feel free to visit me when you have time. For now, let us return and drop off our belongings. Until we meet again." Lin Jie nodded, observing Zhao Yunhe as he dashed towards Shun Qingzhu, exchanging his cigarette for chewing gum while chatting animatedly. A subtle smile graced Lin Jie's lips as he turned and departed with his belongings. After all, he would be here for a year. What was a day in the grand scheme of time? When Lin Jie entered the cafeteria for lunch, he encountered Zhao Yunhe, who was laughing and conversing with Li Pangpang as they approached him. "What a coincidence!" Zhao Yunhe exclaimed cheerfully as he took a seat across from Lin Jie, calling out to Shun Qingzhu, "Over here, Brother Jie. Do you know Brother Yunhe? This is truly wonderful." Li Pangpang exclaimed as he settled beside Lin Jie, launching into a spirited dialogue. "Brother Yunhe and I hit it off instantly, and our bond is as strong as that of brothers who share their dreams and slumber side by side. I never imagined the two of you would know each other. How fortunate we are." Zhao Yunhe playfully transferred the green peppers from his plate to Shun Qingzhu's as he heard the phrase, "share dreams and slumber side by side." He paused momentarily, intrigued. "Share dreams and slumber side by side? I didn't realize you had such interest, Jie." Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened, contemplating whether he should switch tables and dormitories, while Zhao Yunhe added, "This sentiment must be reciprocated, otherwise we." Zhao Yunhe's remark left both Lin Jie and Shun Qingzhu momentarily flustered, one wishing to silence the chubby boy's nonsensical chatter, while the other pondered a change of scenery. "Brother Yunhe, you truly understand me," Li Pangpang exclaimed, seemingly triggered by Zhao Yunhe's words. He quickly settled beside him, gazing at him with a bashful expression. "In that case, Brother Yunhe, could it be that we?" Zhao Yunhe felt as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly replied to Li Pangpang, "Pangpang, it's not that I don't wish for that. However, a friendship of such depth cannot accommodate a third party. Shenge and I share a bond of life and death. If we were to share dreams and slumber side by side, Shenge would undoubtedly feel jealous. Is that so?" Li Pangpang blinked, momentarily at a loss as he scrutinized Zhao Yunhe's sincere countenance, then glanced at the silent Shun Qingzhu. "Of course, Shenge, Xian Yi, please say something," Li Pangpang urged. Zhao Yunhe draped an arm around Shun Qingzhu's shoulders, calling out Shenge in a tone that was both mournful and pitiful. Shun Qingzhu sighed, nodding solemnly at Li Pangpang. "Indeed, I would feel jealous." As Zhao Yunhe perceived the subtle shift in Bailey Pongpong's demeanor, he clasped his hand and gazed into his eyes with a depth of affection usually reserved for cherished companions. "Fear not, my dear Pangpang, for in my heart, you shall forever hold the esteemed position of my second-best brother, just after Brother Shun." Deeply moved by Zhao Yunhe's heartfelt words, Li Pangpang felt tears welling in his eyes as he replied, Brother Yunhe, in my heart, you two are second only to Brother Chie. Bailey, Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu, well accustomed to Zhao Yunhe's theatrical nature, cast a glance at the embracing pair before turning her attention to the astonished Lin Chie. With a knowing smile, she remarked, "You'll get used to it," and resumed her meal, savoring the green peppers that Zhao Yunhe had placed in her bowl. Lin Chie, somewhat bewildered, pondered the peculiarities of this divine proxy, drawing parallels to the erratic behavior of Nikes from the mental institution. He found himself questioning the reliability of engaging with such an entity. Chapter 15. I, Shun Qingzhu. My name remains unchanged, and my surname does not alter. In recent days, Zhao Yunhe has been enjoying a life of comfort. By day, he shares slumber with Shun Qingzhu and leisurely explores the training camp. By night, he engages in card games with the plump Bailey and Lin Chie, all while basking in the gentle breeze of a mini air conditioner. Aside from the prohibition against mobile phone usage, he has scarcely encountered any hardship. "Good morning, Chie." Zhao Yunhe approached Lin Chie, retrieving the toothbrush he had dropped on the floor. He whispered to Lin Chie, who bore the identity of the chubby Bailey. "Didn't Bailey mention he is just a child from an ordinary family? Do you believe that?" Lin Chie inquired. "Of course. Aren't we friends?" Zhao Yunhe replied, before pushing through the crowd and shouting, "Bailey, I adore Patek Philippe." Lin Chie sighed, glancing at Shun Qingzhu, who stood beside him, observing the surroundings. "Do you believe that?" "He does," Shun Qingzhu said, chewing on a piece of bubblegum, "but I am not a fool." As Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, approached the dormitory area, he overheard the exclamation about Patek Philippe, and his irritation escalated. He directed his gaze towards the raucous dormitory building and began to curse. "I damn well want to see who fancies Patek Philippe. Is this a nightclub or what? Should I summon a few dancers to entertain you further?" His shouts echoed between the dormitory buildings, prompting Zhao Yunhe to impulsively respond, "Sure. The more, the merrier. I adore long, straight black hair." The recruits clustered around Bailey had already dispersed at the sound of Instructor Hong's initial proclamation. Apart from Bailey, who lay prone on the ground, cradling a collection of watches and murmuring softly, only Zhao Yunhe remained standing. His words rendered the surroundings so quiet that the fall of a pin could be heard. Zhao Yunhe's remarks successfully interrupted Instructor Hong's impending statement. Recognizing the familiar face, Instructor Hong momentarily faltered, struggling to recall Zhao Yunhe's name. He pointed at Zhao Yunhe and questioned you. "What is your name?" Feeling a chill in his heart, Zhao Yunhe thought to himself, "My name remains unchanged. My surname does not alter. I am Shun Qingzhu." "Shun Qingzhu, do you wish to die?" Upon asking, Instructor Hong suddenly remembered Zhao Yunhe's name. Amused by his response, he chuckled. If he were just an ordinary recruit, it would be one thing, but this cohort had produced two divine agents, and he would recognize them even if they turned to ash. The agent of the God of Light from Linjiang City is Zhao Yunhe. Instructor Hong glared at Zhao Yunhe, his irritation still present, but he did not forget his purpose for visiting. He declared loudly, "All personnel must gather at the training ground at 2 o'clock this afternoon." With that, he turned and departed the dormitory area with the other instructors. "Brother Shun." Once Instructor Hong had left, Zhao Yunhe dashed to Shun Qingzhu's side, moving so swiftly that he seemed to leave an afterimage. "My name remains unchanged. My surname does not alter." Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, repeating the phrase. "Brother Shun." Zhao Yunhe, aware that Shun Qingzhu was not angry, began to playfully charm him, knowing well that Shun Qingzhu responded better to gentleness than harshness. "You nearly scare me to death, but Brother Yunhe is still valiant." Bailey Pang, clutching the watches yet to be distributed, dashed over to Lin Chie's side. "What a pity. So many remain. Why do you enjoy giving gifts so much?" Lin Chie pondered the reasons behind Bailey Pong's enthusiasm, as well as Zhao Yunhe's seemingly indifferent yet supportive demeanor. How can one cultivate relationships without giving gifts? Bailey Pang blurted out, seemingly devoid of thought. "My father always says that this world revolves around human connections and social etiquette." Lin Chie fell silent. Over the past few days, he had been led by Bailey Pang to seek out Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu for amusement, and had come to realize that this chubby boy's innocence bordered on foolishness. After a moment, he addressed Bailey Pang Pang. However, Pang Pang, if human connections were indeed the entirety of this world, then society would have perished long ago. Bailey Pang Pang gazed at Lin Xie with a puzzled expression, scratching his head in confusion before turning to the nearby Zhao Yunhe and quietly inquired, "Brother Yunhe, what does Xie mean?" Zhao Yunhe, with a grin, embraced Bailey Pang Pang and began to speak nonsensically. He is feeling jealous. What he has, others also possess. Think about it. Xie is your best buddy. If he gives you something and gives the same to someone else, wouldn't you feel a twinge of jealousy? Bailey Pang Pang nodded, looking at Zhao Yunhe with admiration. Brother Yunhe is so clever. I understand now. Lin Xie stared incredulously at the two, one daring to speak and the other believing. Is that truly what I meant? Zhao Yunhe, with a look of approval, patted Bailey Pong Pong's head. All right then, it's early in the morning. Go wash up, and after we have breakfast together, Shun Qingzhu and I will catch a few more ZS before training begins this afternoon. In the afternoon, Zhao Yunhe donned the military uniform he had received from the supply station and turned to Shun Qingzhu, who stood with his uniform open and cap worn backward. Oh, are you waiting for me to help you change? Shun Qingzhu remained silent, merely standing there. Zhao Yunhe, finding a certain charm in his reticence, stepped outside, only to glance back and see Shun Qingzhu still standing there. Shun Qingzhu, aren't you leaving? After a 3-second pause, Shun Qingzhu finally spoke. I can't figure out this damn belt. Zhao Yunhe chuckled and walked over, assisting Shun Qingzhu with his attire while casually asking, "Didn't you learn this during high school military training?" Shun Qingzhu's complexion paled slightly, hinting at some trouble he had encountered. All right then. Zhao Yunhe pretended not to hear, adjusting Shun Qingzhu's cap and giving his shoulders a pat. You look just as dashing as I do. Let's go. They arrived not too late, positioning themselves in the center of the formation. By this time, the instructors had long been present on the training platform, standing in stark contrast to the loosely assembled group below, each instructor standing tall and proud like resilient poplars in a barren desert. Zhao Yunhe curiously observed the instructors, guessing their respective subjects until his gaze met that of Instructor Hong, whom he had encountered earlier at the dormitory. His previously broad smile faded, and he averted his eyes. As more participants gathered, Yuan Gang, standing at the forefront, surveyed the disordered crowd and commanded, "Everyone, stand in formation." The recruits were startled by the thunderous voice, and the previously cacophonous environment fell into an immediate silence, swiftly forming a disciplined line. Zhao Yunhe was taken aback by the sudden shout, patting his chest. It was evident that the commanding presence emanating from the instructor, unassisted by any weapons or supernatural means, was something that these inexperienced newcomers could not hope to possess in a short span of time. Yuan Gang silently observed the varied expressions of the crowd below, before finally speaking in a deep and resonant tone. I am your chief instructor for this training session, Yuan Gang. You may all be distinguished individuals hailing from various corners of the world, but here, your identities and backgrounds hold no significance whatsoever. You are merely a group of recruits, a bunch of novices. No, at this moment, you may not even qualify as novices. You are simply worthless, mere refuse. Zhao Yunhe glanced at the surrounding recruits, whose emotions had been stirred, and then turned to see Shun Qingzhu, seemingly ready to confront Yuan Gang. It must be said that Instructor Yuan was unparalleled in his ability to ignite the fighting spirit in others. However, he had misspoken. Zhao Yunhe earnestly reflected upon his own capabilities and concluded that not all of them were worthless. He truly felt that he at least was not. Yuan Gong, observing the people below, sensed that he needed to heighten the pressure further. He continued, "What? By the looks on your faces, it seems some of you are unwilling to comply." No sooner had Yuan Gang's words left his lips than two voices from the crowd rang out in unison. I refuse to comply. I refuse to comply. Chapter 16. In the midst of the crowd, two impeccably dressed young men in military uniforms leisurely extended their hands. One flashed a broad, cheerful smile revealing a set of pearly whites, while the other, chewing gum, wore an expression of playful mockery. Despite their differing appearances, expressions, and tones, an unmistakable aura emanated from them, one that seemed to deter any unwanted interruptions. "What are your names?" Yuanggong inquired, having recognized from the very first day of training camp that these two were troublemakers. However, he relished the challenge that such spirited individuals brought to the training. "Shen Qingzhu," proclaimed one. "Zhao Yunhe," declared the other. "Very well. Who else is dissatisfied?" "I am." "Me too," with Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe leading the charge. Dissenting voices began to ripple through the crowd. In the back, Bailey Pang Pang nudged Lin Chia. "Chia, are you in agreement?" Clearly taken aback by the question, Lin Chia stammered. "Me? I am. Why? I have encountered the mysterious. It is an existence that cannot be resisted among most present." Bailey Pang Pang glanced at Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu standing resolutely at the center, then turned to the serious Lin Chia, contemplating before responding. "All right, if you concede, so shall I." On stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the reaction he sought. The presence of these two troublemakers had evidently elevated the atmosphere he intended to create. He nodded and declared, "Excellent. Since so many of you are dissatisfied, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves." At that moment, as Yuan Gang concluded his statement, Zhao Yunhe had already lifted his gaze towards the azure sky, anticipating their arrival and that heartfelt wish for a happy new year. Yuan Gang retrieved a walkie-talkie, gazing skyward with a triumphant expression, descend. Everyone, both on and off the stage, followed his gaze, only to find nothing amiss in the sky, returning to their previous nonchalance. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhe discreetly grasped Shen Qingzhu's wrist, retreating unnoticeably to the back of the crowd. "What's the matter? It's a bit crowded. I'm feeling a bit breathless." As the two reached the end of the line, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. "Look! Someone is falling from the clouds." Everyone abruptly looked up. In the brilliant blue sky, 7 dark figures gradually expanded in size. They were individuals clad in gray cloaks, each adorned with distinct masks. Zhao Yunhe observed the members of the mask team descending from the heavens, and amidst the gasps of astonishment, the surrounding gravitational field seemed to dissipate. Even the velocity of their descent appeared to slow. The gray cloaks billowed in the wind, and the 7 unique masks gleamed under the sunlight. Shen Qingzhu's gaze settled on the figures standing on stage, the mask special team. When Zhan had informed him that this was one of the most elite teams in the Great Xia, Wang Mian stood on the stage, taking in the expressions of the audience. "Hello everyone, we are the mask team." Before he could finish, the figure beside him, Xianzhu, suddenly knelt before the new recruits with a resounding thud. A peculiar silence enveloped the training ground. Vortex knelt there, taking a moment to grasp the reality before him. With a subtle shift of his gaze, he slowly raised his hands in a gesture of greeting to the new recruits below. The masked squad's Vortex wishes everyone an early new year. Zhao Yunhe, witnessing this iconic scene, tugged at the silent Shen Qingzhu, urging him to retreat further back. Sometimes, a spark of inspiration need not be overly complicated. Still feeling down? Shen Qingzhu's attention returned to Zhao Yunhe, concern evident in his voice. "Yes, I'm struggling," Zhao Yunhe replied, panting as if genuinely gasping for breath. After bowing his head for a moment, he raised it again, his eyes now tinged with red. He cast a sidelong glance toward the training ground's entrance, noting that it was just the right distance. "Brother Shun, shall we head to the dormitory for a moment? I'm feeling quite unwell." Zhao Yunhe felt this excuse was thoroughly justifiable. Shen Qingzhu had never seen Zhao Yunhe in such a state, pale and with reddened eyes. He nodded in agreement, allowing himself to be pulled along. At that moment, Yuan Gang had finished explaining the rules. If any member of the mask squad had their mask removed between 2:30 in the afternoon and 9 in the evening, it would be deemed a victory for the new recruits. Upon hearing Wang Mian provocatively declare that 5 individuals could easily overpower them all, Zhao Yunhe's eyes flickered with realization. Are they employing the auxiliary skills of sandalwood and star patterns? In a game, it's far more engaging when a team fights together. I believe they are merely wary of our strength. Do not be deceived, everyone. Those 2 who went down certainly lack combat skills. Zhao Yunhe, positioned at the rear, shouted with all his might. Shen Qingzhu instantly understood Zhao Yunhe's intent and chimed in. Exactly. Don't let them fool you. This is all part of their strategy. 7 versus 240? So be it. Indeed, indeed. The masked squad must be afraid. Zhao Yunhe echoed. Wang Mian observed the commotion among the crowd, his lips pressed together beneath his mask. His gaze shifting toward Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, who had successfully distanced themselves after rallying the new recruit spirits. As the agent of the God of Light, he eagerly anticipated their confrontation. All right, 7 versus 240 it is. Zhao Yunhe smirked, his objective achieved. He then turned to Yuan Gang on the stage, waiting for him to utter the final word. Glancing at the watch that Li Pangpang had gifted him, he noted it was 2:30 and 10 seconds. He grasped Shen Qingzhu's hand and dashed toward the training grounds exit without looking back. As Yuan Gang descended the stage, he inadvertently glanced at the crowd and spotted 2 figures racing toward the exit. Who else could it be but the rebellious Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu? Suppressing a smile, Yuan Gang followed the other instructors to the monitoring room. Before exiting, Shen Qingzhu looked back at the training ground. The pink hammer swirling in the air had sent all the new recruits charging forward flying, while a deep purple vortex appeared abruptly, absorbing all assaults directed at the masked squad with effortless ease. The scene was utterly chaotic. Thankfully, he and Zhao Yunhe had managed to retreat from the crowd and had taken a step ahead. We should return to the dormitory. You rest well while I set up an ambush, Shen Qingzhu stated calmly. All right, Zhao Yunhe replied. The two moved with remarkable speed, followed closely by the first to notice their retreat, Shunge and Zhao Yunhe, who distanced themselves from the crowd, alongside Li Jia, Li Liang, and an acquaintance and other subordinate. Deng Wei. The group arrived at the dormitory building, where Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes, recognizing the potential for an ambush. If executed flawlessly, they could catch the masked team completely off guard. Zhao Yunhe stood beside Shen Qingzhu, assuring him, "Feel free to act. I shall assist you. Are you feeling all right?" Shen Qingzhu inquired, frowning. After Zhao Yunhe had shouted earlier, he genuinely feared he might faint before the battle even commenced. How much better now? As Shen Qingzhu awaited the arrival of the dorm residents, he gathered everyone to share his plan. They were merely a group of rookies, disorganized like scattered sand, lacking a leader to unite them. Moreover, this leader was one of the first to initiate resistance, and although the other silent figures stood beside him, his stance was unmistakably clear. The clarity and reasonableness of the plan promised immense power when executed. Thus, there was little justification for dissent. Throughout, Zhao Yunhe remained quietly by Shen Qingzhu's side. Once Shen Qingzhu had finalized discussions with the others, they returned to their respective ambush points. In the distant instructor's monitoring room, beneath the vast screen, the performances of all the recruits were laid bare. Yuan Gang sat in the back, observing the screen while holding a list and profiles of the new recruits. Lin Xie, Zhao Yunhe, Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li. A formidable group, and, if united, it would undoubtedly lead to a most thrilling confrontation. Chapter 17. Zhao Yunhe observed Shen Qingzhu, who had set up a myriad of ambushes within the dormitory building. He then glanced at the distant explosion, crouching in an inconspicuous corner. The masked ones are approaching. Are we prepared? Shen Qingzhu nodded. From the moment he began laying traps, Zhao Yunhe had already analyzed the movement patterns of the masked squad. They would seize the initial opportunity, while the recruits had yet to form cohesive groups, to swiftly assault the armory, a location that new recruits would inevitably gravitate towards. By neutralizing that site, they could diminish their combat capability by at least a third. Subsequently, considering that most individuals would have formed small groups occupying the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory building, and tactical research rooms, and with their own realms suppressed to the flickering light, their mental energy would inevitably wane. It was clear they would choose to gather in the dormitory, the location with the most ambush points and utmost concealment. The conflict at the armory would undoubtedly trigger a large-scale explosion. All they needed to do was prepare their deployment before the detonation. In the underground base, the near success of detonating the vortex mask had filtered out the weaker individuals who merely sought to take advantage of the chaos. Moreover, they had even executed a flawless breakout under such circumstances, truly worthy of being agents of the divine. One instructor remarked, After all, they are agents of the Seraphim. Yet, intelligence suggested that his divine domain appeared incomplete. Yuan Gang gazed intently at the screen, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table, which bore another report emblazoned with the name Zhao Yunhe. He fixated on the display, lost in thought. They are headed towards the dormitory. The masked one seemed to be rather unfortunate this time, having just encountered the Seraph and now facing the God of Light. But hadn't the intelligence indicated that the God of Light's domain was more of a healing support type? Can your support directly heal using the enemy's health bar? Yuan Gang responded, Sir, can you clarify? The intelligence states that Zhao Yunhe is classified as support. Yuan Gang merely murmured, Watch. What? Watch what? Several instructors followed his gaze to the screen, then to another report beside Zhao Yunhe. How is it him? The masked one's luck appeared to be exceedingly poor. The individuals within the dormitory were all formidable opponents. Chao Yuan, come quickly. Brother Shun has already arranged the tactics. Do you wish to join us? The youth who pushed open the dormitory door looked at Chao Yuan, who sat on the bed devoid of spirit, not even granting him a glance. Undoubtedly, he was met with rejection. Guide me, O mortals, the youth sighed, reluctantly following Zhao Yunhe's instructions, joining his hands in prayer and mimicking the tone. Suddenly, Chao Yuan's tightly shut eyes flew open. He turned to the youth, his demeanor shifting from calm to urgent, exclaiming, What did you say? Startled by his reaction, the youth repeated Zhao Yunhe's words. Guide me, O mortals. Brother, he knows your thoughts. Where is he? Gao Yuan stood, excitement coursing through him as he approached the youth. Please, take me to him. The youth guided Chao Yuan through the corridor, while Brother Shun orchestrated strategies with remarkable prowess. Complemented by Brother He, a mastermind of unparalleled intellect. Indeed, victory seemed imminent. Brother Shun, Brother He, here he comes. The youth returned to his position after bringing Chao Yuan, who approached Zhao Yunhe with an urgent tone. Do you know something, master? Of course, Zhao Yunhe nodded, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. You are searching for someone, aren't you? I know who that person is, but you must assist me with a small favor before I divulge the information. All right, Chao Yuan agreed with a nod. Zhao Yunhe leaned closer to whisper instructions. In a moment, do this, and then, after Zhao Yunhe finished speaking, Chao Yuan's expression darkened, and he swiftly vanished into the unknown. Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. Did you not reach an agreement? Who knows? That kid is impervious to persuasion. Zhao Yunhe replied, exasperated. Shun Qingzhu dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We must continue strategizing our plan. We will lie in ambush here. And when the mass squad arrives, we'll let the group that is not with us tire them out before we strike and reap the rewards. Excellent idea, someone remarked. Fools, another chimed in. Let us proceed. Suddenly, an incongruous voice resonated in their ears, causing a momentary pause as they turned to look. Behind them stood a man toying with a short sword, adorned with a blue crescent moon mask. The corners of the masked figure's mouth curled slightly upwards. What a surprise, a bunch of fools. The masked man swiftly dispatched 2 new recruits, and it took a moment for the others to react, resembling a group of rowdy thugs as they recklessly charged at him with their blades. Yet, before their weapons could reach him, his figure began to fade from sight. Everyone, be alert. He can become invisible. Don't let him catch you off guard. The new recruits, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into chaos, akin to ants on a hot pan. Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened profoundly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, all the new recruits surrounding Shun Qingzhu, except for Zhao Yunhe standing behind him, clutched their throats, their faces contorted in extreme agony. They writhed on the ground, trying desperately to crawl away from the vacuum surrounding them. Shun Qingzhu remained indifferent to the suffering of those around him. I did not expect you to arrive first. This complicates matters. I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. I am from the highly dangerous Forbidden Zone 068, Chimin. You may be a higher level and feel nothing now, but they likely won't last much longer. You would do well to reveal yourself and remove your mask. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their lives. Shun Qingzhu's gaze was icy as he extended 5 fingers, counting down 5, 4, 3. At that moment, a flash of sword light appeared before his neck as the masked figure manifested. Zhao Yunhe, standing behind Shen Qingzhu, swiftly blocked the attack with his butterfly knife, pulling Shen Qingzhu back a few steps. Withdraw. Zhao Yunhe let out a resounding shout, and the individuals who had been lying on the ground, writhing in agony and frothing at the mouth, swiftly darted towards the dormitory entrance. Their speed unmistakably indicated that their prior suffering was merely an act. "You are yet another divine agent?" Moon Ghost inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Yunhe, who had been almost imperceptible until now. He had been remiss in his caution. Upon their arrival, Yuan Gang had warned them that this agent of the God of Light possessed a plethora of cunning tactics and should not be underestimated. "You guessed correctly. A reward awaits you." A nearly translucent, pale green light quietly emanated beneath Moon Ghost's feet. Simultaneously, Shen Qingzhu raised a hand slightly behind him, causing the air around them to rapidly compress towards Moon Ghost, swiftly forming a high-pressure cage. Moon Ghost scrutinized the two figures before him, gritting his teeth. He could not afford to falter here. Half of his body transformed into moonlight, forcefully traversing the confines of the air prison. His speed was remarkable, but just as his short sword was about to pierce Shen Qingzhu, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, as if his once powerful legs were burdened by an insurmountable weight. Zhao Yunhe smiled at him. "So, what do you think of your reward? Do you like it?" Chapter 18. General. Author's note. Chapter 16 has been expanded. To summarize in a single phrase, the masked team, under Zhao Yunhe's instigation, has joined the battle. If you don't wish to revisit the details, this sentence suffices. What a ridiculous notion. The Moon Demon swiftly adjusted his direction. Although his realm was suppressed to the candlelight stage, his physical strength remained unyielding. He glanced at Zhao Yunhe, who stood beside the newly emerged divine ruins of the God of Light. The information they had received was scant, merely indicating that it would absorb the life force of others to convert it into healing abilities. It was already malevolent enough. But who could have anticipated that this divine ruins also possessed a debilitating effect? And that young man, standing next to Zhao Yunhe, chewing gum and languidly blowing bubbles, who had almost unmasked a moment ago. No wonder Yuan Gang had summoned them. To outnumber the few, this is rather ungracious. Indeed, it lacks a certain grace. Zhao Yunhe pondered solemnly for a moment. "My apologies. The Moon Demon. Is a light-hearted apology all I require? As compensation, we have already afforded our senior ample time to await reinforcements. Senior, we are now engaged in a fair contest." Zhao Yunhe smiled amiably at the Moon Demon, addressing him with the utmost respect. Suddenly, the bubble blown by Shen Qingzhu erupted, and the Moon Demon felt a wave of intense heat wash over him. Although he instinctively decomposed in a moonlight upon sensing the danger, he was still violently thrust backward by the powerful thermal blast. Dazzling flames, accompanied by the sound of explosions, erupted from the direction of the dormitory building. No way. Did Yunhe and Brother Shun really create such a commotion? Biley Fat, hurrying toward the dormitory with Lin Chia and Molly, gulped as he beheld the dormitory, now missing a chunk. "Wow, is that a flying person in the air?" The Moon Demon, having been propelled away, felt that this time he was finished. He had flipped the vortex himself rather than it flipping him. Would he be the subject of ridicule for an entire year upon his return? Amidst the thick smoke, a tightness gripped his waist as an ethereal chain coiled around him. Tears nearly welled and his eyes concealed beneath the mask. He knew that in critical moments, it was still their adorable and dependable little Sandalwood who would come to the rescue. Sandalwood pulled the Moon Demon back, and, just as he was about to speak, a sharpened chopstick shot toward his precarious mask, only to be deflected by Xinghen wielding a scythe. Xinghen winked at the Moon Demon. "So how about that? Wasn't my timing impeccable? That block was quite impressive, wasn't it?" "Impressive," the Moon Demon exclaimed. "It's time to lose some weight. Stop indulging in feasts alongside the vortex. I nearly couldn't drag you out." Sandalwood helped the Moon Demon to his feet, her large eyes brimming with indignation. Meanwhile, Tianping, having dealt with the new recruits outside, rushed over. The Moon Demon, seeing Tianping, who resembled a bullied child spotting a protector, immediately lunged toward him. Tianping, Deputy Captain. They're bullying me. They outnumbered me. They ambushed me. Senior, we not only enjoy outnumbering, but also delight in ambush tactics. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu emerged. Zhao Yunhe, tilting his head with a sunny smile, directed at the Moon Demon. Xinghan stood before the Moon Demon, his towering scythe held behind him with a casual grace. A light chuckle escaped his lips. What is a sneak attack but a trivial skill? You must be the divine agent, am I correct? Do you dare to engage me in a fair fight? Come forth. Who is afraid of whom? Out of nowhere, Zhao Yunhe produced a long staff, and with his declaration, the two charged at each other. The Moon Demon was momentarily taken aback, astonished that even support roles now preferred a direct confrontation. While he could understand Xinghan's penchant for theatrics, he found the behavior of this agent of the deity perplexing. Just as he pondered this oddity, he was distracted by the sudden appearance of a massive hammer. Zhao Yunhe's pupils constricted as he braced his staff against the descending hammer. A colossal crater formed beneath his feet. Crack! The staff began to bend and ultimately shattered, causing Zhao Yunhe to stifle a groan. Just as the hammer was about to strike him, Shun Qingzhu leaped forward, pulling him behind her, creating an invisible wall of air to intercept the oncoming attack. Shun Qingzhu's gaze fell upon the blood seeping from Zhao Yunhe's lips, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Rose stood beside Sandalwood, the hammer gradually shrinking back in her grasp. How fortuitous! I too have a fondness for ambushes. No wonder Yuan Gang invited us. Are all the new recruits this formidable? Vortex inhaled sharply, considering the intensity of their current situation, thinking he would need to speak with the captain about increasing rations. 2 agents and 2 high-risk entities had emerged, with 1 remaining. Everyone, stay vigilant. Zhao Yunhe observed the gathering of the masked team, a faint smile gracing his lips. He quietly addressed Shun Qingzhu. It's time. With a snap of her fingers raised high, the glass on both sides of the dormitory shattered simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the masked team, accompanied by several grenades. Vortex, witnessing the sudden emergence of over 20 individuals emanating potent psychic energy around them, exchanged glances with those positioned nearby. Their palms pressed against the ground. The entrance was barricaded by earthen walls, vines, steel spikes, and barriers. It was evident they were encircled. General, Shun Qingzhu directed her attention to the members of the masked team as Zhao Yunhe hurled several chess pieces towards them. With a series of minor explosions, the two swiftly retreated into the dormitory, while Shun Qingzhu sealed the last exit. At that moment, the masked team was akin to caged beasts. Xinghan swiftly formed a hand seal, and the violet vortex in the air, which devoured the incoming attacks, expanded exponentially. The vortex, which had been on the verge of collapse, breathed a sigh of relief. Xinghan's Forbidden Ruins Sequence 095, Resonance Hall, enabled the entire team to experience a soul resonance, drastically enhancing their combat prowess and mental fortitude. Simultaneously, they shared the burden of any inflicted damage, allowing for recovery of those who had absorbed the harm after a quarter of an hour, excluding the primary injured party. Xinghan smiled faintly, acknowledging the undeniable fact that both he and Tanxiang were lacking in combat prowess compared to others. Additionally, there was a significant factor. The forbidden voids they possessed, once deployed, would elevate their strength far beyond that of the fledgling soldiers. A waft of fragrance permeated the air, rendering the attacking recruits momentarily bewildered, disrupting their rhythm considerably. Tanxiang's Forbidden Void Sequence 117. The twin blades could soothe, attack, disturb, and manipulate the actions of others through scent. Shun Qingzhu cast a concerned glance at the members of the masked team, her brow furrowed. Is this the extent of the masked team's abilities? However, snap! Shun Qingzhu's fingers clicked, snapping the day's recruits back into focus, as bullets and gunpowder, infused with various forbidden void powers, surged towards the masked team. Zhao Yunhe's lips curled into a smirk. It was no surprise that someone capable of entering the masked team possessed auxiliary forbidden voids. He was eager to engage with them. Xinghan, Tanxiang, what is the matter with you two? Xin Yuan felt his enhancements gradually waning. Even his previously stable mental strength began to decline, and upon turning, he saw the pale faces of the two. It must be that divine agent. His divine void can swiftly induce weakness, Yuegue remarked. No. Tanxiang bit her lip, glancing at Yuegue. I can feel my life force ebbing away. That madman. Xuanyuan's expression darkened upon hearing Tanxiang's words. He turned to Zhao Yunhe, who stood in the dormitory building, a smile still gracing his lips. In midair, the violet vortex began to surge violently. Captain, I can barely hold on. Xuanyuan's face was ashen as he turned to Wang Mian. Chapter 19. Refusal to fight? Hope. In the monitoring room, the instructors who witnessed this scene silently expressed their astonishment. It had been a long time since they had encountered such a grand display. When was the last time? It must have been over a decade ago. I recall that back then, there were figures like Wang Xiao and Nye Tingwei, two seemingly seasoned middle-aged instructors engaged in a back-and-forth discussion. Had it not been for that mission where Nye Tingwei nearly lost his sanity, Wang Xiao would have chosen to join him, and the two would have long since been in a special team, rather than residing in Linjiang. Team 041 was also well-equipped. Both the captain and vice-captain had retired from Team 006 in the capital. Moreover, Shun Wuqing, who was originally selected by Team Phoenix, ended up being a romantic fool. The other instructors in the monitoring room, hearing the two delve deeper into their conversation, especially when mentioning the night watchman named Shun Wuqing, could hardly contain their frustration and felt inclined to curse for 3 days and nights. Instructor Pei, which do you think is more formidable this year? Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, or Wang Xiao and Nye Tingwei? Su Chengyin does it. Finally steering the conversation back to the current training session. It's a toss-up, Instructor Pei replied with a slight hum, gazing at the screen. Among the uneliminated recruits, 2/3 were still in the dormitory building. Shun Qingzhu, this young man, possessed both charisma and strategic prowess, ranking among the best recruits he had encountered in over a decade. Alongside the agent of the God of Light, who is also capable of stirring the winds of change. What a pity in the training camp. These two were nothing but troublemakers. In the dormitory building, Zhao Yunhe observed the halted assault, realizing that Wang Mian had made his move. The black long knife danced gently through the air, conjuring gusts of blade wind. In an instant, the dormitory building, which had already suffered an explosion at one corner, was reduced to disarray. Amidst the swirling dust, Zhao Yunhe turned to face Wang Mian, who approached him with a long knife in hand. I have been searching for you, agent of the God of Light. Senior, let's not be so ambiguous, Zhao Yunhe replied with a broad smile. I want to fight you. In close combat without the divine ruins, I cannot match you. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yunhe's words. He contemplated numerous possibilities regarding how this young man, who had already stirred the training session's dynamics, would respond, but to his surprise, Zhao Yunhe outright refused to engage. Zhao Yunhe gestured toward Xinghin and Tanxiang nearby. Let us just play around with support and basic attacks. I'm not insane enough to go all out against you. However, Zhao Yunhe trailed off, mentally calculating the time. Lin Xie and the others should be arriving soon. Another divine agent is eager for a match against you. I could serve as the referee. Wang Mian chuckled lightly. You're quite clever. Thank you for the compliment. I believe so as well. Watching others duel is more to my liking. I prefer evenly matched contests. Senior, those few strikes you just delivered must have exhausted quite a bit of your mental energy, right? As Zhao Yunhe spoke, he subtly gestured, and a faint green light appeared beneath Wang Mian's feet. Let me help restore you to your optimal state before assisting Xie. The green radiance pulsed around Wang Mian, and by the time it dissipated, the smile had faded from Zhao Yunhe's face. He furrowed his brow and asked, the backlash of time? How old are you this year? Beneath the mask of Wang Mian, the countenance was far from pleasant. Each time he wielded the power of time, it came at the expense of his own lifespan. He fell into silence for a moment, contemplating. 22, perhaps? He could scarcely recall his true age. Zhao Yunhe pressed his lips together, though he was only 22. His voice suggested a man in his 30s. I can. Zhao Yunhe opened his mouth, remembering that in his previous life, he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Aside from that foolish early departed Lu bumming, most regarded him as a cold, selfish jester. It seemed that after nearly 2 decades in this world, his heart had softened. With a heavy sigh, As if he had made a momentous decision, he declared, "I can attempt to restore you to your 20s. As for the number of years, I cannot promise. Whether this endeavor will succeed is also uncertain. Are you willing to give it a try when we finish?" Wang Mian's eyes, concealed beneath the mask, sparkled with hope. At merely 22, he bowed sincerely to Zhao Yunhe, expressing gratitude regardless of the outcome. "Thank you for allowing me to glimpse hope." Zhao Yunhe was taken aback by the profound gesture, scratching his head. "Just treat me to a meal, and that will suffice." "Bong Shen Qingju, you've bombarded my face again. You're simply envious of me," Zhao Yunhe shouted, brushing off the dust that had splattered onto him, lamenting how his handsome face had endured too much unwarranted suffering. Wang Mian observed Zhao Yunhe's outburst with a gentle smile. Thinking how youthful he was, Zhao Yunhe turned to Wang Mian, sharing a brief smile before striding towards the recently arrived Lin Qiye and his companions, feeling relieved. He intended to assist Lin Qiye as well, only to be obstructed by a long, dark green scythe. 3v1, are you playing unfair? Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, staring at Xinghen, Tanzhang, and Tianping, who stood before him. He had foolishly invited them to join. "Qiye, I can't assist you anymore, but with all your golden fingers, you should be fine, right?" "How fortuitous. We enjoy overpowering the few," Tianping replied. A bitter smile contorted Zhao Yunhe's face. The boomerang he had just launched struck him squarely between the brows. His expression morphed into exaggerated fury as he widened his stance and tilted his head back. The others, expecting him to unleash some grand maneuver, were startled when he bellowed, "Chao Yuan, protect the prince." "Kihi." "What is that?" Tianping and the others turned to see a figure charging towards them, exhaling white smoke and emitting an eerie laugh, an entity that resembled both man and demon, its dark aura threatening to consume them, complemented by its blood-red eyes. Tianping gritted his teeth and turned back to Xinghen and Tanzhang, instructing, "You two hold off this divine agent. I shall confront him." Tianping sprinted towards the now unhinged Chao Yuan, and as the distance between them closed, an unsettling dread swelled within him. He should not have dragged Tanzhang into the fray with that insufferable brat Xinghen. The Black King's annihilation of the Forbidden Ruins sequence 031 was no trifling matter to withstand. The balance hovered in the air, surveying the surrounding ruins. Fingers interlocked. Weapons that were once strewn across the ground and bricks simultaneously levitated, locking onto the ground-bound Chao Yuan. "Go!" The index and middle fingers of the balance's right hand aligned, pointing toward the frenzied Chao Yuan as a deluge of bricks and weapons shot forth like bullets, compounding the already fractured ground. A long knife, wreathed in black flames, sliced through the objects hurtling toward Chao Yuan, who then leaped with determination onto the floating bricks. Just as the blade was about to make contact with the balance, it lightly tapped its toes, ascending several dozen meters higher. "Ha!" The balance glanced at Chao Yuan, who was desperately trying to leap upward, eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "Oh, can't you fly? Frustrated, are we?" Roaring with laughter, the balance taunted, going down. "I certainly won T. Why don't you come up instead? Is the masked squad's audacity truly this thick?" Zhao Yunhe, observing the balance playfully toying with Chao Yuan in midair, couldn't he help but inquire. "Be careful." With a sharp clang, a dart swiftly emerged, deflecting 4 chess pieces aimed at Xinghen, causing a localized explosion. "Xinghen, be cautious." "Understood," Xinghen replied, glancing at the grinning Zhao Yunhe. "Are you attempting a sneak attack? This is merely catching you off guard." Zhao Yunhe, having somehow acquired a bow, launched one of his remaining 3 arrows directly at Xinghen and Tanchong. In the underground monitoring room, instructors watched as the dormitory transformed into a wasteland. The masked squad, Tianping, Yuegui, Xiangwei, Xuanwu, Tanchong, and Xinghen, had thoroughly engaged in chaotic combat with Chao Yuan, Bailey Pangpang, Mali, Shun Qingzhu, and Zhao Yunhe, leaving devastation in their wake. Particularly Xinghen, Tanchong, and Zhao Yunhe, despite being mere supports, demonstrated an output of force that was astonishing. This was not merely a skirmish. It was an assault on the training camp. Zhao Yunhe was clearly intent on avoiding training. This divine agent of light was deliberate in his actions. The 6th dormitory, should have been spared from such damage. The destruction was not so severe, yet he and Xinghen utterly obliterated it. Is this truly a battle of the Lantern Realm? Thankfully, the masked squad was summoned. Had it been as in previous years, with instructors battling recruits, it would have been a disgrace. Who knows? Our great Xia as 5th Special Squad may soon emerge. Yuan Gang stood before the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. The era belonging to the youth was on the horizon. Chapter 20. Victory and defeat. The dusk had faded, giving way to the encroaching night. The jarring sound of longbows clashing against scythes pierced through the cacophony of battle. Sandalwood, holding her phone, gazed incredulously at the two combatants engaged in a seemingly playful exchange of attacks and defenses. With a sigh, she mused that men, regardless of their age or circumstances, could be remarkably childish. You claim that the condition for victory is to unmask oneself, yet the remaining new recruits could easily encircle both you and Sandalwood. Why did they not advance? As Zhao Yunhe exchanged blows with Xinghen, he glanced at the nearby battlefield. It was a series of one-on-one duels, with the remaining recruits hiding away. How should I know? By the way, why don't you unmask? Xinghen shifted from attack to defense, striking a pose that he deemed impressive. This stance is so cool, Sandalwood. We must capture this moment. Sandalwood raised her phone, noting that Xinghen was the youngest in their masked squad, merely 13 or 14 years old, and yet already having faced numerous battles alongside them. Just days prior, he had celebrated his 20th birthday, and they had always treated him like a younger brother. They are not unmasking, so neither will I, Zhao Yunhe declared as he transitioned from defense to attack, his gaze shifting to the nearby Shun Qingzhu and Xuanwu, who were clearly at each other's throats, both eager to annihilate the other. The captain is clashing with that divine agent, Xinghen exclaimed, switching back to attack. Do you think those two are just as stagnant as we are? He observed the alternating assaults between their captain and the Seraphim agent, a peculiar sense of déjà vu washing over him. Had the times indeed changed? Were their fighting styles now as synchronized as their support roles, trading regular blows? Yawning, Zhao Yunhe shifted his stance again. It seems they are no longer fighting. We should cease as well. All right, just a moment. That move was splendid. Let us capture it first. Xinghen shouted, Sandalwood, we must record this action. In compliance with Xinghen, Zhao Yunhe remained still, both maintaining their pose for a full 3 minutes. When they finally glanced in Sandalwood's direction, she was nowhere to be seen. Alas, such a magnificent pose went unrecorded. Xinghen sighed in disappointment, but then his expression brightened as he looked at Zhao Yunhe. Yunhe, you understand me. Let us take a break. Let us go. They were the last pair to arrive. Observing Sandalwood merrily conversing with Rose and Molly, Xinghen hurried toward her, scythe in hand. Sandalwood, you missed my spectacular move just now. Sandalwood ignored him, tossing her phone in his direction before returning to her conversation. Frustrated, Xinghen glanced at the photos on the phone. There it was, the very move he had executed. He sprinted toward Zhao Yunhe, exclaiming, Yunhe, I captured it. I looked absolutely stunning. As the last to arrive, Zhao Yunhe and Xinghen found that the once spacious rock was now occupied by 9 others. They had no choice but to stand there, debating which of their moves was the most impressive. Shun Qingzhu and Xuanwu found themselves embroiled in an unexpected quarrel, their exchange escalating to a playful skirmish that scarcely rivaled a child's game. It was only when Li Pangpang suddenly cheered for Qi Yi that Xuanwu called a truce with Shun Qingzhu and turned to compete with Li Pangpang over whose voice could resonate louder in support. Is winning this battle of utmost importance to you? Your body seems to be nearing its limits, Wang Mian inquired, observing the pallor on Lin Chiye's face. I care not for victory or defeat. I merely wish to give my all. With that, the blades in their hands clashed, their gazes locking in a moment of intensity, summoning a tempest that transcended their duel, entwining with the struggle of the deities behind them. With a resounding crash, Wang Mian stifled a grunt and staggered back a step, the fabric of time around him fracturing. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi raised his long blade and delivered a final strike. The blade cleaving through the air. As the wind stilled and smoke dispersed, the onlookers rose, captivated by the scene before them. Lin Yi knelt on the ground, while Wang Mian's blade, Yuan, hovered ominously at his throat. Fortunately, Zhao Yunhe had earlier provided him with timely support, restoring him to optimal condition. Otherwise, this training session would have concluded unfavorably for him. Crack! Wang Mian's mask shattered at the edge, revealing a portion of his composed and handsome visage. The members of the mask team, who had initially exhaled in relief, found their anxiety resurfacing. So, does this count as a victory or a defeat? Xinghan nudged Zhao Yunhe, questioning the rules that required them to remove their masks, while Wang Mian's was barely cracked. Was this truly a win? It seemed a classic case of conflicting narratives. Ultimately, Yuan Gang, stationed in the underground monitoring room, emerged to declare the mask team victorious, allowing the training to proceed. His rationale was that Wang Mian's mask had shattered at precisely 9 minutes and 7 seconds, while the condition for the new recruit's victory was before 9 o'clock. Those who initially opposed this reasoning fell silent upon reviewing the footage. It was a mere 7 seconds. All were prodigies hailing from various regions of Daxia, and this confrontation had delivered a significant blow to their morale. They felt utterly inadequate in the face of such elite combatants, with many lacking even the courage to participate. They truly felt like rubbish, like nothing. Noticing the despondency among nearly half of the new recruits, Yuan Gang aimed to instill a sense of humility in them for the year ahead, not to crush their spirits entirely. Why so timid, everyone? Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhe, having inexplicably dragged Shun Qingzhu to the highest point of the ruins on the left side of the training ground, stood there beneath a crescent moon, as if two deities had descended. With a light-hearted remark, Zhao Yunhe, aided by Shun Qingzhu's amplification of his voice, reached the ears of everyone present. The majority were merely in their 20s, and upon hearing his words, particularly the soft chuckle that followed, the previously somber atmosphere erupted with newfound energy. Young master, this is my first battle. Did you see that I speared just now? Just a moment away from piercing the mask of that man adorned with a purple whirlpool. What a bluster! I had nearly grasped the mask of that woman wielding the iron chain, had it not been for the hammer suddenly hurtling towards me. Victory would have been ours. We merely faltered due to our youth and inexperience. Yuan Gang glanced at the newly invigorated recruits and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air as Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances at the sandalwood not far away. Bai Li, plump and jovial, gazed up at Zhao Yunhe, whose lips seemed perpetually curled in a smile, and Shun Qingzhu, whose demeanor was both aloof and cool. Wow! Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, standing there, look absolutely stunning, exclaimed Lin Xie. Indeed, stunning, Lin Xie remarked, yet his gaze drifted towards the members of the mass team. Wang noticed Lin Xie's attention and gave him a thumbs up. This Seraphim agent surpassed his expectations greatly. Ahem! Yuan Gang cleared his throat several times, causing the recruits, who had been fervently analyzing their previous encounter, to fall silent once more. Regardless of the reasons, they had indeed lost, and that was a fact they had to accept. Yuan Gang surveyed the recruits below him and declared, no matter the reason, since you have lost this time, let us adhere to my previous words. Cast aside your identities as prodigies, relinquish your pride and self-esteem. Immerse yourselves wholeheartedly in this training. Cherish your final moments. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your nightmare. Report. The dormitory has exploded. Where shall we stay tonight? Zhao Yunhe grinned widely at Yuan Gang. If we don't rest well tonight, it will affect the quality of tomorrow's training. Humph! Yuan Gang scoffed, seemingly having anticipated Zhao Yunhe's remarks. Go back and see for yourselves. No sooner had he spoken than the recruits dashed back to the dormitory. And Zhao Yunhe, observing the dormitory intact as before, forced a smile. He had momentarily forgotten. The captain of the masked team was the agent of the god of time. Realizing this, Zhao Yunhe turned to Shun Qingzhu and said, Shun Qingzhu, you go ahead. I have a matter to attend to. What could possibly require your attention at this hour? Shun Qingzhu casually inquired, weary from the day's exertions. All right, off you go. I'll wash up and head to bed. Zhao Yunhe initially intended to respond that he would tell her later, but the thought of her resting peacefully in bed while he remained busy in the dead of night soured his previously bright mood. Grasping Shun Qingzhu's wrist, he declared, I've changed my mind. We shall go together. Chapter 21. Each of you, take a weight and proceed over there to run 10 laps around the training ground. Instructor Hong commanded, pointing to the heavy packs nearby while casting a stern glance at the 7 or 8 individuals he had singled out. Those I have pointed out. You shall carry the weight and run 20 laps. No rest until you complete it. The others were instructed to remain at ease for 3 minutes upon arrival. Bailey Pang Pang, burdened by the weight of his pack, surveyed his surroundings, feeling an inexplicable void. Hey, you little chub, why aren't you running? Should I come down there to accompany you? Instructor Hong bellowed at Bailey Pang Pang, who flinched at the sound, sighed deeply, and resignedly began to circle the training ground. Observing the new recruits darting about the training field, Instructor Hong too sensed something amiss. His gaze flicked toward the gate, where 2 recruits were attempting to squeeze through the netting, merely steps away from escape. He claims to feel something lacking. Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu. Zhao Yunhe winked at Shun Qingzhu, asserting their readiness. The 2, sporting dark circles under their eyes, stood before Instructor Hong. Zhao Yunhe touched the tip of his nose and declared, Instructor, Shun Qingzhu, and I merely wish to ascertain how long it takes to vault over and back. We shall rejoin our ranks immediately. Oof. Instructor Hong snorted softly, fully aware of their tardiness. You 2 miscreants have just arrived. For your late arrival and clever antics. 20 more laps. Don the weights. No rest until you've finished. Very well, plan thwarted. The 2 nonchalantly shrugged, casting not a single glance at Instructor Hong before turning toward the track. Let us see who is faster. Let us see who is faster. The previously listless Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu sprang to life the moment they set foot on the track, each determined not to be outdone by the other. Like arrows loose from a bow. It was not until the 20th lap that their pace began to falter. By the time Bailey Pang Pang reached his 8th lap, Zhao Yunhe had already completed his 22nd. Pang Pang, keep it up. Zhao Yunhe encouraged as he ran alongside Bailey Pang Pang. Don't rush, take it slow, and regulate your breathing. You'll wear yourself out otherwise. Yunhe, brother, Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, nearly moved to tears by the kindness shown to him. Don't speak, just follow my rhythm. I'll guide you through this. As Bailey Pang Pang looked at Zhao Yunhe, he felt as if his companion were radiating light. Sniffling, he recalled that Yunhe adored Patek Philippe, and resolved to gift him a complete set once this ordeal concluded. Zhao Yunhe, observing Bailey Pong Pong's rising pace, noted that in less than a minute, Shun Qingzhu had already lapped him by a considerable distance. Pang Pang, I'm off ahead. Shun Qingzhu called out. Instructor Hong watched as Zhao Yunhe chased after Shun Qingzhu, who intentionally slowed his pace to wait for him. At some point, Su Chang had come to stand beside him. I told you, I'm not mistaken. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu are indeed bright, warm-hearted, kind, and resilient, akin to brothers. Instructor Hong said nothing, merely distancing himself slightly from Su Chang. When Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu completed their 30 laps, Bailey Pang Pang finished his 10th lap. Linjiang, supporting the nearly exhausted Bailey Pang Pang, greeted the 2 who were arguing over who had crossed the finish line first before escorting him back to their dormitory. Leave me be. Nothing can rouse me. I'm utterly drained, Chia. Bailey Pang Pang lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, seemingly devoid of hope for life. Just as Lin Chia was about to say something, the whistle blew again. In an instant, Bailey Pang Pang sprang up from the bed and dashed out with such speed that Lin Chia stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds before he could react. By the time Lin Chia reached the training ground, a crowd had already gathered, and some were still struggling to finish their 20 laps or had fainted from exhaustion upon hearing the whistle. In the center of the training field, a large circle of spectators had formed around Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, who had just completed their 30 laps. The 2 were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their earlier martial arts technique devolving into a chaotic brawl, with Zhao Yunhe at a disadvantage, even tugging at Shun Qingzhu's hair. For reasons unknown, Lin Chia felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Instructor Hong standing 5 meters away, his expression dark and foreboding. This is what on earth are you all doing? His thunderous shout sent a wave of dread through the onlooking recruits. As Instructor Hong approached, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu finally separated. Report. We were engaging in a friendly spar, Zhao Yunhe declared to Instructor Hong, his face betraying no sign of guilt, as he conveniently omitted the fact that their altercation stemmed from a dispute over who finished first. Instructor Hong dismissed Zhao Yunhe's nonsensical explanation and turned his gaze to Shun Qingzhu. With a rather arrogant demeanor, Shun Qingzhu replied, "Indeed, that's correct. We were sparring." The synchronized responses of the two elicited a chuckle from Instructor Hong, who recalled a recent remark from Su Cheng about their brotherly bond. Indeed, they were quite the brothers. "Form up," Instructor Hong bellowed, leading several other instructors with stern expressions to the platform. He scanned the recruits below and announced, "You have 30 minutes for your meal. Those who do not return here in 30 minutes will face the consequences." As soon as Instructor Hong finished speaking, the recruits bolted toward the cafeteria like starving wolves, seemingly capable of devouring the very building. However, as they crossed the threshold of the cafeteria, they were met with a disheartening sight. Every table was laden with large bowls of steamed buns and raw beef still streaked with blood. Where's the rice? Where are the vegetables? Are we expected to cook for ourselves? With beef available, I would prefer beef stew with potatoes. Stew? No, hot pot is far more delicious. Bailey Pang Pang, who had rushed in first, stared in bewilderment at the spread before him. "Chia, has the military of the Watchers run out of funds? I could sponsor them." Lin Xie remained silent, merely gesturing towards the Special Forces soldier who had already seated himself, tearing into raw meat while munching on steamed buns. "Thus, we too must." Bailey Pong Pong's complexion paled, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. "Bang bang, Chia, come and eat. We still have training after the meal." Zhao Yunhe, who had somehow already taken a seat at the table, was soothing the visibly displeased Shun Qingzhu, whose expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, while cheerfully beckoning the two. "Rare steak, don't you wish to sample it?" Lin Xie pulled Bailey Pang Pang to sit across from them. Zhao Yunhe, while speaking, produced a dagger from an unknown source and sliced the bloody raw beef into small pieces. Once finished, he cut the steamed buns into slices and arranged them on Shun Qingzhu's plate, preparing one for himself as well. Bailey Pang Pang watched in awe as Zhao Yunhe pierced the steak with the dagger's tip, then savored a piece of the cut bun afterward. The elegance of his movements and the delight on his face made Bailey Pang Pang swallow hard, it seemed. Perhaps he could accept this. Zhao Yunhe swallowed his mouthful and looked up at the still unappetizing Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie, and Bailey Pang Pang. "Why aren't you eating?" "Shun Qingzhu, didn't I already cut it for you?" Shun Qingzhu shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yunhe, spitting out the words, "You're using my knife, and you want me to feed myself?" Zhao Yunhe, undeterred, poked a piece of beef from Shun Qingzhu's plate with the dagger and brought it to his lips. "Just one knife. I'll feed you. One bite for you, one bite for me. Hurry up." With a scowl, Shun Qingzhu took the piece of meat into his mouth, only to be immediately fed a slice of bun by Zhao Yunhe. Bailey Pang Pang observed the exchange, where Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu were taking turns feeding each other, and, without knowing where he produced them from, drew out two large swords, placing one in Lin Xie's hand. "Chia, let us eat like this too." Lin Xie gazed at the sword, half his height, and felt a surge of annoyance towards Bailey Pang Pang. In a room on the second floor, Instructor Hong, with a mixture of satisfaction and complex emotions, surveyed the entire cafeteria and eventually spoke, "Not bad. This year there are more new recruits eating than last year." Zheng Zhong certainly lives up to his Special Forces background, and that Lin Xie is quite commendable as well, regardless of circumstances. The young master from the Bai family has managed to eat. I thought Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu would cause a stir, but to my surprise, they set a good example. You really have faith in those two? One is a troublemaker, and the other a disruptor. Though Instructor Hong spoke these words, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, admit it, Hong. You're just being tsundere. This morning, they were late and got into a fight, yet you brushed it off lightly. You must think quite highly of them. That's because of what those two did last night." Instructor Hong opened his mouth, only to swallow his words and turn back to the dining table, declaring, "Eat." On the first floor, after finishing a piece of beef by Bailey Pang Pang, noticing the dark circles under Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu's eyes, hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Yunhe, did you and Shun Stay up late last night? Zhao Yunhe paused momentarily, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was rather late, having been kept up past 1 o'clock. He brought a piece of beef to Sun Qingzhu's lips, reminiscing about the events that transpired the previous night. Chapter 22. Seizing the moment. Look, it's a masked team. The startled exclamations and hushed whispers of the new recruits interrupted Zhao Yunhe's reverie. After placing another piece of beef from his plate into Sun Qingzhu's mouth, he finally lifted his gaze towards the entrance. The 7 members of the masked team, silhouetted against the light, approached, holding their masks and draped in gray cloaks, moving towards the innermost round table under the curious stares of the recruits. Old son, the masked team bowed to an elderly man pushing a food cart. He smiled at them. You little rascals, you finally returned. Knowing you were coming, I prepared a few extra dishes for you. Let me see if my favorite, ants climbing a tree, is among them. Xin Yuan eagerly lifted the lid, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the cafeteria, drawing everyone's attention. Braised eggplant, grilled fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and indeed my beloved ants climbing a tree. Xin Yuan swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. You few have returned with great difficulty. So, of course, I had to prepare a feast for you. Old son said kindly, watching the members of the masked team. Now eat up. I'm getting old, so I'll take a rest. Thank you, old son. Take care. After bidding farewell to old son, the masked team sat at the table, indulging in their meal amid the envious gazes of the new recruits. Wang Mian noticed their stares and placed his bow on the table. After just a couple of bites, he sensed a strong, undeniable gaze filled with longing. Yunhe, Qingzhu, Jie, you all come too. Coming. Zhao Yunhe had been waiting for this invitation. Clutching 2 steam buns, he dashed over with Sun Qingzhu, completely oblivious to the envious glances behind him. Zhao Yunhe didn't even wait for the members of the masked team to serve him. He grabbed 2 bowls, served himself a ladle of soup, and then filled one for Sun Qingzhu as well. Within 2 minutes, their bowls were piled high. Hurry up. We have 18 minutes until assembly. Zhao Yunhe handed Sun Qingzhu a pair of chopsticks, entirely lacking the elegance he had displayed while eating a rare steak just moments before. Resembling a hungry wolf finally feasting on its prey, utterly devoid of grace. Sun Qingzhu looked at his bowl brimming with food, nodded, and began to eat. On the second floor, Instructor Hong, who was also dining, inadvertently witnessed this scene. He realized that Zhao Yunhe had only eaten 2 pieces of beef, the rest having been fed to Sun Qingzhu. He had thought Zhao Yunhe had changed his ways, only to find out he was still waiting. Thankfully, Jie was obedient, making things easier. The masked team exchanged amused glances as they watched the 2 engrossed in their meal, then turned to see Lin Xie, hesitant for a moment, approaching with his bowl. Jie, have some chicken. Wang Mian offered Lin Xie a clean bowl and served him some dishes. Try this. The fish is quite good. Tianping placed the already deboned fish meat into Lin Xie's bowl. The soup is delicious too. Yuegui added a ladle of soup to Lin Xie's bowl. Is there enough rice? I still have some here. Xiangwei filled Lin Xie's bowl with half a serving of rice. Lin Xie, feeling a bit bashful, waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I am content with this. He had merely come to inquire about a few matters. Xie, do not be so polite. Elder son has prepared such a lavish feast. We cannot possibly finish it all. It seemed that Tan Xiang had discerned Lin Xie's thoughts. The new recruits must at least sample some raw meat during their first meal. It serves as a reminder of the hardships faced by the night watchmen in the beginning. I noticed you have already eaten, so now you can partake in a proper meal. Isn't that right, Xinghen? Dan Xiang Chaidi Xinghen, who was struggling with the tendons on a bone. We have newcomers here. Must you show off during a brawl, yet fail to maintain a good image at the dining table? You look like a starving ghost returned to life. Indeed, indeed. Xinghen lifted his head and, with a flourish, served Lin Xie a large bone. Eat. Don't hold back. Lin Xie glanced at Zhao Yunhe, who was engrossed in his meal, and then at Sun Qingzhu, who was faring slightly better than Zhao. He was not well acquainted with those from Mask, and this meal felt somewhat foreign. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yunhe raised his chopsticks and, with lightning speed, shoved a piece of fried chicken into Lin Xie's mouth. Why ponder so much? Just eat, Xie. After this meal, who knows when you'll have such a feast again? After a moment's hesitation, Linjia picked up a piece of fish and brought it to his lips. He then turned to Wang Mian. Actually, I came here to inquire about the agents. Feel free to ask. As long as I know, I will share it with you. Wang Mian divulged much about the relationship between deities and their agents, recounting his own dilemma between the Night Watchman and the ancient God Church, as well as the repeated assassination attempts he faced after joining the Night Watchman. The final remark. Now, I have a reliable group of teammates. Cause a mouthful of rice to be sprayed on a Jinping's face from the mouth of the overeager Xianshu. Tianping, seemingly anticipating this, shielded his face with his plate. Captain, refrain from being sentimental during meals. Lin Xie envied the lively banter of the masked team at the table, his gaze drifting to Zhao Yunhe, who had finished eating and was now playfully bickering with Shen Qingzhu. The faint smile that had graced his lips vanished again. These two could never settle down, no matter where they were. It was not until the sharp whistle pierced the air that this warm, yet amusing scene was interrupted. The members of the masked team sprang to their feet, only to realize a few paces later and sheepishly return to their seats. Bailey waved at Lin Xie and the others before turning to dash toward the door. It was not that he was unwilling to wait for them. He had already witnessed the speed of Yunhe and Shen earlier that morning, and Lin Xie did not seem slow either, so it was only him. We're leaving first. Lin Xie and the others waved goodbye to the masked team and turned to depart. Go ahead. Our next meeting will be outside. Wang Mian smiled gently at Lin Xie and the others. Until we meet again. Are you all leaving as well? Yes. We just received word that a mysterious entity from the Sea Realm has appeared in the north, and we must head there after our meal. Suddenly, Xinghen, who had been gnawing on a bone, shouted at the already departing Zhao Yunhe. Yunhe, until next time, after I take the photographs, I will send them to you. Remember to reply. Shen Qingzhu, let us have another match the next time we meet. Vortex suddenly shouted, and he joined in the exclamation. Understood. I will be waiting. Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu stood at the entrance, turning simultaneously to respond to the members of the mass team. Once the new recruits departed, the previously boisterous cafeteria fell into silence. Without the envious gazes of the new recruits, the meal has lost its flavor. Vortex set down his chopsticks, glancing at the spot where Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe had just been seated. Those two can truly eat. No, it's quite delicious. Xinghan mumbled through a mouthful of meat. Vortex, if you're done eating, could you pass me your fried shrimp? Who said I'm done? Vortex picked up his chopsticks and resumed his meal. In the kitchen, Old Sun secretly observed the members of the mass team as they bantered while eating. They are still merely a bunch of children who have yet to mature. On the path from the cafeteria to the training ground, the plump Bai Li, who had caught up, glanced at Lin Xie running on his left, and then at Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu on his right. Unable to resist, he asked, Brother Yunhe, Brother Xie, I understand him. He severed the mask of the king yesterday, but what about you and Brother Shen? Shen Qingzhu and I assisted the mass team with a minor task last night. Last night, at 10 p.m., Shen Qingzhu was dragged by Zhao Yunhe into Yuan Gang's office. Senior, we are here. Zhao Yunhe knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, pushed it open. Inside stood the members of the mass team, along with Yuan Gang seated in a chair, and Instructor Hong standing beside him. They all looked at Zhao Yunhe with eyes full of hope. Zhao Yunhe, what percentage of certainty do you have regarding this matter? Yuan Gang gazed seriously at Zhao Yunhe, emphasizing the significance of the situation, which concerned the future of the Night Watchers and the life of the king. Zhao Yunhe, retracting his smile and revealing teeth like pearls, pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. Report, Instructor Yuan, if it were solely up to me, I would have only a 40% chance of success. Upon hearing the figure of 40%, the group felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. 40% was indeed quite substantial, at least better than having no hope at all. However, Zhao Yunhe took a deep breath, and the eyes of the group turned toward him once more. With Shen Qingzhu's input, I have a 75% chance of success. Chapter 23. A decade Zhao Yunhe asserted that the addition of Shen Qingzhu would significantly enhance their chances of success, a notion far from mere conjecture. Even back in the underground parking lot of the Linjiang department store, after rescuing Shen Qingzhu, he had sensed a deeper connection between them, one that transcended mere survival. It became evident that whenever he and Shun Qingzhu were together, their cultivation of the forbidden ruins would accelerate, and Zhao Yunhe's power of Saint's resurgence would be amplified. Upon consulting the system, he learned that this phenomenon was due to the fact that he had expended 80% of his life force to save Shun Qingzhu, intertwining their fates. Thus, as long as they remained within a sufficiently close spatial proximity, both would benefit from enhancements to forbidden ruins or divine ruins. After confirming this revelation, Zhao Yunhe shared the information with Shun Qingzhu. The latter fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable time before finally uttering a simple thank you, allowing the matter to rest. Initially, Zhao Yunhe had no intention of involving Shun Qingzhu in the situation concerning Wang Mian. However, driven by a sense of personal attachment and an aversion to seeing Shun Qingzhu idle, he ultimately decided to include him. Should their endeavor succeed, it would be a favor owed to the mask team, and he harbored hopes that if Shun Qingzhu encountered future difficulties, they might extend their assistance in gratitude for his current involvement. Zhao Yunhe had not fully grasped the narrative of God's slaying, only knowing that by the end, Wang Mian was left as the sole survivor. The precise events leading to that conclusion remained shrouded in uncertainty. He had set the wheels of fate in motion. Yet with only fragmented knowledge of the story, he could not guarantee that Shun Qingzhu would navigate a similar trajectory as depicted in the text. Their destinies were entwined, and he felt an urgent responsibility to ensure Shun Qingzhu's safety. As Shun Qingzhu sensed the collective gaze of the room upon him, he let out a soft huff, expressing his impatience. When did this become a thing? I still need to catch up on my sleep. Now, Yuan Gang stood up, directing his attention to Zhao Yunhe. What do we need to do? Zhao Yunhe lowered his head in contemplation. I am still uncertain. We must conduct an experiment first. Is there a large forest nearby? Yes. Follow me. Yuan Gang led them to an enclosed forest. Zhao Yunhe nodded, feeling a surge of vibrant life, energy coursing through him. He raised his right hand, pointing towards Wang Mian, who stood before him. As Wang Mian remained stationary, he felt the old wounds on his body begin to heal gradually, a sense of relief washing over him. However, within a 15-meter radius, the once thriving trees and flora rapidly withered and decayed with a single breath. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhao Yunhe's forehead as he succumbed to a state of weakness. The members of the mask team cast worried glances at him, while Wang Mian pressed his lips together, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted by Shun Qingzhu as he approached. Shun Qingzhu moved closer and supported the nearly collapsing Zhao Yunhe, saying, "Let's go to the next location. Don't worry, he'll be fine shortly." Shun Qingzhu proceeded at a deliberate pace until Zhao Yunhe whispered in his ear, "It's all right now," prompting him to gently set Zhao Yunhe down. Zhao Yunhe dismounted from Shun Qingzhu, having already begun to gauge his fatigue level when he first proposed to assist Wang Mian in his recovery. His fatigue had reached a moderate 50%, and after utilizing Holy Breath Revival, his mental energy surpassed 60%. After being carried by Shun Qingzhu for 5 minutes, his physical state had been restored to normal. However, he needed to replenish his stamina after employing Divine Ruins. As he activated Holy Breath Revival once more, he distinctly sensed that the range of life force he could extract had expanded by at least 10 meters, while his mental energy remained entirely intact. Following the defeat of the ruin's owner, he had progressed from the Lantern Realm to the Pool Realm, and the radius of the Divine Ruins had grown to 20 meters. Yet, this sudden expansion did not resemble the power of an ascendant. Moreover, the time was too brief for him to advance a realm without experiencing any setbacks. Yunhe, it is time to showcase our supportive bond. Star Mark unexpectedly appeared behind Zhao Yunhe, accompanied by Tanxiang. Tanxiang winked at Zhao Yunhe, reassuring him that his mental energy would no longer diminish from that moment onward. As the once vibrant forest descended into a lifeless state, the group gazed at Wang Mian, who appeared significantly rejuvenated, their joy unmistakable. "Captain, you look younger. Even the crow's feet have vanished. The frown lines are gone too." Vortex suddenly leaned closer to Wang Mian, realizing that this made Tianping the most aged among them. Despite this, Vortex speculated that perhaps if there were a vast forest, The captain could revert to his true age. Moon Ghost's mind seemed to be ignited, but before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Mian dismissed them. That is futile. Wang Mian shook his head, gesturing toward a distant patch of greenery. I can sense that the further I go, the slower my recovery becomes. The divine will not allow you to exploit their loopholes. This is already sufficient. I am content. Don't be content. One must always be a bit greedy, Zhao Yunhe remarked, glancing at the members of the mass team with a smirk. You've merely restored 3 years of lifespan. Are you daring enough to aim higher and allow your captain to truly revert to the age of 22? 22. The members of the masked team, including Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong, stared at Zhao Yunhe in astonishment, incredulous at the prospect of returning to 22. Don't look at me like that. It comes with conditions, depending on your willingness. Zhao Yunhe leaned against Shun Qingzhu, raising an eyebrow. The condition is that you must use your masked team's lifespan to support your captain's life. It's up to you whether you wish to proceed. Moreover, the success rate is merely 25%. If it fails, the life force lost cannot be regained. Please consider it carefully. I thought it would be something significant. Come on. I'm still young. Losing 10 or 20 years is no concern for me. Vortex stood up as soon as Zhao Yunhe finished speaking, with the members of the masked team eagerly agreeing. You are hardly young. You are 1 year older than the captain. I'm 19 and I will go. Weren't you just celebrating your 20th birthday a few days ago? I am 21, at that age where I have both elders above and younger one below. I shall begin. Tianping, I do not wish to criticize you. You, a nearly 24-year-old, should not contend with us younger individuals. Zhao Yunhe gazed in puzzlement at the members of the masked team, who appeared to treat the matter lightly, murmuring to himself, why are they so willingly involved? And what about you? Why did you choose to save me? Hearing Zhao Yunhe's murmurs, Shun Qingzhu retorted, what was your reason for wanting to save me? Zhao Yunhe shot Shun Qingzhu a bewildered look, as if to say, why does it need a reason? If one wants to save, they simply do. Shun Qingzhu glared back, her eyes emblazoned with the words, you are the foolish one. They too, if they wish to save, why should there be so many questions? Just as Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe exchanged glances in a silent contest for several rounds, Wang Mian interjected, enough. This is perfectly fine. I'm not yet 30. Wang Mian's words cast a hush over the mask members, leaving them exchanging looks, momentarily at a loss for words. The captain clearly does not want to seem younger than us, right, Xiangwei? Once the captain recovers, he will have to address me as brother and Tianping as uncle. Xuanhua chuckled, turning to Zhao Yunhe. Yunhe, our team operates on a voting system. With 6 votes in favor, let us proceed. Xuanhua, Captain, did you not claim to have a reliable group of teammates? Xuanhua smiled at Wang Mian. Tianping patted Wang Mian's shoulder, who was about to say more. Captain, we can see hope now. Allow us a chance. Even if we fail, let not be a regret we carry for life. In that case, let us begin, Zhao Yunhe stated, glancing at the incense and star marks behind him. The process will be excruciating. You 2 seniors must assist me as you did before, or even more. Can you endure? Yunhe, do not underestimate us. Star marks grinned at Zhao Yunhe. Allow me to show you what a true man is. I promise to remain silent. Incense nodded, and together with star marks, they initiated the forbidden abyss. In the next moment, they felt their blood circulating rapidly. Although their physical forms appeared unchanged, they felt as if their bodies were being ground and reshaped within a colossal stone mill, their very souls scorched by fierce flames. Star Marks let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his arms and neck, while Incense had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Xuanhua supported his wavering body, holding onto the moon ghost beside him, while Qiangwei and Tianping brandished hammers and long knives to keep themselves upright. An hour later, Zhao Yunhe retracted the divine abyss, shaking his head under the expectant gazes of the masked team. It was a failure. Chapter 24, The 7 Nights. I have finally found you. As the words fell, those present felt a chilling silence enveloping the forest, where the gnarled trees appeared to mock their audacity. Much like monstrous entities, how could mere mortals dare to seize life under the watchful gaze of the divine? According to the law of conservation of energy, it should be feasible. How could a year be lost? Zhao Yunhe approached Wang Mian, furrowing his brow as he grasped Wang Mian's wrist with a look of confusion. The exchange of equal life for equal life. Where had the discrepancy occurred? After all, the Holy Breath Resurgence was a healing sanctuary, and when it came to matters of life, the recipient and the donor's life forces must be equivalent. This was why the initial offerings of the forest flora could only restore Wang Mian's vitality for less than 3 years before reaching its limit. You, what did you just say? Wang Mian turned to Zhao Yunhe, his previously despondent eyes now shimmering with renewed hope. Senior, a year has been lost. Your current age stands at 23. You little rascal, speak without such heavy breaths. You nearly scared us to death. We thought we had truly failed. Yuan Gang looked at Zhao Yunhe, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. I will personally report this matter to my superiors. You and Xin Qingzhu are destined to lose at least 1 Starshine badge, but this must remain confidential. Your commendation ceremony is likely off the table. A year lost constitutes failure. We initially discussed 10 years. What do badges matter now? Just grant us a few extra minutes for eating and sleeping tomorrow. We've been toiling all night, and I'm utterly exhausted. Xin Qingzhu, let us go home and sleep. Zhao Yunhe waved his hand at the others, disappearing into the night alongside Xin Qingzhu. Once they were completely out of sight, Zhao Yunhe coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Xin Qingzhu, equally affected, struggled to support Zhao Yunhe, lifting him from the earth. Had I known, I would have brought you along. Now look, there's no one to take me back. Zhao Yunhe, supported by Xin Qingzhu, spoke weakly. Less chatter. Xin Qingzhu, summoning an unexpected strength, carried Zhao Yunhe step by step towards the dormitory. Xin Qingzhu, you're bleeding from your nose. Shut up. That is preferable to your 7 orifices bleeding. However, that exit we just made was rather impressive. Indeed. As their memories faded here, Zhao Yunhe smiled at Bai Li Pangpang, assisting them in finding some items. Oh, did you find it? Bai Li Pangpang nodded, inquiring further. Roughly, it has been found. Training ground, everyone arrived within 3 minutes. Excellent. Let's introduce ourselves. My surname is Han. You may address me as Instructor Han. For the coming year, I shall oversee your practical training in the use of blades. The man standing at the center of the platform surveyed the new recruits before continuing. Our foremost adversaries, the Night Watchers, emerge from the realms of myth, folklore, and legend. In confronting these entities imbued with their own characteristics, what do we rely upon in our battles? Instructor Han paused for effect, glancing at the recruits, clearly awaiting their response. Report. We rely on the formidable powers of the Forbidden Sanctuary. Xin Qingzhu lazily raised her hand, the upward tilt of her eyes gleaming mischievously under the sun's embrace. The Forbidden Ruins undoubtedly serve as our night watchman's foremost reliance in overcoming the enigmatic. Yet unless your Forbidden Ruins possess exceptional strength, they cannot encompass our entirety. New recruit, do you possess a Forbidden Ruins powerful enough to vanquish the mysterious directly? Xin Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Instructor Han on the stage, her lips curling slightly before being subdued. I do. Then pray, enlighten us about your Forbidden Ruins. Sequence 068, Chi Min. Does anyone else have a different answer? Ignoring Xin Qingzhu's remark, Instructo, Han Prasaon. Zhao Yunhe raised his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face, reporting, relying on teammates with formidable Forbidden Ruins. Instructor Han inhaled deeply, visibly exasperated. What if your teammates are absent? What will you rely on then? Waiting? Do you possess a powerful Forbidden Ruins? Reporting, I do not have a Forbidden Ruins. Then how do you intend to eliminate the mysterious when faced with it? Instructor Han, gazing at the smiling Zhao Yunhe, felt a surge of irritation and was ready to reprimand him, yet was interrupted. But I possess a Divine Ruins, Sequence 012, the God of Light, Apollo. In a corner of the training ground, Yuan Gang observed the scene alongside the other instructors, watching Instructor Han struggle on stage. These 2 rascals, recently transferred melee experts. They've left him floundering. Yuan Gang glanced at the fluctuating expressions on Instructor Han's face and then at Zhao Yunhe and Xin Qingzhu below. Knowing full well that these 2 would never comply, quietly Commander, shall I step in to support him? After all, it's his first year with new recruits, suggested Instructor Hong, irritated by the arrogance of these two since the training camp commenced. Let's observe a bit longer. Yuan Gang restrained the eager Instructor Hong, focusing on the stage where new recruits require tempering, while new instructors must earn respect. Reporting. I know it relies on wealth. Bai Li Pang Pang declared excitedly after much contemplation. So, do you intend to crush the mysterious with money? Instructor Han seized the opportunity to address the recruits, stating firmly, in confronting the mysterious, we require agile combat skills. Let us proceed. Yuan Gang glanced at the now composed Instructor Han, who was explaining cold weapons to the recruits. Those who need to sleep should rest, and those inclined to play cards should do so, ensuring they are well prepared for tonight. Below, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu struggled to keep their eyes open, appearing as though they had already dozed off for some time. The two had stayed up late the previous night, only managing to awaken after a considerable duration post the morning whistle. Were it not for the all-nighters honed during their training in Squad 041, they would have remained asleep. Now, the warm sun enveloped them, accompanied by the invigorating lecture, making the time, place, characters, and atmosphere just right, until the clattering noise jolted Zhao Yunhe awake. His expression darkened as he glared at the instructor on stage wielding a half-burned wooden sword, scowling as he ordered Bai Li Pang Pang down and summoned Lin Qie. He then glanced at the still sleeping Shun Qingzhu. Lift your foot, kick. Shun Qingzhu, rise from your slumber. Awakened abruptly, Shun Qingzhu found himself devoid of sleepiness and cast a glare at the smiling Zhao Yunhe. Having spent considerable time together, he had long understood the latter's disposition and chose to ignore him, instead directing his attention to Lin Qie, who was engaged in a sparring match with Instructor Han. He is remarkably strong. As Shun Qingzhu observed Lin Qie descending from the stage, he turned his head back toward Zhao Yunhe after receiving no response for quite some time. Noticing that Zhao Yunhe had once again drifted off to sleep, Shun Qingzhu couldn't help but smile, raising his foot to give him a gentle kick. Get up and sleep properly. Zhao Yunhe, angrily hey. Suddenly disturbed by a surge of ominous energy, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged a glance, instinctively stepping back in unison, choosing to avoid provoking this ancestral force. Little Golden Crow, Yao Guang, go. Bai Li Pang Pang activated his necklace, summoning two golden flying orbs from seemingly nowhere to shield Instructor Han from the aggressively advancing wooden sword engulfed in black flames, transforming into ropes that ensnared the frenzied Chao Yuan. Yet within mere seconds, Chao Yuan broke free from the bindings, his gaze locking onto Bai Li Pang Pang amidst the crowd, rushing towards him with a sinister chuckle. Qie, save me. Hand me the sword. All right. In a fluster, Bai Li Pang Pang rummaged through his belongings, while Lin Qie focused on the charging Chao Yuan, golden light flickering in his eyes. Zhao Yunhe calculated the distance and unleashed his weakened, holy breath revival, which continuously diminished Chao Yuan's strength. At this moment, Shun Qingzhu and the nearby Mo Li exchanged nods and dashed toward Chao Yuan from opposite sides. Found it. Bai Li Pang Pang handed Lin Qie a white long sword, and with a swift motion, the wooden sword clashed with the long sword, causing Lin Qie to repel Chao Yuan, who was advancing towards him and Bai Li Pang Pang. Shun Qingzhu and Mo Li seized the opportunity to kick the sword from Chao Yuan's grip. Pang Pang, what happened to that sealing scroll? Give it to me. Next, Qie. Bai Li Pang Pang tossed the tape to Lin Qie, who seized a moment to tear off a piece of tape and wrap it around Chao Yuan's neck several times, effectively extinguishing the flames engulfing him with a firm tug. Lin Qie caught the now human Chao Yuan as Bai Li Pang Pang hurried over, exclaiming, "That was terrifying. Qie, you just scare me to death." As Chao Yuan, recently freed from his frenzied state, heard the name Qie, he opened his eyes. The night before, a person named Zhao Yunhe had told him that the individual he sought was Lin Qie and that there was no need to search deliberately for him, as he would soon intervene to prevent further bloodshed. Qie, I have finally found you. Chapter 26. Extreme training after the brief interlude involving Chao Yuan. The training must continue. Instructor Han remained fervently engaged on stage, while Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu were still lost in slumber below. It was not until lunchtime that Zhao Yunhe finally awakened from his dreams. "Wake up, it's time to go," Shen Qingzhu urged, rubbing his eyes. By the time Zhao Yunhe was fully alert, most of the people on the playground had dispersed. Bai Li, plump and jovial, stood a short distance away, waving to Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, accompanied by Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and Lin Xie. Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow, surprised that Bai Li and the others had waited for him. "Let us go," Zhao Yunhe said lazily, rising to his feet and squinting at the high sun before making his way toward them. As he walked, he remarked to Shen Qingzhu, "I'll prepare you a medium-rare steak for lunch. If you're fortunate, perhaps a medium will suffice." Shen Qingzhu replied, "Are you serving in the sun?" Zhao Yunhe responded with a cheerful smile. The group, seemingly aware of the day's lunch, sat there with stoic expressions. Bai Li retrieved his large sword. Lin Xie brought out the blade he had used that morning, and Mo Li wielded the long knife she had taken from the training ground. As for Chao Yuan, he continued to gnaw on a piece of beef. "Thank goodness for pickles, or I wouldn't know how to get through this day," Bai Li exclaimed, cutting the beef into pieces with a look of heartfelt gratitude. "Indeed, old son cares for us new recruits." After taking a mouthful of steamed bun followed by pickles, Lin Xie remarked, "Whether he cares or not, I can't say, but these pickles aren't enough to satisfy my appetite." "Here, take mine," Lin Xie offered. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Yuan presented a bowl of pickles to him. Bai Li's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. "Brother, do you know what you're doing? You're not going to eat? If Seven wants them, then they're his," Lin Xie stated. Bai Li, "Barpluxa," exclaimed, "Ah, do you realize what this behavior signifies?" "Brother, this is pure devotion." "I'm content," Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. Bai Li looked at Chao Yuan, who had already spoken to him on the way, claiming he was capable of absolving others of their burdens. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Xie finally spoke. "I don't believe I possess the ability to mitigate others' calamities. I still think you should reconsider Master Jinchan said it must be true." Chao Yuan insisted stubbornly, adding, "Moreover, Zhao Yunhe also mentioned that you are the one I seek." "Seven, did Brother Yunhe say the same?" Bai Li pondered, attempting to turn his thoughts around. "Perhaps it is indeed true." Lin Xie rolled his eyes, muttering that Chao Yuan's words sounded like a chant, something that even the simplest mind could decipher. "Very well. Pursue whatever thoughts you wish," Lin Xie sighed, "but I offer no guarantees." "Understood," Chao Yuan nodded, extending the pickles once more for Seven to take. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xie picked up a piece of pickle and began to eat. Bai Li Pang observed the joyful expression on Chao Yuan's face as he savored his meal of beef at Lin Xie's table. He suppressed the urge to vomit as he speared a piece of meat with his sword, pondering why Brother Yun he found such delight in this unpleasant dish. Yet, where was Brother Yunhe? Wasn't he supposed to be here with Brother Shen? "Shen Qingzhu, can you even cook? It's burnt. Don't just stick to one spot. Then you do it." Behind one of the black buses in the cafeteria, Zhao Yunhe squatted beside Shen Qingzhu, who held two lighters in hand, their flickering orange flames dancing in the air. A piece of unevenly sliced beef rested on Shen Qingzhu's dagger. He deftly speared the cooked meat and offered it to Zhao Yunhe, who took a bite of the steamed bun accompanied by pickles before returning to the grill. "It's a bit tough, Shen Qingzhu," Zhao Yunhe remarked while chewing. "I can't eat this or I'll throw up." Shen Qingzhu did not spare him a glance, placing the freshly grilled meat into his own mouth. "Is it tasty?" A faint voice echoed in their ears. "Indeed," Zhao Yunhe replied candidly after another bite of bun, "though the pickles are a bit scarce." And Shen Qingzhu burned it again. Turning his head, with a mouthful of bun still unchewed, he stammered, "Yuan. Instructor Yuan." Yuan Gang huffed dismissively. "This is your last warning. Eat quickly. The recruits will gather here soon to board the bus. This afternoon, we will embark on extreme training." After tossing 2 badges to Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, he added, "Eat well, and don't embarrass me this afternoon." The 2 young men gazed at the identical exquisite deep blue badges in their hands, shimmering like stars under the sunlight. "They're quite beautiful, though we can't wear them outside now," Zhao Yunhe said, somewhat regretfully pocketing the badge at his chest. He glanced at Shen Qingzhu, who was playing with his badge before stowing it away in his pants pocket. "Hurry and eat. I wonder how they plan to torment us this afternoon." Once lunch concluded, Bai Li Pang, following Lin Qiyi onto the bus, spotted Zhao Yunhe and Xin Xingzhu already seated. His eyes brightened. "Brother Yunhe, Brother Shun, you're here." He pulled Lin Qiyi and others to sit beside Zhao Yunhe. "Brother Yunhe, where did you and Brother Shun go for lunch?" Instructor Hong said their extreme training this afternoon. On the bus, Bai Li Pang and Zhao Yunhe exchanged idle chatter until, after approximately half an hour, the vehicle finally came to a halt. "All present, disembark." At the sound of the whistle, the recruits responded with instinctive precision, forming ranks in just 2 minutes. Instructor Hong stood before them, a satisfied look upon his face. "Focus. This afternoon, we shall commence our first extreme training. Do you see that mountain behind you? Your task is to carry a load of 35 kilograms and reach the end of that mountain before dawn tomorrow. Your load has been equipped with a tracking system, and once you enter the mountain, drones will monitor your progress. Anyone struck by the pain from the drones will face unexpectedly severe punishment. Soon, the instructors will blindfold you and lead you to various locations in the mountains, which will serve as your birthplace. During this period, you may form teams and share the burdens among one another. However, you must refrain from attacking your companions, discarding your loads, or targeting the drones. Your only option is to flee. Is that understood?" "Understood." With his eyes covered, Zhao Yunhe, bearing a weight of 35 kilograms, was escorted by the instructors to an open area where they silently departed. Upon removing his blindfold, he found himself utterly alone, gripping the military knife firmly in his hand. He pondered the stark contrast between the personalities of instructors Yuan and Hong. He and Xin Xingzhu were undoubtedly worlds apart. The buzzing sound echoed in his ears, and Zhao Yunhe sighed, realizing that seeking out Xin Xingzhu was an impossible task. He decided to take things one step at a time. Chapter 27. Social Death Malicious Targeting. Just shook off 3, and now for more. Zhao Yunhe, clutching a dagger, parted the vines ahead and beheld 4 drones advancing directly towards him, pondering which direction to take. At that moment, the voice from the weighty burden echoed once more, causing Zhao Yunhe, who had previously dismissed it, to pause upon hearing his name. The voice from the burden was unmistakably clear. "Oh, the only pair of twins in this training camp, Li Jia and Linjiang, correct? Allow me to ponder what inquiries to make of you. Do you have someone you fancy?" "No, there was once. It seems we have the aloof elder brother and the brother with a tail. You are Li Jia, are you not?" "Indeed." "Pray, share your story with us." "Prior to this summer vacation, I added a profile of a sweetly adorable girl on a gaming platform. We played games together and chatted about life. And as the summer drew to a close, we arranged to meet in person. She was truly charming, with long hair and large eyes. We shared a few drinks, yet for some inexplicable reason, I felt no attraction towards her. I initially intended to escort her back to her hotel, but en route, we were apprehended by an owner of a forbidden realm. Thankfully, Brother Shun and Yunhe came to my rescue. When I groggily opened my eyes, I beheld a breathtaking girl with flowing black hair, an enviable figure, engaging in a fierce battle with that realm owner. At that moment, I felt the stirrings of love. By the time I fully regained consciousness, it was already the following day. My brother informed me that we had both awakened to the Forbidden Realm and inquired if I wished to join the Night Watchers. Upon questioning whether the one who saved me was indeed a member of the Night Watchers, I received an affirmative reply and quickly consented. "Did you eventually meet that girl? You mentioned once having feelings. Was it because she rejected you or that she already had a boyfriend?" The instructor could not help but inquire. "Neither, for she is not a girl at all." Li Jia's voice was tinged with evident distress. "Instructor, you cannot fathom the absurdity of falling for a girl only to encounter her in a public restroom at the hospital, where she revealed something even larger than what I possess. Moreover, she happens to be a close friend of my leader." The instructor, responsible for the questioning, nearly short-circuited from disbelief. What is this? Every word was comprehensible, yet the narrative was utterly incomprehensible. Is that person also in our training camp? Yes. Who is it? Zhao Yunhe. I never would have guessed that the arrogant little brat harbored such a quirk. The instructor remained silent for a considerable time, finally expressing his thoughts before turning to Linjiang. And you? No crush. Surely, there must be someone you admire. Indeed, it is Brother Shun. In my first year of high school, Zhao Yunhe was pinned down for a good 7 or 8 seconds, and after nearly being struck, he finally resumed his flight. The twin brothers, Li Jia and Li Liang, were undoubtedly his nemeses, transforming what was meant to be punishment into a grand spectacle of social death for him and Shen Qingzhu. After Zhao Yunhe deftly evaded 8 drones and confronted 10 more in pursuit, he found himself on the verge of dehydration. The ability of Holy Breath Revival restored his physical and mental stamina, yet it did nothing to quench his thirst. Zhao Yunhe licked his parched lips. Typically, areas with water sources radiate a more potent vitality. After pausing for 2 seconds, he resolutely dashed to the right. Molly, what are you doing here? As Zhao Yunhe brushed past the drones, he spotted Molly, her clothes half dry, concealed beneath the underbrush. To his surprise, after nearly 5 or 6 hours in this place, the first person he encountered was indeed Molly. Zhao Yunhe, have you injured yourself? He crouched by the riverbank and gulped down a generous mouthful of water, feeling revitalized. Yes, my left leg is fractured. Molly nodded and briefly recounted how she had inadvertently tumbled down a waterfall while trying to save Bailey Pang Pang a few hours earlier. Zhao Yunhe took another hearty sip of water, then contentedly licked his lips. Do you wish to continue running, or shall we? He glanced up at the darkening sky and added, or await capture by the drones. Molly bit her lip. While I was running, I noticed that no matter which direction I took, the position of the sun remained unchanged. She pointed to the path Zhao Yunhe had traversed. Moreover, just now, I witnessed that path shift from over there to here. It's a forbidden object altering the terrain. The instructors never intended for us to escape. Regardless of our efforts, we would ultimately be dragged down for questioning. Not necessarily. Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow. Have you not observed? Aside from the recruits who were struck, those who fainted from exhaustion were not questioned. Is that so? Molly looked at Zhao Yunhe. I want to run down. All right, I shall assist you. Zhao Yunhe squatted before Molly, a soft green glow enveloping her left leg. In less than 15 minutes, Molly felt her leg, which had seemed broken, return to normal. Our forbidden zone has been suppressed, has it not? Mine is a divine realm, so retaining some ability is to be expected. Zhao Yunhe smiled at Molly, pulling her up. Try it. Do you feel any discomfort? Molly shook her head and replied, Thank you. Spare me the pleasantries, Zhao Yunhe said, extracting half the burden from his pack. I prefer practicality. Share half my load, will you? Very well. Molly accepted the weight and placed it into her own bag. The buzzing sound of drones echoed ominously above them once more. Zhao Yunhe sighed, feeling the relentless pursuit was indeed malicious. Let's go, Molly. I refuse to believe I cannot escape. Together, they sprinted in unison, Zhao Yunhe's divine realm restoring him, while Molly had also rested for a while, allowing their speeds to become remarkably comparable. Are you from the Mo Clansword sect? Zhao Yunhe inquired as they ran. Why do you ask? We should find time to spar. I have a keen interest in swords. Very well. In the midst of the burdens, a familiar voice echoed once again. Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow. Shen Qingzhu? He has entered as well? Is this not our audacious Shinge? What has transpired? Has he come here to rest from exhaustion? If you have inquiries, hasten to ask. Spare us the trivialities. After demolishing 3 drones and just having a confrontation with the instructor, surely your time must have doubled. Let me ponder. Did you catch what Li Liang said moments ago? I did. So, why is our gentle Shun Gu attempting to disguise himself as a ruthless and arrogant figure? The weak will inevitably become prey, subjected to bullying and slaughter, while only the strong can shield those they wish to protect. A man with a story, indeed. However, I shall exercise restraint and refrain from probing further. Let us discuss other matters. Do you have someone you admire? Do you not have any other questions? The sound of Shen Qingzhu struggling and shouting amidst the weights resonated. Oh, you can still resist the constraints. You certainly possess some audacity. But alas, you are still too inexperienced. Shen Qingzhu's voice gradually steadied. Yes, when I was 4 years old, I fell for a big sister who lived next door. To call her a big sister is somewhat of a stretch. She was merely 3 to 4 years my senior. Her hair was long and dark, and her eyes were enchanting. Every day, she would come and play with me. Dressed in a princess gown, bringing various delightful treats and toys. I told her I liked her and wished to marry her. She replied that if I wrote her a love letter every day, upon reaching adulthood, she would agree to marry me. Oh, how many love letters have you penned? It must be in the thousands by now. None. I only wrote 114. Ah, indeed, for a 4-year-old boy. Maintaining that for 114 days is quite an achievement. That is not the case. She suddenly moved away, and I could not find her. The instructor, observing Shun Qingzhu's demeanor darkening, feared he might burst into tears and hastily changed the subject. Are you close with Zhao Yunhe? Have you known each other since childhood? Chapter 28. Heresy, no. He saved me. It seems I have known him even less than a month before you all. Less than a month. And you two can already coordinate so seamlessly? The instructor initially intended to remark on their fervent camaraderie, but fearing that Shun Qingzhu might lose control again, he refrained from doing so. One last question. Li Jia remarked that Zhao Yunhe looks stunning in women's clothing. Is that true? Yes, indeed, quite beautiful. Zhao Yunhe and Molly leaped down from the dune, with Molly casting a complex glance at Zhao Yunhe, who appeared utterly unfazed. Well, they do have good taste. If Shun Qingzhu dares to say she looks unattractive, just wait until I finish my training. I'll make him regret it. Zhao Yunhe, embodying a-queen demeanor, turned to Molly, who had only spoken half a sentence. What's wrong? Nothing. Everything is fine. Down the mountain, it had been about 7 hours since they entered. How many are left? In the tent equipped with surveillance, Instructor Hong casually inquired. 18. Most are seasoned veterans and special forces, and Lin Xie and Chao Yuan are also here. Who would have thought? These two are also so capable in terms of physical endurance. The instructors in the monitoring room counted 3 times before they could comprehend. They had not undergone specialized training, yet they managed to reach this point. Their limits are fast approaching. By the way, where is Zhao Yunhe? I haven't heard him speak. When did he lose consciousness? Zhao Yunhe? A few instructors stared in disbelief. He hasn't been eliminated yet. Su Cheng pointed at the small red dot. Look, there he is, moving quite swiftly. If he keeps this pace... Wait, why has he stopped? Zhao Yunhe. I can't run anymore. Molly leaned against a tree, beads of sweat streaming down her forehead. I feel I have reached my physical limit. Before I faint, please take all your burdens from me. Thanks. Zhao Yunhe transferred all his weight to Molly. Let us go. We'll split up. I'll distract the drones. Molly glanced up at the 12 drones pursuing them. Hurry. Zhao Yunhe shot her a look before vanishing into the night. Molly hurled her knife at one of the drones and dashed in another direction, losing consciousness just a second before the drone could strike her. 7.5 hours after the start, Zhao Yunhe, unburdened and agile, leaped onto a massive rock with a dagger in hand. Good news, he can recover stamina and need not fear fatigue. Bad news, this is the 3rd time he has crouched on this stone. Faint voices of conversation reached his ears, and Zhao Yunhe's eyes brightened. Finally, aside from Molly, he hadn't encountered another living soul in this wretched mountain. But now, fortune favors him. Activating sacred breath recovery, he sprinted towards the direction of human life. Chia, you are quite special. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhao Yunhe heard Chao Yuan's words, immediately halting his advance. A confession? I recall reading that Chao Zai has a penchant for married women. This plot twist seems rather unusual. Zhao Yunhe crouched behind sparse bushes. It seems like a melon. Let's take a bite. Setting aside all else, I find myself yearning for a genuine friendship with you. Chao Yuan's gaze was intensely fixed on Lin Xie, and he remarked, You are both astute and benevolent. Though you may appear indifferent to everything, once you commit, you excel. You extend this same loyalty to your friends, otherwise. He glanced at the unconscious Bai Li Pang Pang. You would not have been so steadfast in aiding this little chubby one. Thus, I sincerely wish for us, as kindred spirits, to forge a strong friendship. And what of him? Lin Xie inquired, pointing toward the motionless Bai Li Pang Pang on the ground. Him? Gao Duan Chuke Sopti. In certain respects, how is he not an outlier as well? Indeed, for instance, he possesses an extraordinary wealth. Lin Xie replied with a smile, then suddenly posed a question. And what of Zhao Yunhe? He is quite intelligent, isn't he? Pang Pang claims that Zhao Yunhe is the most righteous and kind-hearted person he has ever encountered. Why do you not wish to befriend him? Zhao Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I sense that he is distinct from us. His kindness seems superficial. He appears to socialize effortlessly with everyone, yet there exists a peculiar boundary that he maintains with all. At this juncture, Zhao Yunhe, overhearing their conversation, felt a sense of disquiet. How did the discussion somehow shift to him? Was the plot veering into absurdity? Yet, he was quite amiable toward Shen Qingzhu, was he not? Ba. Zhao Yuan clasped his hands together. I can sense he does not regard Shen Qingzhu as, are you two speaking ill of me behind my back? Zhao Yunhe could no longer remain hidden. Firstly, he felt that if he did not emerge, Zhao Yuan and Lin Jie could easily converse about him for the entire night. Secondly, his legs had grown numb from squatting. Jie, you and Zhao Yuan should not indulge in such behavior. How can you discuss others behind their backs? Zhao Yunhe pulled Lin Jie behind him and turned to Zhao Yuan, exclaiming, you scoundrel! I even informed you to identify who it was, and yet you accuse me of being indifferent? Zhao, my friend, I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Zhao Yunhe covered his ears with one hand while gripping Lin Jie's wrist with the other, insisting, Jie, let us depart and ignore him. 8 hours had elapsed since the beginning. Zhao Yuan withdrew, leaving Zhao Yunhe and Lin Jie remaining on the field. To their surprise, it was they who persevered until the end. Su Cheng observed the large screen, noting that the two small red dots moved with tireless speed. Aren't they exhausted? I feel fatigued just from monitoring the footage for a day. One instructor lamented. Monsters, Instructor Hong remarked, watching the two advancing on the map with a smirk, adjusting the drone to hover near them. Do not lose sight of them. As night falls, let the medical team ascend the mountain to prevent any mishaps. The rest should prepare. We shall head to the finish line to welcome these two prodigious talents. 9 hours into the start, Zhao Yuan's voice resonated amidst the weight he bore. Zhao Yuan, well done. However, it is regrettable that, according to the rules, you must still face a penalty. Very well, he replied. Do you have a girl you fancy? None. Zhao Yuan shook his head. In comparison to sweet and adorable young girls, I find myself more drawn to mature and experienced women. The instructor opened his mouth, then decisively shifted the topic. Do you have any regrets? At the tender age of 6, I took the lives of over 300 individuals. I often ponder how fortunate it would have been had I perished in the river at that moment. I wish my instinct for survival had not been so fervent. Yet, it is not your fault. Back then, you simply could not restrain your own body. But, dear instructor, what hope remains for one who cannot even govern their own form? My existence is but a manifestation of original sin. After a moment of silence, the instructor posed one final question. Now, in the mountains, you have 2 companions. Is there anything you wish to convey to them? A smile graced Zhao Yuan's lips. Lin Jie, do not bring disgrace upon us heretics. And Zhao Yunhe, you too. Chapter 29. Did they not save him? Lin Jie smirked, glancing at Zhao Yunhe beside him. The suppression of the Forbidden Ruins steel had little effect on the Starry Night Dancer, allowing him to navigate the mountains effortlessly under the cover of darkness. What about Zhao Yunhe? Was his divine ruin also unrestrained? Or perhaps, like Lin Jie, harbored secrets unknown to others? Enough of this nonsense. Zhao Yunhe scoffed, narrowing his eyes as the swarm of drones around them multiplied. A moment's distraction could lead to a deadly strike. Fortunately, with Lin Jie serving as a human compass, he found it hard to restrain himself from shooting those drones down. Zhao Yunhe's speed did not match Lin Jie's. The distance between them gradually widened to 2 or 3 meters. He glanced back at the drones that hastened in tandem with Lin Jie's increasing pace, defiantly raising his middle finger towards the helicopter. Dullard, after uttering those words, Zhao Yunhe felt a surge of relief, quickening his pace once more, leaving a trail of withered grass in his wake. Lin Jie watched, astonished, as Zhao Yunhe surged ahead. He had not intentionally waited for Zhao Yunhe. The speed boost from the Starry Night Dancer had reached its zenith, and for Zhao Yunhe to overtake him in such circumstances indicated his extraordinary prowess. However, it was not long before Zhao Yunhe's speed diminished again, falling back to maintain a distance of approximately 1 meter behind Lin Jie. 10 hours into their journey, The instructors observed the two small red dots on their tracking devices, nearly overlapping as they dashed in a straight line across Cangnan Mountain, making no unnecessary detours but heading directly towards their destination. The drones, their batteries depleting, had been forced to retreat, and the medical team deployed had long been left behind by the duo. How were they achieving this? Even if the Forbidden Ruins steel could not entirely suppress their divine ruins, their speed was astonishing. Linjiang had only exhibited remarkable strength during his battle with Wang Mian, yet in the days since entering the training camp, he had remained remarkably low-key. Who would have anticipated such strength? No wonder Zhao Yunhe was so audacious. He had a certain justification for his bravado. How were they able to navigate so precisely towards their destination? Yurongong, seated centrally, observed in silence for a while before speaking. It is Linjiang alone who has discerned the correct direction. He pointed to the small red dot marked with Zhao Yunhe's name, slightly trailing behind. Since entering Cangnan Mountain, he had lost his way 12 times. After guiding Molly through 9 wrong turns, she had finally begun to lead him. When Molly was eliminated, he had lost his way 4 more times. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter with Linjiang and Chao Yuan, he would have never escaped Cangnan Mountain. Yuan Gang smiled, satisfied. He was indeed clever and fortunate. 10 hours and 45 minutes into their journey, Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, 7 night, we are nearly there. He wiped his face, a mixture of sweat and mud obscuring his features. I sensed the presence of numerous human lives. Look, it's them. They have arrived. One of the instructors, clutching a telescope, exclaimed with palpable excitement. The new recruits who have managed to complete their first extreme training. These two have surely created a miracle since the establishment of our training camp. 5 meters. The two figures gradually came into view. 3 meters. The instructors observed that their uniforms were marred with scratches and dirt. 1 meter. Linjiang tightly gripped the dagger they had been provided, his palms smeared with blood, while Zhao Yunhe bore a large patch of cracked black mud on his face. His cap long since vanished. Report. The two rushed before the instructors, simultaneously speaking. Does this count as completing the training? Training completed. Congratulations. You have created a miracle among the Night Watchman's recruits. Yuan Gang patted Zhao Yunhe and Linjiang on the shoulders. With a thud, just as Yuan Gang's hand made contact with Zhao Yunhe's shoulder, he was sent sprawling to the ground. My backside hurts. Zhao Yunhe was nearly at his wit's end. In pursuit of the auxiliary skill, Holy Breath Revival, he had activated the Divine Abyss from the moment they entered the mountains, aiming for a 60% expenditure of his mental energy. Yet, while his mental energy had replenished, his physical stamina could not keep pace. He had been alternating between rapid and slow speeds for a grueling 11 hours. Su Cheng and Instructor Han handed them bottles of water, and after quickly downing the contents, they felt a renewed sense of vitality. Shall we play a game? A black ring lay before Zhao Yunhe and Linjiang, the truth ring. Would you like to give it a try? No, not interested. The two glanced at the obsidian ring and decisively declined the instructor's invitation. Come on, there's no one else around. All right, I'll give it a try. 7 night. You must keep my secrets no matter what I say. Zhao Yunhe slipped the ring onto his middle finger. His curiosity piqued. Could this truly compel one to speak only the truth? Do you have someone you admire? No, of course not. With my looks, it's always others who admire me. Upon hearing this response, the instructor's lips twitched as he continued, if that's the case. You must receive quite a few love letters, right? Not many, just 114. As soon as the words left his mouth, a heavy silence enveloped the area, as if they had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. The instructor, suppressing his curiosity, inquired, one last question. Is there anything you regret? Would you care to share? Me? Zhao Yunhe pointed to himself, pondering his life, which had flowed smoothly. What regrets could he possibly have? I couldn't save his life. Zhao Yunhe struggled to utter the words. I was so close, just a little bit closer. Unable to restrain his urge to continue speaking, he hastily removed the ring from his finger and placed it into Linjiang's hand. I'm done. This isn't fun at all. 7 night. You give it a try. With a hint of reluctance, Linjiang accepted the ring from Zhao Yunhe's hand and put it on. The instructor observed Zhao Yunhe. whose expression had undergone a remarkable transformation since he uttered the words, "I could not save his life." He sighed, reflecting on the swift change of demeanor, realizing why Instructor Hong had remarked on his profound thoughts. Then he turned his gaze to the composed Lin Xie. "And you, Lin Xie, do you harbor any regrets?" Countless answers swirled in Lin Xie's mind, yet when he spoke, it felt as though he were not in command of his own words. "I could not save him." The other instructors exchanged glances, bewildered by how each of them seemed to possess a story, each burdened by someone they could not save. Chapter 30, I Have Died. Afraid you would follow suit when Zhao Yunhe awoke once more, he found himself entirely unclothed, submerged in a tub of water. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld Shun Qingzhu, draped only in a towel, sat on the bed with her eyes closed in contemplation. "How did I return?" he inquired. Shun Qingzhu raised her gaze, her expression one of incredulity. "I carried you back. And my clothes? I removed them." As she donned her attire, she continued, "You would do well to lie back down. Yuan Gang mentioned that soaking in this would bolster your physique, alleviating fatigue and bodily aches." "Then why are you not soaking?" Zhao Yunhe asked, watching Shun Qingzhu prepare to leave. "This concoction reeks. I feel as though I am marinating in it," he exclaimed. "And why do I feel as though I have been thoroughly beaten? My body aches terribly. I am hungry. I wish to dine. I crave." Zhao Yunhe's sentence remained unfinished as Shun Qingzhu abruptly exited, leaving him without a word. Is she in a fit of rage? Zhao Yunhe twisted his head to the limits of human capacity, discovering a dark bruise on his right shoulder. His pupils dilated as he sprang from the tub, confirming that his abdomen, side, and thigh bore similar bruises, unmistakable evidence that whoever had assaulted him had shown no mercy. "Who dared to strike me while I was unconscious?" Nearby recruits were startled by his outburst. "Bang, Brother Yunhe, what has transpired?" The door to the dormitory swung open, revealing the rotund figure of Bai Li, his voice echoing in Zhao Yunhe's ears. "Brother Yunhe, are you admiring your physique?" Zhao Yunhe fell silent, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Indeed, aside from his handsome visage, there was not a single commendable aspect of his form. "Seven Night, how much do you recall from yesterday?" Zhao Yunhe emerged from the tub, dressed, and proceeded with Bai Li, Lin Xie, and Chao Yuan towards the dining hall. "I remember little," Lin Xie replied. "After handing the truth ring to the instructor, I fell into unconsciousness. However, I believe I saw a few new recruits on the way back. For vehicles might not suffice." Zhao Yunhe remarked nonchalantly, then inquired, "By the way, Seven Night, when you awoke this morning, did you feel any soreness as though you had been beaten?" "No, precisely as if you had indeed been beaten. I do feel sore, but not as if I had been struck," Lin Xie observed, glancing at Zhao Yunhe, who seemed somewhat disoriented. "What is troubling you?" "I suspect I was assaulted last night while confined within a sack." Zhao Yunhe ground his teeth in frustration. "If I discover who it was, they shall regret it." He tilted his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Shun Qingzhu dining at a distance. The words he intended to utter took an unexpected turn as he approached her. "I see Shun Qingzhu. Let us go." "Shun Qingzhu, you didn't inform me that today's meal was so sumptuous. Had it not been for the arrival of Chao Yuan and Seven Night, I would have had no intention of dining." Zhao Yunhe settled beside Shun Qingzhu and bit into a fried dough stick. "How do you still have millet porridge and pickles?" Without sparing him a glance, Shun Qingzhu continued to relish her fried dough stick. "Hin Yi." Sitting opposite Shun Qingzhu, Bali Pang Pang gazed longingly at the small dish of pickled vegetables before him, swallowing hard. "I wish I could have some." "What are you talking about?" "Clearly, that was meant for me." Shun Qingzhu's expression was unmistakably possessive. Zhao Yunhe, in a casual gesture, swapped his cup of soy milk for Shun Qingzhu's untouched bowl of millet porridge, fully aware of Shun Qingzhu's aversion to the drink. "Right, Xinge?" Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, feigning camaraderie as he nudged Shun Qingzhu's shoulder, only to wince in mock pain. "Ouch, that hurt. Did you notice any suspicious individuals getting too close to me while you carried me back yesterday?" As Shun Qingzhu's hand, initially reaching for the porridge, shifted towards the soy milk, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "No, you were sleeping like the dead. I couldn't rouse you at all." "That metaphor leaves much to be desired," Zhao Yunhe replied, shaking his head after a sip of porridge. I can't afford to die. After all, if I were to pass away, I fear you might follow suit in a tragic display of devotion. Across the table, Lin Xie by Li Pangpang and Qiao Yuan exchanged glances, puzzled by the exchange between Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu. Bai Li Pangpang, with a sudden seriousness, turned to Lin Xie and declared, Xie, if there ever comes a day when you meet your demise, I shall follow you into the afterlife, just as Shenggu would for Yunhe. And I too, Qiao Yuan added, determinately locking eyes with Bai Li Pangpang. Lin Xie, bewildered, raised an eyebrow. Huh. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe, caught up in their banter, looked at Bai Li Pangpang and Qiao Yuan with confusion. What you two on about? Zhao Yunhe gestured toward Bai Li Pangpang, whispering to Shen Qingzhu. Isn't that a bit over the top? Was what I just said equally nauseating? Not quite. Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment before responding. It's actually more distasteful than what you said. By the way, Xie, between you and Yunhe, who would succumb first? Bai Li Pangpang suddenly remembered something and inquired. What question did the instructor ask you to? We weren't asked anything. Zhao Yunhe winked subtly at Lin Xie, who nodded in acknowledgement, responding nonchalantly. We stepped out. What? Bai Li Pangpang blinked in disbelief before leaping to his feet, exclaiming, Are you saying you too hiked across Jinan Mountain? Keep it down, Zhao Yunhe urged, pulling Bai Li Pangpang back into his seat, placing a finger on his lips. This is a rare breed of eccentricity. I never imagined I would be surrounded by two. Before Bai Li Pangpang could finish his thought, his gaze was drawn to the sight of Molly approaching with a tray. He immediately stood up again, waving excitedly. Molly, over here. Xie, am I seeing things? Molly is really coming this way. Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed, gripping Lin Xie's sleeve. Xie, Molly acknowledged me. Pinch me and tell me this isn't a dream. With a thud, the tray hit the table as Bai Li Pangpang stared, breathless, at Molly seated across from him, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. Zhao Yunhe, the morning training has been cancelled. After we finish our meal, shall we practice with the sword? Certainly. In the bustling cafeteria, Lin Xie seemed to perceive the sound of a young heart shattering. Qiao Yuan deliberately approached and patted Bai Li Pangpang's shoulder. Bai Li, my friend. Molly, Brother Yunhe, you all. Zhao Yunhe lifted his head, gazing at the nearly broken-hearted Bai Li Pangpang, offering him a knowing smile. Are you all going together? Of course. All right. We need to wait a moment. Lin Xie disrupted the previously orderly formation of the group. After this, Zhao Yunhe and I shall visit Instructor Yuan, as we have been informed that we are to receive a reward for breaking the new recruit's limit record. Chapter 31. Rewards. As Zhao Yunhe noticed Lin Xie had finished his meal, he swiftly popped the remaining half of the fried dough stick into his mouth. Shen Qingzhu, I'm heading over with Xie. Wait for us on the playground. After speaking, Zhao Yunhe eagerly tugged Lin Xie towards the instructor's office. Hurry up. We finally have a lengthy break. Let us grab what we need and leave. Report. Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, barging into the office before Instructor Hong could utter a word. Instructeur Yuan, Instructeur Hong. Xie and I are here to collect our rewards. Instructor Hong rubbed his temples, slightly exasperated as he observed the perpetually grinning Zhao Yunhe and the increasingly relaxed Lin Xie. You two are quite enthusiastic, aren't you? We merely happen to have some time, Lin Xie replied with a gentle smile towards Instructor Hong. Please take a seat. Instructor Yuan Gang gestured for them to sit down, sliding two small black boxes in front of them. These are rewards for both of you, as the only two new recruits to succeed in the first extreme training. Upon opening the boxes, Zhao Yunhe curiously glanced at Lin Xie's contents. Nestled within was a diamond-shaped azure crystal, no larger than a fingernail, emanating a soft glow. He then examined his own pure gold ring, pondering its potential significance for a considerable time before hesitantly inquiring, This, Instructor, do the night watchmen also provide wedding gifts? Isn't it a bit premature? I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Instructeur Hong. Instructor Yuan Gong. Lin Xie. Ultimately, it was Instructor Hong who, noticing Instructor Yuan Gang's increasingly dark expression, stepped in to clarify. Xie's artifact is called the Azure Heart. It was acquired during a mission by the Night Watchman 20 years ago, after slaying the sea demon Ikuchi in the East Sea. When carried, it activates a protective field with a radius of about 1 meter. Classified as Sequence 2, 78-foot Azure Guardian, it can ward off most mental attacks. However, if the adversary's power far exceeds yours, it merely mitigates the impact. Lin Chie's eyes sparkled at Instructor Hong's words. The artifacts he currently possessed were predominantly offensive, and the Azure Heart perfectly complemented his defensive shortcomings. Rising respectfully, Lin Chie bowed to both Instructor Hong and Instructor Yuan Gang. Thank you. What a splendid item, Chie. Zhao Yunhe tugged at Lin Chie's sleeve. With this, your offense and defense are perfectly balanced. You cheeky brat. Nothing given by the superiors is inferior. Your ring is classified as Sequence 365-foot Crimson Sunday. It was excavated from an ancient tomb in the ancient city of Lulan by archaeologists 10 years ago, and it is believed to be a burial offering from a noble descendant of Lulan. It can withstand physical attacks for 7 seconds. As Zhao Yunhe toyed with the ring, he casually asked, "Is this ancient Lulan artifact named using the Han terminology?" Alongside the ring, a painting was unearthed, which features its inscription, Instructor Hong explained. All right. Zhao Yunhe waved his hand dismissively, rising to bow to the two instructors. He then grabbed Lin Chie and prepared to leave. Thank you, Instructor Hong. Thank you, Instructor Yuan. The training was about to commence when Instructor Hong interjected, Hold on. Chi, you may return, but you stay. Report. A languid voice emerged from outside. Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. Kumin. Upon seeing that it was Shun Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe resumed his seat, for he was not foolish and had a fair inkling of the situation at hand. Lin Chie nodded at both Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong before departing, while Shun Qingzhu took the seat recently vacated by Lin Chie and asked, "What was the purpose of summoning me?" Curiously, Shun Qingzhu pondered why, while enjoying his meal. He had been inexplicably summoned here by an unexpected instructor, waiting at the door for a full 5 minutes before being allowed entry. This is a token of gratitude from the mask team for both of you. Such a large item? What is it? Zhao Yunhe inquired, receiving a black box nearly as tall as himself. Upon opening it, he discovered a longbow, approximately 7 meters in length, shimmering with a faint crimson glow. Its ends bore sharp blades, and despite the absence of any ornamentation, it exuded an air of both sanctity and ferocity. Impressive, Zhao Yunhe exclaimed as he lifted the bow and attempted to draw the string. With sincere enthusiasm, he turned to Yuan Gang. Please extend my gratitude to Mask. I truly adore this. This bow was acquired during a special mission by Mask, taken from a formidable being of the Infinite Realm and another from the Klein Realm. Your bow is the weapon of the Infinite Being, designated as Sequence 045, Cloud Treader. The other weapon is in Shun Qingzhu's possession. Shun Qingzhu opened another black box, revealing 2 identical blue-violet crescent daggers. And the other weapon, Sequence 046, listening to the Phoenix's call. Thank you, Shun Qingzhu replied as he stowed the daggers away. Also, please convey my thanks to Mask. Both individuals, each burdened with a substantial black box, turned to leave, but were halted once more by Instructor Hong. Wait. They both turned back. A look of confusion etched across their faces as they regarded Instructor Hong. Are you planning to saunter out in such a manner? Instructor Hong tossed each of them an exquisite ring, a storage ring developed by the Night Watchers. Put inside. Thank you, Instructor Hong. Zhao Yunhe exclaimed as he deftly caught the 2 rings, blowing a kiss in gratitude. Noted, now off to training. After stowing the rings, Zhao Yunhe grabbed Shun Qingzhu and rushed outside. Shun Qingzhu, look, couple rings. As they made their way to the training ground, Zhao Yunhe gazed at the 2 small rings and exclaimed dramatically, Brother Shun, it's my first time wearing a ring, and I gave it to you. You must take responsibility. Anticipating an irate response, or perhaps a reprimand, Zhao Yunhe was taken aback when Shun Qingzhu merely glanced at him and nonchalantly remarked, Did I not put one on you when we were children? What? Zhao Yunhe froze in his tracks, his smile abruptly fading. He even questioned if his ears had deceived him, exclaiming once more, What? I said, did I not put one on you once when we were young? This cannot be your first, can it? Shen Qingzhu gazed at Zhao Yunhe with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of one. Aren't you here to practice your sword skills? Come, let us engage in a private spar. Zhao Yunhe felt a tightening sensation within him, a wave of apprehension washing over his body. It was over, truly over. Shen Qingzhu had discovered his secret and was evidently displeased. The innocence of his previous charm and feigned ignorance was of no use now. He could not escape this impending punishment. Qi, he inquired, what transpired between Shunji and Brother Yunhe in the instructor's office? I have a distinct impression that Brother Yunhe is in grave danger of being bested by Shinji. With a clang, Lin Shi deflected the wooden sword from Bai Li Pongpong's grasp, urging him to focus. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but it is evident that Zhao Yunhe must have done something to provoke Shen Qingzhu's ire, and it must be significant. How did you deduce that, Qi? Bai Li Pang asked, his face a picture of confusion as he retrieved the wooden sword. Lin Shi pointed to the vibrant patch of grass nearest them. Have you not observed? Shen Qingzhu exerted every ounce of his strength. Zhao Yunhe is no match for him. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Zhao Yunhe did not resort to his divine techniques, instead enduring Shen Qingzhu's relentless assault. Once more, Lin Shi brought down the wooden sword held by Li Pang, positioning his own blade against the latter's neck. Bai Li Pongpong's expression fell. Qi, you are simply too formidable. I cannot hope to contend with you. Pang, it is not that I'm overly strong, but rather that you are lacking in skill. You have yet to grasp even the most fundamental techniques. Bai Li Pang Siga. Why do you remain idle, Bai Li Tumming? Are you attempting to pose as a stone statue? Go over there and practice the basics. Chapter 32. The Holiday Instructor Han, wielding a knife, unceremoniously tossed the plump Bai Li into the basic training group. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhao Yunhe being mercilessly dominated by Shen Qingzhu. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then recalled something, letting out a soft chuckle. 7 nights. Practice later. First, observe how Shen Qingzhu wields his knife, and pay attention to the differences between him and Zhao Yunhe. Lin Xia nodded and stood alongside Instructor Han. Although it was a one-sided massacre, every strike Shen Qingzhu executed was a thing of beauty, swift and light, each thrust striking precisely at Zhao Yunhe's vulnerabilities, rendering any defense futile. Do you see it? Instructor Han began, his gaze fixed on the relentless exchange. Shen Qingzhu's knife techniques do not stem from any sect. Each of his movements is a variation of the foundational training of our night watchman. Furthermore, they complement his proficiency in the Forbidden Void. His speed and accuracy likely derive from his practice with daggers and short blades, which demand an element of surprise, extraordinary speed, and lethal precision. He turned his attention back to the struggling Zhao Yunhe, contemplating for a moment. You are far superior to him. Instructor Han organized his thoughts before addressing Lin Xia. Zhao Yunhe's technique resembles a mere imitation. He replicates Shen Qingzhu's every action without grasping their essence, all while attempting to infuse his own flawed ideas. He pursed his lips, finding it difficult to continue. Never mind, 7 nights, observe Molly's technique. Their focus shifted to Molly, engaged in a sparring match with a male partner. Originating from the Mo family knife sect, her style epitomized their philosophy, heavy yet not clumsy, breaking a myriad of techniques with sheer force. Instructor Lin Xia said, a hint of confusion in his eyes as his knife slowly slipped from his grip. 7 nights, let us spar, Instructor Han proposed. The sound of the wooden sword clattering to the ground as Han dispatched it in merely 3 moves. Do you realize that despite Zhao Yunhe's abysmal technique, my expectations for him are merely to defend himself? Instructor Han sheathed his knife, fully aware of the path he must tread. You may not comprehend this, but he possesses an innate talent for ranged weapons such as bows, crossbows, and firearms. He patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. As for you, 7 nights, to be frank, you may not be suited for the knife. Perhaps you should seek a path that is fitting or even uniquely yours. After imparting these words, Instructor Han turned and surveyed the surroundings. Bai Li Tu Ming, were you filming in slow motion? Come here. I will personally spar with you. The recruits, having endured the grueling training yesterday, found today's respite exceedingly comfortable. Morning drills were canceled, and the cafeteria served regular meals once more, free from the sight of bloody, raw beef. It was akin to paradise. Shun Qingzhu, can we consider our matter settled? I've pummeled you, vented my frustrations, and offer my apologies. Just forgive me, will you? My body still aches. Silence. As Zhao Yunhe, bruised and battered with a swollen face and a red mark at the corner of his mouth, walked back to the dormitory. The sound of someone crunching on a cucumber echoed painfully in his ears. In truth, it is not much. The redemption of one's childhood has transformed into brotherhood, and that suffices. Yes, it is time to turn the page. Shun Qingzhu stood at the dormitory entrance, addressing Zhao Yunhe. Brother Shun, you cannot fathom the pain I endured. To express my regret, I refrained from using my divine relic today. Upon hearing that Shun Qingzhu had forgiven him, Zhao Yunhe immediately adopted a different demeanor. If only we had a phone, we could snap a few photos of those two forbidden artifacts in our dorm. Indeed, Shun Qingzhu replied with a nod. Zhao Yunhe continued. That bow is magnificent. The moment I laid eyes on it, I knew it was meant for me. And those two daggers of yours are simply tailored for you. The days at the training camp passed in a steady rhythm. Aside from the absence of those perverse punishments, the instructors continued to devise various methods to torment the recruits. At the shooting range, Su Cheng exhaled a puff of white mist, rubbing his hands as he observed Zhao Yunhe, who could hit the bullseye regardless of how he adjusted his aim. He then glanced at Shun Qingzhu, whose accuracy was not far behind, and could not help but exclaim, "Good heavens! I have witnessed a genius in my lifetime." The students taught by Zhao Zhao were indeed exceptional. Yuan Gong approached Su Cheng, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. However, these two youngsters still lagged behind Zhao Zhao in terms of experience. Zhao Zhao. Su Cheng gaped in disbelief at Yuan Gang. Is it the Zhao Zhao who, without a moment's hesitation, shot out a divine eye with a single bullet? To think these two were her students. Yuan Gang gazed at Zhao Yunhe's silhouette, which began to merge with Zhao Zhao's in his mind, and let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, they had burdened sister Zhao Zhao and old Duan. The winter in Cangnan is truly frigid. The new year is approaching, isn't it? Su Cheng remarked, rubbing his hands together. Yes, this morning's training concludes. And this afternoon we will pack up and send them off. Yuan Gang said, his expression serious as he surveyed the over 200 new recruits at the shooting range. Is it possible that something is amiss in Cangnan? Su Cheng inquired, his gaze fixed on Yuan Gang. Is someone planning to take action against us? Is it directed at everyone, or merely those two divine agents? Or perhaps that chubby young master from the Bailey family? After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang responded. According to the intelligence provided by Team 130 SXS Chenmai, their target is the entire training camp. A sharp whistle echoed throughout the training camp. Zhao Yunhe, Linjiang, and others, who were savoring freshly steamed meat buns while dreaming of the future, heard the whistle and instinctively sprinted toward the training ground. Chia, Brother Yunhe, wait for me. Bailey Pang Pang, having consumed only half of his bun, reluctantly glanced at the remaining meat buns on the table before pocketing two more. Instructeur, standing on the platform and having completed the roll call, looked at the recruits whose appearances had changed drastically since their arrival and nodded in satisfaction. Today, we have taken up your lunchtime to announce an important matter. The initial phase of physical training in our new recruits program has officially concluded, transitioning now to the exploration of firearms and the utilization of restricted zones, which you have only recently encountered. The commencement of this new segment will take place in 5 days. However, during this interim period, following discussions among the instructors, it has been decided to grant you a 5-day holiday. From this afternoon until the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. As soon as Instructor Hong's words fell, a chorus of cheers erupted across the training ground. Chia, Brother Yunhe, did you hear that? It's a holiday. A holiday. Does anyone want to come and play in Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Before Bailey Pang Pang could finish his thought, he was doused with a bucket of cold water by Instructor Hong. However, during these 5 days, you are not permitted to leave Cangnan. We will provide each of you with a locator device. Any violators will have their night watchman status revoked. Bailey Pang Pang, P. Now, you have half an hour to pack your belongings. The personal items and locator devices you submitted have already been placed in your respective dormitories. In half an hour, everyone is to assemble behind the dining hall. As for those who are late, they will spend the new year in the training camp. Upon hearing this, the recruits swiftly dispersed. It was a joke. Who would wish to remain in this wretched place when given the chance to escape? Chapter 33. The girl with attitude. Zhao Yunhe realized that upon hearing Instructor Hong utter the words holiday, they were on the cusp of a new narrative arc. As it seemed, the members of the ancient god sect were about to make their appearance. In less than 20 minutes, over 200 recruits had boarded the vehicle, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. Bailey Pangang rubbed his eyes and glanced at Shen Qingzhu, who, like Zhao Yunhe, was attired in a pink shirt, a beige overcoat, white trousers, and black canvas shoes. Isn't this supposed to be the cool girl? He mused. Was this macaroon-inspired ensemble? Noticing Bailey Pangong's gaze, Shen Qingzhu cast a sidelong glance at him. Of course not, cool girl. Bailey Pangang gulped nervously, sitting beside Lin Xie like a timid quail. Had that look from Shen Qingzhu possessed lethal intent, he felt he would have perished countless times. Zhao Yunhe, observing their interaction, chuckled softly. Ms. Zhang had raised Shen Qingzhu almost as if he were her own son, preparing 2 sets of clothing for the changing seasons. Perhaps spurred by a moment of whimsy upon witnessing a pair of parents purchasing identical outfits for their twins. Zhao Yunhe was unperturbed, having donned skirts himself. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement when Ms. Zhang praised Shen Qingzhu's style, calling it youthful and vibrant. The vehicle departed promptly after 30 minutes, prompting Zhao Yunhe to close his eyes and catch up on sleep. However, he was jolted awake by an exclamation. Wow, I've reached the pool realm. I need to call my dad. I broke through faster than my brother. From now on, I shall rewrite our family history. I'm changing my name. I will no longer be Zhang Wei. I will be Zhang Guangzhong. A boy who had suddenly risen to his feet laughed heartily, performing a dramatic monologue filled with exuberance. I feel like I'm almost at the pool realm too. I've also broken through. Zhao Yunhe nudged the still drowsy Shen Qingzhu. What realm are you at now? Still at the pool realm. Just like before, Shen Qingzhu replied. Zhao Yunhe smiled knowingly, revealing a mischievous grin reminiscent of a devilish charm. Me too. Shen Qingzhu, uninterested in Zhao Yunhe's antics, assumed he was merely putting on a show, only to be met with a seemingly inconsequential remark. Shen Qingzhu, look at the camera, Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, pulling out his phone as Instructor Hong began explaining why they had experienced sudden breakthroughs. He aimed the camera at both their faces, flashing a peace sign, and snapped the picture just as Shen Qingzhu shot him a cold glare. Lin Xie, Bailey Pangang, Gao Zhuang. Zhao Yunhe tugged at Shen Qingzhu, urging him toward Lin Xie and the others. Come on, let us take a group photo. Extending his arm to its fullest, he caught sight of Mo Li conversing with another girl. Mo Li, hurry over, you're the last one we need. After exchanging a few words with the girl, Mo Li approached Zhao Yunhe and the group. Bailey Pangang gazed at her with gratitude, casting a thankful look at Zhao Yunhe. Zhao Yunhe exchanged knowing glances with Chao Yuan and Lin Xie, who acknowledged him with a wink. Montakli, let us form 2 rows. Shen Qingzhu and I will be in 1 row, and the rest of you in another. At the moment Chao Yuan uttered the words from Zhao Yunhe, he swiftly moved to the far left of the frame, while Lin Xie pulled along the plump Bailey to follow suit, and Mo Li assessed their positions before stepping to the far right. Get ready for a continuous shoot. Everyone, remain still. Zhao Yunhe, maintaining a facade of calm, adjusted the camera towards the upper right corner. Before the others could react, the lens returned to its original position, as Zhao Yunhe pressed the shutter several times. Preparing to change poses, he turned his head and locked eyes with Instructor Hong. Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, What are you all doing? Do you think this is a tourist attraction? Return to your seats at once. At Instructor Hong's command, the new recruits, who had been moving about in the vehicle, promptly returned to their seats with obedient compliance. Zhao Yunhe cast a piercing glance at Hong, while Bailey, frequently turning to glance at him, gave an okay gesture before finally settling down. The vehicle meandered along the mountain road, and the group appeared drowsy until, look, a shooting star. Nonsense. Who sees shooting stars during the day? Forget that. Make a wish. Wait, that shooting star seems to be heading straight for us. Hearing the recruits' discussion, Instructor Hong inadvertently glanced out the window, witnessing 5 smoking objects plummeting rapidly towards their vehicle. His eyes widened. Get down. Quickly. That was a missile. Zhao Yunhe was yanked beneath the seat by the quick-thinking Shen Qingzhu, and with curiosity, he peered up. In the distance, the sound of muffled explosions emanated from the training camp, and the tunnel they had just passed was obliterated by another missile. The final missile hurtled straight towards their vehicle at an alarming speed. At that moment, a long spear wreathed in crimson flames shot towards the missile. With a deafening bang, the missile was intercepted, causing the bus to overturn as the 2 opposing shockwaves collided, crashing into the mountainside. The bus and its occupants, along with their belongings, performed a complete 360-degree flip. As Zhao Yunhe felt the force of the airflow, he steadied himself. His dark pupils shifted from a light green to a deep emerald. The internal chaos caused by the shockwave settled, and the recruits, who had felt the violent jolt to their insides and the ringing in their ears, found their senses restored in mere moments. Fragments of the descending missile were shielded by the bus, and, as they surveyed the wreckage inside, a sense of relief washed over them, having survived a brush with death. No one could comprehend the events of those fleeting seconds. Instructor Hong supported the pale Lin Xie, while another instructor broke open an exit from the bus, organizing everyone to evacuate. Shen Qingzhu calmly wiped the blood trickling from Zhao Yunhe's ear, crouching before him. Get on, Brother Shen, Zhao Yunhe replied, skillfully climbing onto Shen Qingzhu's back. I'm feeling a bit tired. Wake me when we arrive. The instructor directing the new recruits glanced at Shen Qingzhu, who was carrying Zhao Yunhe and holding 2 phones, his brow furrowed. New recruits, what are you doing? Do you understand the gravity of the situation? Shen Qingzhu offered not a single glance to the instructor, choosing instead to disregard his words as she followed the majority toward another newly arrived vehicle. Boss, what's the matter with you? Higa Linjiang, who had been at the back of the line, noticed the commotion ahead. Once everyone had boarded the vehicle, he approached with a hint of concern. Him? Shen Qingzhu cast a glance at Linjiang and succinctly replied, tired. Linjiang, momentarily taken aback by her gaze, felt as if his very soul had been laid bare before her eyes. He scratched his head and smiled at Shen Qingzhu, saying if there's anything, just let me and my brother know. We'll be sitting in the last 2 rows. I'll head back now. Wake up. Zhao Yunhe. Shen Qingzhu gently tapped Zhao Yunhe's face. We're here. Shall we go then? What about Li Jia and the others? Together, Zhao Yunhe replied, rubbing his eyes as he called over Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei, Shen Qingzhu's companions. The scent of freedom enveloped him. Upon disembarking, Zhao Yunhe took a deep breath, reveling in the exhilarating feeling. The others also exited the vehicle, forming small groups as they dispersed. Instructor Hong assisted Lin Xie to another vehicle, and Bai Li Pangpang along with Chao Yuan followed suit, resulting in a lack of any cohesive group. Chapter 34. Zhao Xiao settles the bill. Zhao Yunhe and his companions wandered aimlessly through the unfamiliar city. He fiddled with his phone for a moment and nudged Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu, say hello to Mom, Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, holding his phone aloft with a radiant smile, as if he were not the one who had just succumbed to fatigue from excessive exertion. His godmother, Shen Qingzhu, gazed at the gentle-faced woman on the screen and spoke up. Oh, is Qingzhu doing well in the army? Is he behaving himself? Has he been giving you any trouble? Shen Qingzhu felt slightly overwhelmed by Mrs. Zhang's barrage of questions, yet she diligently responded one by one. Things are going well, Zhao. My brother is doing quite well too. He has been performing admirably. The instructors, they all like him. Listening from the back, Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei exchanged glances. Wait a moment, didn't Zhao Yunhe lead the charge at the armory a fortnight ago? Last month, during the sparring session, wasn't he at Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, along with Lin Xie, who orchestrated the explosion of the underground monitoring room? And the month before that, in the cafeteria, didn't Sun Lao prepare meals for the instructors, only for Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu to incite over 200 people to partake? Mom, you see, I'm generous, kind-hearted, optimistic, and beloved by all. I'm quite the favorite of the instructors, Zhao Yunhe exaggeratedly proclaimed. By the way, have you seen the photos I sent you? Don't Xinqing Zhu and I look like stars in those outfits? In the photo below, his comrades from the army were captured. The first in the upper left corner was named Chao Yuan, a rather reserved character. Next to him was Lin Xie. Like Zhao Yunhe and Xinqing Zhu, was specially recruited. The slightly chubby fellow with a goofy grin was called Bailey Tumming, though everyone affectionately referred to him as Bailey Pang Pang. A second-generation wealthy kid, and the girl named M.O. Li was formidable, displaying remarkable combat prowess, resilience, and intelligence. Mrs. Zhang, seated on the sofa, observed Zhao Yunhe animatedly introducing the individuals in the photograph and inquired with a smile, "Are they all new friends of Ahi?" Zhao Yunhe paused momentarily, but his face quickly resumed its cheerful demeanor. "No, Xinqing Zhu is my sister, after all." Mrs. Zhang chuckled, choosing not to expose his little fib. Her fearless son was now displaying a hint of shyness. "How long are you on break? Do you have enough money? If not, I could transfer some to you." "No need, Mom. We're just out for a meal to relax for half a day," he replied. "By the way, Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei are also friends I met in the army." The three individuals Zhao Yunhe mentioned shyly smiled at the camera. Suddenly, with an unexpected burst of enthusiasm, they stood straight, bowed, and exclaimed, "Hello, Annie. Leave Shungu and he good to us. You can rest assured." Zhao Yunhe, Xinqing Zhu, huh? A passerby remarked, "Oh, are you filming a short drama? Is the Dragon King returning?" Zhao Yunhe gazed at Mrs. Zhang, who was grinning widely on the screen. "Mom, we're heading out for dinner now. I'll say hello to Dad." With that, he ended the call. "Xinqing Zhu, what are your plans?" Zhao Yunhe inquired. "And I?" Xinqing Zhu had not truly contemplated the situation. Having never ventured far from home and possessing only a meager sum of money, he found himself accompanied by three younger companions. Without further deliberation, my words. Zhao Yunhe waved his phone, his brows arching with an indescribable air of flamboyant arrogance. "For the next 5 days, all expenses shall be covered by young Master Zhao." The group conferred and decided to first secure accommodations at 2 nearby hotels. Among the 5, only Zhao Yunhe was an adult. He arranged for Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei to share one room, while he and Xinqing Zhu would share another, intending to reconnect by phone at dinner. Reclining on a soft, inviting waterbed, Zhao Yunhe observed Xinqing Zhu's displeased countenance as he attempted to adjust the room's sultry rose-hued lighting to a more conventional brightness, only to discover that it was beyond adjustment. Warm and romantic, soft and comfortable, Xinqing Zhu glared at Zhao Yunhe, exclaiming, "Is this what you navigated us to after all that time?" Yet, he conceded inwardly that the bed was indeed quite plush. Zhao Yunhe, unable to meet Xinqing Zhu's gaze, stammered in his defense, "But look, there's a bathtub. We could take a bath." Xinqing Zhu's expression darkened further upon hearing Zhao Yunhe's words, for the bed was adorned with rose petals. And within a mere 3 meters stood a circular bathtub draped in sheer crimson fabric, a solitary bathing facility in the room. Noticing Xinqing Zhu's deepening frown, Zhao Yunhe rose and embraced his shoulders, adopting an attitude of resigned acceptance. "Since we've never been to a place like this, let us explore what this room has to offer together." With that, he disregarded Xinqing Zhu's protests and knelt to rummage through an unlocked drawer. "Zhao Yunhe, put that down," Xinqing Zhu exclaimed, his ears reddening as he witnessed Zhao Yunhe holding up a sheer, black lace miniskirt against his own body. "Goodness, I had no idea adulthood could be so thrilling. What kind of miserable life have I been living?" Zhao Yunhe lamented as he gazed into the mirror. "Xinqing Zhu, would you like to try it on?" "Get lost," Xinqing Zhu retorted, but Zhao Yunhe feigned ignorance, bringing the garment closer to him. "Come on, it looks quite appealing. I believe I could make you look fabulous." Xinqing Zhu clenched his fists, forcing out the words through gritted teeth, perplexed by Zhao Yunhe's erratic thoughts, which often seemed irrational. "If you won't try it, I shall wear it myself." Zhao Yunhe, genuinely intrigued, found himself captivated by such matters. Having previously shown little interest, he now yearned to explore various skills. While his roommates engaged in flirtations, he was engrossed in gaming, and during their quarrels or breakups, He was passionately immersed in his virtual world, leaving him no time to engage with such experiences. Wear it if you dare, Shen Qingzhu warned, swiftly snatching the garment from Zhao Yunhe's hands and tossing it to the floor. If you're not going to wear it, then don't. I'm off to take a bath, so step aside. Zhao Yunhe prepared the bathtub with water and stepped in, taking a photo of himself enjoying a soak to send to Xingyin. Zhao Yunhe. This is the essence of relaxation during the holidays. Just after concluding a battle and tidying up the scene, Xingyin responded with a frown. Zhao Yunhe, in high spirits after receiving a barrage of comments from the mass squad, turned to the bed where Shen Qingzhu lay and asked if they should play, noting that mealtime was still far off. 6 minutes later, Shen Qingzhu replied, "Are you particularly fond of the phrase fear and intimidation? Let's go again." Chapter 35, Protection at the Training Camp. Comrade Commander, we have gathered the information, Su Chang said, handing over the documents to the grim-faced Yuan gang. The recent ambush by the ancient god sect did not inflict significant losses upon us. None of the new recruits sustained any injuries. The scene bore only traces of shrapnel and marks left by the divine sanctuaries. Preliminary investigations revealed one of the sanctuaries was Zhao Yunhe's holy breath revival. It activated the moment the air currents approached the vehicle, lasting 5 seconds and draining the life force of nearly all creatures within a 300-meter radius on the adjacent mountain, mitigating the irreversible damage caused by the vehicle's roll during the first wave of pressure. Su Chang paused before continuing. As for the second sanctuary, we have yet to ascertain the identity of its user. All we know is that a black shroud enveloped the vehicle for a mere 2 seconds, absorbing all missile fragments and ensuring the vehicle remained intact. Commander, this sanctuary is not recorded in the known archives of the Night Watchers. Should we report it to our superiors? There's no need for that. You may return to your duties. Yuan Gang waved his hand, gazing at the desolate training camp. The protection afforded by the other sanctuary was likely the work of Linjiang, the night goddess Nyx, who had suddenly appeared in Daxia. Cangnan City, did Cangnan have fireworks displays last year? Deng Wei asked, observing a fleeting light in the sky. Why is there none in Linjiang? In the boundless void, Shen Qingzhu remarked, watching as the area gradually became obscured. There seems to be a battle. It must be the Night Watchers of Cangnan. Should we go? Not all. Our presence would only complicate matters. Besides, once the boundless void is opened, not even a fly can enter. Let us go. It's time for noodles. Zhao Yunhe placed his left hand on Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, looking at him with curiosity. Have you grown taller? Shen Qingzhu chuckled lightly. Just a bit taller than you, at 183 centimeters, pure-hearted brother. I won't treat you. You can pay for yourself. A man's height is a lifetime's dignity. Childish. Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles, 2 sausages, 2 eggs, 2 chicken fillets, 2 portions of bean curd, and no cilantro. Zhao Yunhe ordered, then turned to the others. What will you have? Boss, I just want 1 portion. I'll have the same as him. Me too, but with cilantro. Liliang, and Deng Wei felt somewhat embarrassed, ordering minimally. But after their orders, they felt even more awkward. Zhao Yunhe found their responses amusing. All right, your brother will cover the bill. If you're still hungry, I'll order more. Zhao Yunhe then looked at Shen Qingzhu. What will you have? A bowl of clear broth noodles. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Zhao Yunhe. I 1 tea let you treat. Zhao Yunhe. Who is being childish now? 7 nights. To think I could find someone with taste akin to mine here. Let me see who it is. Bai Li, plump and jovial, slurped his noodles and stood up, spotting Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu sitting together amidst an unusually low atmosphere of pressure. Brother Yunhe, cool guy, you are here too. Bai Li waved at them. Shall we eat together? Let us share a table. Before Zhao Yunhe and the others could respond, Bai Li Pang hurried over, puffing as he moved a nearby table to join it with another, then settled down at the newly formed table with his grand bowl of noodles. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan exchanged a glance, sighed resignedly, and followed suit with their own bowls. Brother Yunhe, what brings you here? Bai Li Pang Inkirat. It's quite close to where we reside. Zhao Yunhe chuckled, glancing at Lin Xie and the others before his gaze fell on Bai Li Pang, who was still draped in a bath towel. And you? Have you run into some trouble? Bai Li Pang siga dramatically. Brother Yunhe, you wouldn't believe it. We were ambushed just now. I nearly lost my life on the spot. Thankfully, Chia came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have either met my end at the hands of the ancient god church or been slain by Zhao Yuan. The ancient god church? You encountered them? Zhao Yunhe raised his gaze to the 5 bowls of noodles that had just been served. How much do these 4 bowls cost? 225. The proprietor cheerfully replied, tapping away at the cash register. Zhao Yunhe pulled 300 yuan bills from his pocket. Keep the change. Upon seeing this, the proprietor beamed with delight. That lad who ordered the clear soup noodles is with you, right? His meal is on the house. I'll also send each of you a grilled sausage. Come by more often. With that, the proprietor whisked away to the kitchen, humming a tune, not allowing Shen Qingzhu a chance to speak. Yunhe, so you are truly the child of a wealthy family. Bai Li Pang stared in awe at Zhao Yunhe's generosity, genuinely impressed. Fortunately, Zhao Yunhe replied, habitually picking scallions from his bowl and adding them to Shen Qingzhu's. Aren't you supposed to eat scallions? Shen Qingzhu glared at the scallions in her bowl with annoyance. I only enjoy the flavor of scallions in the noodles, not the actual scallions themselves, Zhao Yunhe replied while he continued to pick. What about the sausage, eggs, and tofu skin? I can give you a portion. I can't finish it all. I'm allergic to soy products, you know. But, brother didn't we have the cabbage and tofu soup last night? Deng Wei timidly interjected. Sudden allergy today, Zhao Yunhe answered, then turned to Bai Li Pang. Let me guess. 7 Knights suggested that as the host, you should treat them to a meal? Bai Li Pang nudda. Brother Yunhe, how did you know? I'm clever. Zhao Yunhe took a bite of his noodles and added more to Shen Qingzhu's bowl. Pang, keep a low profile these days. If it's the ancient god church, they might be targeting you. It's fine. I've faced countless assassination attempts throughout my life. This level of ambush is mere child's play. Bai Li Pang baba these misiveri. Brother Yunhe, hasn't the ancient god church come after you? Logically, Chia, and you should be their primary targets this time. I'm not too sure. Zhao Yunhe shook his head. Yunhe, Lin Chia turned to Zhao Yunhe. Aside from Pang and Chao Yuan, he was most familiar with Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu in the training camp. Under these circumstances, all 3 of us may become targets of the ancient divine sect. You are well aware of Pang's strength, and when Chao Yuan goes wild, he cannot distinguish friend from foe. Your divine ruins lean more toward support, so I hope that in the coming days, you and Shen Qingzhu can provide more protection for Pang. I can manage that. Zhao Yunhe nodded, nudging Shen Qingzhu. What about you? Shen, brother? Yes. Shen Qingzhu acknowledged with a sound, gesturing towards Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei. Only Zhao Yunhe and I will participate. The 3 of them will not. All right. Chapter 36, Bounty but 7 Nights. The hotel has exploded. Where shall we stay tonight? Bai Li Pang. Gazing at the trio, who swiftly allocated their tasks, posed the most crucial question. Let us stay together. Zhao Yunhe suggested, a legitimate establishment, gentle and romantic, comfortable and soft, perhaps a suite with a king-sized bed. After finishing his last bite of noodles, he became fixated on the sausages in Shen Qingzhu's bowl. Boss, are the sausages ready? Coming right up, replied the proprietor as he presented 8 grilled sausages on the table. I fear that may not suffice, Lin Chia remarked. Since the ancient god society is located by Li Pang's residence, your place is likely unsafe as well. The risk of ambush upon returning is significant. He turned to Zhao Yunhe. I know of a location the ancient god society has yet to discover. The group, led by Lin Chia through a series of winding turns, arrived at a dilapidated inn. Shen Qingzhu beheld the flamboyant neon sign reading Dreaming Butterfly Couples Hotel and pondered. Do our divine agents possess peculiar preferences? Just escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair? 7 Nights you. Bai Li Pang stammered, having been silent for so long. Lin Chia shrugged. This is the only hotel I know that does not require identity registration. The receptionist, wide-eyed, regarded the 4 imposing men. Noting the mix of maturity accompanied by menace, indifference tinged with disdain, striking beauty illuminated by sunshine, and a somewhat adorable chubby figure. What style do you gentlemen prefer? Style? Can this shabby place even accommodate preferences? Luxurious, cozy, comfortable. All of the above, they replied. The receptionist hastily arranged their room, hardly daring to imagine the night's excitement ahead. Upon reaching the second floor, muffled sounds wafted through the walls into their ears. Zhao Yuan clasped his hands together, bowing his head in prayer Amit Ba. Shen Qingzhu clenched his fist, holding the key, casting a sideways glance at Zhao Yunhe. Aren't you moving quickly? Zhao Yunhe let out a loud whistle, sauntering lazily. Bali Pang Pang observed the trio, their expressions varying greatly. You, swaggering brother, you and Zhao Yuan aren't. Be silent. Gao Juan Vito. Pointing at Zhao Yunhe. What about him? When I was 7, Bali Pang Pang began, only to be interrupted by the roguish allure radiating from Zhao Yunhe, the very embodiment of a seasoned romantic and a nighttime prince. We have arrived. Shen Qingzhu interrupted their banter, eyeing the unevenly made large bed under the soft pink glow, beside which sat a slightly cleaner small bed. In between was a desk reminiscent of school days, with several high school textbooks and rolls of paper. A teaching baton and ruler adorned the left wall, revealing an unsettling atmosphere. Zhao Yunhe inhaled sharply. Pang Pang. What is your market value? Perhaps it has reached 10 billion by now, Bali Pang Pang replied bashfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhe decisively grabbed Shen Qingzhu and turned to leave. Let us go. Shen Qingzhu. We need to find the ancient god society at our hotel. If we can't protect ourselves, a bounty of 10 billion awaits. Let us collaborate with them. Upon hearing these words, Bali Pang Pang immediately knelt and clutched Zhao Yunhe's thigh. Brother Yunhe, were we not good brothers together in the training camp? What must I do to ensure you do not leave me? Shen Qingzhu, observing Bali Pang Pang's performance reminiscent of a tragic heroine from an evening drama, could no longer endure the commotion and finally spoke up. Go fetch your housekeeper to clean this place, and have them buy 2 sets of bedding. Really? Bali Pang Pang's eyes sparkled as he looked at Shen Qingzhu. Upon receiving affirmation, he promptly took out his phone. An hour later, Bali Pang Pang lay upon a clean and tidy large bed. Brother Yunhe, do you have a cleanliness obsession? No. I merely fear crushing the descendants of an unknown lineage. Didn't we receive word that the divine agent and that troublemaker responsible for the explosion reside here? Were they? A woman with long, curly black hair and snake-like eyes narrowed them into pinpoints as she slammed her fist onto the table. This was the Serpent Woman, severed in half by Shen Qingzhu years ago. I shall seek them out. I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. Her eyes brimmed with overwhelming hatred, as if she intended to devour Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe alive, were it not for the passive ability of regeneration of limbs from the Medusa's divine ruins. She would have perished there unless her head was severed or her heart crushed. Serpent Woman, remember the mission assigned to you by the Master of Whispers, spoke the calm man leaning against the wall. Those 2 young ones are mine. Achu. Just as Zhao Yunhe was seated at the card table with Bali Pang Pang and Zhao Yuan, he let out a tremendous sneeze. Who dares to insult me? Rebound. 3 of kind. I can't lose. Pass. Not a chance. Pass. A 4. I win. Stick the notes. Zhao Yunhe, with the air of a card champion, tore a roll of tissue into 3 strips and affixed them to the faces of his companions. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Should we invite Qi to join us? Bali Pang Pang inquired while shuffling the cards. On New Year's, Qi will likely be with family, Zhao Yunhe replied, drawing a card. Or perhaps with friends. Then where shall we celebrate? We can't possibly spend New Year's Eve in a hotel. Bali Pang Pang sighed, feeling quite unfamiliar with Cangnan. Let us continue. Draw. Before Zhao Yunhe could play his card, the phone rang. Zhao Yunhe, have you missed me? As soon as Zhao Yunhe answered, Nieting Yue's enlarged face appeared on the screen. I heard you all are on vacation. Initially, the captain planned for us to go to Cangnan to celebrate the new year with you and Shao Qingzhu, leaving Shen Wuqing and Zhong Ran to hold down the fort. All the supplies were ready, but then a mysterious peak-level entity emerged in the suburbs, along with 4 others at the pond level. So we can't make it there right away. It's all right. The mission is of utmost importance, Zhao Yunhe replied with a smile. However, Shen Ge and Zhong Ran Jia, they've become an item, haven't they? After 6 years of pursuit, Shen Wuqing finally won his beloved just as they approached the 7th year. I think Zhong Ran ought to have accepted him on the first day of the new year. thus eliminating the need for anniversary reminders. By the way, where's Xiao Qingzhu? Why isn't he here? Zhao Yunhe had evidently grown accustomed to Niet Tingyue's penchant for disjointed conversation. He gestured towards Shun Qingzhu, whose face was nearly covered in sticky notes. Little Shun, greet Nye and the others. Shun Qingzhu, his ears tinged with crimson, clearly flustered, tore off the notes adorning his face. Where are Nye and Wenjian? Wenjian is currently cooking with the captain. Nye Tingyue, with his phone in hand, wandered about Wang Zhao's club, capturing glimpses of everyone. How has the training camp been? Have you encountered an elderly gentleman named Pain Yin? He seems to be the tactical advisor with 1,000 cunning schemes. If you see him, please extend my regards to him and Wang Xiao. All right, Zhao Yunhe nodded. Yeah, and everyone, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Now go enjoy yourselves. I see your two little friends nearby, and we shall dine now. With a smile, Niet Tingyue winked at Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu before ending the call. Chapter 37. The Fallen Angels of the Great Xia Brother Yunhe. Are those friends of yours in Zhuangge? Indeed, they are the night watchmen of our Team 041 from Linjiang City. We trained with them for the first half of the boot camp. After being interrupted, Zhao Yunhe and the others evidently lost interest in their card game and opted for conversation instead. The one with the phone is Niet Tingyue, and beside him is Wang Xiao. Zhao Yunhe briefly introduced the members of Team 041. Bai Li Pang felt an inexplicable familiarity with these names and remarked, I've heard my father mention Duan Jioga and Zhao Zhao. They were former members of Jing City S-Team 006. I'm not sure why they retired, but Wang Xiao and Niet Tingyue, I feel I've encountered them before, especially Wang Xiao. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances, recalling an instance when Wang Xiao was absent and Niet Tingyue had spoken of acquiring the forbidden item, Mirage, during their undercover mission with the ancient deities. They were tasked with assassinating Bai Li Xin's father, Bai Li Huang, who, despite being over 90, still possessed robust health. Upon completing the mission, Wang Xiao set his sights on the Bai Li family's forbidden treasures, pressing a knife to the startled Bai Li Xin's throat, compelling him to surrender the item. As they departed, they spotted the chubby Bai Li Tuming, merely 2 or 3 years old, peeking from a corner. In a playful spirit, they lifted him to frighten Bai Li Xin, tossing him back and forth like a ball, until they grew bored and set him down, leaving without further ado. Suppressing their amusement at the memory, they refrained from revealing to Bai Li Pang that his sense of familiarity stemmed from the fact that Uncle Wang and Uncle Nye had once cradled him in their arms. Bai Li Pang, perplexed by the sudden laughter of Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe, abruptly inquired, Is there a place called Shenluo Mountain? Yes, why do you ask? Have you been there? Bai Li Pang shook his head, then, with an air of mystery, confided in the trio, Do you know why it's called Shenluo Mountain? After uttering this, he fell silent, awaiting their reactions. Bai Li Tuming, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, we'll sleep. Don't leave us in suspense. I was just building up the atmosphere. Bai Li Bang Mutarat Sufli. Because Shenluo Mountain is indeed the site of divine descent. To be precise, is where angels fell. Bai Li Pang scratched his head, confessing, I stumbled upon this in the dusty volumes in my family's basement. I'm not sure of its authenticity, but the texts claim it is the fallen ground of the archangels Ramiel and Raphael. Western deities? Fallen in the Great Xia? Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and remarked, Bai Li Tuming, you aren't referring to some apocryphal tales, are you? Bai Li Pang flushed at Shun Qingzhu's words and retorted, All the books in my family's collection are well-founded. Moreover, if it weren't true, why would so many formidable warriors be drawn to your region? The sharpshooter Zhao Zhao, who is sought after by various teams, and a nearly invincible melee warrior Duan Jioga. Not to mention Wang Xiao. I am certain I've heard his name before. He must be a master as well. Zhao Yunhe pondered for a moment before replying, However, Fat, both Ramiel, the King of Souls, and Raphael, the Healing Angel, are entities chronicled in Western scriptures such as the Bible or the Book of Enoch. We have yet to encounter them, and they are absent from the pantheon of publicly acknowledged deities. Unable to articulate a response, Bai Li Pang resignedly collapsed onto the bed. Brother Yunhe, whether you believe it or not, the records of the Bai Li family are infallible. Yet, dwelling on such matters is futile. Let us instead consider where to venture for our outing tomorrow. He added cheerfully, now let us get some rest. Brother Yunhe, Zhao Yuan, wake up. It's snowing outside. Baili Pongpong's enthusiastic call roused Zhao Yunhe from his slumber. His light sleep was disrupted as he squinted at the excited face of Baili Pangpang. It's barely past 10. Why are we up so early? It's snowing, Brother Yunhe. Baili Pangpang pressed his face against the hotel window, gazing through the hazy glass. Zhao Yunhe climbed out of bed, tugging at Baili Pongpong's collar. It's filthy. I checked the map last night, and there's an abandoned school 3 kilometers from here. Shall we go there after breakfast? To build a snowman or have a snowball fight? That sounds great. How about we buy some barbecue supplies and fireworks? We can celebrate the new year there. Baili Pangpang nodded enthusiastically, having never seen such a heavy snowfall in Guangshan, which seemed to have blanketed the entire Cangnan in a pure white embrace. After they washed up and had breakfast, the group went out to shop. Baili Pangpang retrieved 3 small purple rings from his free space and distributed them among his companions. These replicas, dubbed Little Freedom, surpassed the spatial rings utilized by the Night Watchers, featuring ample space, capable of accommodating even a traditional courtyard, and they could even hold living creatures. Zhao Yunhe admired the 2 rings on his left hand and the additional one on his right, thinking it splendid. If he could no longer serve as a Night Watcher, he could resort to selling rings instead. The group scoured several shops until they had gathered everything they needed, subsequently stowing the barbecue grill, food, drinks, and fireworks into the rings. Brother Yunhe, are you certain this is the right place? They inquired, staring at the dilapidated wooden sign bearing the dark red letters of Cangnan Sunshine High School. The desolate campus was now empty save for the 4 of them. Some classroom doors were locked while others stood ajar, and the 2 ping-pong tables on the playground were blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Indeed, the playground here is quite spacious. Let us form teams of 2. Zhao Yunhe skillfully shaped a snowball and accurately hurled it at Shun Qingzhu, hitting her squarely. All right, Brother Yunhe, I'll be on your team. Baili Pangpang quickly fashioned a snowball and sent it flying towards Zhao Yuan, which narrowly missed, striking the ground beside him. As the 4 engaged in playful chaos, Baili Pangpang hit Zhao Yunhe, followed by Zhao Yuan as poorly formed snowball, bursting midair and showering the trio, including the laughing Zhao Yunhe. Soon, Shun Qingzhu managed to sneak a snowball down the collar of Zhao Yunhe's jacket. You 3. Only Zhao Yunhe emerged wounded from this snowball fight, transforming the match from a 2v2 to a 1v3. Brother Yunhe, your aim is impeccable. We are ensuring the fairness of the game. Baili Pangpang shouted while clutching a snowball. The winter night in Cangnan descends swiftly. The group arrived around 2 o'clock, and now it is already past 5. Baili Pangpang sat beside an unattractive snowman, rubbing his frostbitten hands. I'm exhausted. When are we going to eat? Let us roast something. First, let us take a picture to send to Qi. Zhao Yunhe took out his phone, capturing the scene of the weary group seated on the snow, leaning against an exceptionally unattractive snowman. By the way, Brother Yunhe, I have a photo of Molly and me from the car. How could I forget? I'll send it to you. Baili Pangpang opened his phone, gazing at the picture of just himself and Molly, his smile radiant, while Molly looked calmly at the camera, embodying the same cool, strong, and striking presence he first encountered. A man hidden in the shadows atop the teaching building observed this scene, chuckling softly. Quite heartwarming, indeed. Chapter 38. Old acquaintances. Baili Pangpang rubbed his frostbitten hands and retrieved the grill and lighter from the Little Freedom kit. Zhao Yuan, do you have the charcoal? Let me search. Baili Pangpang watched Zhao Yuan rummaging through his belongings, idly pressing the lighter. Bang! Baili Tu Ming, what kind of lighter did you purchase? A grenade? Cough, cough, cough. Shun Qingzhu, sensing the explosion, swiftly retreated alongside Zhao Yunhe, creating a vast air shield around them. Although Baili Pangpang was closest to the blast, Yao Guang shielded him, and aside from being thrown back, he emerged unscathed. However, Zhao Yuan, who was preoccupied with finding the charcoal, was violently propelled along with the barbecue grill, crashing against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hi. Good evening, children. The 4 gazed intently at the man standing at the center, his dark green hair swirling as he descended, clad in an exquisite suit. With a glass of red wine in hand, exuding an air of cultured villainy just by his presence. Are you having a gathering? May I join? Did you enjoy the fireworks I prepared for you earlier? It's you. Shen Qingzhu's eyes narrowed at the man wielding a pair of daggers, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. It was astonishing that this was the same person who could have brought his demise with merely a shard of glass back in the department store. Zhao Yunhe's expression was equally grim as he silently retrieved the longbow gifted by Mass from his storage ring. Don't be so agitated. I haven't done anything to you yet. The man regarded them with a sardonic smile. Your weapons are commendable. 045-foot S treading cloud in 046s, listening to the Phoenix's call. But alas, you two are not worthy of them yet. Whoosh! An arrow was shot towards the man with remarkable precision. He reacted swiftly, grasping the arrow and casting a vexed glance at Zhao Yunhe, who was preparing to draw again. You night watchers are indeed a brutish lot. Such excessive chatter. Clap. Shen Qingzhu raised his gaze to the man and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the arrow held by the man detonated, a series of explosions radiating outward from him, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Gai Li Bang Bang Shita Gao Yuan, who was injured in a corner. This is like a celestial battle, old Chao. Indeed, it resembles one. Who do you think will prevail? Of course, it will be Brother Yunhe and the cool guy. Old Chao, why are you still? Bali Pang Pang turned to Chao Yuan, his eyes wide. Gao! Chao Yuan, have you transformed? Haha, the little chubby one is quite amusing, but sister is here to kill you. A woman raised her fan high, poised to strike at Bali Pang Pang's neck, who stood frozen in fear. Whoosh, old Chao, slow down. I can barely keep up. In that fleeting moment, Bali Pang Pang was yanked by Chao Yuan, and they dashed toward Zhao Yunhe and the others. The man traversed the dust, brushing off non-existent particles from his attire. The individuals brought forth by Wang Xiao possessed a certain intrigue. He had just allowed them a few moves, a gesture honoring the camaraderie between him and his brother. Now, the game of cat and mouse was officially afoot. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Qian, the 10th seat of the ancient divine church, currently residing in the Sea Realm. Who cares about you? 3 arrows, feathered and fierce, simultaneously targeted the man. In a swift motion, he vanished like a specter, appearing before the 2 assailants, raising a hand. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly breached Shen Qingzhu's air barrier, sending both adversaries crashing against the wall. Not far away, Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, utterly powerless against the woman's onslaught, lay sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs, struggling to rise. Zhao Yunhe's expression darkened as he surveyed the dismal scene. One in the Sea Realm, another of a higher caliber. They stood no chance. A tempest of fire intertwined with a fierce wind surged towards the man. With a clang, his glass cup intercepted the blade. At that moment, a fine rain began to fall from the heavens, a robust water tornado, accompanied by sharp stones, pierced through the man's body, hurtling towards the woman. Is this truly the extent of your power? The man regarded the 4 elemental forces, the Bailey family's forbidden artifact user, impressive, yet ultimately insufficient in comparison to his prowess. He lifted his leg and stomped down, instantly dispersing the elements surrounding him. In a mere blink, he appeared before the wind and fire users, delivering a single punch that sent them crashing into a flower bed. As if responding to some unseen call, he raised his left leg high, kicking towards his 3 o'clock direction, while his right hand clenched the air, propelling the water user away and seizing the earth user, hidden among the rubble, by the throat, discarding him like refuse. Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan staggered over to Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, the 4 of them gazing at the man and woman standing side by side. The woman toyed with her fan, casting a gentle smile towards Zhao Yunhe. Zhang Qian, do ensure that the fair and handsome boy remains unharmed. Merely incapacitate his abilities, and he shall become my new pet. Wait. Zhao Yunhe coughed twice, seizing upon a flaw in the woman's words. Are you only here to kill me? Do you not see that I am an emissary of the divine? Surely, you wish to recruit me? Regrettably, dear brother, the woman shook her head. Our orders are to leave no survivors. However, if you kneel and crawl before me, barking like a dog, I might grant you mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhe's expression darkened. Were all women of the ancient divine church like this? First, There was the serpent woman who wanted foot worship, and now this one in a cheapao wielding a fan, each more deranged than the last. Yet, I remain unaware of my master's name. Zhao Yunhe glanced at the serpent woman, recalling the figure that had surfaced in his mind. Human machine 002. 002. Is there any way for us to survive? Esteemed host, your system 002 is devotedly at your service. According to calculated data, you need merely to delay for another minute to await the means of escape. What means of escape? Please explore this on your own, esteemed host. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yunhe inwardly cursed the speaker, but maintained a fa ade of delight, embodying the essence of someone who fears for their life. Yet, the little dog remained oblivious to its owner's name. The woman narrowed her eyes, seemingly pleased with Zhao Yunhe's address, revealing herself as Su Meyer, the seventh seat of the ancient divine sect. Come here, little dog. Let your master show you affection. Bai Li, utterly astonished, gazed at the woman who had just effortlessly sent him and Chao Yuan crashing against the wall, then glanced at Zhao Yunhe, who wore a sycophantic grin. A sense of admiration surged within him. Hesitantly, he looked at the man and thought, "O brave hero, might you spare my life? I, too, can be your loyal companion." Chapter 39. The true battle. With a resounding thud, Bai Li Pang Pang was slammed against the wall by a powerful punch, the protective shield of his Yaoguang shattering effortlessly. He let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, I detest male homosexuals the most," Seat 10 exclaimed, hurling a wine glass towards Bai Li Pang Pang. It was over. Bai Li Pang Pang, his face pale, stared at the rapidly approaching glass, wondering if this was truly how his day would end. With a heavy heart, he pulled out a piece of jade, resigned to his fate. If he was to perish, so be it. This time, there was no escape. Suddenly, a silver-white spear pierced through the wine glass, and a black starry blade slashed towards Seat 7, while a whip crackling with electricity lashed out at Seat 10. "The Night Watchmen of Daxia are here. Let us see who dares to seek death here." 6 dark red cloaks encircled the two, the cold wind causing the cloaks to flutter ominously. "You brats, weren't you quite capable back in the training camp? How is it that you emerged looking like this?" Instructor Hong glared at the disheveled group. "Watch closely. I will show you what true combat looks like. Zhao Yunhe, pay attention. A marksman must know their place within the team." Su Jiang, gripping a gleaming crossbow and a pistol at his waist, retreated to the back of the group, positioning himself at a hidden vantage point. "You night watchmen are truly bothersome." Seat 10 frowned, irritated by the whip's incredible speed, especially with the crackling sound of electricity accompanying it. The woman, her features obscured, must possess strength at the sea realm. Seat 10, increasingly vexed by the whip, lost his earlier composure. Gritting his teeth, he drew a jade-green longsword from his ring, but just then, a short arrow shot through his palm. Su Chang flashed a smile at the man beside him, who was forming an intricate gesture. In the next moment, the whip seized the opportunity to ensnare Seat 10's ankle. With a powerful jerk, Seat 10 was sent spinning 180 degrees through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Seat 7 deflected Instructor Hong's blade with a silver fan, the clash of metal igniting sparks in the air. Peak of the Sea Realm? Instructor Hong, wielding the star blade, found himself pushed back several meters as their powers collided. He had underestimated the individuals sent by the ancient god sect, particularly this captivating and exquisite Seat 7 before him. With a swift motion, a sharp blade lunged toward Seat 7's neck. She reacted quickly, twisting her body to evade, but still felt the sting of crimson beads of blood forming on her skin. The figure was exceedingly fast, and as she wiped the blood from her neck, her fierce gaze scanned the surroundings. Yet the assailant moved too swiftly, making it nearly impossible to track their movements. A long knife assaulted her from the front, accompanied by sporadic stealthy strikes that left her overwhelmed. In mere moments, the woman was marked with dozens of wounds. With a sharp whoosh, a short arrow hurtled through the air towards Seat 7's chest, leaving her no time to evade. At the very moment the short arrow made contact with her, the body of the 7th seat gradually liquefied into a pool of golden fluid, flowing towards Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. Instructor Hong observed the shimmering pool, acknowledging that the Forbidden Domain 189, liquid gold, was not particularly formidable, yet survival tactics are manifold. Zhao Yunhe narrowed his eyes, his black pupils transforming into a deep emerald green, suffused with a vibrant aura of life that enveloped the 10 individuals present. Shun Qingzhu conjured an air barrier around them, compressing the air into bursts that erupted around the golden liquid. Thick smoke billowed forth. The 7th seat emerged from the haze, slightly disheveled. At that moment, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu moved in unison, as if they shared an unspoken connection, exchanging not a single glance. Zhao Yunhe swiftly vanished into the night. Suddenly, the 7th seat felt her already weakened body grow even frilier due to the recent battle. Just then, a pair of crescent daggers sliced towards her. She sidestepped, exclaiming, "Brother, you're too slow." Gasping, the woman directed her gaze at Shun Qingzhu, questioning, "Is this how you dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Let us see what you can do." Shun Qingzhu retorted, darting rapidly toward the woman. The 7th seat sensed something amiss. Her breath quickened as she watched Shun Qingzhu's speed intensify. "What have you done to me?" she inquired. "Just a slight extraction of the air around you," came the reply. Suddenly, accompanied by the resounding call of birds amidst a tumultuous wind, a long arrow shot forth from a distance, piercing the 7th seat's neck, simultaneously met by Shun Qingzhu's swift blade. "Instructor Su, how did I perform?" Zhao Yunhe appeared beside Su Cheng, glancing at the unconscious man. "This is not reflective of his true strength," Su Cheng remarked, patting Zhao Yunhe on the shoulder. "Allow me to introduce him. This is your instructor for the second half of the semester's Forbidden Domain training, Bai Haoqing. In the 157th Forbidden Domain, Mirrored Realm, anyone at any level can control him for 5 seconds. However, he's been rather lackadaisical since arriving in the Sichuan region, practicing sporadically." Instructor Hong turned to Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, instructing, "Both of you must submit battle reports." Zhao Yunhe, "Yours goes to Instructor Su." Shun Qingzhu, "Yours goes to Instructor Liu." Each report must not be less than 5,000 words. "But what about them?" Zhao Yunhe pointed at Bailey Pang and Chao Yuan, asserting, "Good brothers should share blessings." They. Instructor Hong glanced at Bailey Pang and Chao Yuan, declaring, "Each of them will write a 200-word safety reflection." Zhao Yunhe protested, "This is blatant targeting, absolutely malicious targeting. Look, what is that?" Bailey Pang pointed at the enormous eye of the storm in the sky. "Is the weather really this terrible today? A tornado?" Several instructors frowned as they gazed at the ominous sky. "It is he, Feng Shuahan Xiaoyan." Shun Qingzhu, observing the colossal eye of the storm, extended her hand towards it, as if having performed this action countless times before, and snapped her fingers. The deep blue vortex, mingled with advertisements and trees swept up by the wind, vanished with a sharp crack. Not far away, Han Xiaoyan on the ice gazed at the sky, his face etched with confusion. "Where's my eye of the storm? Such a vast eye has simply vanished." The members of Team 136 exchanged glances, equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, as long as the outcome was favorable, that sufficed. "You, my friend, have done remarkably well." Yuan Gong, approaching through the snow, addressed Shun Qingzhu and the others, urging them to proceed and assess the situation with Team 136 and how they had fared. Sandwiched between Yuan Gang and the other 6 instructors, Zhao Yunhe and his companions walked dutifully. Today's battle having instilled in them a vague awareness of their own frailty and inadequacy, a realization that had stemmed from their previous arrogance. "Bro, why did you suddenly snap your fingers just now?" Bailey Pang found himself perplexed. Was this a unique gesture of their bro after claiming a victory? Shun Qingzhu, too, could not fathom the reason, attributing it to instinct. Pang, how about that arrow that pierced through the neck?" Zhao Yunhe interrupted Bailey Pang's reverie, wrapping his arm around his neck and inquiring. Chapter 40. Entrusted to others, how impressive. Bailey Pang shivered slightly, yet still raised his thumb in admiration. He recalled the moment when Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu joined forces to confront the severely wounded 7th seat, feeling a sense of trepidation for them. After all, they were at the pinnacle of the sea realm, and even with grave injuries, defeating them was not a task easily accomplished by mere pool rel practitioners. However, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged no words, swiftly dispatching the seventh seat in a matter of mere minutes. Whether it was Zhao Yunhe's use of the divine void upon the appearance of Instructor Hong and his team, or the way the seventh seat transformed into golden water only to be explosively reverted back to a human form, while Zhao Yunhe remained unscathed, or the precise timing of his arrows, or Shun Qingzhu's initial establishment of an air barrier that compressed the air for a subsequent explosion, revealing the true form of the seventh seat. All of it was executed with an elegance that left one breathless. The seamless coordination between the two was reminiscent of a duo rehearsing hundreds of times. Even the assassination was executed with a clean and crisp precision. In the brief 2 seconds it took for the arrow to pierce the throat and the head to hit the ground, a wave of revulsion surged through by Li Pangpang's very soul. It was the first time he realized that both Shun Qingzhu, who often acted aloof, and Zhao Yunhe, who appeared innocent and harmless, were far more mature than most of their fellow recruits. The group, following Yuan Gang, quickly arrived at the battlefield of Team 136. Li Pangpang's eyes lit up upon spotting Linjiang among them. He yearned to rush over and share the extraordinary battle he had just experienced. But he felt the tense atmosphere was not conducive to such a reunion, so he restrained himself, merely rising onto his toes to wave at Linjiang. Linjiang, observing Li Pangpang and the others, instantly understood how the recent whirlwind had dissipated. It was an imbalance that effort could not rectify, an absolute suppression of the forbidden void. Yet, he pondered why, given Shun Qingzhu's current realm, such suppression could occur from a considerable distance. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yunhe, who leaned against Shun Qingzhu, engaged in conversation. Had he played a role in this? Was there a hand at work from this agent of the divine who rarely adhered to conventional methods? Han Xiaoyan gazed at the vanished whirlwind, feeling a sense of relief, only to be overtaken by a sudden recollection that rekindled the murderous intent in his eyes. In an instant, his spear lunged toward Linjiang with lethal speed. Linjiang reacted swiftly, bracing his star blade firmly against the spear. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Yuan Gang's eyes. In the next heartbeat, he appeared beside Han Xiaoyan. Golden ripples, akin to the stars in the night sky, enveloped his right fist. With a resounding thud, Han Xiaoyan was sent flying several dozen meters away. Yuan Gang materialized once more before Han Xiaoyan, gazing down at the collapsed figure. Former captain of the Night Watch Team 017 of Gusa City, Han Xiaoyan, you have betrayed the Night Watch and joined the ancient God Church. You have now been defeated. I shall not pass judgment upon you, but it is unlikely that your remaining days will be spent outside the confines of the sanctuary. Han Xiaoyan struggled to lift his gaze, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he parted them to utter a sound so faint that it was barely audible. Suddenly, a long blade pierced through Han Xiaoyan's chest, and Yuan Gang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked towards Chun Mai, who stood behind Han Xiaoyan, calm and composed. Captain Chun, he was about to strike at my comrade. He deserves to die. Cangnan is my territory. If you have any objections, take them up with Xiaoping Ge. Spare me your lofty ideals. In Cangnan, I am the law. Chun Mai withdrew the blade and casually lit a cigarette. Yunggong sighed, casting a glance at the relieved expression on Han Xiaoyan's face. He wished to say more, but Zhao Yunhe interrupted. Instructor Yuan. Zhao Yunhe approached Yuan Gang, stating, just now, Senior Han Xiaoyan said someone should kill me. A strong in the Haijing realm does not succumb to death immediately upon having their heart pierced. Zhao Yunhe half squatted before Han Xiaoyan, asking, Senior, do you have anything else to say? Han Xiaoyan, his breath faint as a wisp, turned his gaze to Zhao Yunhe and suddenly grasped his hand. The surrounding individuals grew alert once more, but Zhao Yunhe shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. Be careful. Murmurs. With each word Han Xiaoyan spoke, blood spilled from his mouth. And only after the last word escaped did the light leave his eyes. Zhao Yunhe sighed, and an oppressive silence enveloped the area. Chun Mai had returned to the distance with Team 136, engaged in conversation with Linjiang and others. Yuan Gang exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhao Yunhe before departing with several instructors. Bali Pang Pang dragged Zhao Yuan off to reconnect with Lin Xie. For a moment, only Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu remained by the vast lake, alongside Han Xiaoyun's lifeless body. Shun Qingzhu hesitated before approaching Zhao Yunhe. They've all dispersed. Are we not leaving? We should. There are less than 2 days of leave left. Zhao Yunhe rose, glancing at the azure hairpin in his hand. Well, I suppose I'm still too kind. He bent down to lift Han Xiaoyun's corpse, a traitor among the night watchmen, unworthy of a resting place in the public cemetery. With the new year approaching, he wondered whether the crematorium would be open. After contemplating for a time, he decided to find a picturesque spot to bury him. He had called him senior and received his dying wish, but arranging a grand funeral seemed impossible. The only thing he could do was procure a fine coffin for a dignified burial. Shun Qingzhu looked at Zhao Yunhe, opening his mouth, unsure of what to say. They walked side by side towards the shore. I called him senior. Zhao Yunhe broke the unusual silence. In fact, there is something I did not mention to Instructor Yuan. I suspect he would not want Yuan to know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so vague in his gestures. What did he say? Shun Qingzhu asked, gazing at Zhao Yunhe. He said, save her. Zhao Yunhe clicked his tongue and continued, clearly I was right. Did you notice the hairpin in my pocket? His Achilles heel lies within the ancient divine church, and that weakness is sufficient for him to betray his beliefs. Did you agree? Though I am bound by trust, I remain loyal to the task. Zhao Yunhe spoke, expressing his deep regard for life, stating that he would not risk his own for someone he barely knew or had only encountered once. He believed in acting within one's capabilities. By the way, could you check if purchasing a coffin on the first day of the Lunar New Year is considered auspicious? I am somewhat superstitious. Also, is the crematorium open on that day? He added, with a hint of mockery. Shun Qingzhu rolled her eyes, but nonetheless took out her phone to search for the answers. Meanwhile, Chun Mai, who was engaged in conversation, glanced at the two individuals in the distance, who were departing with Han Xiaoyun's body. He turned to Lin Xie and said, by the way, why don't you invite your new friends over for dinner tomorrow night? I was initially concerned that having the three of you together would draw too much attention. However, given the recent turmoil within the ancient divine sect, it is unlikely they will return to Cangnan anytime soon. As the host, it is only proper for you to treat them. He continued, didn't he, a friend of yours, send you several photos? You seem to get along well with them. It would be nice to have him over. Wu Xiangnan chimed in from his side. Is the office not a convenient place for this? Oh, it's just minor issues. Come to my home. Hong Ying raised her hand. My place is spacious and well-equipped. Lin Xie hesitated as he looked at the members of Team 136, and after a while, he nodded. Let me ask them first. Chapter 41. The grocery store, are you certain that a coffin can be purchased here? Zhao Yunhe raised his gaze to the wooden sign, now permeated with melted snow, upon which the characters grocery store were inscribed with meticulous calligraphy. Turning his head, he expressed his bewilderment. Isn't this merely a convenience shop? The navigation indicates this is the only establishment. Shun Qingzhu examined the tightly shut door, glancing back at her phone to verify their location. Should we enter? This place feels rather strange. Zhao Yunhe scrutinized their surroundings and remarked, it does have an odd aura. It's probably the norm for such establishments. The duo stood before the entrance, earnestly deliberating the peculiarities of this grocery store. The wooden door, devoid of any discernible color, remained firmly closed, while a small window on the side was obscured by a wooden plank, imparting an indescribable sense of eeriness. Since we've come this far, let us proceed, Zhao Yunhe declared, cradling Han Xiaoyun's lifeless body, aware that delay would render it immobile. Clang! The wooden plank over the window was lifted, and a strange voice echoed, welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to make a purchase? Today is the first day of the new year, and all items are marked up by 80%. Both turned their attention towards the source of the voice, where a paper effigy resembling a little girl with braided hair and rosy cheeks stared back with hollow, eerie eyes. Guests, your belongings can be temporarily stored here. This is a new service developed by the owner, and you too are the very first to experience it. The childlike voice emanated from the paper figure. Zhao Yunhe inwardly cursed Shun Qingzhu for leading him to such a bizarre place, especially when she had criticized the inn he had suggested, which at least housed living beings. Noticing that Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu stood frozen, the paper figure tilted her head and inquired, "Guests, are you not coming in? If you choose not to enter, Qiao Qiao will have to close the door. Qiao Qiao, your negligence will not go unnoticed by the owner." Another paper figure, this one resembling a small boy wearing a hat, emerged from the window. He rubbed his pale face, attempting to appear endearing and harmless. "Guests, please enter. You may entrust your items to a C, who will safeguard them. Simply inform Qiao Qiao of your desired purchases, and she will guide you." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu stepped through the open door. "Guests, just hand your belongings to a C." Zhao Yunhe observed the diminutive paper figure, barely reaching his knee, who seemed to have materialized from nowhere, one hand playfully swaying his shirt while the other was raised high. Zhao Yunhe felt as though half of his soul had been frightened away. Wait, is this not the realm of divine slaying? How has it suddenly transformed into a supernatural channel? What is happening? The trajectory of events feels amiss. And can you manage that? Zhao Yunhe blurted out in a moment of impulse, amusing himself with the absurdity of his own words. Of course, a C is quite capable. Guests can place their items in a C's hands. Zhao Yunhe, filled with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, placed Han Xiaoyun's lifeless body onto the outstretched hand of a paper effigy resembling a young boy. To his astonishment, he watched as the figure effortlessly lifted Han Xiaoyun's body and jubilantly hopped out of their sight. "Dear guest, should you require anything, feel free to consult Qiao Qiao." Came the sudden appearance of another paper effigy, this time depicting a little girl, startling Zhao Yunhe once more. He grasped the hand of Shun Qingzhu, who remained composed and expressionless, while mentally reassuring himself. After a brief 10 seconds, Zhao Yunhe reached out to gently pat the head of the little girl effigy. "We require a more suitable coffin, and if possible, a gravestone with an inscription. Certainly, esteemed guest, Qiao Qiao shall assist you in your search." The little girl effigy led Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu to the inner chamber, where they truly felt that the navigation was indeed accurate. Flanking the corridor were an array of floral wreaths, and strings of gold ingots and joss paper dangled from the ceiling like wind chimes. Behind the wreaths stood 2 neat rows of paper effigies, both male and female, each remarkably lifelike. As they ventured further, they encountered various wooden coffins and exquisitely crafted burial garments, adorned with suits embroidered with 3 celestial cranes and wedding dresses embellished with phoenix motifs. "Is this also designed by your store manager?" Zhao Yunhe inquired, pointing at the garments. "This is remarkably contemporary. These were sewn by Aunt Li. However, she is resting today. Otherwise, she could have provided recommendations for our guests." The little girl effigy indicated toward a paper figure in the center of the wreath on the right, which sported an elaborate hairstyle and unembellished eyebrows. "That won't be necessary," Zhao Yunhe replied. He and Shun Qingzhu swiftly selected a coffin made of golden silk namu, along with floral wreaths, joss paper, and several packs of folded gold ingots. Zhao Yunhe glanced at the suit and asked the little girl effigy, "Is that suit for sale?" "Indeed, absolutely." The little girl effigy nodded enthusiastically, her hollow, eerie eyes suddenly sparkling with a hint of brightness. "Would the esteemed guest also like to have a gravestone inscribed? However, for the engraving, our master must be consulted. Our master is in the inner room. Would you like to proceed?" Zhao Yunhe nodded, and both he and Shun Qingzhu followed the little girl effigy to the innermost room. With the situation as it was, they thought it could not possibly deteriorate further. Even the appearance of a zombie would be tolerable at this point. "Master, we have guests." The little girl effigy mechanically knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, she addressed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. "You may enter. Qiao Qiao cannot accompany you inside the master's chamber. I shall wait here." Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu nodded and entered the room, mentally preparing themselves to encounter a millennia-old corpse. To their surprise, within the antiquated yet charming room, sat a boy of approximately 16 or 17 years, clad in a beige hoodie and light blue jeans, adorned with spectacles. "Welcome. Are you here for inscription?" The youth poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table opposite them, gesturing for Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu to take a seat. "Indeed." Zhao Yunhe nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating that inscribing the 3 characters Han Xiaoyan would suffice. Upon hearing this name, the youth pondered for a while and then slid a blank sheet of paper towards Zhao Yunhe, indicating where he wished his name to be written. Zhao Yunhe took up the brush and elegantly inscribed the name before returning the paper to him. "Are you guardians of the night?" The youth furrowed his brow as he examined the 3 characters. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his gaze to the 2. "Isn't he already deceased? Perhaps it was about a year or a year and a half ago when I was in Gusu procuring goods. Someone had approached me to engrave his tombstone. That individual had shared much with me, stating that every guardian of the night possesses their own gravestone, yet he was illiterate and unable to write, which is why he sought my assistance, even constructing several phrases when he mentioned the name. Do you know him?" Zhao Yunhe inquired, astonished at the smallness of the world. The youth leisurely sipped his tea and nodded. Although he did not personally know the man named Han Xiaoyan, he had a vivid impression of the gentle, scholarly figure who was unable to read. Chapter 42. He buries himself. To be precise, I am more acquainted with the individual who sought me out to carve the gravestone. Are we still using the same type of stone he selected? Is the size unchanged as well? The youth inquired. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu were utterly bewildered by these questions, nodding vacantly. Weren't all gravestones the same? Must one be particular about the stone? About the dimensions? Xiao, have a seat. Bring the quartzite slab that was a quarter used last time to my studio." The youth called out toward the door. "Understood, master." Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu were led down to the basement, where the walls, illuminated by oil lamps placed every half-meter, exuded an unexpectedly tranquil warmth. "Are you familiar with the night watchman? Then, do you know about the forbidden market?" Zhao Yunhe suddenly inquired with curiosity. "Are you referring to the ability I have suddenly acquired to bestow life upon any object possessing a human form and visage?" That individual mentioned the forbidden market to me as well, but I did not pay close attention at the time. The youth pushed open a heavy wooden door and retrieved his work attire from behind it. "It should take about an hour, right? Do you have a photo of that person? Should I include his image on the gravestone?" Zhao Yunhe hesitated for a moment, tentatively uttering a few words. "Is a recent photograph acceptable? You have brought his body here as well?" The youth paused in his carving, contemplating. "A recent photograph might not be feasible. By the way, may I see his body later? I am genuinely curious about his appearance. In return for satisfying my curiosity, all your expenses here today will be complimentary." "Of course," Zhao Yunhe replied without a moment's hesitation. The youth's carving was exquisite, each character meticulously brushed with a layer of golden sand. However, his words flowed incessantly, as if he had an endless tale to tell. "By the way, my name is Lilele, bestowed upon me by the headmistress of the orphanage. She expressed her hope that I would always find joy. Yet, 10 years ago, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I had merely traveled to another city to participate in a mathematics competition. Upon my return, their vital signs appeared strangely altered, as if suspended between breaths. It was on that very day that I acquired the ability to imbue any object with a human form and face with life, what you refer to as the forbidden market. After graduating from junior high, I ceased my formal education and relied on my craft for sustenance. You may inquire, throughout Cangnan, few are unaware of my moniker, Little Lee from the general store. Zhao Yunhe gazed at the self-absorbed Lilele, reflecting on the boy's remarkable fortune 10 years prior, a time when Cangnan had descended into a city of death. He was one of the survivors of that cataclysm. Finished, Lilele brushed the dust from his hands, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Zhao Yunhe. "Can we go see the body now? I have no idea where that cap-wearing lad with extraordinary strength placed the body." Zhao Yunhe shrugged. As soon as he entered, Han Xiaoyan's body had already been lifted away by that young boy with a single hand. "Right here, honored guest. Xiao has already prepared the items, and the clothing is also donned. Now, a Sea can escort the guest and the master to take a look." Zhao Yunhe was startled once more by the sudden appearance of the paper effigy resembling a small boy. Yet, still within the recesses of his mind, he sought solace. convincing himself that all of this was merely an illusion, and followed the paper figure resembling a young boy up the stairs. "It is he. Have you made an error, dear guest? It was he who instructed me to carve the name Han Xiaoyan." Li Lele pointed at the corpse, glancing toward Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, urging them to speak. "Do say something. Don't just stand there foolishly." "Indeed, it is he." Zhao Yunhe nodded, his gaze towards Li Lele now tinged with scrutiny. "How was his condition when you last saw him?" "Fairly well, though he has been coughing incessantly. It takes him ages to utter a single sentence, and his complexion is rather poor, as if he has endured some unfathomable trauma," Li Lele replied candidly. "Had he buried himself? Quite intriguing. It seems the collective demise of the members of Team 017 was far from straightforward." Zhao Yunhe pondered, then glanced at the jade hairpin in his hand, gathering his slightly disheveled hair, which had obscured his vision. "Well then, I thank you, dear guest, for satisfying my curiosity. As previously mentioned, today's expenses are on the house," Li Lele declared with grandiosity. Upon hearing this, the paper figure resembling a young girl, once bright-eyed, now appeared vacant and listless. What were earlier promotional efforts? Noticing the young girl's despondent demeanor, Li Lele gently patted her head. "Today is New Year's. Shall we all enjoy the reunion dinner at our grocery store? Tomorrow, I shall gift you a set of rouge, if that pleases you." "All right." Then Zhao Yunhe placed the items he received from Bai Li Pang into the little freedom he had been given, observing Li Lele, who stood at the door, beaming as he bid farewell to him and Shun Qingzhu. He inquired, "Your forbidden market must be quite formidable. Have you ever considered joining the Night Watchers?" "No. I wish to stay here with my family," Li Lele replied, shaking his head. Seeing her resolute response, Zhao Yunhe refrained from further discussion, waving goodbye until we meet again. "Farewell." Li Lele leaned against the door, grinning at Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. "It is ill-omened to bid farewell to those in our line of work. By the way, it was a pleasure to meet you. Here is a token of our encounter." Li Lele handed each of them a packet of red paper figurines, one for Zhao Yunhe and another for Shun Qingzhu. "They are alive. If you find yourselves bored, take them out for a chat. Each packet contains 100. Do not complain if they become noisy. Now off you go." After completing their purchases, under Li Lele's enthusiastic recommendation, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu decided to venture to the outskirts of Cangnan to properly inter the body. Zhao Yunhe, armed with a brazier gifted by Li Lele, recklessly fed it gold ingots and joss paper. It was not until dawn broke that they finished the task. "Farewell, esteemed predecessor," Zhao Yunhe said, stepping back and bowing towards the grave inscribed with the name Han Xiaoyan. Shun Qingzhu mirrored his solemn demeanor, saying nothing, merely bending at the waist like Zhao Yunhe. With dark circles under their eyes, the two returned to the hotel Zhao Yunhe had navigated to earlier. When they next opened their eyes, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Yunhe, upon receiving a message from Linjiang, replied with a simple acknowledgement, "We have time." He gently nudged the still sleeping Shun Qingzhu. When the two arrived at the location sent by Linjiang, they found Bailey Pang, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li already gathered, engrossed in a discussion of some sort. "Brother Yunhe, Brother Zhuang, you have finally arrived," Bailey Pang exclaimed, spotting Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu approaching from a distance. "Hurry over. I can already smell the delicious meat. I am on the verge of starving." Once Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu joined the group, Linjiang led them to the house of Hong Ying. Chapter 43. The Gathering. "Qie, please bring your friends to sit." When Qima called out while carrying a platter of dishes, glancing at the newcomers entering the room. "Children, make yourselves comfortable. No need to stand on ceremony." "Qie, I shall fetch more dishes. You entertain them for now." Linjiang watched the bustling figures of Team 136, feeling a profound sense of warmth. Zhao Yunhe patted Linjiang on the shoulder. "They're quite a wonderful family." "Linjiang?" "Indeed, they are," Linjiang replied gravely, observing the scene before him. Once the members of Team 136 completed their tasks, everyone gathered around the dining table, and Linjiang began to introduce Zhao Yunhe and the others to each team member. "This is the captain of Team 136, Chen Mai." Most of the dishes on the table were prepared by him. "Greetings, Captain. Thank you for your hospitality." It is a pleasure to meet you. I have nothing to offer, but this Rolex will barely match your mature and composed demeanor. This is the vice captain, Wu Xiangnan. Our vice captain exudes intelligence and meticulousness. Please accept this green submariner as a token of appreciation. This is Hong Yingjie. Pang Pang just mentioned how magnificent this house is. It belongs to her. Sister Hong Yingjie is undoubtedly a rare beauty. Speaking of which, I have a slight acquaintance with her. The missile she deflected with her spear left me utterly astonished. Please accept this Van Cleef Arpels as a token of gratitude. And here we have Long Xian. Brother Long Xian. As Lin Xie continued to introduce the members of Team 136 by Li Pang Pang, after each introduction, would dash to the person and shower them with compliments before presenting each a luxurious watch. The other guests, who had arrived empty-handed and were now awaiting their meal, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, realizing their own shortcomings in etiquette. Chia, your friends, seem quite amiable, when Shimura remarked, holding a piece of chocolate cake. His expression somewhat peculiar as he observed by Li Pang Pang, who was cheerfully gifting a Vacheron Constantine to Si Xiaonan. He pointed to his head, organizing his thoughts for quite a while before winking at Lin Xie. Lin Xie glanced at Li Pang Pang, then resolutely closed his eyes and nodded, when Shima sighed. With an expression of understanding, leaned closer to Lin Xie and whispered, this little chubby fellow is quite good-hearted. Let him be a bit foolish. But please do not take advantage of him. If you can assist him in the training camp, do lend a hand. Lin Xie nodded, acknowledging, understood, Brother Chimal. Li Pang Pang excelled at creating a lively atmosphere. His presence at the table certainly enhanced the mood. Emily was pulled by Hong Yingjie to sit between her and Si Xiaonan, and the three girls, one vibrant and cheerful, another adorably playful, and the last cool and reserved, interacted seamlessly without any sense of awkwardness. Chao Yuan exhibited the demeanor of an emotionless eating machine, devouring his food while occasionally glancing at Li Pang Pang, who was engaging in banter with Wen Qima. Shen Qingzhu sat somewhat awkwardly beside Zhao Yunhe, reminiscent of her first visit to his home, eating delicately and listening intently to the conversation among Zhao Yunhe, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Long Xian. She would smile and respond only when addressed, leaving Li Pang Pang beside her utterly astonished. In the dim glow of the evening, Lin Xie had gently placed a piece of eggplant into Zhao Yunhe's bowl after adding one to his own. Their marksmanship was merely a playful endeavor. Even Shen Qingzhu's skills, though commendable, were slightly inferior to his own. Zhao Yunhe, with a cheerful demeanor, took a sip of the cola on the table, uttering words that seemed modest but were laced with an undeniable arrogance. Is that so? You all are leaving tomorrow. So why don't you and Shen Qingzhu stay at my place tonight? After dinner, we can hang out at my place. Chia, you should join us too. I'd like to see if you made any progress during your training camp. Suddenly singled out, Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise, of course. Zhao Yunhe savored a piece of eggplant, praising, Captain Shen, this eggplant is absolutely delicious. Chen Mai glanced at Zhao Yunhe, smiling. You and Shen Qingzhu are from Linjiang? Have you encountered the night watch team from Linjiang City? Not only have I encountered them, but I've also been thoroughly beaten by the captain and subjected to the team's torment. Zhao Yunhe thought inwardly, though outwardly he maintained a cheerful facade. Yes, I've seen them. What is the matter? Oh, nothing much. I just recalled a few years back when Xiaoping Ge mentioned a tactical prodigy among the new recruits. Quite the heartthrob, who had been outsmarted several times. I believe his name was Wenjian. Chen Mai regarded Zhao Yunhe. It must have been 5 or 6 years ago. Every time I brought new recruits, he would mention that lad. Wenjian. Zhao Yunhe looked uncertainly at Shen Qingzhu, who had limited interaction with Wenjian and knew little of his character. Shen Qingzhu paused mid-bite, his previously cheerful expression momentarily frozen. His short weapon training had all been under Wenjian's tutelage. A clever mind indeed, albeit with a devious streak. He would forever remember the last lesson where Wenjian had wagered with him, using the air explosion he had created to turn the tables, and then suggested they take a series of adorable photos together. That incident had led to a day of relentless laughter from Zhao Yunhe and the members of Team 041. After dinner, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, still yearning for more, coaxed Mo Li to spend the night, promising to share secrets. Bai Li, observing Mo Li ascend the stairs, cast a pleading look at Wen Qimo, only to be met with a helpless expression from him. Alas, it was only due to Qie that he had managed to stay at Hong Ying's home. Today, with Ling Xian having taken Qie away, he pondered how to find an excuse to remain. In the end, Wen Qimo, accompanied by the equally forlorn Bai Li and the wooden-faced Chao Yuan, returned to his home. After finishing his meal, Ling Xian's gaze remained fixated on Lin Qie, Zhao Yunhe, and Shun Qingzhu, quietly waiting for them to finish. Once they did, he coldly announced, "Let us go." The once lively table was left with only Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, who exchanged glances. Chen Mai sighed. "The kids have all left. It seems we're the only old ones left. Shall we grab a drink?" Wu Xiangnan felt that Chen Mai's words resembled those of a lonely elder. Initially inclined to refuse, he found himself saying, "All right, let us go." The three were brought back to Cold Xian's residence, marking Lin Qie's inaugural visit to his abode. The decor exuded a minimalist elegance with its harmonious black and white palette, while a vast bookshelf brimming with tomes stood as a testament to Cold Xian's scholarly past. No wonder Qi Mo remarked that before joining the night watch, Cold Xian was a university professor. As Lin Qie surveyed the room, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a beige teddy bear perched on the sofa. Was this a subtle manifestation of youthful sentiment amidst the rigor? Cold Xian, noticing Lin Qie's attention on the plush bear, elucidated that it was a gift from the proprietor during their last outing to win toys for Xiaonan. Chapter 44. The end of the holiday. Upon hearing Lung Xian's explanation, Zhao Yunhe looked at Lin Qie and nodded, completely unaware of any underlying issues. Adhering to the principle that newly acquired gossip must be shared, he leaned closer to Shin Qingzhu and whispered, "Brother Lung must be secretly in love with Sister Xiaonan." Zhao Yunhe believed his voice was barely audible. However, everyone present heard him. Lung Xian cleared his throat lightly, pretending not to have heard, and suggested, "Let us head to the underground shooting range." Bang, bang, bang. In the basement, the sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances, selecting their firearms with rapid precision before aiming and firing, each step executed with remarkable swiftness. Lung Xian observed as the two took their positions at the shooting platform. Since their arrival, both had chosen the Smith-Wesson 500 with a range of 600 meters. Their stances were impeccable, each shot directed toward the extreme distance. When the gunfire ceased, Lung Xian gazed at Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu with admiration. Zhao Yunhe scored 4 10s and 2 9s out of 6 shots, while Shun Qingzhu, whom Zhao Yunhe had deemed slightly inferior, also managed 4 10s with 1 9 and 1 8. Lung Xian was astonished that the supposed inferiority was indeed marginal. He was even more surprised to discover that while his brother possessed little innate shooting talent, both of his friends had seemingly maximized their potential. "Can you use a sniper rifle?" Lung Xian inquired, suddenly intrigued. Shun Qingzhu shook his head. After mastering the handgun, he had transitioned to learning the short-barreled shotgun with Zhong Ran, having only briefly handled a sniper rifle once. "I know a little," Zhao Yunhe replied, accepting the large sniper rifle Lung Xian offered. He made adjustments, aimed, and fired, achieving another perfect 10 with swift, fluid movements. Lung Xian regarded Zhao Yunhe with the awe reserved for a prodigy, then turned his gaze to Lin Qie. "Qie, your turn to give it a try." Lin Qie wondered if Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu had completed their showboating. Despite his outward expression, he held onto a glimmer of hope for his own shooting skills. Having reached the pool realm, his sensory abilities, enhanced by the immortal realm, had progressively improved. Perhaps this time, he might just surprise himself. Lin Qie picked up a handgun, positioned himself on the platform, took a deep breath, aimed, and shot. Bang, bang, bang. As the 3 shots rang out, the onlookers turned their attention to Lin Qie. Lung Xian closed his eyes, convinced he was witnessing an illusion. He could not comprehend how Lin Qie, who had previously hit targets at 30 meters, could now struggle to even hit at 20 meters after 6 months away. All 3 shots missed the target completely. Indeed, it seemed that fate does not open all doors. Like Lung Xian's close combat skills, Lin Chia's shooting was akin to being shut out by destiny. Perhaps you should try this instead. The Desert Eagle may not suit you. Shen Qingzhu remarked coldly as he approached Lin Chia. Unlike Zhao Yunhe, who possessed an extraordinary shooting talent, Shen Qingzhu's current abilities were the result of relentless practice and self-discovery. The members of Team 136 invited him and Zhao Yunhe to dinner, not only out of respect for Lin Chia, but also because, after all, Hong Ying had indeed saved both him and Zhao Yunhe's lives, a debt of gratitude he felt compelled to repay. Lin Chia glanced at the firearm in Shen Qingzhu's hand. Although Cold Xian had taught him the fundamentals of firearms, he occasionally struggled to recall their names. The CZ-75 Shadow II, with its minimal recoil and caliber, was indeed more suitable for someone who struggled to control firearm. Noticing the confusion in Lin Chia's eyes, Shen Qingzhu offered a brief explanation before returning to Zhao Yunhe's side. Bang! Lin Chia gripped the gun, aiming once more. With the perception of worldly insight awakened, he recalled Cold Xian's numerous instructions on controlling the weapon, yet he still found himself at a loss. 6 rings. Cold Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Lin Chia's achievement of 6 rings at 40 meters, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. Previously, Lin Chia's best score had been hitting the target at 30 meters. This accomplishment was nothing short of monumental. Chia, focus, Zhao Yunhe said, seemingly appearing behind Lin Chia, adjusting his stance and ultimately gripping his wrist. He whispered in Lin Chia's ear, "Do you remember this motion? Fire." Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, striking the 9 ring at 40 meters. Zhao Yunhe guided Lin Chia through another shot before quietly retreating behind him. The final shot, at 40 meters, landed squarely in the 9 ring. A solitary achievement by Lin Chia. The trio continued to practice for a while longer, with Shen Qingzhu honing his skills under Zhao Yunhe's guidance. Lin Chia seemed to have grasped the technique, consistently scoring 7 or 8 rings within 40 meters, occasionally landing a 9 ring. Zhao Yunhe accepted Cold Xian's challenge, each taking a sniper rifle to engage the target. Unfortunately, Zhao Yunhe fell just short of equaling Cold Xian's score by 1 ring. Truly, the most formidable sniper of Team 136, Zhao Yunhe remarked. You are commendable as well, a shooting prodigy with unparalleled talent, Cold Xian replied. I merely had the advantage of time. On the final day of the holiday, Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu spent it together, taking their leave from Cold Xian after exchanging greetings. They each made a call to Ms. Zhang and the members of Team 041, then visited Han Xiaoyan's gravesite. They brought along a box of Wangzai milk and a box of 6 walnuts to share with Li Lei, who was startled once again by the paper effigy resembling the little girl named Qiao Qiao. Ultimately, the two wandered aimlessly through a city filled with the festive spirit of the new year. Shen Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe called out, his mouth full of grilled sausage, rendering his words somewhat indistinct. Shen Qingzhu turned to Zhao Yunhe, awaiting his continuation. Happy New Year. May all things go smoothly and may you find joy every day. With a playful scoff, Shen Qingzhu replied, Happy New Year. What if, after the training, we end up being assigned to different locations? Zhao Yunhe sighed, the skewer still clutched between his teeth. After the training session, it became evident that this marked the moment when Shen Qingzhu joined the Ancient God Society. In light of their circumstances, he needed to strategize effectively to prevent any unforeseen events. Shen Qingzhu fell silent for a brief moment, uncertain of how to proceed. Their lengthy acquaintance had rendered them nearly inseparable, and the mere thought of separation left him feeling bewildered. Nonetheless, he maintained a stoic demeanor as he addressed Zhao Yunhe, stating that if separation were to occur, then so be it, it would not be the end of the world. Moreover, wasn't he there an assessment conducted by Instructor Hong? With diligent effort, perhaps their rankings would align closely enough for them to remain together. At 5 in the afternoon, the two arrived at the designated meeting point, ostensibly empty-handed. However, Zhao Yunhe still clutched a small blueberry cake he had purchased from a nearby bakery, savoring it bite by bite until he finished just as they boarded the vehicle. His reason for this indulgence was the impending celebration of his 20th birthday. Having crossed the threshold of the new year, he was on the brink of entering his 20s. and he felt it was essential to commemorate the transition towards adulthood. Shun Qingzhu, though puzzled, accompanied Zhao Yunhe in this small celebration, softly singing a birthday song in response to Zhao Yunhe's repeated calls for Brother Shun. Chapter 45. Metals. The vehicle gently rumbled to life as Zhao Yunhe gazed out at the twinkling stars beneath the night sky. His attention then shifted to the jovial new recruits inside the car. Stifling a yawn, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Zhao Yunhe was roused by the piercing sound of a whistle, mechanically springing up from his bed. Only after donning his attire did he finally open his hazy eyes. "Hurry up!" Shun Qingzhu leaned against the doorframe, observing Zhao Yunhe, who took 30 seconds to rise from his slumber. Though his brow was furrowed in urgency, his demeanor remained devoid of any tension. The two arrived at the training ground just in time, standing at the rear of the formation, facing the cadre of instructors who stood in perfect alignment on the platform. Each instructor had evidently taken great care in presenting themselves, their neatly pressed uniforms adorned with medals of various shapes and sizes. At the forefront stood Yuan Gang, his keen gaze sweeping over the assembled recruits below. The medals upon his chest glimmered brilliantly in the solitary beam of morning light, particularly 3 striking deep blue medals that seemed to encapsulate the vastness of the cosmos. Zhao Yunhe nudged Shun Qingzhu and whispered in his ear, "Look at that most exquisite medal. We possess one too. It's a pity that such beauty cannot be displayed publicly." "Indeed," Shun Qingzhu replied, raising his chin. Had it not been for Zhao Yunhe's extraordinary ability to transfer the vitality of surrounding beings to themselves, the two would likely have languished in bed for several months. Even so, they had initially struggled during training, only beginning to regain their strength as the year drew to a close. The medals awarded to Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu were determined by a vote from the higher-ups of the Night Watch. According to the awarding criteria, their positions concerning the Starlight and Stellar medals were ambiguous. Through the Divine Realm, the captain of the 4th Special Team of Daxia, Mask, had been rejuvenated by 9 years, aligning with the upheaval of societal stability. However, detractors argued that Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu merely served as conduits in this process, asserting that Wang Mian's vitality had been exchanged for the lives of countless beings and those of the Mask team, thus deeming them unworthy of such high honors. The upper echelon engaged in fervent debate over this matter throughout the night, ultimately deciding by 5 o'clock in the morning that Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu deserved the accolades. Upon learning of their receipt of the Stellar Medal, Yuan Gang's face radiated joy, but his countenance darkened upon discovering that there would be no formal ceremony for the two. His frustration nearly compelled him to confront the Night Watch hierarchy, only to be restrained by Xiaopinga, who cautioned that the two youths had yet to fully mature and that the ancient God Church had its eyes fixed on this cohort of recruits. It was perhaps prudent to grant them these honors discreetly. Yuan Gang's gaze shifted to Lin Jie, who was engaged in hushed conversation with Bai Li, and then to Shun Qingzhu, who was whispering to Zhao Yunhe. Raising his voice, he announced, "This morning's training has been canceled, and we are here to bestow medals upon some of you." Medals? Goodness, who is so accomplished as to receive accolades before even leaving the training camp? Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A mere 5 days of respite, and some individuals are striving to outshine us? Is truly disheartening. Despite our relentless efforts in academia, we find ourselves outmatched by those who seem to hold an inexplicable advantage. It appears that this phenomenon extends beyond a singular individual. Yuan Gang cleared his throat, and an immediate hush enveloped the audience. As for the accolades of the Night Watchman, they're bestowed upon you based on your deeds. The medals awarded to the Night Watchman are categorized into 4 distinct types. As Yuan Gang spoke, he removed a pale red medal that seemed to flicker with flames, a representation of the Starfire medal. This medal occupies the lowest rank among the 4. Yet the challenge to attain it remains formidable. It is only granted after safeguarding the lives of a considerable number of civilians, which, in this context, entails protecting an entire city. Alternatively, one may earn it through collaborative efforts in vanquishing a minimum of sea-level mysteries or a significant number of such enigmas. Upon concluding his explanation, The new recruits exhibited varying responses. Some ignited with ambition, while others felt despondent, believing that the prospect of receiving accolades was beyond their reach, given that this was merely the lowest tier. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Yuan Gang then unveiled a soft blue medal that radiated a gentle glow, the Starlight Medal. This medal is ranked above the Starfire and comes with even more stringent criteria for attainment. One must eliminate an exceedingly dangerous mystery of sea-level strength or resolve a catastrophic disaster of nearly irreversible consequence to humanity to earn this honor. Continuing, he retrieved one of 3 deep blue medals adorned with starlight from his attire. This was the Stellar Medal, possessed by less than 1% of the Night Watchmen of Great Xia. It is awarded only after vanquishing mysteries of infinite or even Klein level, or when an individual's actions yield a significantly beneficial impact capable of altering the societal landscape. At that moment, a report interrupted Yuan Gang's discourse. "Excuse me, Instructor Yuan, what about the final medal? I see only these 3 distinct ranks upon you," inquired a recruit from the front row. "That brings me to my final point," Yuan Gang replied, pressing his lips together. "The last medal is known as the Starcia Badge. The criteria for its attainment are such that only when you believe your contributions warrant it will the upper echelons of the Night Watchman consider bestowing this honor upon you. In the past 5 years, the sole recipient of this medal has been Wang Mian of the Mass Squad. He, at the cost of his own lifespan, reversed time to an hour before the 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, landed in the East China Sea, coordinating the evacuation of coastal inhabitants and leading the Mask Squad in combat against it for nearly an hour. Ultimately, with the assistance of reinforcements, humanity successfully repelled the serpent, averting the invasion of an outer god and saving countless lives. This sets the most recent standard. Should any of you believe you can meet or surpass this criterion, then the Starcia Badge shall undoubtedly belong to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhe finally comprehended the reason behind his and Shun Qingzhu's bestowal of the Starry Badge. Wang Mian had reversed time at the cost of 10 years of his own life, while Zhao had reclaimed the years he had lost. Should such an occurrence transpire again, each additional use of this extensive temporal reversal by Wang Mian would grant the Great Xia an increment of safety. The 9 years of life that he and Shun Qingzhu restored to Wang Mian would, in a concealed manner, ultimately save countless lives. This Starry Badge was one that both he and Shun Qingzhu could bear with pride. Chapter 46. The Spark Medal. After Yuan Gang concluded his narration regarding the acquisition of the medal, he cleared his throat, signaling the commencement of the award ceremony. He took the petite black box handed to him by Instructor Hong and directed his gaze toward the new recruit at the left rear, Lin Xie, present. Lin Xie instinctively responded upon hearing his name. During the transit of new recruits, he valiantly employed the Divine Ruins to thwart a missile attack, thereby averting catastrophic injuries to his fellow recruits and preserving the future backbone of the Night Watchers. In Cangnan, he inflicted significant damage upon the Medusa representative of the ancient deity church, and in collaboration with Team 136, he successfully eliminated the 13th seat of the ancient deity church's Sea Realm disciples, thereby diminishing the church's power. He was awarded the Celestial Medal. The Celestial already? Right from the start? The new recruits erupted in astonishment at this revelation, pondering how they could possibly compete with such an early achievement. The instructors on stage were fully aware of the intricate implications. Lin Xie's actions had salvaged an entire unit of new recruits, effectively safeguarding the future strength of the Night Watchers, especially in these tumultuous years where the mysterious forces were growing ever more formidable. A lapse in the ranks of the Night Watchers could lead to a monumental crisis for the Daxia. This alone justified the awarding of the Celestial Medal. The defeat of the ancient deity church's disciples, or the crippling of the Medusa, was merely supplementary evidence of Lin Xie's unwavering stance. Furthermore, his status as a dual deity representative unequivocally indicated his allegiance to the Night Watchers, making the acquisition of this exquisite medal a fitting tribute. Enhancing his sense of belonging and honor, Lin Xie ascended the stage to receive his commendation. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he approached the podium where Yuan Gang presented the Celestial Medal from the black box, fastening it proudly upon Lin Xie's chest. With a serious demeanor, The two exchanged military salutes before Lin Chia, adorned with the seemingly celestial metal, descended the stage amidst a chorus of admiration. Shun Qingzhu. Upon the utterance of this name by Yuan Gang, puzzled glances were cast in his direction. Shun Qingzhu stood perplexed, contemplating recent events. Had he caused any trouble? Had he contradicted Hong Hao? Was it perhaps that his lengthy battle report remained unwritten? At a critical moment, Shun Qingzhu had thwarted the 13th seat of the ancient deity church's disciples from utilizing the extremely dangerous Forbidden Ruin, thereby preventing the formation of the Eye of the Storm and sparing the city from irreversible damage. With the assistance of the camp instructors, he had collaborated with Zhao Yunhe to slay the 7th seat of the ancient deity church's Sea Realm disciples and successfully captured the 10th seat, earning him the Starlight Medal. Shun Qingzhu, step forward to receive your commendation. The new recruits struggled to comprehend that the second honoree was none other than their usually rebellious leader. Was this truly a reflection of the disparities between individuals? Both defiant and unmanageable. Yet he was still honored. No wonder he was destined to be their leader. He was indeed impressive. Shun Qingzhu ascended the stage in a state of bewilderment, gazing vacantly at Yuan Gang as he affixed the medal onto his chest. He performed a military salute, still dazed, before returning to Zhao Yunhe's side, utterly perplexed by the events that had transpired. What was this great wind disaster? At that moment, he had merely felt a chill from the immense winds of the Eye of the Storm and snapped his fingers in response. And yet, here he was, being honored? Brother Shun, you're incredible. You save an entire city, Cangnan. Brother Shun, did you and brother, he truly vanquish a formidable adversary from the ocean realm? That is astonishing. Brother Shun, may I see what the medal looks like? Can I touch it? Go ahead, it's just starlight. Shun Qingzhu chuckled softly at the three young men encircling him. It's merely starlight. I already possess a stellar medal. If they were to discover that, they would surely drop their jaws in disbelief, having never seen such things before. How splendid. Brother Shun. Zhao Yunhe winked at Shun Qingzhu, a smile gracing his face. Brother Shun, I have yet to see it. I too wish to touch it. Zhao Yunhe. Just as Zhao Yunhe was joking with Shun Qingzhu, he was suddenly called out, his mind momentarily unprepared as his mouth responded before he could think. Zhao Yunhe. During the transportation of new recruits on leave, despite the degradation of his cultivation, he forcefully broke through to the Chuan realm, preventing the train from being overturned by the turbulent winds. Through the impact of the gale and colossal collisions, he safeguarded the recruits from internal injuries and fatal harm, promptly initiating the divine restoration to heal all physical afflictions. Moreover, in collaboration with Shun Qingzhu, he successfully annihilated the 7th seat of the ancient god cult Ocean Realm followers and captured the 10th seat. Following a vote by the Night Watch's higher-ups, it has been decided to bestow upon him. Yuan Gang paused at this juncture, finding it difficult to meet Zhao Yunhe's ever-bright eyes and radiant smile. He opened his mouth slightly. The actions of the Night Watch's leadership were ultimately pushing this young man further away. This was not an honor. It felt more like a humiliation. Receiving the stellar medal, Zhao Yunhe, please step forward to receive your accolade. Another stellar. Our strategist, he is remarkable. Strategist, he is phenomenal. I had anticipated this. When the train overturned, I felt as though I could scarcely breathe. Yet within moments, I felt much better. Strategist, he deserves this. And I wholeheartedly acknowledge it. Indeed, our strategist, he managed to withstand the initial wave of damage. With a radiant smile, Zhao Yunhe ascended the platform, exuding an air of readiness for his honor. When Yuan Gang paused, he initially wondered what was amiss, suspecting it was an intentional scare tactic. Yuan Gang solemnly removed the stellar medal from his chest and placed it upon Zhao Yunhe's. Zhao Yunhe, the Night Watch has always been about the old guard not perishing, but rather passing the torch. I understand, Instructor Yuan. The torch shall be passed, and the legacy will endure. Zhao Yunhe replied with a smile. Standing tall, Zhao Yunhe executed a remarkably standard military salute for the first time. Go forth. After returning the salute, Yuan Gang patted Zhao Yunhe's shoulder and instructed him. Zhao Yunhe swaggered down the stage, exuding a flamboyant and carefree demeanor, embodying the youthful exuberance and audacity characteristic of his age. Strategist He, you are magnificent. Master He, please allow me to behold the legendary Starlight Medal. Master He, Lin Xie, Zhao Yunhe, and Shun Qingzhu each possess distinct personalities, which evoke varied reactions. Lin Xie is more reserved and introspective, often emanating a cool demeanor that makes the recruits feel he is somewhat distant. Shun Qingzhu, on the other hand, possesses an extraordinary charisma that naturally commands submission, leading others to perceive him as a leader figure. Zhao Yunhe is perpetually cheerful, easily engaging with everyone, and is remarkably intelligent. They vividly recall Zhao Yunhe's audacious proposal to lead them in sabotaging the underground surveillance room. Yuan Gang observed the trio, encircled below, and chuckled, proclaiming, "Let us disperse now and have a meal." In the instructor's office, a sharp sound echoed as Yuan Gang flung a small black box onto the table. Upon entering, Instructor Hong was greeted by the sight of an irate Yuan Gang. "Chief, what has transpired?" he inquired. "You may as well see for yourself." Yuan Gang gestured toward the black box, his anger causing his hands to tremble. Instructor Hong opened the box, and, upon gazing at its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. A pale red metal lay within, its design marred by a missing corner. This, the night watchman's medal, symbolizes honor, is only to be unveiled upon bestowal, and the materials used for such medals are of the highest quality. How could it possibly be defective? Yuan Gang had already contacted Xiaoping Ge, and as soon as the call connected, he exclaimed, "Captain, are the higher-ups out of their minds? Or are they all infiltrators of the ancient god cult?" With Zhao Yunhe's proud nature, if this medal is awarded today, by noon he will be standing with the ancient god cult. This is no honor bestowal. It is a blatant humiliation before over 200 witnesses. Setting aside the medal's rank, do you understand that this is a flawed product? Zhao Yunhe is a soldier. Yuan Gang had trained. Once this training concludes and we return to the capital, I will have a serious discussion with those higher-ups. Do not impede me then. Xiaoping Gu pinched the bridge of his nose, adamantly opposing this outcome. However, the higher-ups had long been infested with corruption. While it was not yet time for a complete purge, a lesson could certainly be imparted. Be cautious in your approach. I will send you the voting list shortly, with certain individuals marked for emphasis. Do not fear alarming the wrong people. Among them are those who are merely confused. If we strike equally at everyone, they will merely perceive this lesson as an outburst on behalf of a newcomer. Chapter 47. Listening to the lecture in contrast to the purely physical training of the first half of the year. The latter half of the course has been an exhilarating tapestry of experiences. Throughout the training camp, one can observe clusters of new recruits, books in hand, briskly passing each other as they rush to various classrooms. Aside from the daily morning and evening weighted runs, the majority of their time is spent indoors, offering a level of comfort that is markedly superior. Seated in the far left corner of the last row, Zhao Yunhe gazes at the first row's far right corner, where Shun Qingzhu has succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the desk, stealing glances at the fervently lecturing instructor on stage. Zhao decisively deploys the little paper figure that Li Lei had gifted him. The small red figure, marked with the number 4, brandishes a paper airplane, significantly larger than itself, as it painstakingly maneuvers its way across the desk, emitting high-pitched calls intermittently. Shun Qingzhu, wake up, wake up, wake up. Around Zhao Yunhe, 6 other little paper figures gather at the table. The first figure, numbered 1, looks on with concern towards the 4th. The second figure sits obediently, seemingly engaged in the lecture, and Zhao Yunhe is convinced it comprehends the content. The 3rd and 5th figures, however, are embroiled in a quarrel. Their rapid exchange so brisk that Zhao Yunhe struggles to discern the nature of their dispute. The 7th figure has already succumbed to sleep, while the 6th figure, with a mischievous glint, lies atop the 7th. As Zhao Yunhe observes these 7 little figures, he recalls the instructor's mention of Li Lei's unique ability during yesterday's explanation. This ability, termed the Forbidden Ruin, is classified as a high-risk entity, sequence 199, veracity and falsehood. It allows one to imbue objects with life through language, enabling them to perform simple human actions, but only if the wielder possesses unwavering belief in their words. Otherwise, the attempt will falter. Should they fail, the wielder faces a backlash of becoming a mere puppet, their body rendered entirely wooden, devoid of life and soul. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhe felt a wave of relief for Li Lele, thankful that he had declined to join the Night Watchers. Had he been aware of the true nature of this forbidden ruin, it would have been detrimental to him. Li Lele has always believed he could grant life to humanoid objects through language, unaware that this power hinges on his own conviction. If he were to discover the true nature of this ability, the steadfast beliefs he has held for nearly 6 or 7 years would shatter in an instant. For now, all is well. Coming from an orphan background, he cherishes the family he holds dear. Running a modestly successful general store, it would be a grave loss for a 16 or 17-year-old like him to become a puppet. Shen Qingzhu, wake up, wake up, wake up. The fourth little paper figure, having endured countless trials, finally ascends onto Shen Qingzhu's desk, gently poking at his exposed hand with the paper airplane. With a resounding clap, a broken piece of chalk is accurately hurled in Shen Qingzhu's direction. The fourth figure manages to twist its body, evading the chalk's trajectory, and subsequently begins to dance upon the desk, exclaiming, "I didn't get hit. How splendid! How splendid!" Awakened by the shrill voice, Shen Qingzhu opens his eyes to the sight of the fourth little paper figure dancing upon his desk, alongside the oversized paper airplane. As the paper airplane was unfolded, the flamboyant characters inscribed upon it proclaimed, "In the next class, we shall once again have Instructor Gu. Time to go out and shoot." Shen Qingzhu could no longer endure his seat. Dismissing all discussions of the nature and significance of mental energy, he had no desire to listen to a single word. Upon seeing the note, he immediately turned to Zhao Yunhe, giving him an affirmative gesture. Zhao Yunhe, resting his head on one hand, was reluctant to glance in Shen Qingzhu's direction, perplexed by how this seemingly insignificant individual could create such a commotion. Furthermore, did Shen Qingzhu not sense the murderous gaze of Instructor Gu fixed upon the podium? Shen Qingzhu, please elucidate the essence of mental energy. I cannot, Shen Qingzhu retorted. Yet he continued to exchange notes with Zhao Yunhe. What, despite being seated diagonally across the classroom, can't you two suppress the urge to converse? Instructor Gu descended from the podium, grasping the small paper figure from Shen Qingzhu's desk, which promptly emitted a shrill cry. "Ah, let me go, let me go." Holding the small figure, Instructor Gu's gaze shifted back to Zhao Yunhe. Zhao Yunhe, explain, what is the essence of mental energy? The essence of mental energy is inherent. It is a form of energy generated independently by the individual, distinct from the natural environment. Zhao Yunhe rose and replied in a composed manner. Moreover, there exists another perspective that it serves as an invisible link between the individual and the cosmos, varying from person to person. You have been paying attention? Instructor Gu remarked, acknowledging Zhao Yunhe's insightful contribution. I finished reading this book the night it was distributed and took notes. Was that particularly challenging? Zhao Yunhe replied with a smile from his seat. You had best have memorized all of its contents. Shen Qingzhu, you and Zhao Yunhe must run 10 laps. Did I not answer correctly? Zhao Yunhe pointed to himself, feeling unjustly persecuted. This is pure, malicious retaliation, encouraging classmates to skip class. Instructor Gu, one hand grasping the small paper figure number 4 and the other holding the unfolded paper airplane, smiled at Zhao Yunhe. Understood, instructor. The two boys seemed to have awaited this cue from Instructor Gu, abandoning pretense. The small paper figure number 4 struggled to squeeze through a gap, leaping onto Shen Qingzhu's desk and scurrying into his pocket for concealment. As the 6 small paper figures on Zhao Yunhe's desk hopped into his own pocket, he exchanged a fleeting glance with Shen Qingzhu before they both dashed out of the classroom and sprinted onto the playground. Instructor Gu took a deep breath, returning to the podium to continue the lesson. After half a year of training, running laps was as effortless for Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu as drinking water. They completed their laps in under 10 minutes, their aim clear as they headed straight for the shooting range. The sound of gunfire echoed bang, bang, bang. Today, with no classes and boredom lingering, Su Cheng had invited his friend Lu Ning to the shooting range for practice, only to find the heavy door firmly locked. Was he imagining things? Upon opening the door, he beheld Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu at the shooting station, each hitting the moving target at 300 meters with perfect form, nearly every shot landing directly on target. Yet, he recalled that Instructor Gu's class was scheduled for this morning. Had these two skipped class? No. How did they even get in? Here they come. Here they come. The sharp voice of the small paper figure perched upon Shun Qingzhu echoed through the air. Both individuals turned their gaze toward the entrance, where Su Cheng and Lu Ning stood. Zhao Yunhe was suddenly reminded of the unfinished 5,000 word battle report he had yet to compose, causing his hand to tremble and miss the mark. You two have a penchant for firearms, but seem disinclined towards cultural subjects, am I correct? Su Cheng and Lu Ning approached, observing the duo. Instructor Su, Instructor Lu, they greeted, their heads bowed, anxious that Su Cheng and Lu Ning might recall their impending 5,000 word reflection. There is no need for trepidation. You are well aware of my amiable disposition, Su Cheng reassured, patting their shoulders with a smile. I presume the commanding officer has assigned you the 5,000 word task that remains unwritten. How about this? Let's engage in a friendly competition. Lu Ning and I shall form one team, while the two of you will comprise the other. Without resorting to the forbidden ruins, we will contest in close combat and marksmanship. Should you emerge victorious, the 5,000 words will be waived. However, if you should lose, you will be tasked with drafting today as 5,000 word account. What do you say? Come now, esteemed instructors. Chapter 48. 5 minutes. Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow, confident in his marksmanship. Even in the worst-case scenario, he thought, if Shun Qingzhu faltered, they would likely reach a stalemate, resulting in a battle report of 5,000 words. He would not emerge empty-handed. After all, it was the thrill of the contest that made it worthwhile. Shun Qingzhu's gaze shifted towards Lu Ning. Having witnessed his combat style that fateful night, she noted his speed was commendable, yet not lethal, requiring multiple strikes. Everyone has their vulnerabilities, and as long as Zhao Yunhe maintained his composure, victory was assured. Gather your weapons. We shall proceed to the combat arena. Please do not disrupt my shooting range, Su Cheng remarked with a smile. Lu Ning, it has been a while since we trained together. Let's thoroughly evaluate these two youngsters today. Indet, Zet Ponde Lao Hong. There appears to be excitement at the combat arena. Should we go take a look? In the reconstructed monitoring room of Underground 2.0, an instructor seated before the screens addressed Lao Hong, who was playing cards with 3 other instructors. Shall we join the fray? Su Cheng is taking Lu Xiaoning to confront those 2 troublemakers, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. Just thinking about how those 2 rascals were tormented by Su Cheng and Lu Xiaoning at noon, only to be further trained by Lao Bai in the afternoon, brings a smile to my face. Come now, tomorrow is your class. Have you prepared a lesson? Teased another instructor beside Lao Hong. You focus on your preparation. We shall oversee the class for you. With that, the quartet playing cards vanished in a flash, leaving the instructors staring forlornly at the empty monitoring room, silently magnifying the combat arena's feed. If he could not witness the live event, watching the broadcast would suffice. Within the combat arena, Zhao Yunhe, wielding a longbow, and Shun Qingzhu, brandishing a crescent dagger, faced their opponents. Su Cheng still held the crossbow he had used that fateful night against the cult of the ancient god's followers, while Lu Ning gripped a silvery short sword, the two standing in a front-back formation. With Su Cheng's signal, the battle commenced. Zhao Yunhe cast a glance at Su Cheng approaching him, a smile gracing his lips as he fully drew his bow, releasing an arrow aimed directly at Su Cheng. He calculated this shot would be unavoidable. To his astonishment, a ghostly figure danced upon the arrow's trajectory, a short sword glinting in the light, lunging towards Zhao Yunhe. Clang, whoosh, 2 distinct sounds resonated simultaneously. Zhao Yunhe's longbow firmly met the short sword, while Su Cheng bent low, releasing a bolt straight towards Shun Qingzhu. She evaded, rushing at Su Cheng with dual daggers in hand. Observing her, Su Cheng sighed. Too slow, there was still much practice needed. He closed his eyes, raised his crossbow, and aimed at Shen Qingzhu. "You have lost," Su Cheng and Lu Ning declared in unison within the arena. Zhao Yunhe found himself at the mercy of an unadorned black handgun pressed to his forehead, while Shen Qingzhu lay pinned to the ground by Su Cheng, a small fruit knife hovering threateningly above her neck. At that moment, Lu Ning pulled the trigger, and Su Cheng lunged towards Shen Qingzhu. A jet of water splashed across Zhao Yunhe's face, while the retractable fruit knife incessantly poked at Shen Qingzhu's neck, causing minimal harm but delivering profound humiliation. Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu could hardly have anticipated that the battle they believed was firmly in their grasp would conclude in less than 5 minutes, leaving them with no opportunity for retaliation or even a moment to react. "Impressive," Su Cheng remarked as he helped Shen Qingzhu to her feet and glanced at the two of them. "Among this batch of recruits, you stand out as exceptional. However, your arrogance is troubling. This pride, which seems innate, has been fostered by your experiences since obtaining the Divine Ruins or the extremely hazardous Forbidden Ruins. Your journeys have been remarkably smooth. Whether it was your encounters with Mask, the extreme training, or facing the instructors and eliminating members of the ancient God Society in Cangnan City, you have exhibited a distinct lack of awareness regarding potential dangers." Su Cheng sighed as he spoke. "Such hubris will inevitably lead to your downfall. These words should not have been mine to utter. It is a lesson you ought to have learned through hardship. However, having welcomed you into the training camp and seeing the potential I hold for both of you, I cannot bear to watch you learn through loss. That kind of growth is profoundly painful. Both I and your instructors have endured such searing pain, and I wish for your generation to fare better. Zhao Yunhe, you are an agent of the divine, while Shen Qingzhu, you are a possessor of the extremely hazardous Forbidden Ruins. But had you faced a true master wielding their full strength against you, you would not have withstood a single blow, and need not even be the king. Not one member of Mask would you prevail against." The sparring session with the recruits was not merely lenient. It was akin to being cast adrift in the sea. The practice with the instructors was similarly misleading. While it appeared to involve all the instructors, only 3, Instructor Pei, Instructor Bai, and Instructor Hong, actually spar with you. Ultimately, your number dwindled to 10, and the outcome was already determined. Even when you attempted to ambush the control room, you still suffered defeat. And in the battle at Cangnan, what made you think you could so easily eliminate that follower of the ancient God Society? The peak strength of the Sea Realm is not something that can be vanquished with mere injuries. Su Cheng observed the two deep in contemplation. "I have shared all this merely to inspire you toward improvement, not to discourage you. Reflect on it deeply, and upon understanding, provide each of us with 2 5,000-word battle summaries." In the afternoon training ground, as Zhao Yunhe heard Instructor Bai announce that the focus of the afternoon's training would be the control of mental strength, he instinctively shuddered. He had read about this segment and knew it to be quite the spectacle. He could only hope it would not go awry. As a result, the moment he donned the wristband, unlike Bai Li and the others on the field who performed backflips, Zhao Yunhe merely squatted repeatedly, then crouched and spun in place, eventually moving to a corner while maintaining his squat. Compared to the grand movements of his peers, Zhao Yunhe's actions were subtle, yet sufficiently conspicuous, for he had now positioned himself directly beneath the platform where Instructor Bai stood. Especially in the serene bamboo grove of Shen Qingzhu, the few individuals, Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and others, were informally acknowledged by their instructor for their commendable performance. After executing merely a couple of somersaults, they came to a halt, drawing even more attention. The instructors, concealed in the shadows, observed the scene with amusement, particularly at the sight of Instructor Bai, whose lips were pressed down tightly, struggling to suppress a smile. Some were nearly gasping for breath from laughter. This year's recruits possess even more remarkable skills than those of last year, exhibiting considerable potential, remarked Instructor Hong with a hint of a smile, poised to comment further. "No way. Lu Ning, you're going to make me die of laughter. Look at Zhao Yunhe. He is utterly amusing Bai. I feel like he is about to suffer an internal injury." However, the spectacle was not yet over. Zhao Yunhe, crouching and spinning around, abruptly halted, turning to reveal a mischievous grin towards Instructor Bai. Rising to his feet, he raised his right arm and began to wave it energetically. Then, Chapter 49. Tactical Combat. Zhao Yunhe seemed to respond to an unseen summons, leaping over Instructor Bai's head with astonishing agility. He then crouched on the ground, spinning in circles. The instructors in the corner, who had been chuckling, suddenly erupted in a thunderous laughter after a brief moment of silence. Instructor Bai clenched his fists, utterly perplexed by the antics of this young man. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the group in the corner, still in fits of laughter, and declared dismissed, before stepping off the stage, leaving Zhao Yunhe alone to continue his dizzying spins. Dizzy beyond measure, Zhao Yunhe had relied heavily on his mental energy, yet he had never mastered the control of its release. The constant electric stimulation coursing through his wrists left him feeling drained. With all his might, he shouted, "Shun Qingzhu! Save me!" From his pocket, 6 tiny paper figures peeked out, and upon discovering the amusement of the situation, they formed a circle led by the 7th paper figure, mimicking Zhao Yunhe's spinning motions. As Shun Qingzhu approached, he beheld the sight of Zhao Yunhe and the 6 paper figures, all in perfect sync, performing identical movements. Exercising patience, he gathered the chattering paper figures into his pocket with one hand while pressing down on Zhao Yunhe's head with the other. "Focus, Zhao Yunhe. Clear your mind." At the sound of Shun Qingzhu's voice, Zhao Yunhe seemed to recall something, abruptly halting his spins and rising to his feet. Just as Shun Qingzhu thought the commotion had ceased, Zhao Yunhe knelt on one knee, making a gesture akin to proposing with a ring. Lin Xie, seated below, chanced to glance in their direction, wearing a contemplative expression. Following Lin Xie's gaze, Chao Yuan quickly lowered his head, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring, "Amit-ba." After 3 months of acclimatizing to the wristband, Zhao Yunhe sat in the classroom, impatiently awaiting the tactical instruction from Instructor Pei. He was among the last to adapt, a consequence of his overwhelming mental prowess, which often left his attention dispersed. His mind could conjure 800 thoughts in a single day, and with the passive buff of holy breath revival, his mental energy replenished more swiftly than others. He found himself spinning incessantly for nearly 24 hours each day, leading Shun Qingzhu, his roommate, to resort to binding him each night, only to release him in the morning. Without this intervention, one could only imagine the extent of his torment, as even sleep eluded him. After enduring a beating from Su Qingluning, the two sought each other out nightly to practice combat for 2 hours. These sessions became Zhao Yunhe's most cherished moments. Even with the wristband, he maintained absolute concentration during battles, rendering the device ineffective against him. Over the past 3 months, he and Shun Qingzhu had transitioned from being overwhelmed to exchanging blows, and now they stood nearly evenly matched, with only the two of them aware of the tremendous effort they had invested behind the scenes. The atmosphere grew heavy as footsteps approached, one deep, one shallow. Zhao Yunhe lifted his gaze to see Instructor Pei, who limped noticeably yet retained an air of vitality. It must be said that although Instructor Pei is advanced in age, the knowledge he imparts is truly exceptional. At times, one cannot help but wonder how his mind generates such a multitude of brilliant ideas. He is indeed the man described by Niet Tingyue as possessing 1,800 shrewd insights. Standing before the assembly of over 200 recruits in the grand classroom, Instructor Pei did not commence with the customary daily question that marks the beginning of each lesson. Instead, he addressed them directly, stating that there remain less than 2 months until the conclusion of their training, and that the theoretical component of our tactical instruction has now come to an end. From this afternoon onward, they will embark on a fortnight of group competitions, encompassing the entire training camp and its surrounding areas within a 10-kilometer radius. You are a total of 240 individuals, divided into 30 teams, each comprising 8 members. The selection of team members will depend on your social connections. Now, is everything clear? Clear. The recruits, upon grasping the rules, displayed eager anticipation. After all, they were spirited youths, and this competition promised to be far more engaging than the monotonous repetition of classroom lectures. Instructor Pei nodded and proceeded to announce the names of those who would lead the 30 teams. Those whose names were called would ascend to the stage as captains, while those not mentioned had no grounds for dissent. Zhao Yunhe, adhering to the principle of seizing the initiative, promptly approached a boy seated by the window in the center. He had observed this boy for some time. His close combat training ranked among the top 5 of the recruits, and he possessed a somewhat handsome appearance. Logically, one would assume such a person would not lack companions, yet he consistently seemed to prefer solitude. Zhao Yunhe had long desired to strike up a conversation with him, and now he finally had the opportunity. "Hello, I am Zhao Yunhe. Would you be interested in joining my team?" I. Me? The boy appeared somewhat taken aback by Zhao Yunhe's approach, seemingly prepared for the disappointment of being the last chosen. To his astonishment, he found himself the first selection. "Yes, you Zhou, would you like to join us as our inaugural member?" Zhao Yunhe regarded him with sincerity, extending his hand. Upon hearing his name, Zhou eyes brightened, and he grasped Zhao Yunhe's hand eagerly. I am willing." Zhao Yunhe smiled, placing a small red paper figure, numbered 11, into Zhou hand. "Wait for me here. This is a token, and you mustn't choose anyone else. It will keep you company while I seek others. Remember to take good care of it." Zhou cradled the small paper figure, nodding solemnly in agreement. The little figure, number 11, playfully hopped to Zhou's ear, exclaiming, "It's mine. It's mine. Don't let anyone else touch it." Shen Qingzhu wandered through the classroom, having just witnessed Deng Wei being chosen by Linjiang. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to whom to select. In the past, he would have chosen carelessly, believing that as long as he was strong enough, the capabilities of his teammates were inconsequential. However, 3 months of rigorous practice with Su Cheng and Lu Ning had profoundly altered his perspective. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Qingzhu's peripheral vision caught sight of a boy in the corner, adorned with thick glasses. He recalled the boy from a previous encounter during a battle with the instructor, where, despite being eliminated, he had managed to severely thwart Instructor Han. "Care to join?" Shen Qingzhu approached, leaning against the boy's desk. "Bro, I knew one of you, and Master, he would come looking for me," the boy exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Em willing. Shen Qingzhu retrieved a small paper figurine from his pocket, identical to the one Zhao Yunhe possessed, yet marked with Arabic numerals. He tossed it to the boy, instructing him to take care of it, before resuming his stroll around the classroom. Chapter 50. Choosing between father and mother, Lin Chia contemplated the 3 individuals he had already selected, reflecting on the composition of Team 136. He realized that he still required a sniper and 2 formidable attackers. Ideally, he wished for an additional strategist or someone proficient in mental control abilities. With a calculated mind, Lin Chia resolved to first seek out a skilled sniper to compensate for his shortcomings in marksmanship. "Hello, might you consider joining my team?" He approached a girl with high twin ponytails, extending his hand. "I've observed your excellent aim." "Me?" The girl tilted her head, surprised at the aloof and striking Lin Chia. Often referred to as an ethereal deity by her peers in the girls' dormitory, would invite her. "Indeed," Lin Chia affirmed, nodding as he reiterated, "So, would you care to join my team?" The girl pondered momentarily before shaking her head and pointing to another girl nearby. "If you seek a talented sniper, I believe Nian Yin would be a suitable choice as well. Our shooting skills are comparable, and she would certainly agree to your invitation." "I'm afraid I've already committed to another team." After her polite bow and a playful wink, she added, "Sorry about that." "That's quite all right." Lin Chia waved dismissively, moving toward the girl who appeared bored, doodling on the table. "Hello, might you be interested in joining my team?" Lin Chia gently rapped on the table and inquired softly. The girl abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling upon recognizing Lin Chia. She glanced at her supportive friend nearby, who was gesturing encouragement, nearly brought to tears with emotion. Yes. Em willing," she exclaimed hastily, eager not to miss the opportunity. "Captain Lin, my name is Song Yen. My ability, Crimson Long Song, from the realm of Forbidden Arts 270, allows me to disrupt others' actions, inducing a 2-second state of confusion." Lin Chia raised an eyebrow at Song Yen's ability. Feeling fortunate, originally seeking a sniper, he had unexpectedly acquired a wielder of mental control powers as well. Properly utilized, this ability would undoubtedly become an essential asset for their team. "Welcome aboard, Song Yen." Lin Chia extended his hand. Without hesitation, she grasped it firmly. I will do my utmost, Captain Lin. Lin Chia nodded, gesturing toward the vacant spot by the window on the far left, where 3 members of their team were already seated. Please take a seat there. I will go seek out others. The recruitment event was in full swing. On the other side, Bailey had already assembled his 7 members, and they sat in a corner, each adorned with a Patek Philippe watch, engaged in animated discussion and laughter. Molly was accompanied by 2 men and 3 women. The 2 men were evidently articulate, swiftly persuading a male participant to join their team. As for Zhao Yuan, he remained quietly seated, still struggling with communication. He adopted a mindset of patience, believing that once the selection concluded, the remaining individuals would be his. Until then, Shun Qingzhu. He is the one I noticed first. Release him. Zhao Yunhe glanced at Shun Qingzhu across the desk, fully aware that this confrontation would ensue. Zhao Yunhe, I arrived first. Nonsense. We clearly arrived together. The 2 stood on either side of the desk, their tones suggesting a potential altercation. Yet the content of their exchange prevented any actual conflict. The boy caught in the middle looked back and forth between Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, astonished that the rivalry between 2 of the camp's most prominent figures, who usually shared a close bond, had devolved into jealousy. However, something felt amiss. At that moment, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu spoke in unison, asking, "So, who will you choose, me or him?" The boy scratched his head, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. It felt less like jealousy and more akin to parents arguing and questioning their child about whom to choose, father or mother. He hesitated for quite a while, torn between their leader and their strategist. He truly found himself in a quandary until he noticed that only one spot remained in their group, occupied by the ever-optimistic Molly, illuminating his face as if a light of salvation had dawned upon him. "Apologies, Shun Gu and strategist he," the boy said, scratching his head and feigning a bashful expression. "I have someone I wish to choose." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu let out a simultaneous huff and stepped away from the boy's side. As the 2 departed, the boy exhaled in relief and brightened his gaze towards Molly, clenching his fist as he charged forward. "Hello, Molly. I am Xue Xiaoyao from Forbidden Ruins 332. Though it may not be the most formidable of ruins, it can effectively address unexpected issues in critical moments. Moreover, I have performed well in tactical guidance theory classes. Welcome." Molly interjected before Xue Xiaoyao could finish, extending her hand. Having just witnessed the commotion created by Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe, she felt assured that anyone they both admired possessed exceptional qualities. By the end of the morning, the classroom had become quite sparse. A girl with twin ponytails lay dejectedly across her desk, having turned down 14 team captains. Why? Why had the person she awaited not yet arrived? "Hello, doing Muxie, right? I'm Zhao Yunhe. My team has 1 position left. Would you be willing to join us?" Zhao Yunhe smiled as he addressed the girl. Yes, I would love to." Doing Muxie eagerly nodded, her smile unable to be concealed. Finally, after waiting all morning in an empty seat, she had been approached by Zhao Yunhe, the renowned god agent and one of the 3 most handsome boys discussed in their dormitory. Zhao Yunhe handed her a small paper figure inscribed with the number 17. "Welcome aboard." Doing Muxie's eyes widened as she examined the shrill-voiced red paper figure in her hand, exclaiming, "What is this?" "It's something given by a child, also a possessor of a forbidden ruin," Zhao Yunhe explained with a smile. "Each member of our team receives 1, but it must be returned to me once training concludes." All right. Duan Mushi's attention was utterly captivated by the little paper figure, which mirrored her every action, melting her heart in the process. She left the person who had been waiting for her all morning neglected by the wayside. "My goodness, this little creature is simply adorable." Zhao Yunhe glanced at the 8 members of his team and nodded in satisfaction. With roles of support, sniper, defense, control, assault, reconnaissance, and ambush already filled, the nascent form of a hexagonal team was taking shape. He waved to everyone in his squad, gesturing towards the corridor. Instantly, the red paper figures in their hands began to chatter excitedly, urging them to head towards the corridor. Chapter 51. Tactical Deployment. As the 8 individuals gathered in the corridor, Zhao Yunhe spoke, "For the upcoming month, we shall be teammates. I hope we can navigate this battle together." Let us begin with simple introductions of our abilities and restrictions, so we may better coordinate our strategies. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yunhe continued, I am Zhao Yunhe, the agent of the God of Light. My domain, Holy Breath Revival, allows me to extract the life force from all living beings to heal my comrades. Those from whom life is drawn will succumb to weakness, the duration of which is determined by the amount extracted. I am quite proficient in marksmanship, capable of precision sniping. Next was Zhou Mu, who spoke slowly, striving to avoid stuttering. I am Zhou Mu. My domain is Bloodthirsty Frenzy. As long as my weapon is stained with my blood, within 30 minutes, my attack power, speed, and understanding of weaponry will significantly increase, ranging from 15 to 85%. Zhang Fengye introduced himself. I am Zhang Fengye. My domain is Lone Lantern Shadow. I can merge with any shadow cast by an object in light, enhancing my speed by 70%. However, this ability has its limitations. It requires the presence of an object's shadow and is ineffective in complete darkness. I can only hope for pleasant weather this month, with at least some moonlight at night. Fu En, his hair obscuring his eyes, quietly stated, I am Fu En. My domain is animal mimicry. I can temporarily acquire the abilities of animals, altering my physical structure and characteristics. The duration depends on the animal I transform into. A cheerful voice interjected, Wow, really? What an adorable domain. Fu En, can you turn into a little rabbit for me? I adore floppy-eared bunnies. The exuberant girl, with large round eyes and a pink star hairpin, looked at Fu En eagerly. Oh, by the way, I'm Cheesy Tongue. My domain is Sunk Cost, allowing me to withstand any attack 6 times in a day, given my current level. Bai Xuanjiu leaned against the railing, his white hair concealed beneath sunglasses. I am Bai Xuanjiu. My domain is Intoxication. I can induce a state of drunkenness through the manipulation of wine's aroma, leading to dizziness and confusion. He then whistled at Fu En. I want to see the rabbit too. Count me in, exclaimed Jiang Yun, a striking red-haired boy standing beside Bai Xuanjiu, his long braid catching the light. My domain is shape-shifting, allowing me to split into 6 shadows at most. I can only take damage if all are dispersed. Holding a small red paper figure, Duanmuxi raised her other hand. I am Duanmuxi. My domain is soul manipulation. I can control others through a red thread, but if it is severed, the control is lost. I excel in close-range shooting, but struggle with long-distance sniping. Zhao Yunhe nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of his team. A smile graced his lips, for he was uncertain of what to expect from such a formidable assembly. However, this thought lingered only for a fleeting moment in Zhao Yunhe's mind before he began to deliberate earnestly. Zhou Mu was a clearly defined aggressive fighter. Although the enhancements from the Forbidden Abyss were inconsistent, his combat skills were among the finest, making him more suited for direct confrontations to initiate engagements. Similarly, Jiang Yun, also an aggressive combatant, could leave behind a clone to safeguard Bai Xuanjiu, thereby preventing the opposing team from disrupting their control. As for Qi Xiaoding, her use of the Forbidden Abyss was limited in frequency. Zhao Yunhe had initially chosen her not for her offensive capabilities, which were somewhat lacking, but for her stellar defensive prowess. He had not anticipated her Forbidden Abyss to be so formidable, a pinnacle of defense. Zhang Fengye and Fu En required no further elaboration, their roles being those of a striker and scout. Lastly, with Duanmuxi by his side, the duo wielding their firearms in harmony, Zhao Yunhe preferred to keep Duanmuxi's use of the Forbidden Abyss under wraps, hoping it would serve as their ultimate trump card. As for support, this training camp was replete with trees and plants. With him stationed at the rear, their team should be able to endure until the very end. While Zhao Yunhe and the other members of his team were engrossed in strategizing, Shen Qingzhu approached him directly. The team members promptly fell silent, turning their attention towards Shen Qingzhu. Zhao Yunhe looked up, inquiring if there was something amiss. Shen Qingzhu nodded slightly, indicating that there was, and beckoned him to come over. Zhao Yunhe gestured for a moment of pause to his teammates before following Shen Qingzhu. He recalled their recent competition for resources, which had ultimately yielded nothing for anyone involved. Upon his arrival, Zhao Yunhe found Lin Xie, Bali Pangu, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li gathered together, and he surmised the purpose of Shen Qingzhu's summons. Zhao Yunhe, should we consider forming an alliance? Lin Xie initiated the conversation as soon as Zhao Yunhe arrived. Emily turned to Zhao Yunhe, explaining, "You might not be fully aware of the capabilities of the selected female team leaders, when Xian's intellect is on par with yours and Lin Xie's. Although she lacks combat talent, her presence is akin to acquiring a walking repository of strategy. I just witnessed that boy from your side, named Mo Shui Bai, seeking to ally with her." Thoughtfully, Zhao Yunhe replied, "Then let us unite for now. We shall first address them. With 6 teams in total, if we join forces, we present a vast target. My proposal is to split our 6 teams into 3 smaller groups, thereby minimizing our target size while allowing 2 groups to draw fire, while the remaining 4 lay in ambush. Let us proceed as you suggest." Lin Xie nodded in agreement, endorsing Zhao Yunhe's plan. "I will team up with Zhao Yuan. Pangu, hand me the scroll of sealing. I need to monitor Zhao Yuan and stabilize him during uncontrollable states to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Baili Pangu Nuda, passing the scroll of sealing to Lin Xie, casting an expectant glance toward Zhao Yunhe, the meaning unmistakable. "I will team up with Shen Qingzhu," Zhao Yunhe declared. "Our long-standing partnership has familiarized us with each other's tactics, enabling us to charge forth effectively." His reasoning was straightforward and unassailable, leaving no room for dissent. Molly pursed her lips as she gazed at Bai Li Pang Pang. Behind her, Xue Xiao Yao seemed to discern her thoughts and stepped forward to speak. "If we are to engage in pairs, it is imperative that we understand the advantageous benefits our partners can provide. After all, our team is not in the business of charity." Molly nodded in agreement, turning her attention back to Bai Li Pang Pang. Chapter 52, The Test Molly. Bai Li Pang Pang gazed at Molly, contemplating for a long while before stating, "I can provide you with forbidden items. Moreover, I shall be very attentive to your commands." Molly regarded Bai Li Pang Pang, weighing the potential benefits that his collaboration could bring to her team. If it were merely her decision, she might have consented, for with her prowess and the support of Lin Xie and Zhao Yunhe, bringing Bai Li Pang Pang along would be entirely justifiable. However, she now stood behind a team. Her members had placed their trust in her by choosing her as their leader, and she could not afford to gamble with their faith based on personal sentiments. "I require 4 defensive forbidden items, 2 blades, and a weapon with extensive offensive capabilities," Molly articulated. "Additionally, I need 16 communication devices to ensure that, should we cooperate, your team must heed my commands." Bai Li Pang Pang turned to his teammates, and the 7 individuals behind him nodded in agreement, signaling their approval with an okay gesture. Their strength was of a moderate caliber, and they had initially followed Bai Li Pang Pang merely for the sake of enjoyment, embracing the philosophy that a day well spent was a day well lived. Little did they know that Bai Li Pang Pang had ushered them into a realm of formidable figures. What was this? An unexpected notification of advancement. There was no room for hesitation. This was splendid indeed. Very well, Bai Li Pang Pang responded, retrieving a broom from his free space alongside 2 long blades, 1 black and 1 white, for pendants adorned with intricate patterns, and a small dormant golden crow, which he presented to Molly. He introduced each item in turn. "This is the forbidden item 192, Thunderstorm. These are the Eternal Bright Blade and the Long Moon Blade. This is Little Flickering Light. And the small golden crow can not only serve as a messenger, but also protect you through explosive means in critical moments." Molly examined the weapons in her hands and expressed her gratitude to Bai Li Pang Pang, assuring him that she would return these items once their task was complete. She then distributed the weapons among her teammates. Observing that Molly was left with only the small golden crow, Bai Li Pang Pang, perplexed, inquired, "Molly, do you not desire any forbidden items?" "I do not require them," Molly replied, gripping the katana at her waist as she turned to Lin Xie and Zhao Yunhe. "Shall we devise a strategy now? Let us proceed as follows." Within the dormitory building, an atmosphere of tension prevailed, dispelling the earlier camaraderie. Once the lunch break concluded, they would transform into adversaries with a 1-month deadline. Zhao Yunhe reclined on his bed, having contemplated a question for Shen Qingzhu since the beginning. Yet he had not found the opportunity to voice it even after lunch. Thus, the moment had arrived. "Shen Qingzhu, what prompted you to agree to team up with Lin Xie and the others?" Zhao Yunhe pondered for a considerable time without arriving at clarity. Given Shen Qingzhu's temperament, he should have, like him, opted to carve out his own path rather than choose alliance. Furthermore, the individuals he initially selected seemed more inclined towards solitary combat preparation. Were it not for Shen Qingzhu pulling him into the fold, he would have feared that Lin Qiyi, with his cunning nature, would conspire with others against him. In truth, he favored battles between teams over mere alliances. I am willing. After Shen Qingzhu finished speaking, she closed her eyes, exuding an air of wanting to sleep undisturbed. However, Zhao Yunhe, seemingly oblivious to her demeanor, turned over and nudged her shoulder, inquiring about the members of her group, urging her to discuss their strategies. Although they were collaborating as six, he preferred to view their alliance as a mutual commitment to refrain from attacking one another in the early stages and to assist each other when capable. If cooperation were imperative, he expressed a desire to coordinate solely with her, as their bond possessed a unique understanding that others lacked. Furthermore, he speculated that if their team could endure until the later stages, while he was uncertain of Molly's choices, it was evident that Bai Li would ally with Lin Qiyi and Chao Yuan's group, leaving them at a disadvantage of 2 against 4. Thus, it was crucial to safeguard Li Jia and Li Liang's teams, ensuring their advancement to the finals. He had already dispatched the 4th paper figurine to communicate with them, urging both teams to play it safe, as despite their seemingly simple-minded nature, they were formidable among the 200 participants. Retaining them until the decisive moments would serve as their most effective weapon, and it was also a precautionary measure. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Zhao Yunhe, realizing once more the depths of their tactical cunning. The two exchanged insights regarding their respective teams' restrictions and abilities, formulating an intricate plan throughout the afternoon. Observing the nearly flawless arrangement of their strategies, Shen Qingzhu raised her gaze to meet the smiling Zhao Yunhe, questioning his intentions towards her. Since the day she truly recognized Zhao Yunhe after growing up, she understood the complexity of his character. He donned a facade of righteousness, kindness, and friendliness, radiating like the sun, yet inadvertently revealing an underlying coldness, cunning, ruthlessness, and a dark, twisted ambition to achieve his goals by any means necessary. Perhaps that was his true nature. Uncertain of her standing in Zhao Yunhe's eyes, she felt a compelling desire to comprehend how this person, whom she regarded as a brother, perceived her. She cared deeply. What? Zhao Yunhe, perplexed, lifted his head to regard Shen Qingzhu. After a moment's reflection, he grasped her meaning, promptly rising from the bed in a fit of indignation. Shen Qingzhu, you are misjudging my intentions. What have I ever plotted against you? I have always treated you with utmost care, as if you were something precious, fearing to harm you. I have never been so invested in anyone else. Frustrated, Zhao Yunhe paced back and forth on the bed, acknowledging that his initial rescue of Shen Qingzhu had indeed stemmed from self-interest. After all, this was a world of divine slaying, and he possessed nothing but a machine-like system reliant on the protagonist's aura for protection. His participation in Team 041 was intended to foster their bond, knowing that the original narrative depicted Shen Qingzhu as deeply sentimental. Bringing her along to extend Wang Mian's lifespan was also to ensure that Team Mask would, out of this shared sentiment, come to her aid when she faced danger. For their fates were intertwined. If Shen Qingzhu perished, he too would be doomed. Accompanying Shen Qingzhu on various team missions is no different. However, they have grown accustomed to their duo's synergy, and he is reluctant to go through the trouble of seeking a replacement. Zhao Yunhe struggled to articulate his thoughts, seemingly struck by the electrifying gaze of Shen Qingzhu. He remains uncertain about Shen Qingzhu's standing in his heart. Shen Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe, could never scheme against you in this lifetime. As he spoke, he glanced at the time on the wall, reclined on the bed, and covered his head with the blanket. Sleep. You just mentioned feeling drowsy, and there is still half an hour left. Chapter 53. Public humiliation. No one escapes a piercing. Shrill sound echoed as the recruits from the dormitory swiftly rushed to the training ground, gathering in small teams. Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu's squad stood intermixed, with 3 or 4 familiar faces from the opposing teams, creating an atmosphere devoid of awkwardness. This camaraderie stemmed from the fact that these 14 individuals had previously collaborated with Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu against the masked squad. Thus, they were well aware of each other's capabilities and strategic prowess, fostering a harmonious interaction. Many other mixed teams were present on the field, yet their dynamics varied widely. Mali and Bali Pong Pong's teams, while ostensibly cooperative, were separated by a subtle, albeit palpable, divide. Initially, this chasm was considerable. But after Mali privately elucidated the stakes to her teammates, the distance began to diminish. Meanwhile, a faint tension lingered between Lin Xie and Chao Yuan's groups. Aside from the two amicable individuals, Lin Xie's team members appeared poised for conflict with those from Chao Yuan's squad. Standing atop the platform, Instructor Hong and Instructor Pei scrutinized the 30 assembled teams of recruits below, commanding silence. Instructor Pei had briefly outlined the rules earlier, but now Instructor Hong formally conveyed the detailed regulations for this training exercise. You have been divided into 30 small teams, with a permissible range of 10 kilometers from the training camp. The watches provided earlier are now visible. However, they are counting down. The recruits gaze at the countdown on their wrists with confusion, particularly as the time displayed read 95 hours, 54 minutes, and 3 seconds. This wristwatch was developed by the Night Watchers specifically for each cohort's strategic combat course. Each of you begins with an initial time of 3 days, and the time on your watch can be transferred, seized, or allocated. Your mission during this month-long training is to survive for as long as possible. Moreover, this watch serves as a safeguard, should your time run out entirely, or if you're incapacitated and rendered unable to fight. The instructors lurking in the shadows will extract you from the field. As for where you will be taken, Instructeur en chacun lightly, retrieving a speaker from his pocket. With a press of a button, a young man's voice resonated throughout the training ground. My name is Wang Liang. The most shameful thing I have ever witnessed was when, at the age of 12, I accidentally saw the neighbor's older sister bathing. She was quite beautiful. Since then, I often dream of her, and, blushing fiercely, Wang Liang stood on the field, utterly astonished that this embarrassing chapter of his life would be resurrected for public scrutiny. Laughter erupted across the training ground, but soon, the amusement faded as the recruits realized that the next voice might very well be their own. Instructor Hong's finger hovered over the speaker, poised to select the next unfortunate soul. I find myself devoid of a beloved, yet I hold a deep admiration for my esteemed brother, Shun. He embodies a gentle and meticulous nature. During my first year of high school, I once experienced the fleeting sensation of infatuation. It was love at first sight. She donned a black strapless dress, descending from the heavens to rescue me in a battle against the owner of the Forbidden Ruins. Her valor was truly captivating. Can you imagine that the girl you admire is actually a comrade of your superior and possesses attributes that surpass your own? That individual is Zhao Yunhe. The moment the recordings of Li Jia and Li Liang were released, the training grounds erupted into chaos once more. Who would have thought that strategist he harbored such peculiar inclinations? The two brothers displayed remarkable audacity. One yearns for our arrogant brother, while the other harbors thoughts about our strategist. It is no wonder they have ascended to the role of captain. I find myself feeling inferior in comparison. As the recordings continue to play, Shen Qingzhu's voice soon resonated across the playground. At the tender age of 4, I developed an affection for an older sister from next door. She vowed to marry me, and I penned 114 love letters to her. Yet when she moved away, I lost all means of contacting her. Zhao Yunhe truly looks exquisite in women's attire. Shen Qingzhu was among the last to be eliminated during that grueling training session. Many had never heard his poignant words. To my astonishment, they were revealed here by Instructor Hong. Whispers spread among the crowd, astonished that our seemingly arrogant brother could be so pure-hearted and devoted. Moreover, there was a palpable curiosity about what strategist he would look like in a dress. Even arrogant brother praised the appearance. How splendid must it be? Upon hearing this revelation, Shen Qingzhu clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He longed to charge at Instructor Hong and shatter that wretched speaker in his grasp. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhe, unfazed, draped an arm around Shen Qingzhu's shoulders and posed a question I had longed to ask. Do you truly find it appealing? If so, Why did you berate me as a fool when I allowed you to touch my chest while dressed as a woman? Captain, are you truly a master of cross-dressing? In she gazed at Zhao Yunhe, her eyes reflecting a blend of disappointment and excitement. Disappointment, as she felt somewhat tragic, realizing that the boy she fancied appeared to be more akin to a sister. Excitement, as if she had unearthed a hidden secret about someone. Instructor Hong continued to play the recording, seemingly reveling in his newfound amusement, unwilling to relent until it had concluded. A somewhat indistinct, crackling sound echoed, and Zhao Yunhe's melodious voice emerged from the recorder. With my striking looks, I must surely be the object of secret admiration for many. Not too many, merely 114 letters. With a click, Instructor Hong pressed the stop button, apologizing for having previously played that segment. He cleared his throat, his demeanor once again turning serious. I trust no one desires to experience the true word ring again. Furthermore, this time the instructors have prepared a plethora of new challenges. As for the punishments, I shall say no more. The remainder pertains to your accommodations for the next 30 days. Naturally, if you believe yourselves to be exceptionally capable, you may return to your dormitories if you're not afraid of being ambushed in the dead of night by your bedmate. For this month's lodging, you are to devise your own solutions. Now let us commence. With Instructor Hong's commanding voice signaling the start, the playground erupted into chaos as 30 teams each pursued their own agendas. Some groups had already engaged in combat, while others discreetly slipped away from the training ground without a trace. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu scaled the wall and departed with their team from an alternative route. They were well acquainted with the terrain, and by traversing this wall, they could significantly reduce the time that would otherwise be spent taking a longer detour to the armory. From the armory, they would then navigate through an inconspicuous path overgrown with weeds to reach the dormitory building in just a minute, thereby securing a strategic advantage. Chapter 54. Each with their own agenda time. 8 p.m. remaining time on everyone's watches. 66 hours eliminated participants. 0 Zhao Yunhe stood atop the dormitory building, peering through binoculars to observe the movements of those below. The building had been claimed by Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu's two teams, and the suppression of the forbidden area by the town monument had been lifted. Zhao Yunhe's divine realm had fully unfolded, and his peak prowess at the pool level was sufficient to envelop the entire dormitory in the effects of holy breath revival. Should any members of other teams venture in, they would be weakened by Zhao Yunhe's divine void and fall into a series of traps set by his subordinates. Regrettably, none of the 30 captains selected by Instructor Pei from over 200 individuals were foolish. Either they deduced the presence of an ambush or were alerted by the strategists in their teams. Shun Qingzhu, seated to Zhao Yunhe's right with binoculars in hand, observed for a while before speaking up. About 1,500 meters from the dormitory, two groups are fighting in the infirmary. Should we send someone to investigate? Zhao Yunhe directed his binoculars toward the infirmary. He recognized the captains of both teams. The captain of the team on the left, Chunju, had a forbidden area he was not entirely familiar with, only vaguely recalling its connection to elemental attacks. The captain on the right, Guan Xiaoheng, was said to be the heir of the 8 trigrams palm from the capital and the future head of the Guan family. Glancing at the remaining time on his watch, 65 hours and 36 minutes, Zhao Yunhe shook his head slightly at Shun Qingzhu. They will not engage. There is no need to risk Zhang Fengye. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, the two groups had separated, occupying opposite ends of the infirmary. After observing for a while longer from the rooftop, Zhao Yunhe remarked to Shun Qingzhu, "Let us go. It seems unlikely anyone will act tonight. The real battle will likely commence after 8 a.m. tomorrow. Are you not leaving anything to chance?" Shun Qingzhu inquired, pulling a pack of small paper figurines from her pocket. Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow, realizing they were on the same wavelength. Their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them. "I'll head to the back door," Shun Qingzhu stated before descending from the rooftop. Zhao Yunhe, still holding the binoculars, turned his gaze toward the underground garage nearest the infirmary, which was still illuminated, indicating the presence of someone within. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he shrugged. Perhaps he had misspoken. There might indeed be activity tonight, particularly from Linjiang. that large cat who thrived in the shadows. However, considering the animosity between Lin Chia's team and that of Zhao Yuan, Zhao Yunhe retrieved a blueberry-flavored lollipop from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Would this night turn out to be a peaceful one? With a crunch, Zhao Yunhe bit into the lollipop, holding the stick as he descended the stairs. Whether it was a peaceful night was of little concern to him. Shen Qingzhu placed the small paper figurine at the entrance. The moment over 90 tiny paper figures spilled from the bag, they erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Shen Qingzhu erected an invisible barrier at the doorway, allowing the little figures to line up and block the entrance. Observing the lively assemblage, Shen Qingzhu spoke, "If anyone approaches, scream. If they attempt to breach the barrier, flee. Do you understand?" Got it, got it. Run, run, run. Ah, run, run, run. Wall, wall, wall. Someone's running. Someone's running. Shout, shout, shout. Sighing as the small figures began to descend into chaos once more, Shen Qingzhu fortified the air wall and resolutely turned to depart. Upon reaching Zhao Yunhe's side, Shen Qingzhu noticed that Zhao Yunhe's tiny paper figures had already sealed the door, chattering animatedly with him. Zhao Yunhe sat there, cradling his chin in his hands, seemingly lost in thought as he debated with the figures. I believe it should hover in mid-air. In the air, in the air. Meow, meow, meow. Bread, bread, bread. Hungry. Ah! In an instant, the paper figures, which had been holding hands just moments ago, disbanded, tumbling into a chaotic heap on the ground. Zhao Yunhe tilted his head and sprawled out in a starfish position. Shen Qingzhu suddenly felt that Zhao Yunhe ought not to be there. Perhaps he should visit a mental health facility to examine his mind. It seemed Zhao Yunhe sensed Shen Qingzhu's presence, turning his head and extending a hand toward him with a smile. Help me up, Brother Shen. Shen Qingzhu approached, glancing at the jumbled figures on the floor. It appeared that the little paper beings noticed his gaze, promptly halting their antics and lining up obediently, holding hands as they formed a row blocking the door. Seeing them in such order, Shen Qingzhu added 2 more air walls in front of the entrance. After reiterating his previous instructions to the figures, he disregarded their ceaseless chatter and moved closer to Zhao Yunhe. Shen Qingzhu lowered his head, gazing down at Zhao Yunhe, who lay sprawled on the ground. Positioned at Zhao Yunhe's feet, he could clearly discern the expression on his face. Zhao Yunhe felt somewhat uneasy under Shen Qingzhu's scrutiny. Yet he was unsure why he felt that changing his expression would signify defeat. Thus, he maintained his smile, locking eyes with Shen Qingzhu, his outstretched hand remaining suspended in the air, unmoving. Brother Shen, help me up, I'm so tired. After a prolonged stalemate, Shen Qingzhu finally extended his hand, grasping Zhao Yunhe's and lifting him from the ground. Once upright, Zhao Yunhe glanced at the clock hanging in the corridor. It was already 9:30. He dusted off his clothes and said to Shen Qingzhu, "Let's go, Shen Qingzhu. One must ensure 8 hours of sleep." Shen Qingzhu nodded, allowing Zhao Yunhe to lead him into their shared dormitory. They both collapsed onto their beds, falling asleep the moment they touched the sheets. When Zhao Yunhe mentioned the need for 8 hours of slumber, Shen Qingzhu already understood that he would need to start his activities around 6 o'clock. The situation on Lin Chia's side was not faring well. He gazed at the members of his squad, who had nearly come to blows over the choice of a base. Alongside the members of Zhao Yuan's team, a slight headache forming. Initially, they had chosen to form an alliance to avoid becoming the targets of criticism. Yet the outcome had turned out quite differently than anticipated. The members he had selected for his squad were all exceptionally talented individuals with remarkable abilities, while Zhao Yuan's team consisted of 7 individuals whom others had deemed undesirable. Naturally, this fostered resentment among them, leading to sharp exchanges. Zhao Yuan, as their leader, commanded no respect from them, and Lin Chia, not being their captain, felt hesitant to intervene. After much contemplation, Lin Chia sighed and addressed Zhao Yuan, stating, "Zhao Yuan, let us separate our teams. As you can see, our collaboration yields no benefits and may even lead to conflict. I must take responsibility for my current squad. We can only vow to avoid harming each other in the early stages and assist one another when possible. What do you think?" Zhao Yuan lowered his head, lost in thought, before eventually nodding and apologizing. "I'm sorry, Chia. I have not managed this situation well." Lin Chia opened his mouth, sighed again, and walked over to pat Zhao Yuan on the shoulder. Turning to his own team members, he declared, "Let's go to the infirmary." Chapter 55. Midnight Raid. Hooray, Captain! Upon hearing Lin Xie's decisive choice, Song Yin from Lin Xie's team erupted in jubilant applause. She held no prejudice against those ultimately selected, nor did she oppose Lin Xie's collaborations with anyone. However, the remarks from a few individuals in Zhao Yuan's team were undeniably distasteful. Being the sole female amidst the two squads, she sensed the lingering gazes of several boys from Zhao Yuan's team scrutinizing her ever since they entered the underground garage. Zhao Yunhe from their team, having noticed these unwelcome stares, shielded her from view until a significant dispute erupted when both teams aimed to seize the infirmary, still grounded in the garage. Zhao Yuan's team expressed their reluctance, deeming the endeavor trivial and bothersome, while Lin Xie's squad asserted the infirmary's wealth of medical supplies and resources, emphasizing the absence of healing-related restrictions in both teams. Furthermore, the infirmary offered beds for rest, an essential consideration after a month of endurance. Lin Xie cast a profound glance at the members of Zhao Yuan's team, realizing that should things continue this way, they could only become adversaries in the future. Currently, two teams were vying for the infirmary, and it seemed their captains were at odds. Standing not far from the infirmary, Lin Xie pondered how to incite a conflict between the two teams, ideally resulting in mutual destruction. He gazed at the now pitch-black sky, a notion finally crystallizing in his mind. He turned to his team members and instructed, "Remain still here. If anyone approaches, remember to conceal yourselves. I alone shall handle the acquisition of the infirmary." The others nodded in agreement, for their captain was the agent of a divine being, and such confidence assured them that he had devised a plan. With the absence of dissent, Lin Xie swiftly advanced towards the infirmary, enveloped by an aura of profound darkness that accelerated his pace until he vanished from their sight. Time, 11 o'clock p.m. Lin Xie stood atop the infirmary's roof. Closing his eyes, a deep blackness radiated from him, expanding beneath his feet. This darkness swiftly enveloped everything in its vicinity, engulfing the building from the rooftop down to the first floor. At last, the infirmary was completely shrouded in shadows. The two sentinels from either side rubbed their eyes, feeling an intensified darkness surrounding them. Glancing at the wall clock, they noted the time had reached 11:15. After a moment of contemplation, they attributed the deepening gloom to the night, dismissing it from their minds. Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes, surveying the structure now cloaked in night. This was the primordial power of Nyx, eclipse of darkness. Every living entity or object ensnared within this shroud of night was under his dominion. Without the suppression of the tombstone of tranquility, Lin Xie distinctly perceived the augmented potency of the eclipse of darkness. As Lin Xie reminisced about the bird he had once controlled upon obtaining the divine ruin, a profound darkness enveloped his eyes. In the next moment, a member of Chunju's team, who was on night watch, abruptly stood up. His gaze, deep and enigmatic, was fixed upon the night watchman assigned to Guan Xiaoheng's team, who strode directly towards him. Raising his right hand, a fireball hurtled towards Guan Xiaoheng's team. The members of Guan Xiaoheng's team, sensing the anomaly, immediately entered a state of alertness, attempting to rouse their comrades. However, they found their bodies sluggish and unresponsive. In a state of slumber, Guan Xiaoheng seemed to sense the impending danger. His eyes flew open, and rising to his feet, he pushed his palms outward, redirecting the fireball towards Chunju's team. Boom! The fireball grazed the face of the leftmost member of Chunju's team before crashing into the wall. At that moment, the member, having sensed the threat, had awakened, yet felt as if he were under some unseen control, rendered immobile. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the boy behind Guan Xiaoheng. Both teams were now fully awake, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Captain, it's him. He's my roommate. He possesses a mental control type, Forbidden Ruin. They intend to ambush us," cried the boy, clutching his slightly burned, reddened face, pointing at the boy behind Guan Xiaoheng. "That's not the captain. It was their team that first attacked us with a fireball. They're the ones crying foul," retorted a night watchman from Guan Xiaoheng's team. From a moment they entered the training camp, Guan Xiaoheng and Chunju had never seen eye to eye. Both wore grim expressions, uncertain of who initiated the assault. And in an instant, the two teams erupted into conflict. Linjiang stood atop the roof, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this was the outcome he desired. He sat there, calculating the time, then leaped from the roof of the infirmary, swiftly moving towards his team. It was time to ensnare them. Captain Song Nian, spotting Lin Xie in the distance, tucked his long sniper rifle behind him and hopped towards Lin Xie. "Do we succeed, Captain?" Lin Xie nodded and addressed his team. "Let us go. Those two teams have been fighting for a while now, and their mental energy is nearly depleted. It's time for us to close in." A faint melody drifted into Guan Xiaoheng's ears, causing him to feel momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His eyes widened in shock. "Tianyu, tell your people to cease fire. We've been set up." Bang! A bullet pierced through the glass, aimed directly at a member behind Chenju. The member hesitated for 2 seconds, then evaded, but not without sustaining a bullet wound to his left arm. "Stop shooting, all of you!" At the captain's command, both teams ceased their assault. With a click, the door swung open, and Lin Xie stepped through, surveying the 16 individuals in the room. "Good evening." The expressions of the two teams changed dramatically upon seeing Lin Xie. They had just exhausted a significant amount of their mental energy. If a third team were to appear, one of lesser strength, they could have united to make a desperate attempt. Yet, it was this divine agent who arrived. Although he entered alone, everyone understood that the remaining members were lurking nearby in the infirmary. "How about a deal, esteemed captains?" Lin Xie addressed Guan Xiaoheng and Chenju. "Surrender 1 day's worth of time from all your members and then depart this place." Was this truly a negotiation? It was nothing short of blatant plundering. Guan Xiaoheng and Chenju exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Are you unwilling?" Lin Xie smirked. "If it comes to blows, it will not merely be a matter of a day's time." Both captains were astute. They knew the implications. "By the way, Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu, and I have already formed an alliance. Care to guess where they currently are?" Guan Xiaoheng and Shun Zhu shared a knowing look and nodded. Together, they extended their wrists equipped with watches towards Lin Xie. He collected 1 day's worth of time from all members of both teams, feeling quite pleased as he watched them retreat further away before allowing his own team to emerge. "Captain, you are simply remarkable," Song Nian exclaimed, gazing at the additional 24 hours on his wrist, unable to contain his joy. "Your marksmanship is commendable as well. That shot certainly intimidated them." Lin Xie replied with a smile. "All right, everyone, take a rest. Tomorrow will bring a fierce battle." The two teams have suffered a significant loss, and this matter will not simply fade away into silence. Chapter 56. The Kill Time for 30 a.m. Remaining time for all, 57 hours and 30 minutes. Eliminated, 0. "Good morning, everyone." Zhao Yunhe leaned against the railing of the teaching building, greeting the two individuals opposite him, their expressions grim and poised for attack. He gestured towards the clear sky nearby, commenting on the pleasant weather. "Is everyone here to enjoy the scenery?" The two did not respond. A figure darted past. Zhao Yunhe raised his hands, letting his longbow fall to the ground, his words laced with a hint of nonchalance. He tilted his head slightly, forcing a wry smile. "Come on, guys, this isn't how you treat friends. It's early in the morning. Let's put down our weapons and have a cup of tea to discuss matters calmly." A 2-meter-long straight sword was placed against his neck, and Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow, his tone still flippant despite the gravity of the situation. "Ho Xiao, stop wasting time with him. Attack directly," the boy standing opposite commanded. Hearing this, Zhao Yunhe couldn't help but chuckle, licking his back teeth. "Are you really disregarding my suggestion?" Very well then, in the next instant, the longbow on the ground sprang up with a swift motion, the sharp blades at either end slicing into the wrist of the boy wielding the long sword. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yunhe pivoted behind Ho Xiao, gripping the bowstring tightly with his right hand, while the golden arrow aimed directly at the vertebrae behind Ho Xiao's neck. "I confirmed with you beforehand. You rejected my offer. I'm granting you a swift end. Raise your hands, and all your time will belong to me. What do you say?" Before Ho Xiao could respond, a soft whip lashed toward Zhao Yunhe. "Shun Qingzhu," Zhao Yunhe bellowed, seizing the moment to claim all of Ho Zhao's time. The boy, startled by Zhao Yunhe's shout of Shun Qingzhu, hesitated momentarily, and in that brief second, 2 curved blades were drawn against his neck. How could I possibly come alone? My friend, Zhao Yunhe observed as Shun Qingzhu completed the time theft from a boy and joined him. 2 against 2, quite fair, but unfortunately, you're no match for us. And what of 14 against 2? In early summer, around 4 in the morning, the dawn began to illuminate the sky of Cangnan. As Zhao Yunhe squinted at the 2 teams approaching him and Shun Qingzhu from either end of the corridor, one backlit and the other illuminated. Although they were reputed agents of the divine and highly dangerous possessors of forbidden ruins, there was still a sliver of hope for the 14 against 2. Wasn't T there? What do you think, Master Hien Coolbro? A seemingly delicate girl leaned against a tall boy on the right side of the corridor. Her beauty and frail appearance evoked a sense of protectiveness, yet there lingered an intangible threat, which was Zhao Yunhe's initial impression of her. You can't handle this. Zhao Yunhe appeared slightly flustered, glancing at the 2 who had been eliminated. Are you still calling for reinforcements? His typically casual demeanor began to shift towards seriousness. If that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Shun Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe spoke as he placed the longbow against his chest, while Shun Qingzhu grasped 2 short blades, gazing intently at the 2 formidable figures before them. Observing their readiness for confrontation, the others in the corridor prepared themselves for battle. In the next moment, a resounding series of bangs erupted, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke and Zhao Yunhe's increasingly distant, irritating voice. Farewell, everyone. The dawn has yet to break. May you all have sweet dreams. No need to chase after me. The girl raised her hand to halt those who wished to pursue him, her pale lips parting slightly as she remarked, I have planted a seed within them. We shall meet again. As the dense smoke dissipated, it revealed the silhouettes of the 2 eliminated instructors, covering their mouths as they escorted the now defeated candidates away, along with the shrill scream of a young boy. Sister Huan, is Zhao Yunhe insane? Which good Samaritan throws smoke bombs at others? A boy with a buzz cut exclaimed, striking his head, now adorned with colorful dust. Shall I assist you? The girl offered, retrieving a clean handkerchief from her pocket and stepping forward to wipe the grime from his head. The boy recoiled in horror, repeatedly declining her offer. No need, Sister Huan. Your kindness is too much for me. Let the captain handle it. I will not meddle in your young romance. The captain is robust, but your touch seems to curse me. I fear I might not only be eliminated but perish here instead. The girl pressed her lips together, refraining from further comment as she returned the handkerchief to her pocket and walked back to the tall boy, her fragile demeanor evoking pity, reminiscent of a delicate plant clinging to a host. Qing Shuang, let us not allow these unexpected arrivals to derail our plans. We must proceed to that location. Her voice was soft and unassuming, yet her downward gaze brimmed with ambition and cunning. Let's go. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu lay in bed, with Zhao Yunhe glancing at his watch and yawning. It was 5 in the morning, and he had suddenly gained an additional 57 hours. What a delightful sensation. The 2 captains clearly lacked the awareness to share their time with the squad members as they blissfully slumbered. 11 kilometers away from the training camp, over 20 instructors huddled together in a makeshift structure, intently watching the playback of surveillance footage at triple speed. What a predicament. Yesterday, something went awry with the electrical system in this building, and it was only repaired today. Thus, they saw nothing from last night's footage. Just how many hidden cards does Linjiang possess? One instructor remarked, impressed by the strategic play that unfolded. His command was adept. The girl from their team, Song Yin, executed a commendable shot, deliberately missing to calculate the boy's evasion. Calculating the time allotted to each member in the 2 teams, it became evident that every member of their squad had effectively secured 48 hours. They had also taken control of the infirmary, a stronghold rich in medical supplies, compensating for their lack of healing-oriented members. Their team had indeed struck a considerable fortune. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room as 2 instructors escorted 2 new recruits inside. It has barely been a moment, yet 2 have been eliminated already. The instructors exchanged glances, and the one seated at the control panel swiftly accessed the surveillance footage. The time displayed was 4:19, revealing Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exiting their dormitory side by side. Their movements were remarkably swift as they hurried towards the third teaching building. Upon arrival, Shun Qingzhu vanished almost instantaneously, her speed so remarkable that the cameras could only capture fleeting glimpses of her shadow. In contrast, Zhao Yunhe ascended the steps with a leisurely swagger, leaning against the railing as if he were savoring the view. Chapter 57. Dining soon after, the two new recruits made their appearance. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu swiftly seized their moment, casting smoke bombs and leaping from the railing to make a hasty escape. Their movements were precise and efficient, and within a mere 5 minutes, the skirmish was concluded. However, Zhao Yunhe's deft use of mental energy to manipulate his weapon and his swift counterattack, along with Shun Qingzhu's agile trajectory and acceleration techniques, felt oddly familiar. Had the two of them been secretly training these recruits? Instructor Hong scrutinized Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu's seamless actions, then directed his gaze towards Su Cheng and Lu Ning, who were preparing to leave. "Ah, Lu Ning, I need to use the restroom. It's so dark out here in these desolate wilds, and I'm scared to go alone. Could you accompany me?" Su Cheng suddenly closed his eyes, his voice imbued with emotion. Lu Ning did not respond but placed a reassuring hand on his arm, guiding him out. Instructor Hong, observing the brightening sky, shut his eyes and bellowed, "You too. Return at once. Hong, nature calls. I require assistance to relieve myself. Otherwise, I won't be able to go." Su Cheng shouted as he ran, gripping Lu Ning's hand. These two rascals could use a bit of restraint. Their movements were strikingly reminiscent of the personal techniques that he and Lu Ning had perfected. Once this training session concluded, he would ensure that they received their just desserts. Su Cheng mused, a smirk playing on his lips. Their imitation was rather convincing. "Hello, can everyone hear me?" A familiar voice emanated from the watch at 6:30 a.m. "Good morning, everyone. It's quite surprising that our Verity ring has attracted the attention of our two new recruits in such a short span of time. Now, without further ado, let us begin with the first eliminated recruit, Ho Xiao, correct? Since you're the first, let us start with something simple. Have you recently done anything that you feel particularly guilty about towards your comrades?" "Indeed. Do we strike gold here? Pray tell, what deed weighs upon your conscience?" "I have developed feelings for my comrade's fiancée." As Ho Xiao uttered these words, he felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He wished to tightly shut his mouth, only to realize it was futile. She stood there, unlike any of the girls in the training camp, like a delicate white flower swaying precariously in the wind. The moment I laid eyes on her, I felt an urge to protect her. The instructor attempted to gather his thoughts before managing a weak smile and uttering, "Best of luck to you. Now, let us hear some secrets from the next recruit." Concealed within the shadows of various structures, Zhang Fengye grinned, his face a mask of sympathy for Ho Xiao. Moments ago, he had watched as the delicate flower had orchestrated an ambush on a solitary team, leaving only a captain and a single member remaining, before smilingly inviting them into her own ranks. With merely 20 minutes left, she promised them with her beautiful, innocent visage that if they cooperated, she would extend their time continuously. Zhang Fengye clicked his tongue, vanishing once more. Zhao Yunhe had assigned him a rather straightforward task, to ascertain the number of independent teams operating within the training camp and their respective hiding places, while reconnaissance outside the camp was entrusted to Fu Wen. Time, 9:00 a.m. remaining time on everyone's watches. 54 hours number of eliminations. 19. Zhao Yunhe stood atop the dormitory building, mentally calculating the numbers. The competition was proving to be even fiercer than he had anticipated. In the span of just 19 hours of training, 19 individuals had already been eliminated. Although he had not heard from the leaders of the selected teams, it was clear that at this moment, those scattered teams had yet to form alliances. However, it was likely that the teams with a high number of eliminations had already become puppets of others. Upon returning from reconnaissance, Zhang Fengye and Fu and briefly updated Zhao Yunhe on the situation, observing the frown on his face, which betrayed a sense of unease. Had the captain begun to feel a sense of crisis? Zhao Yunhe licked his lips and turned to Shen Qingzhu, randomly asking, "Are you hungry?" "A bit." Shen Qingzhu replied with a nod. "Let us go then. I'll call the others. It's time for breakfast." With that, Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu departed side by side. Zhang Fengye, scratching his ear, turned to Fuan, who was about to follow them downstairs. He grabbed his collar, asking, "Fuan, did you catch what the captain just said?" "The captain said we're going to eat breakfast." Fuan responded softly. "Did I not just report on the situation in the cafeteria?" "Yes," Fuan nodded. "You mentioned that there are 4 teams in the cafeteria." Zhang Fengye looked at Fu and with a grim smile. "It's nothing, let us go. I just suspect there will be a 2v4 showdown shortly." Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, accompanied by their respective teams, strode confidently towards the cafeteria. Everyone was astute. The independent teams would not confront Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu directly, and those who grouped together were reluctant to invite trouble. Inside the cafeteria, the leaders of 3 teams sat together, their heads aching as they gazed at an array of unprocessed ingredients. 24 people, yet not a single one could cook. Creak, the tightly shut door of the cafeteria swung open, and several heads turned to see 2 figures silhouetted against the light at the entrance. "Unfortunately, you find yourself surrounded. However, let us be reasonable. If each of you grants us 24 hours, we 1T seize your stronghold. We'll merely cook a meal here each day and leave. What do you say?" A small white bird perched on Zhao Yunhe's shoulder, advancing with each statement he made, while Shen Qingzhu followed silently behind, offering neither glance nor word to the trio before them. The 2 entered fearlessly, seemingly unfazed by the encircling new recruits. "Well then, the negotiation has once again been declined." Zhao Yunhe stood in the center of the cafeteria, exhaling a sigh. He found it perplexing how he was repeatedly rebuffed. It shouldn't be the case, as he believed his negotiation skills were quite commendable. In the next instant, ice spikes and bullets were simultaneously unleashed, the bullet piercing through the ice spike and embedding itself in the wall. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, and the 5 individuals before him felt as though the very air around them was being gradually siphoned away. The velocity of their blood circulation diminished, and the weapons they clutched fell to the ground as they knelt in anguish. "Shen Qingzhu, what you're doing could very well lead to their demise." One among the trio cast a glance at the inscrutable Shen Qingzhu, realizing that 3 of the 5 were his comrades. "Pop!" The chewing gum in Shen Qingzhu's mouth burst as he coldly replied, "With the instructors lurking in the shadows, if they truly find themselves on the brink of death. Even if I do not relent, the instructors will undoubtedly intervene. Therefore, in light of our shared past in combating the mask, I shall grant you one final opportunity, a span of 24 hours, during which you shall abstain from engaging in battle." Zhao Yunhe, calculating the time, tilted his head towards Shen Qingzhu and inquired, "When did you break through to the Chuan realm?" "Last night," came the response. Chapter 58. The price of ambition. Are you practicing secretly in the dead of night without my knowledge? Shen Qingzhu? Zhao Yunhe's temper flared at the words, realizing that he and Shen Qingzhu now differed by an entire realm. A surge of alarm surged through him. It was bad enough he could not surpass Shen Qingzhu before, but now the disparity in their realms only compounded his predicament. Casting a glance at Zhao Yunhe, whose eyes betrayed a sense of longing, Shen Qingzhu replied, "Dare you deny that for the past month you have not been burning the midnight oil in clandestine training? Let me think. Didn't you begin after you gained control over your mental power?" "I was merely reclaiming my lost realm," Zhao Yunhe retorted without a moment's hesitation. As those words left his lips, a heavy silence enveloped them. Since that fateful day, they had never broached the subject, and neither had anticipated it would surface now. Zhao Yunhe had suffered a devastating loss that day, forcing a breakthrough from the pool realm to the river realm to protect a group of people, only to see his own realm regress back to the lamp realm. Shen Qingzhu was acutely aware of the sleepless nights Zhao Yunhe had endured, immersed in solitary training. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhao Yunhe adopted a nonchalant demeanor. "Never mind. In a few days, I shall reach the river realm too." After speaking, his gaze shifted to the captain of the 3 small teams opposite them. With a smile directed at the young man who stepped forward, he noted, "Shen Qingzhu has graciously handed you the life-saving card. Whether you accept it is entirely up to you. Time is of the essence. I shall grant you 3 seconds to ponder. 3. We withdraw, the young man interjected as Zhao Yunhe reached the count of 2. Shun Qingzhu, signaling for the 3 kneeling boys to rise, allowed them to depart. Zhao Yunhe chuckled lightly as a small white bird perched on his right shoulder flew toward the small team. In the blink of an eye, the bird transformed into a young boy. Fu stood before them, gazing upward at the group. Time. Each person must contribute 30 hours. Isn't it 24 hours? A boy from the team suddenly shouted. 30 hours. That leaves them with less than a day, Fu replied, unnerved by the sudden outburst. If luck were to abandon them, and they encountered a formidable team. Fu shivered at the boy's raised voice, looking up at him. The captain stated that the second chance incurs additional interest. You. The boy seemed incited by Fu An's words, raising his fist in response. Instinctively, Fu felt the urge to retreat, only to realize someone stood behind him. He corrected himself. I meant to say, each person must serve 36 hours. Bai Xuanji and Zhao Yunhe appear behind him, one cradling a silver sword and the other wielding a long spear. They stood menacingly behind Fu and, resembling 2 unruly ruffians rather than soldiers. Bai Xuanji removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his chest, threatening, our teammate must endure an additional 6 hours, totaling 36 hours. Or, is Captain Sun eager to engage with our captain? The boy intended to utter more, yet was halted by their captain. After Sun Wan transferred 36 hours to Bai Xuanjiu, the other members of their team obediently complied. Zhao Yunhe, distracted, observed the situation, astonished that the usually silent Fu had summoned a semblance of authority. He had no recollection of ever mentioning interest. Once Sun Wan and her group had departed completely, Zhao Yunhe turned his gaze toward the 2 individuals across from him. The divine ruins of Saint's Breath revival unfolded, and before the 2 small teams could comprehend the unfolding events, they felt their bodies succumbing to a sudden weakness, their vitality swiftly diminishing, their faces paling instantly. A boy, shrouded in shadows, felt a chill at his neck as a spectral figure ensnared him. In the next moment, the time on his watch reset to 0. The short-haired girl beside him, witnessing this scene, strained against her own waning strength, drew the long knife from her waist, and swung at the shadow. The clang of blades resonated as they met. Your opponent is me? Zhang Fengye wore a look of sheer terror, one leg raised high. Fortunately, he had dodged swiftly, or else he would have been cleaved by the blade. Zhou Mu, thanks. Zhang Fengye expressed his gratitude to Zhou Mu before vanishing back into the shadows. The girl, observing the cold-faced boy who had intercepted her strike, pivoted and unleashed her blade. Their movements were remarkably swift, had it not been for Zhao Yunhe's debilitating influence. The girl's technique could have matched Zhou Mu's prowess. At that moment, a bullet surged toward the girl. Having just parried Zhou Mu's attack, she realized she could not evade this bullet and braced herself for the impending pain. However, the sensation of injury did not arrive. Zhou Mu, keep an eye out. You're playing the hero here. Do take care of my life. Zhang Fengye's voice echoed from the shadows, narrowly escaping a bullet that, propelled by Zhou Mu's blade aura, had nearly struck him in the forehead. The girl widened her eyes, staring at the boy who had shielded her from the bullet. Her words of thanks had yet to escape her lips when pain shot through her right wrist, causing her knife to clatter to the ground. I'm so sorry, Zhou Mu stammered, apologizing profusely as he mercilessly drained the time from the girl's watch. Qianyu, advise your people to exercise caution. There are black guns across the way. The 2 squad leaders, standing back to back, remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Black guns? Are you referring to me? A childlike voice resonated from all directions. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol. Qianyu shook his head, feeling as though he were inebriated. Just then, 2 swift figures darted past them, daggers and short knives parried by long swords and double axes. Zhang Fengye understood that he and the boy from Bro team were no match for their opponents, and the moment their attack was thwarted, he swiftly retreated into the shadows. With a snap of her fingers, Shun Qingzhu again created a palpable resistance in the air, causing everyone to feel as if their movements were slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yunhe drew his longbow taut and aimed an arrow at the four encircling by Xuanjiu. With a swift draw, an arrow struck one of the participants who, though unharmed in terms of life-threatening injury, was effectively eliminated from the competition. Zhao Yunhe clicked his tongue in frustration. He had released the arrow too hastily. As the instructor had stated, any member incapacitated due to injury would face an immediate reset of their time, a loss of at least 50 hours. This was unacceptable. Time could not be squandered. At that very moment, as the instructor approached to declare the individual out of the game, Zhao Yunhe's gaze flickered. The power of holy breath revival relentlessly siphoned the vitality from the opposing teams on the field, channeling it to heal the wounded boy. He felt a warm sensation envelop him, the pain dissipating instantaneously as his injuries swiftly mended. However, at that critical juncture, Bai Xuanji seized the opportunity, knocking the boy's wristwatch to the ground, thereby confiscating his precious time. The comforting warmth that had enveloped the boy vanished just as rapidly. Zhao Yunhe, elated as if he had uncovered a flaw in the rules, exclaimed to Shun Qingzhu, "Do not hesitate any longer. Strike with abandon. I shall provide the healing." Chapter 59. Deities and Ants. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Yunhe transformed the scene from a mere skirmish into a gruesome display of violent domination. A green luminescence emanated from beneath his feet, while a mist swirled around the golden longbow in his grasp. Shun Qingzhu moved with breathtaking speed. Each strike aimed to incapacitate without inflicting mortal peril. The members of Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu's respective teams, who had initially engaged in ambush or face-to-face confrontation, halted in their tracks and retreated to the periphery. Zhang Fengye, Huang Ming'an, what are you two assassins waiting for? It's time to join the fray. As Zhao Yunhe called them out, the two had been standing at the entrance, wide-eyed and captivated by the spectacle, cautiously entered the arena, wary of being caught in the crossfire of these two formidable figures. In a tent 11 kilometers away from the training camp, instructors gathered around the monitors, witnessing this cruel scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this a breach of rules? Perhaps not, as the countdown would only reset once the instructors intervened. Surely they wouldn't face total annihilation, these little rascals. It had only been a few hours. Observing further, it became apparent that Qian Yu and Wu Yi had been chosen as captains by Instructor Pei for a reason. They possessed considerable skill. Qian Yu, Zhao Yunhe is not proficient in close combat. You distract Shun Qingzhu while I draw his attention. We'll find an opportunity for our teammates to escape first, and then we'll figure out how to break free, Wu Yi whispered. Understood. Qian Yu nodded, narrowing his eyes as he gripped his twin axes tightly, calmly analyzing Shun Qingzhu's movements. Clang. Qian Yu dashed to the right, intercepting Shun Qingzhu's attack, feeling the weight of the curved daggers that emitted bird-like cries. Had he not been well fed, he surely would have faltered under the force. Seizing the moment, Wu Yi, despite the overwhelming weakness coursing through his body, swung his blade towards Zhao Yunhe, who concealed himself in the shadows, occasionally loosing a cold arrow. Zhao Yunhe, acutely aware of Wu Yi's intent, swiftly evaded. Despite the extensive private training he had undertaken with Shun Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe's swordsmanship had shown little improvement. Cheng Su attributed this to a lack of innate talent. Perhaps Zhao Yunhe was simply not cut out for such skills. However, his close combat abilities had seen some advancement, with his evasion skills improving by at least 50%. With the air around him slowed by Shun Qingzhu's influence and Zhao Yunhe's enhanced speed, he seemed to anticipate the direction of each of Wu Yi's strikes, dodging each blow with a second to spare. Are you not the agent of a deity? Why not face me in a fair fight? Wu Yi, increasingly exasperated by Zhao Yunhe's evasions, felt his mental defenses crumbling. Even the previously seamless execution of his blade techniques began to falter. As Zhao Yunhe deftly avoided the sweeping long blade directed at him, he noted Wu Yi's growing disarray. His focus waned, and soon enough, the cracks in his defense would emerge. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Yunhe seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to Wu Yi's chest, sending him sprawling several meters back, bracing himself against his long blade to avoid falling. Very well. I grant you the chance for a fair duel. Zhao Yunhe raised his right hand, his index finger pointed at Wu Yi, pressing downwards. Wu Yi felt as though he were immobilized by some unseen force. All his bodily functions plummeted in an instant, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. He lifted his gaze towards Zhao Yunhe, who stood aloft, grasping a golden longbow, his eyes half closed as he peered down, resembling a deity surveying mere ants with indifference, utterly unconcerned, or rather, he could not even be bothered to cast a glance. Is this what it means to be an agent of the divine? Wu Yi lowered his head and murmured. I concede. Qian Yu, while safeguarding his team members, remained vigilant to Wu Yi's movements. Gritting his teeth, he observed the once 16-member squad had dwindled to 6. Resolutely embracing the thought that even one could be saved, armed with dual axes, he confronted Shun Qingzhu's frontal assault. Hurry, go! Qian Yu shouted to the 5 behind him. Captain Qian, go! I can make it out. Qian Yu strained under Shun Qingzhu's onslaught, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The 5 exchanged glances and ultimately, they dashed towards the exit. Qi Tang, do you think they believe we're already dead? Duan Muxi nudged her companion while observing the 5 rushing towards them. I think Qi Tang bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Perhaps they think we are too weak. Underestimated? Duan Muxi's gaze shifted to the radiant and striking Zhao Yunhe. No, we cannot be a burden to the captain, she remarked, raising and lowering her fingers. Delicate crimson threads appeared above the heads of the 5. Fortunately, there are only 5. Any more would be difficult to manage, she muttered softly. The 5 remained oblivious to any oddity, but as they approached within a meter of the door, they suddenly froze, standing in a neat row. Then, with a subtle movement of Duan Muxi's fingers, the individuals extended their hands adorned with watches towards them and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Hurry, seize the moment. I can't hold on much longer, Duan Muxi exclaimed, observing the scene as if it were mere entertainment. What are they doing? Qian Yu cursed under his breath. Watching the 5 sprint towards the exit. Idiot. I should never have tried to save them. They're all going to be lost. This nearly one-sided slaughter persisted for a full hour, culminating with Qian Yu, disregarding the wounds on his back, escaping through a broken window as the curtain fell. After Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu coordinated their team's timing, each member was allotted nearly 60 hours, with an additional 3 days added to their survival count. Standing beside Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu observed several instructors emerging to drag away a dozen new recruits, and just as he was about to speak, Zhao Yunhe suddenly slumped, leaning all his weight against him. Shun Qingzhu frowned, suppressing the urge to shove Zhao Yunhe away, and quietly inquired, "What's wrong?" Shun Qingzhu felt that since encountering Zhao Yunhe, his tolerance had increased daily, even his temper mellowing. "I'm utterly exhausted. You're nursing over a dozen people. Aren't you tired? Let me lean for a moment." Zhao Yunhe spoke weakly, acknowledging that the plan he conceived was commendable, yet he bore the brunt of the exhaustion alone. His mental fortitude had been overexerted, while his physical stamina could not keep pace. Thus, the passive ability of Holy Breath Revival was rendered utterly useless. Should he return to rest? Shun Qingzhu wrapped his arms around Zhao Yunhe's waist, preventing him from collapsing onto the ground. Are we not dining? We have exerted considerable effort to secure this place. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Zhao Yunhe loudly inquired of his teammates, "Does anyone know how to cook?" In the empty cafeteria, apart from Zhao Yunhe's voice, there was an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Zhou Mu raised his hand. "I can manage a bit, enough to make it edible. That means I can also prepare something," Fuan quietly added. Upon hearing these 2 statements, Zhao Yunhe felt as though the sky was about to fall. Could none of the 16 individuals present possess the skill to cook? He lifted his gaze to the silent Shun Qingzhu and pleaded, "Brother Shun, I am famished." "Famished? I cannot guarantee it will be delicious," Shun Qingzhu replied, finally dragging the nearly lifeless Zhao Yunhe toward the kitchen. Chapter 60. Ambush. Zhao Yunhe was utterly oblivious to the fact that he was disrupting Shun Qingzhu's cooking by hanging on to him. As he watched Shun Qingzhu skillfully slice vegetables, he began to issue commands, I don't want potato chunks. I prefer them shredded. And I detest bell peppers. Shinqing Zhu paid him no heed, methodically chopping the potatoes and bell peppers before moving on to the eggplant. Noticing that none of his suggestions had been taken into account, Zhao Yunhe fell silent, lazily observing Shinqing Zhu as he continued to prepare the meal. Outside the training camp, after successfully coordinating an ambush with an 8-member team, Molly and Bai Li Pang allocated their time and took a moment to recuperate. Xue Xiaoyao crouched nearby, gazing at 5 copper coins on the ground. "Captain, something feels off," he murmured, rising to approach Molly. "According to the divination we previously calculated, we should have encountered a significant blunder by now. Yet, everything has proceeded far too smoothly. I believe we should leave this place immediately." Molly nodded in agreement, gesturing toward Bai Li Pang, who was resting nearby. "I'll speak with him. You notify the others." "Understood," Xue Xiaoyao replied, turning to relay the message to their teammates. "Are we leaving now?" Bai Li Pang exclaimed, looking up at Molly. "But we've barely rested for 3 minutes. If you wish to stay, you and your team may remain here. We will return your prohibited items. We must depart," Molly stated decisively before turning to leave. "Molly, we're leaving too," Bai Li Pang called to his teammates, who had just begun to rise. Suddenly, an arrow, seemingly materializing from nowhere, shot toward Bai Li Pang. With a clang, a blinding golden light erupted around him. Bai Li Pang lowered his gaze to the broken arrow, exclaiming, "Molly, there really is an ambush. It seems I've just been whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Unfazed by the danger, the archer loosed several more arrows at Bai Li Pang. He stood there, scratching his head, and shouted in the direction of the arrows, "It's futile. Everyone has seen this prohibited item. Ordinary things cannot harm me," before he could finish. Another arrow hurtled toward him. With no sense of impending danger, it grazed the protective shield and struck one of his teammates behind him. Clang! The arrow was intercepted by a dagger inscribed with a name, the Starry Blade. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated. "Elimination." Bai Li Pang watched as a teammate, whose mouth was covered, was led away, his usually cheerful face now etched with a hint of fury. Gripping a massive sword tightly, he pointed its tip toward the source of the arrows, transforming into thousands. In an instant, the colossal sword in Bai Li Pang's hands splintered into countless identical swords, densely suspended in the sky behind him. He extended a finger and uttered a single word: "Kill." Xue Xiaoyao gazed at the multitude of swords glinting with a cold light, piercing toward a certain direction, silently praying for the brother who had launched the surprise attack, hoping the instructor would be able to save him. However, no screams echoed. Apart from a sound of swords clattering to the ground, there was an eerie silence. One audacious member of the Fatty Bailey team ventured closer, discovering only a broken puppet, pierced and in disarray, with an arrow still lodged within it. "Captain, there's no one here." The man was about to shout when he felt something above him. Looking up, he saw a long white cloth hanging from a tree. In the next moment, that cloth swayed and ensnared his neck. A girl perched on the tree trunk pulled swiftly, lifting him effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, she confiscated the time from his watch before gently releasing him back to the ground. By the time he looked back at the tree, there was no one left, only the white cloth hanging eerily. Li Lu eliminated. The members of the Fatty Bailey and Molly's teams, who remained still in the forest, felt a wave of gravity wash over them upon hearing those words, especially Xue Xiaoyao, who clutched his copper coins tightly. "Captain, we must leave now," Xue Xiaoyao exclaimed to Molly. "I just sensed that our 2 teams might face near annihilation here." "No, we need to investigate what just happened. Why was Li Lu eliminated?" "The enemy is lurking in the shadows. We cannot simply hide," a young man from the Fatty Bailey team countered. "You wouldn't understand." Xue Xiaoyao dismissed him without a glance, continuing to address Molly. "Captain, we must." Before he could finish, a bullet whizzed past him from behind, grazing his left shoulder. He had no time to evade, and a large stain of blood blossomed against his military green attire. Molly furrowed her brow and pulled Xue Xiaoyao behind her. "Can you still hold on?" "A minor issue," Xue Xiaoyao replied, clutching his shoulder with a faint smile, "but it seems we may not make it out of here." "That won't happen," Molly assured, glancing at her 7 comrades. "I will ensure your safe exit." Xue Xiaoyao surveyed Molly, and then the members of the Fatty Bailey team. We are already surrounded. If anyone wishes to escape, everyone must heed my command. The Fatty Bailey members turned to their captain, and upon seeing him nod, they had no objections. With everyone in agreement, Xue Xiaoyao closed his eyes and tossed the copper coins into the air, then seated himself on the ground. 5 coins arranged themselves systematically around him. Xue Xiaoyao reached for the coin on the far right and spoke. The southwest corner is our only breakthrough. Captain, there are a total of 17 rats. The first 3 are around the 3rd tree in the northeast corner. Let us deal with them first. Molly nodded, instructing her Fatty Bailey team to protect the seated Xue Xiaoyao while she brandished her massive blade and charged toward that direction. Xue Xiaoyao sat upon the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His insight into the realm of divination was not particularly profound. Previously, he had relied on it in conjunction with his own understanding of fortune-telling for rudimentary predictions. This marked the first occasion he endeavored to employ his insights for a more intricate calculation, aiming to discern a path that would ensure the safety of his team. Rong Rong, a Sheng, and He from Captain Bailey's team, you 3 head west. Exercise caution, for the manner in which these 2 combined teams are vying for resources is decidedly amiss. Having meticulously arranged for everyone's safety, Xue Xiaoyao finally opened his eyes, gazing at the copper coin in his hand, sensing that something was amiss. Whoosh! A dart whizzed past, barely grazing his hair, and at that moment, the contemplative glimmer in his eyes ignited with realization. He finally grasped what had been missing. Chapter 61. Molly, Captain, please take care of him first. Xue Xiaoyao stood at the center, forcefully pushing Bailey Pang Pang towards Molly. He flung 5 copper coins into the air, which transformed into a sword of copper coins. Stretching his neck and narrowing his eyes, he pondered, Emo Shui Bai, one would think you are fearless against phantoms when you play tricks under the sun. As he spoke, the copper coin sword sliced through a white cloth strip near a girl on their left, producing a faint rustle accompanied by an almost imperceptible scream. As the sound faded, the strip of white cloth fell to the ground. Emo Shui Bai, we are comrades, after all. Does this not count as a professional engagement? Xue Xiaoyao chuckled, oblivious to the swift shadow of a spear approaching from behind him. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce his back, a broadsword interposed itself between him and the weapon, the blade vibrating intensely to send the spear crashing to the ground. Molly, wielding the heavy sword, had appeared behind him, her gaze cold and regal like an untouchable queen. Captain, Xue Xiaoyao frowned as he regarded Molly, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Now, the strongest force among them had centered in the fray, rendering them mere fish in a barrel. The girl lurking in the shadows smirked, Emo Shui Bai. The net can be drawn now. In an instant, a flurry of short arrows rained down from all directions, as both teams dodged the onslaught while fending off the sporadically appearing white cloth strips. No, don't come near. A boy in their team sat on the ground, his face drained of color, as if all will to resist had fled. He stared in terror at the seemingly empty space ahead, when suddenly, vines burst forth from the ground, swiftly snatching the watch from his wrist like a nimble serpent. Molly furrowed her brow, fending off the oncoming threats with her sword, aiming to strike the vine while attempting to pull the nearest team member to safety. Be careful. Xue Xiaoyao pushed Molly aside, only to find himself ensnared by the white cloth strips and vines, hanging helplessly in midair. Cursing under his breath, he scanned his surroundings. Aside from a few puppets, there was no sign of life. He squinted, as if probing for something, and shouted to Molly, Captain, run northward. Lead them to break through. Upon his command, the copper coin sword, which had fallen to the ground, seemed to come alive, deflecting the hesitant arrows aimed at Molly from behind. Hurry, Captain. Don't mind me. My mental energy is running low. These vines can suppress one's spirit. Molly pressed her lips together, grabbing the nearest Bailey Pang Pang and another teammate teetering on the brink of illusion, urging them to run in the direction indicated by Xue Xiaoyao, followed closely by a few other teammates who were still somewhat conscious. Wen Zian, should we pursue? Emo Shui Bai asked quietly, standing next to the girl. Wen Zian calculated their numbers before shaking her head. No more chasing. With only a few left, if we corner them, their resistance would be troublesome. Molly and Bailey Tumming are enough to give us a challenge. Eliminating the brains of their two small teams will suffice. We can have Zhongmu reap the rewards later. Molly gazed at the once 16-member squad, now reduced to merely 4, one in a daze, another injured. With only herself and the plump Bai Li remaining, she swiftly made a decision. After extracting the time from the incoherent individual, she supported the injured comrade and instructed Bai Li, "You go seek Lin Shiyi. I will take him to Zhao Yunhe. I can accompany you to find brother Yunhe." Bai Li exclaimed, but upon seeing Molly's silence, he lowered his head, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. He removed the pendant, Yao Guang, from his neck and placed it in her hand. With a broad smile, he awkwardly added, "Molly, you take this for the injured. I mean no harm. Just return it to me when this is over. We are allied teammates. I cannot bear to see you hurt." After speaking, as if fearing rejection, Bai Li hurriedly dashed away. Molly looked at the Yao Guang in her hand, then glanced at the distance where Bai Li had vanished. She tucked it into her pocket and assisted the injured girl towards the training camp, hoping Zhao Yunhe would honor his promise. In the dormitory building, Zhao Yunhe, somewhat bored, observed the time on his watch while listening to the various amusing anecdotes shared by the new recruits. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar name echoed from his watch, causing him to sit up abruptly. "Shui Xiaoyao, right? I've heard Instructor Pei mention you. You're considered a tactical genius. How did you get eliminated?" "It was my oversight," he replied. "How old are you?" 18. "Ah, just a newly minted adult at that tender age when one's heart begins to flutter. Is there someone you fancy? What is their name? Male or female?" "Yes, Molly. A girl." "Molly? The exceptionally skilled close combat girl, renowned for her high-risk prowess? I didn't expect you to be drawn to such a formidable character." The instructor smirked, his tone laced with mischief. "What is it like to be abandoned by someone you admire?" "She didn't abandon me. It was my miscalculation that led to our predicament. In such circumstances, self-preservation is paramount. She is our team leader, and as long as she remains, our squad endures." Shui Xiaoyao spoke with a sense of responsibility. "I should have anticipated this sooner. It is my duty." Truly commendable for a prized pupil of Instructor Pei. Now for the final query. What would you like to convey to her? "Team leader, go seek strategist He and brother Zhuai and carry our squad's legacy forward." Upon hearing his name, Zhao Yunhe chuckled softly, recognizing it. That was the fellow whom both he and Shunqing Zhu had their eyes on. He had hoped to see him reach the finals. Alas, love is a treacherous blade. Bai Li now faced a worthy adversary. However, a shriek from a small paper figure echoed through the corridor, prompting Zhao Yunhe to raise an intrigued eyebrow. "Is there a catch?" "Shunqing Zhu, let us go." "There's a bite." Zhao Yunhe sprang from his bed, a sense of urgency coursing through him. "Are you coming?" Shunqing Zhu nodded in agreement. Molly approached the entrance of the dormitory, supporting an injured girl, while observing the small paper figures darting about. As she attempted to enter, an invisible barrier thwarted her path. Zhao Yunhe stepped forward, and Shunqing Zhu dispelled the barrier, allowing Molly to pass. The two bore expressions of gravity as Zhao Yunhe assisted Molly in laying the girl upon a bed in one of the dorm rooms. While tending to the girl's wounds, Zhao Yunhe inquired, "Where are the others? Why are you not with Fatty?" Molly succinctly recounted the events, stating, "The ambushers are the same individuals I mentioned to you before, Wenxian and Mo Shui Bai's group. They employed various tactics. We never actually laid eyes on them. After breaking free, Bai Li Tuming and I parted ways. He went to seek Lin Xia while I came here." "All right, she is stable now," Zhao Yunhe remarked, glancing at the girl, then turning to Molly and extending a hand, welcoming her to join. Chapter 62. The Battle Time, Practical Exercise, Day 7. 9 o'clock a.m. remaining time on watch. Unquantifiable remaining personnel. 86 within the monitoring room. Several instructors observed the dwindling number of recruits on the screen, engaging in animated discussions regarding the current situation. To their surprise, on just the 10th day, only 86 recruits remained, a pace swifter by 2 days than that of Wang Mian's cohort. This batch of recruits was indeed formidable. "Old Lu, as the saying goes, heroes emerge in youth." One remarked, "By the way, Instructor Pei, how long do you think this group will last in the exercise?" Su Cheng leaned against the table, taking a cigarette from Lu Ning's mouth and inhaling deeply. He flicked the ash nonchalantly, gazing lazily at Instructor Pei. At the latest, by dawn tomorrow, Instructor Pei replied, taking a sip of water. He spoke with an air of indifference as he assessed the 86 individuals who had formed 5 distinct alliances. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu's team boasted the most cumulative time on the field, with no casualties, having also absorbed Molly's group, making them the strongest in terms of overall capability. Lin Chia's team was also quite formidable, with Lin Chia's diverse skills and the unity among his teammates. Complemented by Bailey Tumming and Xiao Yuan, they formed a well-rounded group. Admittedly, they lacked a healer with restorative abilities, but this was not a significant drawback. Mo Shuabai and Wenxian's team, with Mo Shuabai as the heir to the Mo family's gun techniques, commanded respect. It was well known that the Mo family excelled not only in marksmanship, but also in the art of mechanisms and puppetry. Wenxian, though her support abilities were not fully developed, possessed an intellect that ranked among the top 3 recruits, allowing their duo to secure the second position in terms of available time without incurring losses. Yan Huanhuan and Jie Qingxuang's group, while somewhat weaker compared to others, had successfully recruited several core members from other teams. The remaining stragglers had also formed a team with commendable strength, achieving an average competency. The practical exercise was only just beginning to unfold. Instructor Pei, observing the groups gradually converging on the training ground, felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been many years since he had witnessed such a scene. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, shall we heed our dear Xian's counsel? Let us first eliminate the remaining miscellaneous individuals before addressing other matters. What do you think? Yan Huanhuan proposed, standing beside Wenxian, her innocent smile and soft, harmless voice easily disarming any psychological defenses. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu remained silent, directing their attention towards Lin Chia, who was deep in thought, and Bailey Pangpang, whose countenance displayed a hint of anger. Their 2 teams were indifferent to the situation. After all, merely stalling could exhaust all present. However, should Lin Chia acquiesce to Wenxian's proposal, they would need to reconsider, for in any scenario, those who stood apart were often the first to be ousted. I am delighted that we stand united in battle. Lin Chia lifted his gaze, positioning Bailey Pangpang behind him as he addressed the 2 opposing teams before him. Upon witnessing Lin Chia's acquiescence, Zhao Yunhe discreetly discarded the small paper figure numbered 6 onto the ground and positioned himself beside Lin Chia. Where have those scattered individuals gone? Does Miss Yin have any thoughts on this matter? My ability, bestowed by the Forbidden Ruins, allows me to perceive a 20-minute replay through the flora. We have already discerned the general whereabouts of those individuals on our way to seek out the others. Does strategist he not realize that I'm sharing my trump card? Is this sincerity sufficient? A faint smile graced Yan Huanchuan's face, her eyes seemingly brimming with sincerity. Zhao Yunhe smiled in return, requesting, I kindly ask Miss Yan to lead the way. Each of the 4 groups harbored their own intentions, and under Yan Huanchuan's guidance, they effortlessly eliminated 7 participants, leaving a total of 79 in the arena. Within the former abandoned underground surveillance room, the small paper figure at Li Liang's fingertips chattered incessantly, while Li Jia rested his chin on his hands. The 2 teams had adopted a cautious strategy from the outset, resulting in minimal personnel depletion. Brother, what did Yunhe say? Li Liang exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Jia before lazily responding. He mentioned that the weather is quite pleasant today and inquired if we would like to bask in the sun. Then let us proceed, Li Jia replied, glancing upward. If I don't see sunlight soon, I shall become a mushroom. Let be known, this is a gentleman's game. Zhao Yunhe observed Yan Huanchuan's group across the way. The drawing of lots to determine their respective teams had been so amicable that Zhao Yunhe began to doubt whether this was truly a competitive training exercise. Lin Chia, along with Bai Li, Pang Pang, Mo Li, and Xiao Yuan, engaged with a group led by Mo Shui Bai, while Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu found themselves paired with Yan Huanchuan and Jie Qingxuang. Strategist he, please show some mercy. Yan Huanchuan smiled at Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, her soft, melodious voice akin to that of a siren, enchanting those who heard it. Before the group could fully comprehend the situation, the thick, elongated vines on the ground began to advance toward Zhao Yunhe and his companions as if imbued with intelligence. Bai Xuanji was the first to sense something amiss. Gripping Zhang Yun with his left hand and pulling the frail Fu in with his right, he quickly retreated while shouting to Zhao Yunhe, "Captain, be careful." With a resounding crash, Zhao Yunhe beheld a massive pit formed by the enormous vines smashing into the ground. In a moment of bewilderment, he exaggeratedly clasped Shen Qingzhu, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how frightful! Shen, what if this delicate little support were to be struck?" Fortunately, luck was on her side. He strategist. "Please do not concern yourself with anything else. Just save us," cried out another. "Boss, help! I have a fear of heights." Clearly, the others were not as fortunate. Zhang Fengye and Huang Mingyan, initially spectators, were caught off guard by this sudden calamity. In an instant, they found themselves ensnared by the vines, hanging upside down in midair. Du NMX reacted with swiftness, wrapping one arm around the immobilized CHT-ing just as BIXNJI finished his sentence, while his other hand gripped the firearm at his waist. For the first time, a serious expression graced his typically smiling face as he remained vigilant, observing the encroaching tendrils on the ground. The thick, elongated vines surged towards YNH and SH and QNGZH once more. Here they come again? Are they targeting us? ZHOYNH could not help but mutter, casting a glance at SH and QNGZH, clearly reluctant to take action. Isashin, think of a solution. In the next moment, SHNQNGZH brandished a canister of gasoline that had inexplicably appeared in his hand, dousing the vines before snapping his fingers. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and amidst the inferno, anguished cries akin to human language echoed. Within the blaze, SHNQNGH's expression flickered with uncertainty, while one of the youths appeared visibly distressed. "LSHOLN, are you all right?" YN who knew in hurriedly approached, wrapping her arm around the boy in a gesture of concern. "I'm fine, sister who knew in," he replied, his demeanor frail, as if he might faint at any moment. ZHOYNH clicked his tongue, relieved he had refrained from intervening, lest he be tasked with tending to the child. With a glance of disdain towards the still-hanging H-F-Ingy, he lamented, "Why is such a strikingly delicate beauty not on my team?" The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt, just as a long arrow hurtled toward YN who knew in and LSHOLN. "Be careful." The air thickened with dust as the arrow was deflected by a long blade. GQ Engshu Ing wielded the sword, feeling a slight sting in her grip. ZHOYNH, do you think we can succeed in one go this time? She inquired. Chapter 63. Opportunity. Shen Qingzhu cast a glance at Zhao Yunhe, her eyes unmistakably conveying the message. "Do you still doubt me?" Zhao Yunhe, choosing not to elaborate, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The two moved with astonishing swiftness, so fast that Shen Qingzhu's speed eluded the naked eye. Zhao Yunhe trailed slightly behind, utilizing the surrounding half-meter high platforms to leap into the air, drawing his bow to release an arrow. The swiftly propelled arrow targeted a boy at the back row, who stood with his hands clasped, murmuring softly. In the heat of battle, the priority lies in eliminating support. Jie Qingxuang aimed to intercept the arrow, but her reaction was a fraction too slow. Not only did she fail to shield her teammate, who was unable to evade, but she also narrowly escaped an attack from Shen Qingzhu, who appeared unexpectedly behind her. Their movements were remarkably rapid, and the sound of wind rushed past Li Shi's ears. It was only upon encountering the smiling Zhao Yunhe that he regained his senses. Zhao Yunhe delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, a faint green glow flickering in his eyes. Li Shi felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, a chilling sensation of his vitality ebbing away. He hastily raised his hands, surrendering. I yield. Zheng Ao, eliminated. Li Shi, eliminated. Zhao Yunhe paused, contemplating the right moment to restore their strength once the skirmish concluded. In the next moment, a massive sword swung towards him. Zhao Yunhe raised his bow to block the strike. Although his close-quarters combat skills had improved, he still fell short of matching the prowess of those skilled in wielding blades. His best strategy was to avoid injury while occasionally launching surprise attacks. Furrowing his brows, Zhao Yunhe realized his oversight. just as he intended to evade. A sharp pain shot through his ankle. A yellow stem, adorned with delicate white flowers, ensnared his ankle, spreading across the ground at a terrifying rate, clinging to everything in its vicinity. Zhao Yunhe found himself immobilized, his expression darkening. The daughter plant, seemingly benign, entwined and parasitic, siphoning the life and nutrients from its host. When had it ensnared him? With a cold sneer, Jie Shuang knocked the bow from Zhao Yunhe's grasp. In that fleeting moment, with the blade's back poised against Zhao Yunhe's neck, Jie Shuang's gaze became vacant. A visible red thread hovered above her, and Zhao Yunhe felt a constriction at his waist, as if an immense force were pulling him backward. By the heavens! My shoe! Zhao Yunhe found himself ensnared by a reddish-brown whip that, upon contact, tautened instantly, accompanied by the sound of tearing roots. He was flung into the air, while his shoe, entangled in the white flowers, was cast skyward. Oh, a lovely white and pink combination. Master He, you do have a youthful spirit, having just liberated themselves from the constraints of the vines. Zhang Fengye and Huang Mingyan concealed themselves among the branches. Zhang Fengye squinted at the parabolic trajectory of Zhao Yunhe and his shoe. Didn't he, the swaggering guy, say, Master, he looked splendid in women's attire? With such strength, a peculiar preference seems inconsequential. Huang Mingyan scratched his ear. What color do you suppose his socks are? Zhang Fengye, how about it? Master, he, isn't our aim unparalleled? The burly boy, wielding a whip, proclaimed with great pride. The technique behind his use of the soft whip was honed by his father strike by strike. Zhao Yunhe glanced at his bare feet, and then at the shoes that had landed accurately beside him. He hopped and slipped them on. His gaze then fell upon Duanmuxi, whose hands were moving rapidly in a downward motion. Their eyes met, and Duanmuxi raised his right hand high, while Jie Shuang, as if controlled like a puppet, lifted his right arm, his wrist hanging limply. Yuan Huan, who was currently on guard against Shun Qingzhu's ambush, saw Jie Shuang being manipulated and pushed aside the teammate who was protecting her, grasping a silver double axe that shimmered with hues of purple and yellow. She recklessly charged towards Jie Shuang. Shuang Gich, the controlled Jie Shuang, upon hearing Yuan Huan's voice, stiffly turned his head back, his mouth opening and closing as he called out her name. Zhao Yunhe clicked his tongue, lamenting the plight of the star-crossed lovers. With a slight smile curving his lips, he fully drew his bow, aiming at both Jie Shuang and the rushing Yuan Huan. Let me play Cupid and string you two together like candied hawthorns. Huan. Jie Shuang's eyes widened suddenly as he beheld the arrow flying towards Yuan Huan. The red thread suspended above him snapped with a resounding crack, and Jie Shuang's knife instinctively moved to protect Yuan Huan before he could react. How could this be? Duanmuxi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the red thread of soul control be broken? It is known that attempting to escape such control inflicts unimaginable agony upon the victim, as if their brain were seared by flames. Clang! Zhao Yunhe chuckled as he observed the arrow land on the ground. Turning slightly, he addressed his teammates behind him. Hey, don't you think I resemble a villain who specializes in tearing apart lovers? The previously innocent glint in Zhao Yunhe's dog-like eyes now radiated a peculiar brilliance. Should I laugh now? Perhaps a sinister chuckle, like he, the boy, who had been watching Huang Mingyan and Jie Shuang's team exchange blows, preparing for sneak attack, was momentarily stunned by the laughter. He had never realized that Master he could be so unhinged. Thud, thud, thud. Huang Mingyan tightened his grip on the silver fan, shielding the dazed Zhang Fengye from the 3 flying darts that came from not far away. Brother, you've been exposed. Stay alert. Zhang Fengye nodded, expressing his gratitude, before vanishing once more into the shadows. Shuang Gich, we will win. Yuan Huan supported Jie Shuang as she surveyed their surroundings amidst Zhao Yunhe's manic laughter. Her gaze, typically imbued with a hint of fragility, suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination. Huan, Jie Shuang, as if anticipating her intentions, grasped her wrist tightly. Huan, our chances are limited. We must give our all each time. Yuan Huanhuan's expression bore a resolute glimmer, her pale lips moving as if to convey her fierce resolve. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently, and a profusion of white flowering dodder burst forth from the earth, growing frantically. It resembled an impenetrable net, enveloping the sky beneath which the air was thick with a humid atmosphere. Shen Qingzhu, come back. Zhao Yunhe could distinctly perceive that Shen Qingzhu's speed was gradually diminishing, as slender roots had entangled his legs, resembling a plant that seemed capable of ushering in death with the slightest touch. This seemingly frail plant swiftly wound itself around Shen Qingzhu. His complexion turned ashen, surrounded by 3 individuals, as the roots tightened their grip around him, as if attempting to suffocate him. More importantly, he sensed a resemblance between this plant and Zhao Yunhe's divine ruins. It gnawed away at his forbidden domain, as if he had been cast into an enormous shroud, slowly dissipating. The 3 individuals encircling Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances as they noted his diminishing movements and advanced towards him. Chapter 64. The reasons not to lose. As Shen Qingzhu observed the 3 individuals joining forces to eliminate him, his gaze reflected a trifling disdain, a hint of calm, and an overwhelming arrogance. He lifted his right leg and kicked towards the nearest boy, while his left hand gripped a dagger to thwart another's assault. Now, Luo Bing, shouted the boy whose dagger was clashing with Shen Qingzhu's. 3 iron darts, radiating a cerulean glow, were hurled towards him. Shen Qingzhu scoffed lightly, forcefully shoving the boy aside, and swiftly twisted his body. 2 darts grazed his neck, embedding themselves into a tree, while the 3rd dart, slowed by the air wall Shen Qingzhu conjured, was effortlessly deflected by his dagger. Is this all you've got? Shen Qingzhu sneered at the trio. Now it's my turn. With that, he forcefully wriggled free from the entangling vines and swiftly launched a dagger at one of them, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the approaching adversary, as Shen Qingzhu attempted to snap his fingers. The rampant dodder vines on the ground twisted together like a rope, ensnaring his arm. Glancing at his bound hand, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He licked his molars and chuckled. In the next moment, a moderate air prison enveloped the 3, resembling a vacuum seal that stifled their breath. Did you truly believe my forbidden realm was activated by merely snapping my fingers? Shen Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe called out, noticing the long arrow he had just fired, now ensnared by the vines, piercing Shen Qingzhu's left shoulder, binding him in a dense embrace. An emerald glow flickered in Zhao Yunhe's eyes, as the air around them thickened with the mingling essence of life and death. Members of both teams turned their attention to Zhao Yunhe. Is this Chuanjing? Zhao Yunhe glanced towards Shen Qingzhu, and with a mere look, the once vibrant dodder vines instantly withered and shrank. He dashed swiftly across the uneven terrain towards Shen Qingzhu. Yan Huanhuan gritted her teeth, realizing that in the realm of Qi, the forbidden territory rendered her powerless against him. Huanhuan, I am here. Jieqing Shuang spoke to Yan Huanhuan, addressing the individual behind her. Delay him. With her long knife poised before her, Jieqing Shuang pressed her left middle and index fingers together, leaving a crimson line across the blade. A flurry of ice spikes surged towards Zhao Yunhe's path. Armed with his longbow, Zhao Yunhe sliced through the ice spikes effortlessly. Where he tread, life withered away, and a shroud of death cloaked him, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Simultaneously, Jieqing Shuang raced toward Zhao Yunhe, her long knife gleaming with a chilling light, and upon closer inspection, still bore traces of blood. Clang! The resounding clash of bow and blade echoed sharply, as Zhao Yunhe's emerald eyes glinted with malevolence. Get lost. We have our reasons not to lose. With the weight of Zhao Yunhe's unleashed power and the lingering sense of mortality, Jieqing Shuang swung her long knife towards him. What others perceived as mere rookie training was, for her and Huanhuan, akin to a lifeline. They could not afford to lose. In the monitoring room, we underestimated both Jieqing Shuang and Yan Huanhuan. Have we retrieved their profiles? Instructor Hong inquired, observing the clash between Zhao Yunhe and Jieqing Shuang. The information on the 2 was rather straightforward. They were orphans from the Sunshine Orphanage in Nanyang, having grown up together, relying on one another, and fostering a deep bond. Their lives changed dramatically after a devastating fire at the orphanage, during which they awakened their forbidden powers, saving several individuals. Subsequently, they were discovered by the night watchers of Team 369 in Nanyang and reported to higher authorities, leading to their participation in this new recruit training. Xie Shuang possessed the forbidden ability known as blood sacrifice, which granted any weapon the capacity to absorb blood. By using her own blood as a medium, she could consume the blood of others, growing stronger with each drop absorbed. Yin Huahuan, on the other hand, wielded the power of parasitism, allowing her to plant seeds that could latch onto all living beings, partially breaking down their mental and forbidden abilities. She could also manipulate the plants that grew from the seeds she scattered. Instructor Hong nodded, shifting his gaze from Zhao Yunhe's confrontation to the battle involving Linjiang. Murmuring lightly, they are indeed promising talents, but it is unfortunate that their opponents are Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu. Zhao Yunhe aimed his pistol at Xie Shuang's temple, yet his gaze lingered on Yin Huahuan. Do you wish to continue? Yin Huahuan surveyed the surroundings. Her team had only lost one member, while all of hers had fallen. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she removed her watch and tossed it to Zhao Yunhe, declaring, "We concede." All right. Zhao Yunhe caught the watch with one hand, lowered the gun from Xie Shuang's head, and rushed towards the injured Shen Qingzhu. How are you? Shen Qingzhu. A soft green light enveloped Shen Qingzhu's wound, and it rapidly healed. He shook his head in response to Zhao Yunhe. I'm fine. Don't waste too much mental energy. We have another match ahead. We've come this far. We must aim for first place. It's not a waste, Zhao Yunhe replied. Yin Huahuan assisted Xie Shuang as they approached the two men, apologizing for her earlier forcefulness. Zhao Yunhe waved his hand dismissively, putting his arm around Shen Qingzhu's shoulder. It's nothing. In Shen's eyes, these are mere trifles, especially since this is real combat, isn't it? We didn't hold back either. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, merely nodding at Yin Huahuan. Zhao Yunhe smiled, looking at Yin Huahuan and Xie Shuang. Once the practical exercises conclude, I will assist you both with healing. I need to conserve some mental energy for the other group. That's all right. I believe the instructor will ensure we receive treatment afterward, Yin Huahuan replied. Zhao Yunhe nodded and casually remarked to Yin Huahuan, you two seem quite close. Make sure it stays that way. Indeed, Huahuan and I have made a pact. If either of us betrays our true feelings, the other must swallow 10,000 silver needles. Xie Shuang replied with a smile, wrapping her arm around Yin Huahuan's waist. In that case, you must invite Shen Qingzhu and me to your wedding feast. Zhao Yunhe waved his hand at the two individuals, watching as they were led away by the instructor. With a sigh of appreciation, he retracted the grin that had revealed his prominent front teeth and remarked to Shen Qingzhu, let us proceed and discover who shall contend with us for the coveted first position. The 15 of them marched forth in a grand procession to the battleground where Lin Xie, Mo Shui Bai, and Wen Zian were engaged in combat. The blood on Mo Shui Bai's forehead had dried in the wind, while Wen Zian appeared pale, as if on the verge of fainting. The condition of the remaining members of their team was equally dismal. Chapter 65. The struggle among geniuses. As for Lin Xie, the losses on his side were not insignificant. His sleeve had been torn away, and his arm bore several lengthy gashes that occasionally oozed blood. Bai Li, portly and bruised, bore the marks of battle, while Mo Li supported the only remaining girl from their team, her bloodied saber in hand. It was fortunate they had avoided these two groups. The violence was rather excessive. Zhao Yunhe, after confirming that Shen Qingzhu's shoulder was unharmed, leaned against him and whispered in his ear that neither of the two adversaries should be underestimated. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it would be best for Li Liang and the others lurking in the shadows to act decisively, casting aside notions of gentlemanly conduct. Winning was paramount, for he had no desire to suffer public humiliation. Shen Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, he and Zhao Yunhe had saved Li Liang and Li Jia's team multiple times and had reached a consensus with their members, who had all agreed to become their blades in the final confrontation. Zhao Yunhe looked up at the darkening sky and spoke. Lin Xia's team will prevail. As night falls, the battlefield will favor him, and our group will find it increasingly challenging. We must engage them before complete darkness envelopes the arena. A loud whistle pierced the air, signaling for the concealed Li Jia and Li Liang teams to spring into action. Ice spikes and fireballs, laced with bullets, indiscriminately assaulted the two teams on the field, catching them off guard. Both teams turned their bewildered gazes toward Zhao Yunhe, who appeared innocently detached from the fray. They had both fallen victim to his cunning strategy. "It's all right, Captain. I can hold them off," said a boy with a wolf's tail. As he placed one hand on the earth, once solid, the ground erupted to form a protective barrier, shielding Lin Che's entire team from the onslaught. However, Mo Shui Bai and Wen Xian's team did not share such fortune. Wen Xian tugged at Mo Shui Bai's sleeve, and upon receiving a nod, he raised his hand and sheathed his spear, declaring loudly, "We concede." Time, Day 7 of combat. 7 o'clock p.m. remaining time. Indeterminate remaining personnel on the field. 37 seizing the opportunity, Li Jia and Li Liang advanced toward the frail girl supported by Mo Li. The remaining 7 members successfully distracted Mo Li, effectively eliminating the girl, though they too fell to the hands of Mo Li and a member of Lin Qia's team. Remaining personnel on the field. 34 Lin Qia recognized the brothers, Li Jia and Li Liang, as he observed the 8 opponents across from him. He knew that Zhao Yunhe, with his excessively clever strategic mind, would never collaborate without a hidden agenda. He had not anticipated that this tactic would endure so long, truly catching them off guard. He glanced at the night sky, now almost completely dark, contemplating the outcome of this contest, uncertain of who would triumph. He was eager to witness the true prowess of Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. Mo Li's saber vibrated violently as it coordinated with by Li's shaking light, successfully claiming another member of Li Jia and Li Liang's team. Remaining personnel on the field. 33 Chao Zhe. This battle is yours to claim. Bailey Pang Pang, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him, produced a fruit knife that resembled one used for peeling apples and tossed it to the side where Chao Yuan stood. He proclaimed aloud, "Our numbers are fewer than the enemy's, and the advantage does not lie with us. Transform and eliminate some adversaries." Chao Yuan hesitated, gazing at the fruit knife on the ground, then glanced toward Lin Qia, who nodded reassuringly and said, "Do not worry. When you find yourself unable to control the situation, I shall use the sealing scroll provided by Pang Pang to bring you back." With Lin Qia's assurance, Chao Yuan gathered his resolve, picked up the fruit knife, and in the next moment, he cackled maniacally, charging toward Li Jia and Li Liang. "What on earth is that? How do we evade it?" Li Jia and Li Liang stared, bewildered, at the magma-covered Chao Yuan, momentarily stunned. "This plot twist feels off," they pondered. At that moment, Shun Qingzhu, who had been observing the battle between Li Jia, Li Liang, and Lin Qia's group, finally sprang into action. He sheathed his dagger into a storage ring and produced a nameless star blade, racing towards the frenzied Chao Yuan with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Zhao Yunhe formed a hand sign, causing a faint green glow to emanate beneath Chao Yuan's feet. The true battle between deities and geniuses had commenced. Bind, Duanmu, she raised her right hand high, and a crimson thread hung above each member of Lin Qia's group. The air was suffused with a subtle aroma of wine. Under the dual control of Duanmu Shi and Bai Xuanjiu, Lin Qia's team momentarily faltered. Lin Qia was the first to sense the anomaly. He swiftly wielded the star blade to sever the crimson threads hovering above himself and his companions. During this interval, several high-velocity bullets were launched toward them. The boy who had previously blocked the ice spikes and fireballs supported himself on the ground, erecting a thick earthen wall that shielded them from the barrage. "Everyone, be cautious. There are 2 control-type entities on the other side." Lin Qia shouted to his teammates. "Mind your breathing. Do not absorb too much of the ambient scent." Clang. The sound of polearm meeting sword reverberated as Bailey Pang Pang rubbed his eyes, staring at the 6 identical figures encircling him. With a sly grin, he retrieved a pair of spectacles from his pocket. "Is it this trick again? Unfortunately for you, I possess the true vision of Sequence 315, designed specifically to dismantle illusions." Bailey Pang Pang calmly donned the glasses, then scratched his head, muttering to himself, "Could there be a fault with these glasses? Why hasn't my doppelganger been dispelled?" Zhao Yunhe smirked and replied, "Indeed, a formidable piece of forbidden equipment, but alas, each doppelganger within my domain is a genuine part of my being. To be precise, these 6 duplicates are the true essence of myself, rendering your glasses utterly ineffective." The 6 identical figures surrounded Bailey Pang Pang, reminiscent of a 3D surround sound experience. Bailey Pang Pang nodded in understanding, whispering, "So that's how it is. In that case, I shall simply defeat them all." Then he raised the sword in his hand, and with a flourish, countless swords cascaded from the heavens, targeting the 6 shadowy figures. Zhao Yunhe, undeterred, wielded his long spear to deflect the onslaught of swords, steadily advancing towards the portly figure of Bai Li. "You are indeed formidable, but I possess the Yao Guang. You cannot harm me." Bai Li stood resolutely, exuding an air of confidence that Zhao Yunhe would not be able to inflict any damage upon him. "Oh, is that so?" A voice, gentle yet tinged with amusement, whispered in Bai Li's ear. A young man with flowing white hair had seemingly materialized before him. Chapter 66. The melee Bailey Pang Pang was startled by the sudden appearance of an individual before him, his eyes widening in surprise. He had intended to launch an attack, yet the intoxicating aroma of alcohol that permeated the air ensnared his mind. "I am Linjiang. I recognize you as Bailey Tumming, the young master of the Bailey family. But to me, you are merely the child of an ordinary household. I still prefer Bailey Pang Pang. So how about you deactivate the protective measures of Yao Guang? We are the best of brothers. You wouldn't be wary of me, would you?" Bai Xuanji's gentle voice resonated, each word flowing seamlessly, and his tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Lin Chia himself. Bailey Pong Pong's pupils dilated, struggling to perceive the figure before him clearly. Bai Xuanji seemed to notice the hesitation in Bailey Pang Pang's movements, his mouth opening and closing, until his voice transformed to echo Lin Chia's perfectly. "Pang Pang, when did you dye your hair white?" Bailey Pang Pang, clearly mistaking Bai Xuanji for Lin Chia, mumbled incoherently in a dazed state. "When did you dye your hair white?" Bai Xuanji feigned a puzzled expression, his mind swiftly recalling that it was Yunhe who had helped him with the dye. Yunhe possesses remarkable hair dyeing skills. I must ask him to color mine in a myriad of hues next time. As Bailey Pang Pang spoke, he reached for the Yao Guang, pendant hanging around his neck. The instant he deactivated Yao Guang, Wen Yun's long spear lunged toward him. Sensing the palpable threat in the air, Bailey Pang Pang's dulled eyes momentarily regained clarity as he beheld the spear, now less than 2 fists away. Instinctively, he crouched down, rolling and scrambling to evade the attack. Zhao Yunhe was amused by Bailey Pong Pong's unexpected reaction, never anticipating such a move from him. Retrieving his spear, he pulled Bai Xuanji behind him, admonishing, "You're as fragile as a paper. Why venture so close? Stand back. This is merely a test of my hypnotic skills." Bai Xuanji smiled at Zhao Yunhe, giving him a gentle push forward before swiftly retreating to a safe distance. "I've tested it. There is room for improvement. You handle this battlefield. I shall withdraw for the time being." Meanwhile, Duan Muxi and Song Nian, armed with guns, stealthily navigated the inconspicuous corners, their fingers poised over the triggers. Song Nian, which is more important, our sisterly bond or this man? After securing an excellent vantage point, Duan Muxi noticed Song Nian approaching to set up her sniper rifle beside her. Fury surged within her. How many times had this happened? "Cici, of course, you are the most important to me. But ever since the training began, I have developed a fondness for Captain Lin. It is imperative I leave a good impression since we are finally on the same team," Song Yin said, playfully shaking Duan Muxi's arm. Lin Chia had assigned her a straightforward task, to keep a close watch on Zhao Yunhe's team, comprised of snipers akin to her. "Song Yin, you know well that there are no sisters on the battlefield. I have harbored feelings for the strategist he for quite some time," Duan Muxi retorted, brushing Song Yin's hand away. Retrieving a finely crafted double-edged dagger from her side pocket, aiming it towards Song Yin. Song Yin seemed to possess an uncanny foresight as she swiftly turned and evaded. With a swift kick, she directed her leg towards Duan Muxi. What appeared to be an ordinary shoe tip revealed a sharp blade. In an instant, The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding to the other. Goodness, are girls truly this ferocious in a brawl? Zhang Fengye and Huang Mingyan gaped in astonishment, shivering at the sight of Song Yin and Duan Mushi, who moments ago had been the best of friends, now embroiled in a conflict that seemed to harbor a desire to annihilate one another. You two shall contend with me. Linjiang, a boy from their group, grinned as he observed the two. His long lashes nearly obscured his eyes, and his pointed chin gave him an appearance reminiscent of a fox spirit reincarnate. Before Zhang Fengye and Huang Mingyan could comprehend the situation, the boy suddenly unfurled the silver fan in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, countless mist-laden silver needles erupted from the fan. For heaven's sake, he lacks any sense of martial ethics. Brother, I'm retreating. Zhang Fengye was the first to react, stepping back 2 paces and blending into the shadows. Huang Mingyan, however, was not so fortunate. He swiftly dodged the barrage of silver needles, mentally cursing Zhang Fengye. Finally, he spotted a tree not far off and launched a claw from his sleeve, which embedded itself into the trunk. Using it as leverage, he ascended and perched on the tree branch, muttering to himself how fortunate he was to possess a hidden weapon. Otherwise, he would have been riddled like a beehive. Linjiang stood opposite Zhao Yunhe, his lips twitching slightly as he gestured towards Zhou Mu, who was engaged in a 1 versus 3 skirmish. Your teammate is quite valiant, isn't he? What will it be? Will you surrender? Zhao Yunhe inquired with a smile. You cannot best me in close combat. Shen Qingzhu is entangled with Chao Yuan and cannot assist you. Linjiang shrugged in response. So will you concede? Let us give it a try. What if I win? Zhao Yunhe replied, as a faint green glow emanated beneath his feet. Very well. Linjiang's pupils flickered between black and gold as the might of the seraphim Michael and the goddess of night, Nyx, surged toward Zhao Yunhe. Zhao Yunhe let out a light exhale, gripping his longbow firmly. He aimed at Linjiang and shot an arrow without hesitation. Linjiang narrowly avoided Zhao Yunhe's assault, charging forward with the star blade inscribed with the name Zhao Kongshen. Though his speed was not as rapid as Shen Qingzhu's, Zhao Yunhe sidestepped the attack. The clash of bow and blade ensued, and they found themselves locked in combat. Zhao Yunhe was acutely aware that he was currently no match for Linjiang. His objective was to exhaust Linjiang's stamina and mental fortitude before the onset of night, awaiting Shen Qingzhu to resolve the matter. Time ticked by, with the last glimmer of light on the horizon gradually extinguishing. Remaining participants. Zhao Yunhe's evasion became increasingly sluggish, his garments tattered beyond recognition. He gasped for breath, glancing back at Shen Qingzhu, who was still engaged with Chao Yuan. Shen Qingzhu, how much longer? I'm nearing my limit. Shen Qingzhu, upon hearing Zhao Yunhe's voice, gritted his teeth and responded 1 minute. His movements grew increasingly fierce, and finally, on the 3rd strike, Chao Yuan, engulfed in flames and emitting a sinister laughter, collapsed. The number of remaining fighters on the field, 7. Blood and sweat mingled on Zhou Mu's face as he gazed at the red-haired Molly across from him. His arm, trembling slightly from overexertion, rose once more, aimed at Molly. I cannot. Let the captain down. It was as if he had made a resolute decision. Each strike he unleashed was imbued with unwavering determination. Chapter 67. The conclusion. Molly's lips were pressed tightly together, aware that Zhou Mu was resolutely determined to bring her down with him. The blade in her hand clashed against Zhou Mu's long sword, while Zhao Yunhe evaded Linjiang's relentless assaults, casting a glance towards Molly and Zhou Mu. The two were evidently at the end of their strength. He took a couple of deep breaths, his brows furrowing before finally relaxing, as if he had made a momentous decision. In the next instant, Zhao Yunhe braced himself against Linjiang's strike, groaning softly as his gaze remained fixed on the direction of Zhou Mu and Molly. A faint green light began to emanate beneath Molly's feet. Molly parried Zhou Mu's attack, poised to retaliate, only to be overcome by a wave of weakness. The blade in her hand clattered to the ground. With a thud, Zhao Yunhe watched as Zhou Mu fell alongside Molly, feeling a sense of relief. At least they had taken one down with them, making their loss somewhat bearable, despite the throbbing pain from the earlier blow dealt by Linjiang. As night descended, the remaining combatants numbered 4. In the monitoring room, Instructor Pei observed the current state of affairs, a 1v3 scenario with Zhao Yunhe, Shen Qingzhu, Qi Zitong, and Lin Xie. It appeared that the speed of these elite talents surpassed his expectations. However, what time was it? Xie, are you hungry? Tired? Shall we postpone until tomorrow morning? Zhao Yunhe gasped for breath, a faint smile gracing his lips as he tentatively inquired. Lin Xie shook his head and replied, "Let's do it now. The sooner we finish, the better." Under the cover of night, he was bolstered by this starry night dancer, and his body had sufficiently recovered, leaving him feeling not overly fatigued. As Lin Xie spoke, an absolute darkness enveloped him, eroding the surrounding objects and drawing them into its depths. Suddenly, a massive fissure opened where Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu stood. Zhao Yunhe quickly pulled Shen Qingzhu back. "Do not step into that darkness surrounding Lin Xie. That is his divine realm. Be cautious." Once Lin Xie's divine realm unfolded, Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu found themselves on the defensive. Lin Xie surged towards them with incredible speed. Within his divine realm, their movements were drastically slowed, making them easy targets for Lin Xie's predictions. Within moments, both of them bore numerous new wounds. "This won't do." Zhao Yunhe wiped the sweat from his brow. "You attack, I'll hold him off." Without waiting for a response from Shen Qingzhu, he knocked 5 arrows onto his longbow. The 5 arrows soared towards Lin Xie in unison, as if each had been preordained to strike their mark. Just as Lin Xie dodged one arrow, another was already aimed at his new position. "Such remarkable archery," Lin Xie remarked, astonished as he glanced at the long gash on his arm left by a blade. "Shen Qingzhu, now's the time," Zhao Yunhe called out. As their respective realms, Shen Qingzhu's forbidden realm and Zhao Yunhe's divine realm, expanded simultaneously towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie sensed the gradual ebbing of life, as the air around him became increasingly thin. "Dionysus!" The voice of Nyx resounded in Lin Xie's mind, imbued with a palpable concern, urgency, and a hint of anger, seemingly attuned to his present predicament. "Dionysus, Mother will surely protect you this time." "Mother, I am fine," Lin Xie interjected, stopping Nyx. "Let me handle this. It's merely a drill. Just watch closely." Upon finishing his words, the range of the darkest erosion expanded yet again. Within this domain, it appeared as though he had acquired the power to control all objects. Weapons and stones scattered around surged toward Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu. Simultaneously, a massive fissure appeared beneath their feet. "Captain, be careful." Qi Zitong, who had been standing behind Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu, finally stepped forward, her hands slightly outstretched. To everyone's astonishment, the barrage of attacks vanished before Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu. In the monitoring room, the instructors exchanged glances, bewildered by the scene. "Su Zheng Squin Dating." Forbidden Ruin 093, sunk cost, can deflect any attack, but its usage is limited. If I recall correctly, she is already employed it 6 times today, making this the 7th. The previously drowsy white instructor, upon hearing Su Cheng's words, hurriedly grabbed the intercom, her tone urgent. "She is overexerting her forbidden ruin. This will lead to backlash. We must stop her immediately. Captain, the rest is up to you and Brother Zhuai." Qi Zitong stood in front of the two, each word she uttered causing blood to seep from the corners of her mouth. By the time she finished her last sentence, she collapsed. Upon receiving white instructor's command, the medics and instructors rushed forward to carry Qi Zitong away. Remaining personnel on the field, 3. Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe tightly gripped their weapons, advancing towards Lin Xie. Each of the 3 captains was in dire straits. Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu struggled against the control in the darkest environment, while Lin Xie endured the profound pain of life slipping away and the air being gradually siphoned from his lungs. Boom! Golden green beams of light erupted with explosive force, filling the training camp sky. A massive cloud of smoke billowed and dispersed, and the 3 of them fell simultaneously. The instructors in the monitoring room gazed at the scene, momentarily at a loss for words. 5 minutes later, Lin Xie, who had collapsed, stirred his fingers, trembling as he rose to his feet. With great effort, he addressed the distant surveillance under the streetlight, uttering, "I won." When Zhao Yunhe awoke again, he found himself lying in the dormitory bed. Beside him, Shun Qingzhu was deeply asleep, his face bearing traces of injury. As he moved his fingers, a wave of persistent soreness coursed through him. He recalled that they had all collapsed in the end. As for who emerged as the ultimate victor, that remained a mystery to him. Brother Yunhe, you are finally awake. I thought you might never come to. The door to the dormitory swung open, and Bai Li, plump and boisterous, burst in, his expression resembling that of a spouse joyfully witnessing their long comatose partner finally awaken. His voice trembled with a hint of emotion as he rushed toward Zhao Yunhe. Wait a moment. Just as Bai Li Pang was about to retire for the night, he was halted by Zhao Yunhe's voice, urging him to wait a moment. Standing at the edge of the bed, he gazed at Zhao Yunhe with a hint of confusion. Zhao Yunhe gestured toward the still, slumbering Shun Qingzhu and said, "Do not disturb him." Bai Li Pang inquired, who ultimately emerged victorious. Zhao Yunhe turned his gaze to Bai Li Pang and, with a somewhat grave expression, posed a question in return. Chapter 68. Graduation approaches. The seventh night has arrived. Bai Li Pang scratched his head, echoing what the instructor had mentioned, and noted that Qi had gotten back on his feet once more. Upon hearing Bai Li Pang's response, Zhao Yunhe maintained a smile, though jealousy brewed within him. How extraordinary! Winning a 2-on-1 match. Indeed, he is worthy of becoming the embodiment of universal will. But how did he manage to stand again? Zhao Yunhe silently vented his frustrations while maintaining an impassive exterior. He rose from his bed, draping an arm over Bai Li Pang's shoulder, and awkwardly shifted the topic. How long have I been asleep? How are Qi Yi and the others? I recall that many fell in the end. The others? Bai Li Pang scratched his head and replied, "They have yet to awaken, Brother Yunhe. You are the first among them to regain consciousness." Upon realizing he was the first to awaken, Zhao Yunhe felt a surge of satisfaction. He mused that while Lin Qi was strong, he was not significantly inferior, even believing he could match him in prowess. After such a grand display, where everyone had exhausted their mental and physical energies, it was unexpected that he would be the first to rise. "Ah, I feel rather dashing." Bai Li Pang observed Zhao Yunhe, who wore a beaming smile after his words, blinked slowly, and quietly closed the door as he stepped back outside. A week later, once all the new recruits had fully recovered, Lin Qi and Zhao Yunhe sat together in the dining hall. As usual, Zhao Yunhe picked the green peppers from his bowl and offered them to Shun Qingzhu, while he idly stirred through the meager remnants of his meal. He couldn't comprehend why Commander's son always served him green peppers. Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang were engaged in their usual banter, debating trivial matters. Suddenly, Chao Yuan spoke up with an air of seriousness. "Have you all heard? Our performance in this practical exercise will be factored into our graduation assessment." "What graduation assessment?" Bai Li Pang asked, chewing on a piece of pickled vegetable from his plate. "It's akin to a performance ranking chart," Chao Yuan explained, tapping Bai Li Pang's chopsticks as they reached for the pickles. "With only 2 months until graduation, the instructors will be testing us on the courses we've learned over the past few days, and I suspect it is related to the graduation assessment." At Chao Yuan's revelation, the others at the table fell into contemplation. "Ah, I just remembered I left something at the training ground. You all continue chatting. I shall return shortly." Zhao Yunhe announced with a smile as he was the first to stand and swiftly departed. "I suddenly recalled that I left something at the shooting range. I'll go retrieve it. You all carry on." Lin Qi similarly stood and quickly exited the dining hall. Only Bai Li Pang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu remained at the table. Bai Li Pang turned to Shun Qingzhu and inquired, "Bro, you didn't leave anything behind, did you?" Shun Qingzhu, leisurely enjoying his meal, shook his head. Seeing this, Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan both exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are only 2 divine agent scrolls, which brings them a sense of relief. At 3 a.m, Zhao Yunhe groggily opened his eyes to see a warm orange glow illuminating the table. Shun Qingzhu sat there, her complexion not particularly favorable, methodically turning the pages of their theoretical knowledge textbook. Zhao Yunhe rubbed his eyes, suspecting he had misperceived the scene, and peacefully closed his eyes once more, overwhelmed by fatigue. After a full day of practicing sword techniques, He had returned only at 1 o'clock in the morning. The training camp had descended into a state of intense competition, as if everyone were acutely aware of the impending final assessment, which would determine their allocation to various cities post-training. The passionate youths were eager to strive for their futures with fervor. In the late hours of the night, at the training camp's rear mountain, for large transport aircraft stood steadily on the tarmac. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, his eyes narrowed as he gazed intently at the planes. The cargo doors slowly opened. A man in military attire jogged up to Yuan Gang, rendered a crisp salute, and reported, "Report, Commander Yuan. 3 have broken through to the Chuan realm, and 1 has just advanced to the High realm during transport. Please provide verification and directives." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Aren't the mysteries in a frozen state during transport? How could there be a breakthrough in their realm?" "Report, Commander Yuan. Upon inspection, the one that has just advanced to the High realm was captured near Shenluo Mountain and may possess some immunity to the freezing condition," the man replied. "Shenluo Mountain?" Yuan Gang repeated, falling silent thereafter, leaving those around him uncertain of his thoughts. "Commander Yuan, perhaps we should return this High realm mystery. Although it has just broken through, it still possesses considerable lethality," suggested Instructor Hong, standing beside Yuan Gang. "No need," Yuan Gang waved him off. "This batch of new recruits has a solid foundation. As you witnessed during the last practical exercise, Shen Qingzhu has been in the Chuan realm for a while now. Zhao Yunhe and Linjiang have also ascended to the Chuan realm during the drills, with 2 divine agents, one being a high-risk entity. Do you not wish to see how far they have progressed?" However, Instructor Hong had more to say, but was interrupted by Yuan Gang. "It's settled then. I will personally assess this High realm mystery when the time comes." A slight smile graced Yuan Gang's lips. "Now, prepare for the recruits' final day of revelry, which is soon to arrive." In the early morning, Shen Qingzhu was awakened by the cold. In July in Cangnan, the days were unbearably hot, yet the mornings and evenings could be chillingly frigid. Although the dormitory was typically warm under the covers, Zhao Yunhe had a tendency to steal the blankets while sleeping. Shen Qingzhu looked at Zhao Yunhe, who was cocooned in 2 layers of blankets, resembling a silkworm, and without uttering a word, promptly kicked him out of bed. "Shen Qingzhu." Zhao Yunhe was unceremoniously kicked off the bed, and the flames of anger swiftly replaced his fleeting drowsiness. However, upon noticing the 2 blankets that had tumbled down with him, his wrath dissipated. He nonchalantly climbed back onto the bed and glanced at the watch adorning his wrist. It was 5:57 in the morning, almost 6 o'clock. Why hadn't he the whistle blown today? This was unlike the usual conduct of those instructors. Who could say? Shen Qingzhu replied as she dressed, urging him to hasten his own attire and prepare for the day. Would they still practice their sword play? "Of course we shall." Zhao Yunhe dismissed further thoughts until, at the moment his foot slipped into his boot, he suddenly froze. It dawned on him, at this hour, could it be that Linjiang was due to receive his 3 caretakers? Could this day indeed be the one? Chapter 69. Slumber. Shen Qingzhu stood at the door, observing Zhao Yunhe, who was seated on the bed, bent over and motionless as he fumbled with his shoelaces. She approached and gave him a swift kick, urging him to hurry. "I know," Zhao Yunhe replied, hastily tying his laces before they walked side by side down the corridor. The hallway was eerily quiet, as if only Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe remained in the entire training camp. After a few steps, Shen Qingzhu sensed something amiss at the 3rd door. "Do you feel something is off?" she inquired. "Yes, it does feel a bit strange." Zhao Yunhe nodded in agreement. Clearly, he had not misjudged the situation. This must be the new recruit's first mysterious confrontation during training. Glancing at his wristwatch, Zhao Yunhe noted it was already 6:02 a.m. Those who were unable to rise could luxuriate in their slumber until 7:30 a.m., and he felt a twinge of envy. "Let's freshen up first, and after that, we can wake Li Liang and Li Jia, then investigate our surroundings," Shen Qingzhu suggested as she made her way to the communal wash basin. Zhao Yunhe was aware that the instructors were monitoring them through the corridor surveillance. He could not afford to reveal that he was already aware of the unfolding events. So he lazily followed Shen Qingzhu, replying with an acknowledgement. Outside the training camp, Instructor Hong observed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu emerging from their dormitory right on time. A somewhat smug voice echoed in his ears. What did I tell you, Instructor Hong? I knew these two rascals would wake up. After all, I've seen their diligence. Hard work, camaraderie, and intelligence. Instructor Hong merely frowned in response. Once Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe had completed their morning routines, they knocked on the door of the neighboring dormitory occupied by Li Jia and Li Liang. However, no matter how loudly they called, their efforts garnered no response. Something feels off, Shun Qingzhu remarked, and with that, she kicked open the door. Inside, Li Jia and Li Liang lay peacefully asleep, with a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of Li Jia's mouth. Shun Qingzhu approached and nudged them, yet to her surprise, they could not be roused. Sensing something was seriously amiss, she turned to Zhao Yunhe and said, "We should split up and check on the others." The two of them scoured the dormitory floor, and aside from a few individuals who were awake, the rest remained unresponsive, as if ensnared in some psychological trap. Bai Sun, Zhou Jianyun, and two other boys regarded Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu with grave expressions. Let us investigate the entire training camp, the canteen, the instructors, the dormitories, and the training grounds. We will each explore different areas, one of them proposed. Agreed, the others concurred. Half an hour later, the six of them reconvened at the base of the dormitory, sharing their findings before deciding to check the dormitory once more. At that moment, the first floor corridor had gathered 6 or 7 individuals, who seemed to have sensed something unusual. Upon seeing Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, they regarded them as their anchors. "Zhao, something's wrong. Zhang Wei can't be awakened," another exclaimed. "And Jin Mo is the same." As the two exchanged glances, Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe realized that those yet to arrive in the dormitory building were likely ensconced in slumber. "What about Lin Jie?" Shun Qingzhu inquired, as if a revelation had struck her. "We did not knock on Lin Jie's door, but we heard from Mo Lan that he had already risen by the time morning arrived," one of the boys remarked, gesturing towards another student, who held a gun in his arms and bore a somewhat aloof expression. "Let us proceed to the second floor," Zhao Yunhe suggested, patting Shun Qingzhu on the shoulder. Then, turning to the others, "Have all the other floors been checked? Let's ascertain if there are any remaining wakeful souls. It is advisable not to venture alone. Best to group in pairs or trios. We shall regroup on the second floor shortly." Upon reaching the second floor, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu encountered Lin Jie, who emerged from a room with a grave demeanor. "What is going on?" Lin Jie queried. "Something feels amiss. This morning, when Zhao Yunhe and I awoke, the corridor was devoid of any presence. Sensing something was off, we proceeded to knock on Li Jia and Li Liang's doors. We later discovered that they had succumbed to a deep sleep, unresponsive to our calls, as if entrapped by some form of mental snare," Shun Qingzhu explained, her brow furrowed in concern. "What about by Li Pangpang?" Lin Jie shook his head, mirroring the condition of Li Jia and Li Liang. "Have you checked on the instructors?" "We have. The entire training camp is devoid of instructors. Even the elderly gentleman in the cafeteria has vanished. It seems we, the new recruits, are the only ones remaining." As the trio conversed, several others who had gone to investigate returned, shaking their heads in response to Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe. Shun Qingzhu pressed her lips together, realizing that only they remained conscious. This revelation cast a peculiar silence over the three. In an instant, their eyes brightened simultaneously. "Are there signs of a struggle outside? It must be a surprise test," they spoke in unison. Zhao Yunhe and Lin Jie exchanged a knowing glance, indicating their shared realization. Shun Qingzhu initially felt the urge to curse, but restrained herself, deeming it uncivil. Instead, she raised her middle finger defiantly towards the nearest camera, directed at the instructors who were covertly observing them. Outside the training camp, Instructor Hong, who had previously commended Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe for their newfound prudence, witnessed this gesture and, in a fit of irritation, marked a deduction beside Shun Qingzhu's name. Lu Ning, who had been silently observing, grasped Hong's pen before he could finalize the score. It was Zhao Yunhe who acted swiftly. Instructor Hong exclaimed, incensed by impulsive behavior and irritable temper, justifying a deduction of 1 point. He did not. Lu Ning reiterated calmly. Instructor Hong, his teeth clenched in frustration, forcefully withdrew the pen and inscribed a bold -0. 5 next to Shun Qingzhu's name. But why did they fall into slumber? What is the nature of this sleep? Shun Qingzhu pondered, her brow furrowing deeper. Lin Xie pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping over the remaining dozen individuals as if a thought had struck her. She inquired Brother Zhuai, "At what time did you and Yunhe awaken?" "We both roused at precisely 5:57. Zhao Yunhe was the first to respond. "And the others?" "I woke around 5:20 and proceeded to freshen up, at which point I encountered you in Zhengzhong," Chao Yuan interjected. 5:50, 5:16. "I awoke at 5:59, specifically glancing at the clock with the intention of waking Zhang Wei, only to find him utterly unresponsive. It was exactly 6 o'clock. A young man in the crowd remarked, shaking his wrist adorned with a dark green Rolex. "It seems that the majority were still in slumber until 6 o'clock, Lin Xie stated, "and those who did not awaken after 6 would remain ensnared in eternal sleep." Chapter 70. The Eerie, this must be the work of the instructors. Lin Xie remarked calmly. "It is likely a surprise drill, though we are still uncertain about its content. By the way, have you checked the girls' dormitory at Yuna?" "We went to the girls' dormitory," by Xuanjiu and Jiang Yun spoke up, their expressions grave. "The atmosphere there is rather peculiar. The entire building feels lifeless." "Let us investigate." A group of boys descended from the second floor, heading towards the southeast corridor on the first floor. The training camp comprised 3 buildings, with the eastern one designated as the girls' dormitory. Their gazes fell upon the distant girls' dormitory, and the pallor on their faces was unmistakable. The third building, known for its ample sunlight, typically basked in the morning rays. However, today it appeared to be engulfed in an unfathomable abyss, with the high sun's light seemingly absorbed by the darkened windows, devoid of any reflection. "Something must have happened over there," Shui Xiaoyao exclaimed, suddenly agitated. "This morning, when I went to the communal washroom, I did not see Molly. Usually, she would be there at that hour." "Commander He, Bro Zhuang, I need to go take a look." Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu, and Lin Xie stood out in their combat training, with Lin Xie being the divine agent and holder of the Star Medal, widely respected as the final victor in practical exercises. Shun Qingzhu, the owner of the highly dangerous Forbidden Ruins and bearer of the Starlight Badge, had led the charge against the Masked One, commanding both respect and strength, with many eager to follow him. As for Zhao Yunhe, he was well regarded in the new recruits camp, known for his intellect and formidable strength. As a divine agent and holder of the Star Medal, his charisma was unmatched among all. After deliberation, the 3 decided to leave 2 individuals behind to guard the building, while the rest would split into teams to explore the surrounding areas of the training camp. "Let us first gather weapons from the armory. I will then scout the vicinity of the instructor's dormitory and the teaching building. Chia, you will head to the girls' dormitory and the nearest shooting range. Shun Qingzhu, you will oversee the cafeteria and training grounds." Zhao Yunhe succinctly assigned tasks. In his recollection, the 3 mysterious entities were located near the dormitory and cafeteria, with the teaching building and instructor's dormitory being relatively secure, thus suitable for his laid-back approach. As for the numbers, Zhao Yunhe pondered briefly before stating, "The training ground is quite expansive. Currently, we have a total of 22 individuals awake, with 2 guarding the dormitory. I will take 2 to the teaching building and instructor's dormitory. Chia, you will lead 7 to the girls' dormitory. Shun Qingzhu, you will command the remaining 8 for the search. But you," Lin Xie furrowed his brow upon hearing Zhao Yunhe's allocation. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, he was interrupted by Zhao Yunhe. "Rest assured, I inspected the instructor's dormitory and the dorm building earlier this morning. There were no significant issues. 2 people will suffice. Since this is orchestrated by the instructors, they would not target their own living quarters. Instead, it is you and Shun Qingzhu who need to exercise greater caution. I shall take 2 others with me to investigate further. If all is confirmed to be safe, I shall rendezvous with you." Upon hearing Zhao Yunhe's words, Lin Xie pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed to the armory to gather supplies." As they advanced towards the armory, they casually checked various convenience stores and small training grounds along the way, ensuring that everything was in order before continuing onward. The group traversed nearly half of the training camp before finally sighting the armory, situated over 50 meters ahead. Shen Qingzhu and his companions stood not far from the entrance, and as he walked, he toyed with the storage ring that Instructor Yuan had given them earlier. With a swift motion, he tossed the ring into the air, where it spun rapidly before striking the grand doors. At the moment of impact, a spark flew forth. With a snap of his fingers, a resounding boom echoed, and the massive metal doors of the armory were blown open. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Shen Qingzhu. "Let us go," Shen Qingzhu declared with a hint of bravado. Somewhat haughtily, "What are you all standing around for?" The others quickly snapped back to reality and hurried to follow in his footsteps. As Shen Qingzhu reached the doorway, he bent down to retrieve the still glimmering storage ring. Zhao Yunhe placed an arm around Shen Qingzhu's shoulders, his gaze fixed on the ring. "Impressive, Brother Shen. You've certainly grasped how to wield that ring, but the quality is remarkable. Look at the state of the door. It was obliterated, yet the ring remains unscathed. Not a scratch on it." Once the group had collected their weapons and prepared to engage in battle, a chilling sound of distress echoed from the direction of the dining hall. Their expressions shifted instantly. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. "Let us head to the dining hall," came the simultaneous exclamations from Zhao Yunhe and Lin Jie. The group hastily made their way towards the dining hall, where a faint metallic scent of blood hung in the air. Some individuals recoiled at the odor, their faces paling, with a few even retching in response. "Let us go inside and take a look," Zhao Yunhe urged, surveying the surroundings. He kicked the door open, which should have been filled with the aroma of food. Inside, the dining hall was eerily vacant. Cobwebs stretched between the ceiling and the tables, intertwining in a chaotic display that enveloped every corner of the space. Some strands bore traces of crimson, blending with the oppressive atmosphere, reminiscent of wailing specters in the darkness. There are dead bodies," one boy suddenly exclaimed, his face paling in terror. He pointed with a trembling finger toward a corner where a bloodied figure lay, ensnared in webs, its limbs grotesquely twisted, and its expression a ghastly mask of agony. "This is no mere drill." The boy's voice trembled with rising panic as he gripped the arm of a nearby companion, his expression a mix of horror and grim determination. "It must be something supernatural, undoubtedly a powerful entity. We must flee at once." Where are those instructors? The previously tense and eerie atmosphere was abruptly stirred by the presence of the young man, igniting a flurry of discussions among the crowd, causing their hearts, once calm, to race once more. Zhao Yunhe stood nearby, pinching his thigh to stifle a laugh. The performances of the atmosphere team that Instructor Hong and Instructor Yuan had assembled were indeed quite theatrical. Could this be the long-lost art of the Wild Beast School? Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Yunhe, noticing that Lin Jie remained silent, decided to speak up. "Everyone, let's not jump to conclusions. This mysterious entity may not have departed yet. We must concentrate and maintain silence." "What does that mean?" a voice hesitantly inquired from the crowd. His implication was that from the moment they heard the screams to their arrival, only 2 minutes had passed. Observing the wounds on this individual, it was evident that within that time frame, the entity could not have escaped. This suggested that it still lurked in the shadows, and if anyone continued to indulge in wild thoughts, they risked being ambushed. Lin Jie clarified. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers upon hearing this. Most had never encountered such a mysterious being or witnessed someone in such a dire state. The dual impact of both phenomena left their minds in disarray. Fortunately, after a year of rigorous training, they managed to force themselves back to a state of composure. "Shen Qingzhu, are we going to face a genuine monster today after all those simulations?" Zhao Yunhe inquired, retrieving his longbow from his storage ring. "Absolutely," Shen Qingzhu replied, equally determined as she drew her dagger. The two took a step forward together, but at that moment, Zhao Yunhe suddenly halted and turned back to Lin Jie. "Come on, Jie, let us go together." Chapter 71. The Enigma of the Web. Do not touch those silken threads, Zhao Yunhe cautioned Shen Qingzhu, who was leading the way. "They may be poisonous. How do you know they're toxic?" Shen Qingzhu inquired, retracting her impulse to rush forward and sever the threads. "I cannot say for certain," Zhao Yunhe replied, shaking his head. However, given the mysterious nature of this place, it stands to reason that these threads must serve some purpose beyond mere aesthetics. The trio deftly maneuvered through the dense webbing as they advanced deeper into the cafeteria. Suddenly, Lin Chia halted, prompting both Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu to sense something amiss and turn their gazes toward him. Following Lin Chia's line of sight, they beheld a massive spider, nearly indistinguishable from the grayish-white wall against which it clung, surrounded by a tangle of milky threads. Had it not been for Lin Chia's keen observation, its presence would have remained undetected. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Chia hurled his long knife at the enormous arachnid. Zhao Yunhe tilted his head, observing the knife embedded into the wall, half a meter away from the spider. He was perplexed. He distinctly recalled having taught Lin Chia how to aim just days prior. How had he regressed so quickly? The spider's crimson eyes shifted toward Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. Acting with remarkable speed, Zhao Yunhe released an arrow before the spider could unleash its attack. The arrow pierced through layers of webbing, striking one of the spider's legs and pinning it to the wall. In that very instant, Shun Qingzhu raised her hand almost simultaneously. The black ring on her finger collided with the storage ring given by their instructor, creating a spark that echoed throughout the cafeteria. With a thunderous explosion, the corner of the wall where the spider resided erupted in flames, accompanied by thick smoke and the sound of crumbling debris. The entire cafeteria trembled. A wretched cry erupted from the heart of the inferno, as the spider, now missing half a leg, staggered forth with alarming speed, its crimson eyes radiating a strange pain glow. This is H1 realm mystery. The forbidden area must be of a mental nature. I suspect this slumber of those in the dormitory is connected to it. Lin Chia stated solemnly, gripping another star knife. He regarded Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, knowing they possessed the strength to confront this colossal enigma. Upon hearing the connection between the spider and the dormitory's slumbering occupants, Shun Qingzhu thought of Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei, who remained asleep. We must capture it, she urged, tightening her grip on her dagger. As they prepared to act, the spider disregarded them entirely, fleeing through a shattered window with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lin Chia? Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu. In that moment, Lin Chia was left in a state of bewilderment. The bloodied corpse of a young man lay there, and he had always perceived the spider as a merciless monster, devouring its prey without a second thought. Yet, why did it flee? It was likely that we would never find it. The spider's speed was astonishingly swift. Let us proceed as originally planned, Zhao Yunhe suggested. Agreed. Lin Chia nodded, waving farewell to Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu as he led his group of 8 toward the girls' dormitory. Shun Qingzhu turned to Jiang Yun behind him and said, "Now that the crisis in the cafeteria has been resolved, your combat prowess is formidable. Take 4 individuals back to safeguard the first and second buildings, keeping watch over those still in slumber, lest the escaped spider launch a surprise attack. The rest of us will inspect the training ground, and if all is well, we shall return immediately." Jiang Yun nodded and departed with 4 comrades. What are you pondering? Let us go, Shun Qingzhu instructed Zhao Yunhe, who lingered at the back, lost in thought. Nothing of consequence, Zhao Yunhe replied, casting a meaningful glance at the gruesome corpse before hastening to catch up. As Zhao Yunhe and his companions vanished from sight, 2 instructors entered the seemingly grim cafeteria. What on earth happened with that spider child? Wasn't it supposed to be H1 level entity? Did it flee in fright from Zhao Yunhe, Lin Chia, and Shun Qingzhu? How can we train new recruits under these circumstances? I dare say the training of the new recruits has borne fruit, for this spider child still possesses the innocence of youth, despite its elevated realm. Thankfully, we rendered the corpse convincingly realistic. Moreover, with our clever insertion of a morale booster among them, we would have faced utter defeat otherwise. One instructor remarked. The other instructor nudged his companion, pondering. Do you think Zhao Yunhe noticed something? That gaze he cast before leaving. After a moment's hesitation, the first instructor replied, perhaps not. If he had, he would surely have informed Shun Qingzhu. After all, concealing such information would not benefit him and could undermine their resolve. True enough. Nevertheless, they are quite competent, intelligent, courageous, and quick to act. Of course, with 2 divine agents and 1 high-risk individual. Each of them is capable of standing alone in battle. By the way, has the individual who fainted from fear of the spider been sent out? Yes, he's been dispatched. The one who remained demonstrated commendable acting skills and effectively lifted the atmosphere. Be sure to award him points. We have completed our tasks here. Shall we proceed to the 3rd building or the instructor's dormitory to indulge in some gossip? Let us head to the 3rd building. It's safer than the instructor's dormitory, where things can easily spiral out of control. Besides, with Instructor Yuan there, it would be unwise to attract undue attention. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhe, accompanied by only 2 individuals, made his way toward the instructor's dormitory, his mind racing with unease. Something felt amiss, though he could not articulate it. "Master He, what troubles you?" The 2 behind him inquired as they noticed his abrupt halt. "I sense something is off. You 2, go find Shun Qingzhu and relay my concerns," he instructed. "If there are no issues at the training grounds, instruct him to promptly come to the instructor's dormitory to find me. After that, the 2 of you may return to our dormitory to keep watch." Zhao Yunhe, sensing their hesitation, reiterated, "I can manage alone. You 2 should hurry." It was not that Zhao Yunhe was reluctant to summon Lin Xie, but rather he was aware of the unfolding narrative, for there awaited a Rubik's Cube in the girls' dormitory. As Zhao Yunhe parted ways with Shun Qingzhu and proceeded towards the instructor's dormitory, he felt his heartbeat intensify with each step until 3 minutes prior. 002, are you there? Please conduct a scan of the instructor's dormitory. Esteemed host, your devoted System 002 is at your service. The results of the scan are as follows. A mysterious entity, designated C, has been detected and is subject to elimination. The elimination was successful, and you are about to receive 1 valid life count. The system now owes you a balance of minus 496.50 valid life counts. Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, "What a setback." Chapter 72. Lu bumming Zhao Yunhe observed as the 2 figures receded into the distance and let out a long sigh. The realm of C was shrouded in mystery, and their audacity was indeed remarkable. However, he mused that the situation should not pose a significant challenge. With the arrival of Shun Qingzhu, the duo would likely have a substantial advantage against a C realm entity whose powers were suppressed. Thus, he resolved to scout the area first to coordinate effectively with Shun Qingzhu later. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yunhe quickened his pace, though a nagging feeling lingered within him that he had forgotten some crucial aspect of the unfolding narrative, the nature of which eluded his memory. In the monitoring room, several instructors watched as Zhao Yunhe made his way towards the instructor's dormitory. One of the younger instructors clicked his tongue, remarking that Zhao Yunhe's luck seemed to be rather poor today. He then shifted the surveillance to the still and silent female dormitory. Capturing the enigma of the Rubik's Cube had certainly required considerable effort from their superior, and its strength was not to be underestimated, no less formidable than that of the C-realm entity. Lin Xie, too, seemed to be suffering from a streak of bad fortune. "I still believe that the C-realm entity holds more power," one instructor asserted. "If the Rubik's Cube were to enter the C-realm, it would still be at a disadvantage. You simply do not comprehend. Do not speak so arrogantly. My understanding of the mysteries far surpasses yours," another instructor retorted. "Enough of this bickering. One pertains to physical spatial illusions, while the other relates to psychological ones. They are not comparable. Both deserve our attention," Instructor Hong interjected sternly, seated at the table with a grading sheet in hand. Nearby, Zhao Yunhe activated the Saint's Breath revival within the divine ruins, attuning himself to the life forces ebbing around him. Concealed in the shadows, he retrieved a pouch of red paper figurines from his ring. "Keep quiet and investigate inside. Report back to me on what you find. Be cautious. If anything seems amiss, retreat swiftly or conceal yourselves in the crevices. Understand?" Zhao Yunhe instructed the 100 chattering paper figures. "Understood. We will be quiet. Hide away." The 100 paper figures squeaked as they squeezed through the narrow gap of the closed dormitory door. However, Zhao Yunhe quickly realized that none of their words pertained to the tasks he had assigned, further tightening the knot of anxiety in his chest. From the shadows, Yuan Gang watched Zhao Yunhe's every move with satisfaction, nodding in approval of the boy's cautious demeanor. he had refrained from recklessly intruding. Yet after a couple of minutes, he observed Zhao Yunhe suddenly spring to his feet. Stealthily approaching the door, he produced a slender wire from his pocket and deftly manipulated the lock until it clicked open. I ought not to have praised him prematurely, Yuan Gang thought. Zhao Yunhe pushed the door open and entered, his eyes scanning the surroundings while he inwardly grumbled about the environment. It's not much different from ours. Wait, why do they have air conditioning in every dormitory? This decor seems familiar. The entire dormitory was eerily silent, and Zhao Yunhe could even hear the echo of his footsteps resonating within the space. Click, click, click. Having surveyed the first floor and found nothing amiss, Zhao Yunhe ascended the stairs to the second floor. He moved with a gentle slowness, as if wary of disturbing the hidden dangers around him. Ever since he set foot in this place, an unsettling feeling had enveloped him. Yunhe, hurry up. A voice, both strange and familiar, echoed above Zhao Yunhe. He abruptly looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. At the top of the stairs stood a boy clad in pink overalls, smiling and waving at him. Yunhe, come on, the ice cream shop next to our school has released a new flavor, blueberry. I heard they're offering a second discount of 50% today. Let us drop off our things and go try it, shall we? The boy's cheerful grin revealed a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, his voice brimming with vitality. Lu bumming? Lu bumming. Zhao Yunhe, as if possessed, dashed forward and embraced him tightly. Clearly taken aback by Zhao Yunhe's exuberant gesture, Lu bumming blinked in surprise. What has gotten into you? The cold-faced god that all the girls in our school talk about is acting strangely today. You scored first in our recent monthly exam. I should be the one losing my mind. Or are you worried that we won't have money for next year's tuition? The school awarded us scholarships. Didn't they? We should be fine. Lu bumming continued to chatter, but upon noticing Zhao Yunhe's silence, he sighed and pressed on. Are you feeling overwhelmed? Don't fret about the orphanage. The director called me yesterday to say that a wealthy benefactor is interested in investing in it. I told you, you usually wear all black, but today, I'll lend you my clothes. It must be the oppressive outfit that's weighing you down. Come on, let us go. Lu bumming grasped Zhao Yunhe's hand and led him toward the dormitory on the second floor. Zhao Yunhe felt an inexplicable sense of forgetting something crucial. He couldn't quite comprehend the impulse that had driven him to act so impulsively just moments before. Allowing Lu bumming to pull him upstairs, they reached the dormitory door. Upon gazing into the mirror, Zhao Yunhe noticed his own reflection, dressed in a slightly faded black shirt paired with black pants that barely concealed his ankles and scuffed shoes splattered with indelible dust. Yunhe, Lu bumming tossed his own shirt to him, a once pink garment now faded and a pair of light denim jeans with a few small tears at the hem. What are you thinking? Change quickly. This is my only outfit today, so please don't dirty it. Otherwise, I'll have nothing left to wear. Zhao Yunhe adeptly changed into Lu bumming's clothes, and the two set off toward the store. As they walked, Lu bumming chattered incessantly in his ear. What if we don't end up taking the college entrance exam together next year? No way. You must tutor me tonight. No, make that every night. Zhao Yunhe nodded, his face stoic. You better not complain. Watch out. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted, and Zhao Yunhe was knocked aside, witnessing Lu bumming being struck by a truck. His body flying through the air before crashing to the ground, bloodied and broken. Lu bumming. Zhao Yunhe's legs felt weak as he rushed to his friend's side, fumbling to retrieve his outdated phone. Hello, is this 120? On the other side of the emergency room corridor, Zhao Yunhe stood at the corner, listening to a gentle voice from his memories saying, Director Lien, what you say is quite something. Little Mion's heart could indeed be the blessing that saves young Master Lien. I have heard that the eldest young master's eyesight is not in the best condition. Perhaps his cornea could be of use. Let's not speak so. Accidents are unforeseen by anyone. What if this child survives? The sound of a man, steeped in sorrow, echoed. Suddenly, the lights flickered off, and a doctor clad in surgical attire emerged. Congratulations, you have saved the child's life. What happens next will depend on the recovery process. Chapter 73. Illusion at the Entrance. The expressions of the two individuals, who had initially worn smiles, suddenly froze. Ultimately, it was the man who regained his composure, patting the woman gently on the shoulder. This child is remarkably resilient, truly wonderful. Congratulations. I sincerely hope he recovers fully. Director Lien, I certainly wish for his swift recovery, but you have no idea how frail he has been since childhood. Lu Buming? Zhao Yunhe seemed to hear a sound and walked to the bedside. Yunhe, where am I? Lu Buming attempted to sit up, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. He gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. A bed occupied nearly half the room, leaving just enough space for one person to stand beside it. The window next to the bed was wide open, devoid of any screens. This will be our home from now on. Zhao Yunhe helped Lu Buming to sit up, allowing him to lean against him. Now that you've awakened, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. What about Director Mama? I've sustained such severe injuries this time. Why hasn't she come to see me? Lu Buming inquired. Aren't you supposed to be in school today? Isn't the final exam approaching? I'll go prepare the meal. Zhao Yunhe replied curtly, gently placing Lu Buming back on the bed, disregarding his queries as he vanished from the dilapidated room. When Zhao Yunhe returned with a dark, unidentifiable dish, he found Lu Buming silently weeping on the bed. What's the matter? Yunhe, my entire body aches terribly. Am I dying? Is that why the hospital said I should go home to enjoy a few days? Lu Buming's tears fell in large droplets. Zhao Yunhe wiped his tears and said, What foolishness are you speaking? You'll be fine. Now eat. Can I eat what you made? Lu Buming jested as usual, though his voice was faint, as if nothing had happened at all. Zhao Yunhe remained silent, simply spooning a portion of the food to Lu Buming's lips. Suddenly, the worn wooden door was kicked open, and a swarm of men in black suits stormed in, encircling the two. The already cramped space became suffocating for Zhao Yunhe. Yunhe, Lu Buming clutched Zhao Yunhe's clothing tightly, looking at him helplessly. Who are they? Lu, our boss wishes to speak with you, said the foremost bodyguard clad in black. Lu Buming nodded and replied, Yunhe should come with me. Go to hell. Before the bodyguard could respond, Zhao Yunhe suddenly stood up, hurling the bowl of food into the face of the speaking bodyguard, and pulled Lu Buming through the window. With Lu Buming on his back, Zhao Yunhe dashed into the woods without hesitation. At that moment, Lu Buming realized something was amiss. They were targeting me. Yunhe, put me down. Do not speak. As the sky darkened, Zhao Yunhe panted heavily, his steps growing increasingly labored. Meanwhile, Lu Buming's voice grew ever fainter. Yunhe, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. No, no, with me by your side, you shall not perish. Our ice cream remains uneaten, does it not? Once we escape, we shall indulge in it. Zhao Yunhe gasped as he pushed aside the grass. Yunhe, what on earth is happening? After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yunhe recounted the situation in brief to Lu Buming. It is all right, you'll have me from now on. The cacophony of chaos drew nearer, and Lu Buming glanced back. Yunhe, please set me down. My demise could save another, and that is not without merit. Nonsense. I have struggled tirelessly to bring you out. Do you think I did so for you to embrace death? You must live, do you understand? Zhao Yunhe staggered forward, carrying Lu Buming through the rugged terrain. His breaths grew heavier, and his steps faltered. He lifted his gaze to the moon, hanging high in the sky, and finally collapsed. When Zhao Yunhe woke again, it was in a hospital. A middle-aged woman, adorned in resplendent attire, smiled warmly at him. You have finally awakened, dear child. She turned to a nearby nurse and instructed, please summon the doctor to examine him. After the doctor concluded his examination, Zhao Yunhe shifted his attention back to the woman. Excuse me, did you save me? Did you happen to see another boy, similar in size to me? Not at all. I was driving for leisure when I spotted you on the highway. It startled me, but thankfully you are unharmed. Zhao Yunhe's eyes dimmed momentarily, but within a heartbeat, they sparkled with renewed brightness. He flashed a broad smile, revealing a row of pearly whites, and expressed with gratitude, Thank you, sister, for rescuing me. I was abducted and somehow managed to escape. I truly appreciate your help. The middle-aged woman, overwhelmed by his repeated calls of sister, beamed with delight and patted Zhao Yunhe's shoulder. What are you saying, little brother? I am over 40. Well then, I shall assist you in finding your family. For now, you can stay with me. How's that sound? Zhao Yunhe was escorted by the woman to a splendid villa. She settled onto the sofa and gestured toward the staircase. Hurry up and see if you fancy any rooms on the second floor. Feel free to choose. Zhao Yunhe ascended the stairs slowly, still limping slightly after being brought out of the hospital. Yunhe, hurry up. Zhao Yunhe raised his head to see a boy clad in pink overalls standing at the top of the stairs. Bro. As Shen Qingzhu and a few others conducted a thorough search of the training grounds, two boys rushed in, panting heavily. He regarded them with a furrowed brow and inquired, "Weren't you with Zhao Yunhe? Why have you returned?" "Commander, he instructed us to complete the search of the training grounds and then hurry to the instructor's dormitory to find him. After which, he told us to return to the dormitory building," one of the boys explained. "All right, we will finish our search post-haste. I will join you shortly after. You two head back first." Shen Qingzhu nodded in agreement. "Very well, then, bro, we shall take our leave." After Shen Qingzhu thoroughly inspected the training grounds and confirmed its safety, he turned to the individuals behind him and said, "You may return now. I shall head to the instructor's dormitory for a brief visit." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Should Xie return before us, please inform him to join me as well." The training grounds were neither too distant nor too close to the instructor's dormitory. It took Shen Qingzhu over 20 minutes to arrive at the entrance, which stood wide open. In a nearby corner, 4 or 5 small red paper figures were chattering animatedly as they formed a circle. His pupils constricted sharply, and he felt a tightness clutching at his heart. He swiftly approached the group of little paper figures. "Where is Zhao Yunhe?" "Up the stairs, up the stairs." "How delightful, how delightful." The small paper figures, upon noticing Shen Qingzhu, displayed no fear. Instead, they scampered to his pant legs, chattering excitedly. Chapter 74. The Mirror Beast. Shen Qingzhu sensed an ominous presence, gripping the dagger tightly in his hand as he cautiously approached the instructor's dormitory. It seemed that Zhao Yunhe was entangled in some predicament. Maintaining composure was imperative, for if both of them fell victim, the consequences would be dire. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entirety of the instructor's quarters. The interior was no different from that of the student dormitories. As Shen Qingzhu traversed the eastern corridor, he reached the stairwell leading to the second floor. He pressed himself against the wall, each step taken with utmost care, when suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment, immobilizing him in place. What manner of mystery was this? Shen Qingzhu had undergone training in the forbidden realms of Nye, Tingyue, and Wangshao for nearly half a month, encountering countless entities, some beautiful, others grotesque, and some utterly bizarre, but he had never encountered anything like this. The creature bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Yunhe. Were it not for its body being covered in mirror-like ice shards, he would have believed it to be Zhao Yunhe himself. As if sensing Shen Qingzhu's arrival, the ice shards converged, launching towards him. Shen Qingzhu swiftly dodged. He caught sight of Zhao Yunhe, caught in an endless loop of ascending and descending the staircase. "Brother Shen?" The creature tilted its head upon seeing Shen Qingzhu, a familiar voice echoing in his ears. "Brother Shen, what brings you here?" "Do not speak to me," in his voice, Shen Qingzhu retorted, gripping his dagger as he charged forward. The creature grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. In its hand materialized a bow, an arrow identical to those wielded by Zhao Yunhe. It leapt back with great force, aiming an arrow at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu sidestepped just in time, but another arrow swiftly followed, accompanied by the creature charging towards him, bow drawn. This was a tactic Zhao Yunhe often employed, rapidly unleashing a flurry of arrows before closing in for a melee assault to dispatch his foes. Shen Qingzhu was well aware of this strategy. He evaded to the side, only to find sharp ice shards grazing him on both sides. The fabric of his training uniform tore, bright crimson blood flowing from the wound. "Brother Shen, I am not limited to archery." The creature winked at him. The walls, akin to soil, sprouted sharp ice spikes, advancing towards Shen Qingzhu at an alarming speed. Shen Qingzhu transformed his dagger into the starry blade. With a swift stroke, he severed the advancing ice spikes by half. Seizing the opportunity to burst forth, the starry blade aimed at the creature's chest, blood splattering onto the ground. The creature appeared taken aback by Shen Qingzhu's unexpected breakout. It gazed at the diagonal gash across its shoulder to waist, erupting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You dare to kill me? It taunted, pointing at Shun Qingzhu. As you wish. Shun Qingzhu raised his blade, poised to strike the creature's head, but it suddenly interjected, even if you kill me, I will not be able to survive. The creature gestured towards Zhao Yunhe, who was still trapped in the stairwell. Only then did Shun Qingzhu's gaze refocus on him. Zhao Yunhe ascended the stairs step by step, just as Shun Qingzhu had observed moments ago, before descending once more. The only distinction was that with each step he took, a drop of fresh blood oozed from the hem of his garment. Drip! Another droplet of blood cascaded from the edge of Zhao Yunhe's attire onto the staircase. Yet he seemed oblivious to this, continuing his repetitive ascent and descent. You hesitated. It is my turn to strike. The mysterious figure, brandishing a bow and arrow, effortlessly pierced Shun Qingzhu's left shoulder, followed by a forceful kick to his abdomen. If I am wounded, he shall be wounded too. After all, I am the reflection of him in the mirror. The mysterious assailant did not hold back. Shun Qingzhu was propelled backward, landing against the icy spikes he had just severed, leaving him unable to adjust his posture, resigned to the inevitability of injury. However, in the next instant, he felt as if he were caught by someone. A dazzling, multicolored light enveloped him. Bone goodness! Shun Qingzhu, you weigh a ton. Zhao Yunhe's voice rang in Shun Qingzhu's ears, and he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw Zhao Yunhe with his mouth agape, having taken a vigorous bite out of his shoulder. Get up quickly. You're crushing me. You. Shun Qingzhu scrambled to his feet, glancing at Zhao Yunhe, whose garments still dripped with blood. Support me. I think I pulled a muscle in my back. Zhao Yunhe extended his hand towards Shun Qingzhu, indicating for him to assist in raising him. Such a crude illusion cannot bind me. Very well. Zhao Yunhe stood, licking his lips, and raised a middle finger at the mysterious figure across from them, shouting, You fool. Shun Qingzhu's gaze shifted once more to the mysterious entity, which bore no resemblance to Zhao Yunhe. It appeared as though it had been stitched together from various parts, with 6 or 7 heads, each adorned with over 20 eyes. The grotesque mouths sprouted in the most unexpected places, while its otherwise normal torso was equipped with 8 arms and 20 legs, with mirror-like ice shards reflecting the grotesque anatomy. So, you mistook this hideous creature for me? Zhao Yunhe glared at Shun Qingzhu, his teeth gritted. Is this how you perceive me? Indeed. Shun Qingzhu chuckled softly and nodded, charging towards the mysterious figure. Observing Shun Qingzhu's retreating figure, Zhao Yunhe quietly murmured, Just wait, before drawing his bowstring taut, coordinating with Shun Qingzhu to attract the attention of the enigmatic foe. In a monitoring room, how did he manage to escape the illusion? This is the Realm's mysterious forbidden sequence 169, Soul Imprint, which, once ensnared in its grasp, compels one to confront the most daunting truths hidden deep within. In this cycle, one is forced to relive their struggles repeatedly, warping their worldview, leading them into gradual madness amidst pain and despair. Simultaneously, they assume the likeness of those controlled by the Forbidden Realm, acquiring some of their abilities. And any harm inflicted upon them results in double the damage to the individual they mimic. The instructor gazed in astonishment at the screen, where Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exhibited remarkable synergy. It is nearly an impossible feat. What? Impossible? That lad is an agent of the divine. Is it not quite ordinary for him to conjure miracles? Su Chang patted the man on the shoulder. The enigmatic entity of the realm itself does not possess great strength. It merely wields the power of the forbidden abyss. Once that abyss is shattered, its original form and might are reverted to their nascent state. This battle has lost its allure. However, one cannot be too certain, for after all, it is the realm, remarked Instructor Hong with disapproval. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a temperamental mirror beast. Chapter 75. The Success of the K-Head. Being irritable proves futile. This enigma is not adept in combat. Moreover, it has just recently transcended to the sea realm of abilities and is now under suppression. As long as the two of them are not controlled and slain, it remains relatively effortless. The day before the surveillance, the usually taciturn instructor finally spoke. It is merely a matter of early or late, of ease or difficulty. From the moment Zhao Yunhe broke through the illusion, he had already secured a perfect score. As for Shen Qingzhu's evaluation, that remains to be seen. In the instructor's dormitory, the mysterious entity summoned a myriad of crystalline shards, forming a series of fragmented ice mirrors that encircled him in a 360-degree shield, deflecting all attacks from Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu. Enveloped in the ice mirrors, he was nearly impeccable. Shen Qingzhu observed the frost coalescing around the mysterious being. With a swift motion, she raised her right hand, igniting sparks between her rings. Boom! The ice surface shattered under the onslaught of searing heat, melting away. Shen Qingzhu positioned herself beside Zhao Yunhe, dismissing the notion of engaging in weaponry play. Indeed, Zhao Yunhe concurred, a faint green glow emanating from him. Amidst the flames, a pained, almost inaudible cry from the mysterious entity pierced the air. Wah! I want to go home. This place is no fun at all. I will never run away from home again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhe and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances. Zhao Yunhe scratched his head. Isn't 002 supposed to say this is a malevolent mystery of the sea realm? Is this it? As the smoke dissipated, they beheld the mysterious figure's bizarre form transform into a stunningly beautiful woman, with one side of her hair black and the other white, adorned in a white cotton skirt that accentuated her curves. The woman knelt on the ground, lifting her gaze with an air of pitiful vulnerability towards Shen Qingzhu. Please, spare me. I was captured by them as well. I do not wish to do harm. I beg of you. Shen Qingzhu, almost as if possessed, inexplicably sheathed her starry blade. Observing from the shadows, Yuan Gang clicked his tongue at Shen Qingzhu's action. Indeed, youth still holds sway over heroes when confronted with beauty. However, this woman conjured by the mirror beast bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yunhe. In a monitoring room, an instructor squinted at the screen. Strangely enough, if Zhao Yunhe were a girl, she might indeed resemble this one. She is truly beautiful. Had I encountered her in battle years ago, I would have surely shown mercy. Nonsense. What you call mercy is merely lust, Su Cheng retorted, playfully swatting the instructor's head. Shen Qingzhu cannot bear to harm her. What a load of rubbish. At the moment Shen Qingzhu returned the starry knife, the mysterious entity's eyes lit up as if relieved, smiling at her. Yet in the blink of an eye, a pair of daggers appeared in Shen Qingzhu's hands. With astonishing speed, she lunged at the mysterious being, one dagger plunging into its chest. The mysterious entity was taken aback, unable to evade in time. A faint purple light shattered upon the ground, glimmering within the unmelted ice mirrors, as Shen Qingzhu suddenly stood still, motionless. The enigmatic figure finally rose, extracting a dagger and discarding it on the ground. Clutching the wound on his chest, he gazed at Zhao Yunhe with a smile, exclaiming, "Humans truly lack compassion." As he spoke, his appearance transformed into that of Shen Qingzhu. Now, it is your turn to make a choice. Just moments ago, I hesitated to harm you. He lifted Shen Qingzhu's chin with one hand, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Yunhe. How about this? Tell me how you shattered my illusion, and if I am in a good mood, I might let you both go. Otherwise, the mysterious being leaned down to retrieve the dagger, viciously stabbing it into his own shoulder. If I perish, he shall not survive either. Zhao Yunhe observed the blood trickling down Shen Qingzhu's shoulder and began, "It's quite simple, really. I rarely look in mirrors, but there was one by the entrance." Is it truly that simple? The mysterious figure, now bearing Shen Qingzhu's visage, furrowed his brow, contemplating the veracity of Zhao Yunhe's words. Indeed, it is that simple, Zhao Yunhe affirmed with a nod, his peripheral vision catching sight of a cluster of small paper figures lurking against the wall by the door. Fool! Zhao Yunhe muttered under his breath, realizing the mysterious being was genuinely pondering the situation. Drawing back his longbow, he released 3 arrows simultaneously toward the enigmatic figure. At that moment, the cluster of paper figures seemed to receive a command, unleashing a piercing alarm throughout the dormitory building. A cacophony of sounds filled the ears of the mysterious being, who felt as though his eardrums might burst. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yunhe pulled Shen Qingzhu closer. observing his vacant expression, and delivered a sharp slap. The crisp sound resonated within the dormitory. Noticing Shun Qingzhu's lack of response, Zhao Yunhe raised his hand again, delivering another slap while admonishing him. Such a rudimentary form of mental control should not be able to keep you subdued. Wake up and get to work. Do not remain idle. Finally, just as Zhao Yunhe was about to deliver a sixth slap, his wrist was grasped firmly. Shun Qingzhu pressed his face against Zhao Yunhe's hand, gently imploring, "Sister." Zhao Yunhe blinked in confusion, beginning to comprehend the meaning behind each of Shun Qingzhu's words. He gazed at the individual, placing his face against his hand, looking pitifully up at him, and after a moment's pause, uttered, "Huh? I have searched for you for so long, sister. Did you not say you would marry me when we grew up?" Shun Qingzhu wrapped his arms around the still-stunned Zhao Yunhe, resting his chin on his shoulder. "I have written 114 love letters, but when I came to find you that day, you were not there." Zhao Yunhe replied, "No? Is that right, brother?" Before Zhao Yunhe could fully process Shun Qingzhu's words, Shun Qingzhu suddenly pushed him away, pointing at the mysterious figure and demanding, "Who is he? Sister, is it because of him that you no longer want me?" Zhao Yunhe could only respond with a bewildered expression. As Shun Qingzhu charged toward the mysterious being, brandishing the star blade, the tension escalated. Zhao Yunhe gazed at the enigmatic entity before him, whose visage was half that of Shun Qingzhu and half a mysterious being adorned with numerous eyes and heads. In that moment, he pondered whether a strike would harm Shun Qingzhu. The starry blade severed the mysterious right arm, and, astonishingly, the entity found itself at a disadvantage under Shun Qingzhu's fierce onslaught. Observing Shun Qingzhu, who appeared unfazed and glancing at the nearly vanquished mystery, Zhao Yunhe's anxieties dissipated. He steadied his grip on the bow and unleashed an arrow with precision, aiming for the throat. A successful strike. He recalled that he still owed the system 497 valid kills. However, it was but one head, and surely Shun Qingzhu would not mind. Shun Qingzhu, witnessing the mysterious figure collapse with an arrow through its throat, turned to Zhao Yunhe, who remained in a bow-drawn stance, cast the starry blade to the ground, and lunged toward him. Sister. Chapter 76. The drill concludes in the shadows. Yuan Gang observed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, entwined together, uncertain whether to intervene at that moment. He shifted his gaze elsewhere and spotted Lin Chia, Bailey Pangpang, and Chao Yuan, who had only recently arrived, their eyes wandering but not directed toward Zhao and Shun. Zhao Yunhe had already sensed the fluctuations of vitality emanating from the surrounding humans, contemplating how to mitigate Shun Qingzhu's current state and prevent her from harboring thoughts of detonating the training camp upon regaining consciousness. He devised countless strategies before decisively administering a swift chop, causing Shun Qingzhu to collapse against him. Half supporting, half embracing Shun Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe turned to the trio and called out, "Hurry over. Shun Qingzhu has fainted." Bailey Pangpang, standing beside Lin Chia and Chao Yuan, scratched his head in confusion. "Wait, Yunhe, did you just, Chia?" Lin Chia quickly covered Bailey Pongpong's mouth, while Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, adopting an expression of feigned ignorance. "Bailey Pangpang, if you wish to see the sun rise tomorrow, it would be wise to remain silent," Lin Chia whispered into his ear. Upon receiving a nod of understanding, he released his hand. Bailey Pangpang gazed at Zhao Yunhe, who still wore a cheerful smile, revealing a perfect set of white teeth, and felt a chill run down his spine. He dashed toward Zhao Yunhe, exclaiming, "Brother Yunhe, has the mystery on your side been resolved? What happened to the brother who got exhausted?" "Just fainted from fatigue. It's nothing serious," Zhao Yunhe replied with a smile. "What about you all? You have no idea how impressive it was when Chao Yuan and I cornered that spider." Bailey Pangpang eagerly recounted. "When I awoke, I saw my soul floating in the air." Observing the jovial banter among the group, Yuan Gang stepped forward and announced, "Congratulations, Carnival Day has officially concluded." As his words resonated, a loud whistle signaled assembly. The group looked towards Yuan Gang, who waved them over while also receiving the unconscious Shun Qingzhu into his care. "Go ahead, I will join you shortly." With Yuan Gang's assurance, they hurried towards the training grounds. As they departed, Lin Xie cast a regretful glance at the fallen Sirelm entity, lamenting the loss of a mysterious piece, aside from the arm dragged out by Molly. Training grounds. The instructor's dormitory was not in close proximity to the training grounds, and by the time they arrived, the field was already filled with the newly awakened recruits. Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei rushed over upon seeing Zhao Yunhe approach. Noticing the absence of Shun Qingzhu, "Brother He, where's the leader? Didn't he return with you? I heard they said you sent the leader to find you." "Yes, fine. He merely exhausted his mental energy and has fainted. Instructor Yuan has taken him down for treatment," Zhao Yunhe explained with a reassuring smile to the visibly anxious trio. "All right, it's time to regroup. The instructors are likely to announce something shortly." The synchronized sound of footsteps resonated on the training ground as the instructors took to the stage. Facing the evening breeze, the recruits, having trained for nearly a year, instinctively straightened their posture and directed their gaze towards the platform upon witnessing the spectacle. Yuan Gang surveyed the crowd below, a faint smile gracing his lips as he announced, "Congratulations, the Carnival Day exercise has officially concluded." He was aware of their concerns regarding those who had perished during the drill. However, he reassured them that there was no imminent danger to their lives, as they were now safely in the medical room, and after dismissal, they would be free to visit them. Upon hearing this, many female recruits began to weep softly. Having witnessed the sacrifice of numerous comrades, their beloved sisters with whom they had shared countless days and nights. After awakening, they noticed an unusual atmosphere in their dormitory, leaving them no time to strategize or adjust their rhythm. Consequently, many comrades had fallen before their eyes until they later realized, upon connecting with the male recruits, that it was merely an exercise. Yuan Gang looked down at the recruits, each displaying a myriad of emotions, and spoke gently. "It has been a long time since I have witnessed such an extraordinary carnival day. Your performances were commendable. While you battled the unknown, all the instructors were monitoring from the other side, assessing your actions. The results will be posted by noon tomorrow. Lastly, thank you for your hard work. All classes for today and tomorrow are canceled. You are dismissed." The recruits erupted in cheers at Yuan Gang's words, ecstatic at the prospect of a short holiday. As they jubilantly dispersed, Lin Xie blended into the crowd, casually conversing with Zhao Yunhe and Bailey Pang Pang. "Brother Yunhe, do you need us to accompany you to see the cool guy? If you wish to go, then by all means." Lin Xie inquired, "What was that mysterious ability you encountered?" It was somewhat akin to mental manipulation. The forbidden abyss held some power, albeit limited. Once you break free from his control, his strength is rather mediocre, Zhao Yunhe replied nonchalantly. "By the way, what about you?" Lin Xie began, only to be interrupted. "Hand over the remains of the Cuban spider, Lin Xie." Yuan Gang had appeared behind them, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xie, insisting that all mysterious corpses from the exercise be recovered. "Instructor Yuan," the cube dissipated into sand after being defeated. As for the spider, it was vanquished by Pang Pang and Chao Yuan. "I never laid eyes on its remains," Lin Xie replied innocently, blinking at Yuan Gang. Observing Lin Xie's earnest expression and the befuddlement of Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, Yuan Gang sighed and conceded, "If that is the case, so be it." The group proceeded to the medical room, searching in vain for Shun Qingzhu. After inquiring, they learned that Instructor Yuan had instructed Su Chang to escort Shun Qingzhu to the medical room, where medical staff had simply bandaged his wounds before Su Chang returned him to the recruit dormitory. After a considerable detour, the group finally returned to the new recruit's dormitory. Zhao Yunhe pushed open the door and beheld Shun Qingzhu lying on the bed with a furrowed brow, his body swathed in medical bandages. He glanced at the lush tree by the dormitory window and felt an unsettling sensation. His gaze then shifted to Bailey Pang Pang. "Bong Bong, how do you perceive Shun Qingzhu's treatment of you?" In that moment, Bailey Pong Pong's mind, dormant for an entire year at the training camp, suddenly sparked to life. He quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Yunhe, since Brother Zhao is still unconscious, I, along with Qi Yi and Chao Yuan, shall refrain from intruding upon you too. We will fetch meals from the cafeteria for you." With that, Bailey Pang Pang took hold of Lin Qi Yi and Chao Yuan, turning on his heels to depart. He had witnessed Zhao Yunhe wield the power of the divine ruins, causing once thriving plants to wither in mere seconds. He decided to let the massive tree beside their dormitory window experience this phenomenon instead, choosing to abstain from it himself. Chapter 77. Results once the others had departed. Zhao Yunhe took a seat beside Shen Qingzhu. In an impulsive moment, he playfully poked Shen Qingzhu's forehead with his middle finger. Indeed, he felt remorse for having forcibly pulled Shen from the realm of illusion. As a form of compensation, he decided that this incident would remain unspoken. The dormitory was eerily quiet, save for the great tree outside, which visibly withered at an alarming pace. Meanwhile, in the instructor's conference room, a spirited discussion had devolved into a heated argument across the table. I cannot concur. 18 points is excessive. The total score is merely 20. Bailey Tumming merely utilized the power of forbidden artifacts to breach the spider child's web. Subsequently, when he and Zhao Yuan, alongside the others, collaborated to vanquish the spider child, the large-scale destructive artifacts they employed even inadvertently harmed several individuals. Furthermore, it was Lin Jie who ultimately delivered the finishing blow to the spider child. 18 points is far too high, yet without Bailey Tumming, the over 100 new recruits would have remained unconscious and could not have possibly inflicted significant damage upon the spider child. 17 points is the maximum allowed. By your reasoning, Zhao Yuan's 17 points are also inflated. After he and Bailey Tumming jointly wounded the spider child, he merely assisted in holding off the hunter, using brute force. Enough of your nonsense. You sound like a skunk regurgitating nonsense. I feel that even 17 points for him is too generous. Could you have managed to drag a river realm entity while in pool realm? I suspect you must have something lodged in your throat. If not for the loud commotion he caused, the hunter would have been easily dealt with. How could you overlook such a glaring weakness? Had it not been for Lin Jie's timely intervention, Zhao Yuan would have been out of the game. Upon further analysis, I believe we ought to deduct another point. 17 points it is, with Shen Qingzhu receiving 18 points. Do any of you have objections? Instructor Hong's voice resonated through the room, plunging the conference into a profound silence. Logically, Shen Qingzhu's 18 points were already commendable among the group. However, he and Zhao Yunhe had jointly felled a formidable entity from the Su realm. I have an objection. Su Cheng, appearing rather unreliable with a scoring sheet in one hand and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, raised his hand loudly. Even though he was briefly subdued at the end, his performance throughout was nearly flawless and can even be described as calm and strategic. 1 point should be deducted, resulting in a score of 19. Instructor Hong, where did that 1 point go? Impulsive actions and a volatile temperament warrant a deduction of 1 point as a matter of course. Su Cheng extinguished his cigarette, nudging Lu Ning beside him. I recall that he was docked half a point. Isn't that right, Lu Ning? Lu Ning nodded obediently. Su Cheng turned back to Instructor Hong, his tone laden with implication as he enunciated each word carefully. Instructor Hong, you wouldn't be suggesting. Shen Qingzhu receives 18.5. Instructor Hong interrupted Su Cheng's train of thought with a loud proclamation. Su Cheng recognized that Instructor Hong had relented. The atmosphere, once reminiscent of a rogue, softened as a smile graced his face, and he addressed Instructor Hong with utmost respect. Indeed, our esteemed Instructor Hong is just and impartial. I hold you in high regard, and later, I shall treat you to a meal at the cafeteria. As for Wenxian's score, it seems rather inflated. After all, she did not directly engage in combat. Is 17 points truly justified? The circumstances in the female dormitory differ significantly from those outside. Had it not been for her presence, the female dormitory could have faced utter annihilation. And let us not forget the counterattack against the hunting sound. Her role was pivotal in maintaining control of the situation within the dormitory. Had her skills in battle been more proficient, I would argue that an 18-point score would be warranted. And what Molly's 16 points? That seems rather low, considering she was instrumental in vanquishing the hunting sound. If Wenxian is the brain of their team, then Molly undoubtedly serves as the backbone of the female contingent. To assign her merely 16 points seems an injustice. Perhaps 17 would be more fitting. Furthermore, regarding the new recruit we placed among the boys to invigorate the atmosphere, I perceive potential for him as an undercover agent. A score of 14 is far too meager. 16 points would be more appropriate. In the adjacent room of the conference space, Yuan Gang had two evaluation sheets before him, one for Zhao Yunhe and the other for Lin Xie. Their scores were causing him some distress. Instructor Hong entered, holding a stack of evaluation forms. The scores from the higher-ups have generally been agreed upon, yet we hesitate to make decisions regarding Zhao Yunhe and Lin Xie, he stated. Yuan Gang lifted his gaze, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Why hesitate? Please, share your thoughts. Instructor Hong took a deep breath and began. Lin Xie's performance in this exercise was nothing short of exemplary. He deduced the reason for everyone's slumber from subtle clues, and was the first to discover the hiding place of the spider child in the cafeteria, thus averting a collective ambush. In the female dormitory, he accurately assessed the hunting sound's killing mechanism after a single encounter, and discerned the patterns of the cube's lethal tactics through a few spatial displacements. With his individual prowess, he successfully eliminated both the cube and the spider child, enigmatic entities of the Chuan realm. Moreover, he appears to be the only one able to see through the disguises. According to the scoring criteria, Lin Xie is undoubtedly deserving of a perfect score. However, a precedent exists in past carnival days where no participant has ever achieved full marks. I propose a score of 19. Yuan Gang pondered, tapping the table before concluding. He missed the target, hence the deduction of 1 point for shooting. By the way, isn't Su Cheng his shooting instructor? Be sure to deduct 100 from his salary. Just as he stood at the threshold, intending to report on the condition of the injured recruit, Su Cheng felt a pang of frustration. Yuan Gang, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemed to have anticipated Su Cheng's arrival. Come in, he beckoned. Upon receiving the command, Su Cheng entered, dramatically addressing Yuan Gang. Sir, you cannot treat me this way. I trained Lin Xie. Though I may not have contributed significantly, my efforts were not in vain. Heaven knows his shooting talent is not merely zero. It is in fact negative. That represents $100 in salary. You are aware that I have come from a humble background since childhood. Yuan Gang glanced at him helplessly and remarked that he would not deduct points. He then proceeded to explain to Instructor Hong that an additional point might lead to excessive pride. For a tree that stands out in the forest is susceptible to the winds. Nothing is absolutely perfect, and an overly smooth journey may not contribute positively to his growth. Moreover, he still owed me 2 mysterious corpses. One must pay a price for everything. Yuan Gang contemplated silently before shifting his gaze to Su Cheng. Since you're here, do share your thoughts on Zhao Yunhe. A full score indeed. I believe this young man performed exceptionally well this time. He truly lives up to being my disciple. Su Cheng's response was succinct, devoid of any impartiality, infused solely with personal sentiment. Yuan Gang rapped the table lightly and then whispered, I would estimate he deserves about 19 points. Why was there a deduction of 1 point? Zhao Yunhe performed admirably. He quickly noticed the oddities within the student dormitory and summoned individuals to conduct a brief investigation of the entire training camp, being the first to discover the situation in Building 3. Alongside Lin Xie, he accurately deduced the cause of the other occupant's slumber and, under Lin Xie's unarmed state, shot an arrow with precision, assisting Shun Qingzhu in wounding the spider child. Later, within the instructor's dormitory, he single-handedly dispelled the mysterious illusion of the Sea Realm and, in collaboration with Shun Qingzhu, managed to slay it. Such actions undeniably warrant a perfect score. Furthermore, I observed that Zhao Yunhe was quicker to realize that this was a drill than Lin Xie. Let us not forget that his divine ruins can sense life forces. Our disguises were utterly ineffective against his scrutiny. Even when Shun Qingzhu was under control, he forcibly awakened him, resulting in Shun Qingzhu experiencing a blend of illusion and reality in his mind, hence the deduction of 1 point. Yuan Gang concluded. Very well, it is settled then. Instructor Hong, please tally the scores and post them on the bulletin board by tomorrow noon. Chapter 78. Misunderstanding. Zhao Yunhe opened his eyes to find Shun Qingzhu standing beside him, gazing down with a fierceness that was only slightly softened by concern. He felt not only the ache in his back and waist, but also a chill of fright coursing through him. Last night, He had been engrossed in professional texts on the Forbidden Ruins and had inadvertently fallen asleep at his desk. The text warned that if one were to forcibly unravel the soul seal, the transition period would likely extend beyond 24 hours. Calculating the time, he deduced that Shun Qingzhu would be unable to see anyone for the day. What a calamity! With a deep sigh, Zhao Yunhe supported his waist with one hand while massaging his slightly stiff backside with the other, making his way toward the bed step by step. Bang, Zhao Yunhe, your results are out. You scored 19 points. The top scorer, Zhuangge, got 18. 5, and I initially thought I was mistaken when I saw the 0. 5 in the grading. Quickly guess what rank I came in. Bai Li Pang exclaimed as he burst through the door, his tone brimming with excitement. Only after finishing did he glance at Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. At that moment, Zhao Yunhe was supporting his waist with one hand and clutching his backside with the other, while Shun Qingzhu was closely following behind him. Bai Li Pang's eyes widened in astonishment. You both. The atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. Shun Qingzhu cast a glance at Bai Li Pang, then swiftly scooped up the still-dazed Zhao Yunhe and placed him on the bed, stating firmly, "He needs to rest now. Please step outside." Bai Li Pang blinka, his gaze flickering between the two. Yunhe, you too. After a long moment of contemplation, Bai Li Pang found himself at a loss for words. Despite having witnessed many significant scenes before, even playing games with the maids at home, this was different. He mechanically turned and hurried out, closing the door behind him. Upon exiting, Bai Li Pang encountered Linjiang approaching. Linjiang looked at Bai Li Pang, whose expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Pang, didn't you go to find Yunhe and Zhuangge?" With a deep sigh, Bai Li Pang gazed up at the ceiling of the dormitory at a 45-degree angle, his face tinged with a hint of sadness. "Chia, I never imagined that Yunhe would be this kind of person. Zhuangge isn't even an adult yet. And Zhuangge, he is so intense." Linjiang found Bai Li Pang's words rather perplexing. He felt as though he couldn't quite grasp the situation. When he attempted to push the door open, Bai Li Pang grasped his wrist. "Chia, let's not disturb them right now. They need some time to think. Let us go find Xiao Zhe and the others." Linjiang. Inside, Zhao Yunhe felt overwhelmed. Bai Li Pang had clearly misunderstood the situation. He glanced at Shun Qingzhu, whose eyes were filled with grievance. Though he wanted to scold him, the words wouldn't come out. Ultimately, he decided to ignore Shun Qingzhu for the day, shifting into a comfortable position on the bed and burying his head as he drifted into sleep. As the sound of Shun Qingzhu's footsteps receded within the room, Zhao Yunhe lifted his gaze to find Shun Qingzhu's hand poised on the doorknob, his heart racing with alarm. "Shun Qingzhu, what are you planning to do?" "Nothing much," Shun Qingzhu replied, a hint of petulance lacing his voice. "Since my sister does not wish to see me, I shall take my leave." Zhao Yunhe, perplexed, thought to himself, "Isn't it obvious that you are revealing your true self while lost in this illusion?" To prevent Shun Qingzhu from harboring any murderous thoughts upon regaining his senses, he hastily tumbled off the bed and grasped Shun Qingzhu's arm. "I did not wish to avoid you. Well, I need to use the restroom." At that moment, Zhao Yunhe felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Shun Qingzhu. He had just noticed the upward curl of Shun Qingzhu's lips, realizing it had all been a ruse. "Get lost." He shook off Shun Qingzhu's grip, storming toward the bed, only to be enveloped from behind. "Zhao Yunhe, please do not vanish without a word in the future. I cannot bear it. When did you regain your senses?" "Your acting was quite convincing," Zhao Yunhe inquired, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. When Bailey Fatty opened the door, Shun Qingzhu replied, releasing his embrace. "So, how about it, Master He? Was my performance satisfactory?" Leave. Zhao Yunhe waved him off. "You slander me, yet expect compliments. Go attend to your business." Under the luminous moon and flickering fireflies, the cool evening breeze caressed the faces of Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. Leaning against a tree, Zhao Yunhe gazed up at the starry sky, while Shun Qingzhu, head bowed, held a cigarette between his lips. The two stood in silence, neither uttering a word. "Tomorrow." They both began simultaneously, locking eyes and falling into silence once more, until Zhao Yunhe burst into laughter. I'm off, going back to play games, Shun Qingzhu. All right, within the borders of Great Xia, a woman draped in a golden cloak clutched 2 documents, her brow furrowed in frustration. Why can't both of them join our squad? They are both divine agents and bear the star emblem. I desire them both. Captain, wake up. I doubt either of them will join our team. Do not forget that our squad is already at full capacity, said a bespectacled man standing beside her, his demeanor refined and handsome. Then, as if struck by inspiration, the woman's eyes brightened, her gaze shifting to the man and the remaining members. Why don't we bring another member from our team out? I could incapacitate both of you and then apply for personnel shortage. Isn't Zhao Yunhe from the Divine Ruins a healer? Once he arrives, he can continue both. Man, remaining squad members, winky face. In Huaihai City, within a quaint villa, the members of the masked squad gathered around a table, chatting and laughing, as Tianping approached with a stack of documents. Captain, the rankings for this batch of recruits have been released. Wang Mian gazed at him and inquired, who secured the first place, Zhao Yunhe or Lin Xie? The first place is Zhao Yunhe, with a total score of 97, having earned 2 stellar emblems, Tianping replied. The second place is Lin Xie, with a total score of 95, having received 1 stellar emblem. Upon hearing their scores, Wang Mian let out a deep sigh. Fortunately, Lin Xie's score matched his own from that time. Otherwise, he would have been quite embarrassed. As for that Zhao Yunhe, is he some kind of prodigy? Is he truly extraordinary? Suddenly, Xinghen, seated at the table and chewing on a skewer of lamb, interjected. As he spoke, he dramatically leaned on a Tanchong's shoulder, lamenting with exaggerated flair. 97 points? Is he out his mind? Were we not supposed to be delicate little support characters together? He has betrayed our support alliance. Chapter 79. The transfer order. Where is that reckless lad who plays with fire? What was his score? Wasn't he rather arrogant back then? Vortex suddenly inquired. 94. 5 points. Just 0. 5 points lower than Lin Xie. Placing him third, Yuegue replied while standing and glancing at the score sheet in Tianping's hands. He scored a full 4. 5 points higher than you did at the time. I've calculated it for you. No need for thanks. Vortex, 0. 5 points? Where did that 0. 5 points come from? Has there ever been a 0. 5 point in training evaluations? Vortex questioned. I heard that during Carnival Day, this lad flipped off the camera halfway, Tianping answered. That should warrant a deduction of 1 point, Vortex remarked. There's a significant difference between an extra 4 points and 4. 5 points. You're missing the point, Vortex. Didn't Tianping just say it was halfway? Do you understand what halfway means? No wonder you only scored 42 in your cultural studies. Do you want to fight, Yuegue? Come at me. I'm not afraid. Let us see if you can catch me. Tianping observed the tension between the two at the dining table and turned to Wang Mian. Should we request a transfer for one of them from above? What do you think about Lin Xie and Zhao Yunhe? Tianping secretly favored Zhao Yunhe, considering that if the captain were to utilize the time abyss in the future, having Zhao Yunhe as support would significantly mitigate the effects of time backlash on Wang Mian. Captain, Lin Xie might not be suitable. After all, he is a dual deity agent, and many squads would be eager to recruit him. However, Yunhe has a good relationship with us. If he joins along with Qingzhu, our team would be perfectly filled. Plus, we have a strong assassin and a range support. This configuration is undoubtedly elite. As Xinghen spoke, he reached for his phone. Let me ask them if they're willing to come. If they agree, we can apply for the transfer. Just the day before yesterday, I asked him, and he said if the higher-ups assigned him, he would come. Xinghen typed swiftly. Before Wang Mian could intervene, the message was sent. Zhao Yunhe, who had just finished a draw in a game with Qingzhu, smiled upon seeing the message. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Qingzhu's gaming skills had improved, and it seemed they wouldn't have to part ways after all. What's up, Qingzhu? Zhao Yunhe asked, his tone light as he noticed Qingzhu's puzzled expression. He had just managed to slip away for a minute and a half. It was unlikely that Zhao Yunhe would challenge him again after the offline match. Nothing. I'm just happy. Not playing anymore. Want to go shoot some guns? Zhao Yunhe smiled, his fingers flying across the screen of his phone as he stood up. Are you coming? Of course. On the other side, Xinghen observed Zhao Yunhe's reply and handed his phone to Wang Mian. Captain, they both agreed. Let us swiftly apply for the transfer up top. Even if the higher-ups approve, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu won't be with our team for long. Wang Mian shook his head. Such extraordinary talents, along with Lin Qie, won't be allowed to belong to any single squad. The 5th Special Team has already begun its covert establishment. That is indeed their ultimate destination. However, the captain raised a valid point. Their current qualifications are rather insufficient. They will undoubtedly need to undergo further training with other teams before forming a specialized unit. Even if it takes a year, this presents us with an opportunity. Tian Ping interjected, suggesting that rather than allowing them to be snatched away by unfamiliar teams, we should welcome them here. Even if they eventually join the 5th Special Team, their capabilities would surpass those of the other members significantly. Indeed, Captain, let us give it a try. Who knows what success might await us? I am quite eager to ascertain the extent of Shun Qingzhu's abilities. I have heard he has already surpassed the Chuan realm. Very well. Wang hesitated for a moment before nodding and turning towards his room. Dark clouds loomed over the city, casting an ominous shadow over Cangnan, where the atmosphere was thick with the impending storm. The sultry air, heavy and oppressive, rendered it difficult to breathe. In the training camp dormitory, devoid of air conditioning, the stifling heat transformed the space into a colossal steamer. The new recruits, without classes, had retreated to the corridors to converse, except for the quartet of Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu, Bailey Pangpang, and Lin Qie. In the dormitory shared by Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, 4 fans circulated air, providing a welcome respite from the heat. King of Spades, Zhao Yunhe declared, laying down his final card, while deftly pinning back his shoulder-length black-pink hair. I won again. How boring. I'm done. Bailey Pangpang tossed his card aside. In Guangzhou and Shenzhen, I am the card king. Yet since meeting brother Yunhe, I have not won a single game. Lin Qie also set down his cards, gazing out the window at the gathering storm clouds. It looks like rain is imminent. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting Bailey Pangpang to leap to his feet and dash outside. Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu, and Lin Qie exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile before following Bailey Pangpang's lead towards the training ground. 3 minutes later, everyone had assembled at the training field, standing in neat rows. Instructor Hong looked at the new recruits with a nod of satisfaction. They were beginning to embody the essence of night watchmen. He opened a sealed folder of brown paper before them all. The reason for your gathering today is to announce your deployment orders. Originally, this announcement was to be delayed by a few days, but we wish for you to prepare in advance. Upon hearing the words deployment orders, the hearts of the 240 new recruits tightened with anticipation, excitement, and a hint of nervousness. Zhou Mu, assigned to the Cangnan City 094 Night Watch Team. Wen Zian, assigned to the Hailan City 112 Night Watch Team. And Mo Shui Bai, assigned to the Hebei 063 Night Watch Team. Li Jia, assigned to the Xingqing 199 Night Watch Team. Li Liang, assigned to the Jiangsheng 197 Night Watch Team. Zhang Fengye, assigned to the Linjiang 041 Night Watch Team. Huang Mingyan, assigned to the Linjiang 041 Night Watch Team. One name after another was announced amidst an increasingly thunderous roar, eliciting sighs of relief from some while others remained tense. Fixated on the stage, Molly, assigned to Team 017 in Gusis City by Li Tuming, assigned to Team 010 in Guangshan City. Gao Zhuang, assigned to Team 007 in Huaihai City. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's name, Zhao Yunhe tightened his grip on Shun Qingzhu's hand. They would not be separated. He would not allow Shun Qingzhu to join the Ancient God Society. Shun Qingzhu, assigned to the Masked Team. Zhao Yunhe, assigned to the Masked Team. As Instructor Hong announced their placements, all the new recruits gazed at them with admiration and delight. They had indeed entered the distinguished Masked Team of the Great Xia. Their bro and strategist were simply stunning. Bro, Yunhe, congratulations. Bailey Pangpang turned to them with a grin, but before his smile could fully settle, he heard Instructor Hong's next announcement. Lin Qie, assigned to Team 136 in Cangnan City. Chapter 80. Catastrophe. With a resounding crash of thunder, Instructor Hong's voice echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, who ranked first and third respectively, had anticipated that Lin Qie, positioned second, would likewise join one of the other elite teams, or at the very least, the prominent night watchman. However, no one expected that he would remain in Cangnan. Had Lin Jie inadvertently offended a senior figure within the night watchman? Lin Jie, while Li Pongpong's previously radiant smile transformed into a frown. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Yunhe, both acutely aware of Lin Jie's exceptional performance in the training camp. Given his abilities, he ought to have been among those favored for advancement. Pressing his lips together, Li Pangpang addressed Lin Jie. Don't be disheartened, Jie. My father holds an honorary position among the night watchmen and can certainly inquire about this matter. As he spoke, he reached for his phone, only to be halted by Lin Jie. Pangpang, I am not upset, nor do I feel anger or injustice. In fact, I am quite content. You may view Cangnan as merely a small third-tier city, but to me, it is home. My family resides here, and Team 136 has treated me exceedingly well. I wish to remain here. Having heard Lin Jie's heartfelt declaration, Li Pangpang found it difficult to offer further comments. He responded with a broad smile indeed. Cangnan is quite pleasant. Less hassle, close to home, and Team 136 boasts the lovely sister Hongying. Perhaps being in Cangnan is not so bad after all. Li Pangpang took a deep breath and continued. Moreover, Cangnan is shrouded in mystery. Jie, during the holidays, you should come to Guangshan. I'll treat you to delicious food. Not far away. Zhao Yunhe raised an eyebrow at Qingzhu. See? I told you, everyone's choices are unique. Jie has his own path. After all, he cannot part with Cangnan, he silently mused. All right, I have read out everyone's assignments. The orders will be distributed shortly. Everyone should return and prepare. Yuan Gang concluded before turning to leave. Zhao Yunhe nudged Qingzhu. Let us go back. It feels like rain is imminent, and I would prefer not to get soaked. A cluster of chattering individuals surrounded them. Deng Wei glanced at Qingzhu and exclaimed, Brother Shun, you and strategist, you have been assigned to the masked special team. How impressive. Exactly. Brother Yunhe is amazing. Li Jia added, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Zhao Yunhe. Zhao Yunhe chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. You're not too shabby yourself. Star City is a wonderful place. Just call me he. No need for such formalities. He. Brother, he is incredible. Brother Shun is incredible. The trio encircled Zhao Yunhe and Qingzhu, eager to continue their conversation. However, Qingzhu glanced at the solitary figure of Lin Jie ahead and silenced them. Enough. Let us close the door and celebrate later. We should head back. I've heard there will be an oath-taking ceremony the day after tomorrow. Once we complete that, we will officially become members of the Night Watchmen. Zhao Yunhe looked at the three who remained silent, awaiting their next move. This evening, let us bid farewell to one another, gather our belongings, and embark on our separate journeys. A drop of rain fell upon Zhao Yunhe's nose, prompting him to gaze skyward and sigh in resignation. It seemed that the farewell ceremony would remain unfulfilled today. Zhao Yunhe wrapped his arm around Qingzhu's shoulder and glanced at Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei. We must hurry. The rain is about to intensify. Just as they took a few steps, the ground trembled beneath them. Zhao Yunhe's expression darkened as he pulled Qingzhu and dashed towards the instructor's dormitory. Time appeared to accelerate. What is happening? Qingzhu shouted over the rain as Zhao Yunhe tugged her along. There has been an earthquake, he replied tersely. During our first extreme training session, I noticed lights flickering over at the far end of Cangnan Mountain. With this heavy downpour, the risk of landslides is imminent. We must alert the instructors swiftly. As Instructor Hong returned to the dormitory, still clad in his damp attire, he was startled when Zhao Yunhe forcefully pushed open his door, dragging Qingzhu along. You two better have something important to say. We need to see Instructor Yuan. Where is he? Zhao Yunhe inquired with a serious demeanor. Noting the urgency in their expressions, Instructor Hong simply replied, Follow me. Instructor Hong led Zhao Yunhe and Qingzhu to the secret meeting room, where Instructor Yuan appeared taken aback upon their arrival. What is the matter? Report, Instructor Yuan. I sensed tremors just now and, through my abilities, detected the migration of life forms in the vicinity. The earthquake, coupled with the heavy rain, poses a significant threat of landslides on Cangnan Mountain. There are still villagers in the area. I request immediate deployment of personnel to evacuate them to safety. We must act preemptively. Zhao Yunhe's words were swift and concise, his demeanor grave, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. Instructor Yuan nodded in response. He quickly rose and instructed Instructor Hong, contact the rescue team and have them head this way immediately. Once he had given his orders, he handed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu a seal from the table. Time is of the essence. There is no opportunity to draft formal orders. Take this seal and find the other instructors. Instruct them to prepare vehicles at the entrance. I will assemble all the recruits. Our priority is disaster response. With a thunderous roar accompanying the downpour, the sky darkened and dozens of military vehicles sped along the rain-soaked, muddy roads. Within the vehicles, instructors and recruits sat together as Instructor Hong's calming voice resonated through the cabin. There are a total of 8 villages within Cangnan Mountain, scattered and distanced from each other, with the village roads being mountainous and impassable for our vehicles. Thus, we will need to proceed on foot shortly. After preliminary discussions, all instructors and recruits will be divided into 8 groups. The 5 villages outside the mountain, particularly Village 1 and Village 2, are in close proximity. One group will be tasked with their evacuation and rescue. The remaining 3 villages outside the village will be completed by the last 3 teams, who will then provide support. The 4 remaining teams are situated within the mountains, with these 3 villages scattered in the innermost areas and at considerable distances. We shall temporarily designate them as Villages 1, 2, and 3. Instructor Hong gazed at the map of Cangnan Mountain, realizing that none of these locations were conducive to effective rescue operations. He furrowed his brow and remarked that Village 1 is nestled deep within the heart of Cangnan Mountain, and it is imperative that we reach there within the optimal rescue time of 24 hours. The names I shall now mention belong to Group 1. Chapter 81. Rescue Yuan Gang surveyed the individuals within his vehicle. Linjiang, you will serve as the leader of the first rescue team, accompanied by Instructor Hong, heading to Village 1. Understood. Linjiang and Instructor Hong responded without a moment's hesitation. Linjiang felt no surprise at being assigned to the foremost rescue team, having secured the top position in extreme training. With the enhancements of the Mortal Realm and Starry Night Dancer, he was confident that he could swiftly locate the victims upon reaching the village, thereby expediting the rescue efforts. The members of the first team included by Li Pangpang, Li Jia, Deng Wei, Mo Shui Bai, Yan Huan, Mo Li, and Chao Yuan. Yuan Gang's mind raced as he swiftly recited a series of names. Bai Li Pangpang was undeniably a treasure trove of resources. Mo Li could manipulate vibration frequencies to minimize ground tremors. And both Chao Yuan and Mo Shui Bai possessed commendable physical strength. Moreover, Li Jia bore some healing capabilities thanks to his forbidden ruins. And Yan Huan's control over plants would further facilitate the rescue. The second team was led by Zhao Yunhe, with Su Cheng and Lu Ning as team leaders, comprising members Shun Qingzhu, Xie Shuang, Jiang Yun, Li Liang, Zhou Mu, Qi Zitong, Zhang Fengye, and Huang Mingan. Yuan Gang continued to enumerate names, totaling over 10. This team evidently outnumbered Linjiang by 5 to 6 members. Team 3, led by Instructor Pei with Instructor Bai as the deputy, was designated to follow his lead. New recruits, when I call your names, proceed with them. Yuan Gang's arrangements were driven by his rationale. Village 1 lay at the heart of the area, with houses in close proximity, necessitating precision and swift mobility to handle unforeseen circumstances during their journey. In contrast, Village 2, situated in a valley, featured scattered households at greater distances, requiring multiple individuals to act independently. With Zhao Yunhe's Holy Breath Revival as a divine asset, Team 3 was closest, yet simultaneously served as a conduit between Villages 1 and 2. The high population density necessitated a substantial workforce, facilitating support to Villages 1 and 2 post-rescue. After outlining the plan, Yuan Gang cast a gaze upon the youthful faces of the recruits. He instructed Instructor Hong to distribute the Star Blade to each individual, and then spoke. What you face this time is not merely an exercise or assessment. It is a true disaster. You must summon every ounce of your spirit to wrestle with death itself. In 3 days, you will take your oath. I hope that each of you will, through this rescue mission, etch your first mark of glory as night watchers with your own hands. On the outskirts of Cangnan Mountain, Village 5, a torrent of mud and debris cascaded down amid the torrential rain and booming thunder. A woman, drenched in mud and clutching 2 children aged 4 or 5, exerted every ounce of strength to run forward. As she observed the mixture of architectural ruins and vegetation threatening to engulf them, her gaze fell upon a sloped earth bank ahead, filled with resignation. Gritting her teeth, she hurled the 2 children with all her might. Upon hearing their cries from across the slope, her legs, pierced by sharp branches, finally gave way. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. A deep rumble from a colossal engine echoed from a distance, blinding lights illuminating the chaotic landscape as a vehicle sped towards her. Before it came to a halt, several individuals leaped from the cabin. The man at the forefront, clad in a black military coat, inhaled deeply, his resonant voice overpowering the torrential rain and thunder, reverberating throughout the village. The army of the Great Xia is here. Death retreats. Those who survive shall live. Upon hearing this, the woman's previously dim gaze reignited with hope as she turned towards the officer rushing towards her, her hoarse voice pleading, "Save my children. They are behind the hill." Relief washed over her when she witnessed her 2 children being brought out unharmed. She then gazed at the officer who had carried her to a nearby makeshift medical station, her voice frail as she implored, "My husband is still inside. I beg you, save him." "Rest assured, it is our duty," replied the officer, Bai Xuanjiu, with earnest determination. "We will bring him out." With his assurance, the woman promptly lost consciousness. In village number 5, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The rallying cry, "The army of the Great Xia is here. Death retreats. Those who survive shall live," resonating throughout the village. As the military vehicles entered the mountains, Yuan Gang addressed the 30 individuals remaining inside, his voice solemn. "Everyone disembark." Each of the 30 scattered in various directions. Linjiang and Zhao Yunhe exchanged glances, swiftly leading their respective teams towards 2 divergent paths. At the foot of Cangnan Mountain, Yuan Gang sat within a makeshift tent, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the mountain, nearly engulfed by the deluge. "Commander, the satellite communication equipment has successfully connected," reported an instructor crouching behind him after calibrating the devices. "All teams, report current status." Yuan Gang instructed, striding towards them. "Report, Commander. Evacuations at villages number 1 and 2 outside the mountain were timely, with no casualties. They are en route to village No. 4. Report, Commander. Rescue at village number 3 outside the mountain is complete. 4 remain to guard. The rest are heading to village number 5. Report, Commander. Village No. 4 outside the mountain has suffered severe destruction and requires support." A crackling sound emanated from a satellite communicator. Zhao Yunhe's somewhat distorted voice reported, "Commander, the rescue team at village number 2 inside the mountain has not arrived." "Report, Commander. The rescue team at village number 1 inside the mountain has not arrived." Yuan Gang lowered his head, studying the map on the table, calculating the time. The rescue operations outside the mountain had commenced, yet the teams inside, 1, 2, and 3, had yet to arrive. Based on his calculations, the nearest team, number 3, would require at least 3 hours to reach their destination, while Team No. 2 would need a minimum of 5 hours, and Team number 1 would necessitate at least 8 hours. Yuan Gang gazed at the intensifying rain outside, relieved that Zhao Yunhe had reported in time. The casualty count for villages number 1, 2, and 3 outside the mountain was nearly 0, and there had been no confirmed deaths in villages number 4 and 5 thus far. However, it seems that the rain will not cease anytime soon. The likelihood of a secondary mudslide within the mountains is quite high. As Yuan Gang pondered this, he failed to notice the 2 instructors at the tent, adjusting the satellite signal, whose voices gradually diminished, and the sound of raindrops on the tent also began to fade. When he regained his senses, it was as if the world had been paused. The raindrops hung suspended in midair, and behind him, there was no one. He turned his gaze forward, where a man clad in a perfectly tailored tailcoat, with long hair, cascading down his back, approached him step by deliberate step. The man's enchanting visage bore a smile befitting the upper echelons of society, reminiscent of a noble gentleman from medieval Western Europe. Upon seeing this man, Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly, and he slowly began to speak. Murmurs. Chapter 82. The Chimney Time, 1849 at this moment. Dark clouds and thunder enveloped the skies above Jinan Mountain. Zhao Yunhe, accompanied by Shun Qingzhu and a few others, hastened towards village number 2 deep within the mountains, their shoes splashing through puddles of mud, sending droplets flying. Zhao Yunhe's gaze focused ahead, where the village boundary stone stood resolute against the relentless assault of mudslides. His pace quickened, determination blazing in his eyes. The soldiers of the great Xia stand firm. Death shall retreat, and those who endure shall live. Shun Qingzhu trailed half a step behind Zhao Yunhe, their strides unwavering as youthful resolve resonated throughout the valley. Village number 2 sprawled across a vast area with scattered residences, making search and rescue a daunting task. Zhao Yunhe distributed small paper figures from his pocket to every member of the group. Through these paper figures, they maintained communication, heeding his commands within a 10-kilometer radius. A chorus of chirping red paper figures emerged from each pocket, infusing the desolate village with a flicker of vitality. The team was divided into 5 groups of 3. Song Lian, Qi Yuxing, you two stay behind to assist and tend to the injured once they are rescued. Zhao Yunhe instructed, eyeing the man and woman in his team. Despite the lingering effects of Song Lian's Forbidden Realm exhilaration, it could serve a life-saving purpose in such dire moments. Qi Yuxing, with his defensive prowess, could withstand any natural dangers that may arise until reinforcements arrived. The two nodded in understanding. Zhao Yunhe's gaze shifted to Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu, come here. You will accompany me for the next phase of the rescue. Follow my lead and do not stray too far. Understood. His attention then turned to Zhang Fengye and Li Liang. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Zhang Fengye, you shall join me as well. Yes. Zhao Yunhe organized the remaining 12 individuals into 4 groups based on their abilities. Nearly every team was a blend of speed and defense, each dispatched to different areas. With unwavering resolve, Zhao Yunhe surveyed the mudslide-devoured village number 2. The rescue operation had officially commenced. The 3 raced towards the innermost part of the village. Su Cheng and Lu Ning observed Zhao Yunhe, who remained lucid and calm while issuing commands amidst the chaos. They exchanged a glance and quickened their pace in response. As he ran, Zhao Yunhe activated his sacred breath revival realm, extending his perception of life up to approximately 8 kilometers, enhanced by the bond forged with Shun Qingzhu through their intertwined fates. Team 2. Reports indicate signs of life approximately to the north of your area. Proceed immediately. Team 4. Signs of life detected to the southwest of your area. Move at once. Team 5. The chirping paper figures echoed Zhao Yunhe's commands in the pockets of others, transforming what once was a piercing sound into a semblance of salvation in their ears. The rescue operation at village number 2 was progressing methodically, aided by Zhao Yunhe, who functioned like a human radar, constantly reporting the locations of survivors. A few individuals ventured deep into the innermost houses of the village, where the debris flow had completely enveloped the area, causing Zhao Yunhe to furrow his brow. He sensed the presence of at least 4 or 5 human lives concentrated in one spot. Over there, follow me, Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, sprinting toward the house near the mountainside, where only a chimney protruded from the mudslide. At that moment, the sky had not yet fully darkened, and Zhang Fengye concealed himself within the shadows of various objects. Moving faster than both Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, he drew closer to the chimney, faint cries resonating in his ears, tears mingling with the smile in his eyes. Captain, there are cries coming from this direction, he shouted as he peered into the chimney, momentarily stunned. Inside the cramped space, each child was precariously perched on the shoulders of the person below. At the very top was a little girl who appeared to be no older than 5. Zhang Fengye swiftly reacted, pulling the girl up and shouting, "We are the rescuers from the Great Xia army." From within the chimney, a small boy's voice emerged. Someone is here to rescue us. Someone is here to save us. Lu Jun, I told you putting Jiao Jiao on top would surely attract attention. Her voice is so loud. Lu Jun, speak to me. And Grandma Lu, Grandma Li, Aunt Sun, you tell them the rescuers have arrived. Grandma. After Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu assisted Zhang Fengye in extracting the little girl, Zhang Fengye unfastened a red rope that had been wrapped around his waist. Earlier, when Zhao Yunhe and Zhang Fengye had teamed up, Qi Zitong had curiously inquired about it. To which Zhang Fengye casually replied there was a red belt gifted by his parents during his zodiac year. Of the 8-person squad, only Qi Zitong believed him. Zhang Fengye held the red rope in his hand, inserting the other end into the chimney, softly uttering the word bind. Remarkably, the rope swiftly coiled around the waist of another girl beneath the little one. Together, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu pulled the girl up. Her complexion was pale, and she clutched Zhao Yunhe's sleeve tightly, whispering, "Help me, save my grandmother." Before she could finish, she succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Shun Qingzhu and Zhang Fengye had already managed to pull little boy up. Upon being rescued, the boy quickly exclaimed, "Big brother, there are still people below. Lu Jun is still down there." Zhao Yunhe nodded, and the red rope coiled again, this time bringing up a girl of around 10 years old. Her eyes were wide open in shock, her body completely rigid, frozen in a pose of support. "She is dead." Sister A Chun, the crying little girl, lunged towards her, collapsing onto the now stiff chest, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing this, the little boy took a few steps back, scrambling to the edge of the chimney. Lu Jun, Lu Jun. No one answered him. Zhang Fengye closed his eyes, unwilling to gaze any longer upon the scene before him, and once more released the crimson rope. May he survive, he silently prayed within. He was still alive. Please continue the rescue efforts. Zhao Yunhe watched as they hoisted the boy, whose eyes were tightly shut and breaths were faint. A soft green glow radiated around him, and the boy's fingers twitched slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. The little boy beside him rushed into his embrace, calling out, "Lu Junge, Achunye, Achunjie, she is gone." Chapter 83. Support. Zhang Fengye gradually hoisted everyone from within the chimney, the boy standing atop a middle-aged woman. Beneath her lay 5 or 6 elderly individuals with graying hair. They had all succumbed to the silence of death, their expressions serene, adorned with faint smiles, devoid of any fear of mortality. In that moment, the 3 of them comprehended that the chimney was a human ladder, a perilous ascent forged by lives lost. The eldest boy, witnessing his siblings weeping uncontrollably, gently assisted them one by one to their feet. He expressed his gratitude to Zhao Yunhe and his companions, his voice a blend of frailty and determination. "Do you need me to guide you to the remaining survivors? I am quite familiar with this area, having grown up here. Your aimless search may squander precious time." Zhao Yunhe, attuned to his surroundings, indeed discerned several locations still exhibiting signs of life. He pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Should you find it too arduous, do not hesitate to inform us." "Understood," the boy replied, gesturing towards the 3 distraught children. "Could you kindly escort them to the foot of the mountain?" Zhao Yunhe nodded, glancing at Zhang Fengye. "Is one person sufficient? I assure you, I will accomplish the task." "Captain." Once Zhao Yunhe had arranged everything, the boy turned to the sole male child among the 3. "Ashung, be a good brother and protect your 2 sisters on the way." The young boy wiped his nose and nodded earnestly. "Lu Junge, I will await your return." Zhang Fengye swiftly hoisted one child onto his back, while clutching 2 others in the shadows, disappearing from sight. The boy, watching their retreating figures, quelled his astonishment and addressed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. "Let us proceed. Further ahead lies Aunt Wang's home, where there is a cellar. I am uncertain if they have survived." Zhao Yunhe sensed indeed that life still lingered ahead. Under the boy's guidance, they arrived at a site entirely engulfed by debris from a landslide. "This is the place," the boy informed them. Shun Qingzhu looked at Zhao Yunhe, who nodded in affirmation. Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers, causing sparks to plummet toward the ground. With a resounding crack, Shun Qingzhu controlled the magnitude of the explosion, which did not precipitate any tremors, revealing a stone slab beneath the dislodged earth. Zhao Yunhe exerted effort to lift the slab, which was encased in a layer of silt. Soldiers of the Great Xia are here to rescue you. Both Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu called out in unison. From within emerged a weary middle-aged woman, her hair disheveled and her form caked in mud, limping toward the steps while cradling two children whose faces were flushed red from the depletion of oxygen. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu hurried down to assist the woman and the children to safety. The boy accompanying them stepped forward to soothe the middle-aged woman's distress. Zhao Yunhe gazed upward at the torrential rain, lightning illuminating the darkened sky. He turned to Shun Qingzhu and instructed, "Take them to the rescue point." "Yes." Shun Qingzhu responded without hesitation. "Report. Captain, Area 1 has been thoroughly inspected and assistance has been dispatched to the rescue point." The sharp voice of the small red paper figure in Zhao Yunhe's pocket echoed. "One person remains, while the other two head towards rescue points 2 and 3. After Zhao Yunhe spoke, his gaze fell upon the young boy. "Is there another household to the right?" The boy nodded, seemingly understanding, and said, "I will take you there." "Hey, brother." Zhang Fengye, after delivering the child, spotted Shun Qingzhu on his way back. He lifted the woman onto his back and tucked the two children under his arms. "Brother, let me take them. You go find Captain." Shun Qingzhu nodded and swiftly sprinted in the direction they had just come from. Time, 2023. The rescue at Village 2 was completed. Zhao Yunhe reflected on the fragmented narrative in his mind. He recalled that this segment seemed to involve the ancient god cult causing chaos, and then there was something about ley lines. "Lin," Zhao Yunhe shouted into the walkie-talkie, but the response came from Mo Shui Bai. "Yunhe, the situation at Village 1 is not looking good. How is the rescue on your end? Can you provide support?" Mo Shui Bai's urgent voice crackled through the device. Chia mentioned that members of the ancient god cult are causing disturbances, and Chao Yuan along with Bali Pang Pang went out, as did Instructor Hong, who was worried. "We are short on personnel here, and we cannot reach Instructor Yuan. We need assistance." Mo Shui Bai's voice echoed through the rescue zone. "The ancient god cult." Zhao Yunhe's expression darkened with a hint of disdain. He quickly listed 7 or 8 names and instructed, "You all come with me to support Team 1. The rest will tend to the injured. I will accompany you. Lu Ning will keep watch here." Su Cheng stepped forward. In the night, 8 or 9 figures traversed the chaotic, muddy mountain path towards Village 1. When Zhao Yunhe and his group arrived, they were met by the serious face of Mo Shui Bai. "What is going on?" Zhao Yunhe inquired. "Aside from Chia, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pang Pang, everyone else is searching in the mountains, but Li Jia and Deng Wei seem to have gone missing." Upon hearing the term missing, Zhao Yunhe's heart tightened. He recalled that one reason for Shun Qingzhu's decision to go undercover in the ancient god cult was Li Jia's death. Why? Despite having expedited the rescue, and with Li Liang, Li Jia, and Deng Wei not in the same team, had such a situation arisen, Zhao Yunhe forced himself to remain calm. After organizing the rescue teams as before, he finally asked Mo Shui Bai, which direction did they head towards? Mo Shui Bai pointed that way. "Shun Qingzhu, you stay here and take care of the injured." Zhao Yunhe commanded loudly. "I will go with you." Shun Qingzhu replied. "This is an order." Zhao Yunhe, seeing Shun Qingzhu's refusal to cooperate, felt a surge of frustration. He must have been out of his mind to bring Shun Qingzhu along. "Curse your orders. Do not presume to think I am unaware of your intentions. They are my comrades, and I shall bear the responsibility for any misfortune that befalls them," Shun Qingzhu declared, gripping Zhao Yunhe's wrist as they sprinted towards the direction indicated by Mo Shui Bai. The two dashed through the torrential rain, and Zhao Yunhe muttered a curse under his breath, attuning himself to the pulsations of life surrounding them. He clasped Shun Qingzhu's hand in return. "Follow me," Zhao Yunhe urged as he led Shun Qingzhu toward a thicket of trees. After a brief while of running, they heard a familiar voice call out, "Brother Yunhe, Brother Zhuang." Chapter 84. The Optimal Solution Pang Pang. Upon seeing Bai Li Pang Pang, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu hastened towards him. Bai Li Pang Pang bore the unconscious Deng Wei on his back, while cradling the bloodied Li Jia in his arms. "What transpired?" Shun Qingzhu inquired, her tone heavy as she beheld the grievously injured duo. There are still a few households deep within Village Number 1. Li Jia and Deng Wei went there to search. They encountered members of the ancient divine sect, by Li Pang explained. Zhao Yunhe glanced at Deng Wei, then turned his gaze to the injured Li Jia, whose pant leg hung empty, swaying in the rain. At that moment, Li Jia was still conscious, enduring immense pain as he looked at Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. Boss, Higu, please assist Instructor Hong. Zhao Yunhe furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why, despite his fervent efforts to evade the unfolding narrative, it continued to manifest in a remarkably similar manner. For instance, Shun Qingzhu's joining the Night Watch team, and now, it was imperative for her to go. Shun Qingzhu, Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, closing his eyes as he raised his voice. Yes, go provide support to Instructor Hong and Lin Qie. By Li Pang, and I will escort Deng Wei and Li Jia back for treatment, and then we shall seek you out. Zhao Yunhe's words were laced with emotion. Perhaps the situation was too dire, the thunder and rain too deafening. Shun Qingzhu did not catch the undertone of his voice, responding loudly with an acknowledgement before preparing to dash away. Shuaigu, Bai Li Pang called after her, handing Li Jia over to Zhao Yunhe, and retrieving a jade pendant from the free space, placing it into Shun Qingzhu's hand. Shuaigu, be cautious. Upon noticing the returning heaven jade, Zhao Yunhe's gaze shifted back to Shun Qingzhu, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes as he called out to Bai Li Pang. Let us go. In the downpour, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu moved in opposite directions, each step infused with determination. Higu, if you're truly worried about Xinge, you could accompany him. Do not concern yourself with me. I will be fine. Li Jia's voice was faint as he spoke from Zhao Yunhe's back, but the response was merely the sound of hurried footsteps and the relentless rain. He is my teammate, and so are you, Zhao Yunhe asserted, and after uttering those words, he fell silent, racing towards the rescue tent. The deluge, coupled with Li Jia's injuries, necessitated urgent medical attention. Without it, he would perish. As he ran, Zhao Yunhe activated the divine ruins, treating Li Jia along the way. His injuries were severe, even with holy breath revival in effect. Zhao Yunhe could still sense the waning of Li Jia's life force. Higu, I truly like you. Even if you are a man, I still like you. Li Jia's feeble voice floated through the rain. You are so perceptive. You must be aware. I seem to be nearing death. Higu, you should find boss. That individual from the ancient divine sect possesses strength at the Chuan level and is on the verge of breaking through to high level. Boss cannot face him alone. Stay alive. Matters of affection can be discussed when you awaken. Noticing Li Jia's dwindling will to survive, Zhao Yunhe spoke again. What if I were to agree? I command you to live. Listening to the soothing words, Li Jia chose not to expose the pretense. He suppressed the surging blood in his throat and replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Mo Shuai, who was tending to the injured, hurried to greet Zhao Yunhe, who had returned carrying Li Jia, along with Bai Li Pang, who bore Deng Wei on his back. After handing Deng Wei over to Mo Shuai, Bai Li Pang collapsed in exhaustion. The new recruits left behind at Village No. One swiftly attended to the three of them. Standing beside the makeshift bed where Li Jia lay, Zhao Yunhe's originally pitch-black eyes glimmered with a deep green hue. The life force extractable from the damaged plants left by the mudslide could not save Li Jia in his current state. Ultimately, his gaze shifted towards the new recruits and the survivors who were still conscious outside. After weighing his options, his expression turned cold. The remaining conscious survivors suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness engulf them. Even their breaths became painful, eliciting cries of anguish. Su Cheng, witnessing this scene, seemed to comprehend something. Furrowing his brow, he approached the tent where Zhao Yunhe was located. The interior radiated a green glow, and a rich aura of life swirled around Li Jia and Zhao Yunhe. Zhao Yunhe, what are you doing? Su Jiang at Monitz Lao Li. I am saving him. Zhao Yunhe replied calmly, his hands never pausing in their work, as the wails outside grew increasingly numerous. Su Cheng stepped forward to interrupt Zhao Yunhe, but found himself inexplicably immobilized, staring in astonishment at Zhao Yunhe, who offered no glance in return. Continuing his task, Zhao Yunhe spoke to Su Cheng. Instructor Su, I am merely controlling the vitality of a specific area. Rest assured, I will not drain your life. Once I conclude here, you will regain your mobility. Those people are casualties. Zhao Yunhe, have you lost your mind? We are soldiers, not robbers. What you're doing, forcibly extracting their life force, is no different from the cult of the ancient gods. Su Chang stood there, feeling as though his legs were made of withered wood, unable to move. It was we who braved the storm to rescue them. Without us, they would all be buried beneath the mudslide. It is merely their life force. They will recover in time. They will only experience some pain for now. But my comrade is dying because of saving them. Why should I not use a portion of their lives to save my teammate? Each word Zhao Yunhe spoke struck Su Chang's heart like a blade of ice. He opened his mouth, dry and parched, to utter a single phrase, "You can use our lives." And who will tend to the injured outside? Who will respond to emergencies? Su Chang asserted, "Using their lives is the optimal solution." Zhao Yunhe's voice was cold. "I do not wish to employ gentler methods. They're too slow. Shun Qingzhu is still in the mountains. I must hasten to find him," accompanied by the anguished wails and cries from outside. Zhao Yunhe sensed that Li Jia's life was gradually stabilizing. He dashed past Su Chang, racing towards the direction from which he had returned. At this moment, Su Chang had regained the ability to move. He gazed at Li Jia, whose vitality had stabilized but had succumbed to unconsciousness on the bed. Listening to the wails outside the tent, his expression became complex as it finally settled on Zhao Yunhe, who was dashing through the rain. As Zhao Yunhe passed by him, he whispered, "If Instructor Liu encounters such danger, what choice would you make, Instructor Su? I will accept any punishment." Su Chang stepped out of the tent, observing the distressed individuals outside, their cries gradually diminishing as they slipped into slumber. "Foolishness," he muttered under his breath, causing such a commotion. If reported, do they really wish to face severe consequences upon joining the night watch? With that, he made his way towards the communication area. Chapter 85. If you die, I cannot live. As Zhao Yunhe arrived, he beheld the ghastly wounds on Shun Qingzhu's arm, from which frothy blood seeped relentlessly, alongside the multitude of injuries adorning his face and body. Opposite him, the man lay similarly afflicted, blood bubbling from his chest and mingling with the rainwater pooling on the ground. He tilted his head back, seemingly gasping for breath. Zhao Yunhe swiftly knocked an arrow and shot it toward the man's throat. In that moment, both the man and Shun Qingzhu collapsed. Shun Qingzhu. Zhao Yunhe dashed to Shun Qingzhu's side. The latter fell against Zhao Yunhe, gasping for air. "You've come?" "Yes, I am here," Zhao Yunhe affirmed, his presence enveloping Shun Qingzhu in a rich aura of vitality, causing the wounds on his body to heal at an astonishing pace. As Shun Qingzhu gradually regained his strength, a fierce expression of anger flickered across Zhao Yunhe's previously pale visage. He struck Shun Qingzhu firmly on the face, then embraced him tightly, his voice trembling slightly. "If you die, I cannot live." Shun Qingzhu, clutching the trembling Zhao Yunhe, murmured softly, "I want tea. Do not frighten me. I have only just begun to live, and I fear death greatly." Heaven knows that the moment he laid eyes on Shun Qingzhu, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the direst circumstances. The pressure differential between the human body and external environment could result in catastrophic consequences. If blood bubbles formed in the vessels while wounded, they would exacerbate blockages, leading to dizziness and ultimately rupture. Just moments ago, Shun Qingzhu had been competing with that man for survival in a vacuum. Zhao Yunhe dared not contemplate the outcome had he arrived even a moment later. According to the God-slaying book, Shun Qingzhu possessed the sealed film, capable of staunching his wounds. But now, he was merely vying for his life against that man. "Madman, how is Li Jia?" Shun Qingzhu released Zhao Yunhe and inquired. "There is no threat to his life, though his leg." Shun Qingzhu lifted his gaze to the sky, where the dark clouds began to disperse. "As long as we are alive, Zhao Yunhe, it seems the rain has lessened." Thunder rumbled through the sky, accompanied by the quaking of the earth, as the nearby mountains began to tilt dangerously. Massive stones cascaded down the slopes, crashing onto the ground below. The two men noticed that all surrounding objects began to tilt as well. They swiftly leapt onto a robust tree, glancing up at the sky, now tainted with a vivid crimson hue. Suddenly, the environment darkened rapidly, and they experienced a profound sensation of weightlessness, their bodies involuntarily plummeting downward. Shun Qingzhu reacted quickly, shielding Zhao Yunhe within his embrace. With a resounding thud, they struck the ground. During their descent, Shun Qingzhu had managed to compress the air beneath them, forming a cushion. Yet the impact still resonated loudly. "Are you all right?" Zhao Yunhe rose, helping Shun Qingzhu to his feet as a soft green light shimmered around him. Shun Qingzhu shook her head, stating that she was fine, merely that the sound was loud. The recently solidified air had obstructed nearly 99% of the impact. In the darkness, Zhao Yunhe retrieved 2 powerful flashlights from his ring and handed one to Shun Qingzhu. The cold, white light illuminated their surroundings, allowing them to discern their situation more clearly. "It appears we are in a cavern," Shun Qingzhu remarked. Zhao Yunhe nodded. They were not just in any cave, but within the lair of an earth dragon. "Let us search for an exit." The two advanced with their flashlights until Zhao Yunhe suddenly extinguished both beams and guided Shun Qingzhu into a nearby crevice. "What's the matter?" she inquired. "I sense the presence of 2 humans in the cave," Zhao Yunhe whispered. "Let us hide for a moment. We cannot ascertain whether they are foes or friends." The sound of footsteps, echoing and growing nearer, filled the air. From their concealed position, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu observed 2 figures halt approximately 50 meters away. "What is happening? Where is this cursed place? One moment we were on the mountain, and then the ground suddenly shifted, leaving us here. Thankfully we landed here, or I would have perished at that fool's hands." One man chattered incessantly. "If I die, my master will lose a capable aide. It must be an earthquake caused by the Earth Dragon's movements," the other man suggested. "Earth Dragon? Aren't they creatures of legendary mountains or ancient deep woods? What could possibly exist in this desolate place like Cangnan Mountain? I do not know, but the earthquake triggered by this Earth Dragon seems minimal, likely between the Chuan and High realms. It's the cult of the ancient gods." Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances. As it dawned upon him that fate had dealt him a cruel hand, the inevitable had arrived, and their position was likely to be compromised. Indeed, the 2 men failed to notice the concealed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, continuing their conversation as they moved forward. Once Zhao Yunhe could no longer sense their life signs, he and Shun Qingzhu emerged from their hiding place, redirecting their path. As they proceeded, Zhao Yunhe felt the air around them grow increasingly heated. It was only when they beheld a charred figure that their expressions darkened entirely. Before them stood a member of the cult of the ancient gods, his cultivation surpassing theirs. Opposite him loomed a massive beast, its body adorned with fiery red patterns and flowing with molten rock. Furrowing their brows, they realized this must be the Earth Dragon referred to by the 2 members of the cult. The charred man trembled violently, then erupted into a piercing laughter. "Ha ha! The fiery veins, Earth Dragon! The fiery veins, Earth Dragon! So this is what an Earth Dragon looks like. It possesses the same realm as I do, yet its presence is so formidable. Ha ha! This is the fiery veins, Earth Dragon, the king among Earth Dragons. If my master could subdue it, the cult of the ancient gods would certainly gain another calamity-level warrior." A tremendous roar erupted from the Earth Dragon, its gaze fixed upon the man. A colossal pillar of fire erupted from his mouth, scorching the skin of the individual before him. Yet, astonishingly, there was not a trace of pain etched upon his visage. Rather, an exhilaration gleamed in his eyes. He gazed eagerly at the massive Earth Dragon, then retrieved a bead from his pocket. "How formidable! I must inform Lord Whispers." He uttered these words as he prepared to shatter the bead. "We cannot allow him to succeed." Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, upon hearing the fervent yet frenzied tone of the man, simultaneously harbored this thought in their minds. Chapter 86 Murmurs. With a swift motion, Zhao Yunhe drew his longbow, releasing an arrow that pierced through the man's wrist. The man, staring at the gaping wound, directed his gaze toward the location of Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. "Let me see where these 2 audacious rodents have come from, daring to disrupt my plans." The man, his hair singed away by searing lava, endured the excruciating pain in his wrist and, with every ounce of strength, crushed the gem in his hand, propelling himself toward Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. Suddenly, a multitude of sharp spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling toward the two. Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu nimbly dodged, yet the spikes emerged from every direction, threatening to impale them if they let their guard down. In this rugged terrain, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. As the struggle intensified, Zhao Yunhe seized the moment, leaping onto one of the spikes and unleashing 3 arrows aimed at the man. With a dismissive grunt, the man transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the rocks beneath him. Almost instantly, the surrounding rock walls trembled violently as sharp spikes emerged, sealing off all escape routes for Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, trapping them within a cage of stone. The man then revealed himself, his laughter echoing through the air. Allow me to introduce myself. Ma Etienne, the 14th seat of the Ancient God Society. My forbidden domain is 157, environmental assimilation, allowing me to merge with my surroundings. The more perilous the environment, the greater my power. Naturally, as my strength grows, so too does the enhancement of my assimilated environment, extending my reach. Currently, I possess the strength of the Sea Realm. Though you two are formidable among your peers, at this moment, you are no match for me. Ma Etienne observed Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu ensnared by the spikes, calculating the arrival time of murmurs. Although his words had not been transmitted, he had shattered the communication gem. This was the sole means within the Ancient God Society to summon murmurs in times of significant discovery or crisis. While shattering it would incur murmurs' wrath, he reasoned that having captured a divine agent and an exceedingly dangerous individual might balance the scales. If murmurs were in a good mood, he might even be rewarded with a promotion. A roar erupted from the Earth Dragon, interrupting Ma Etienne's thoughts. Casting a glance at Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, he was assured they could not escape, and he turned his attention back to the battle with the Earth Dragon. In midair, Ma Etienne clutched his arm, ravaged by flames, as he watched the Earth Dragon relentlessly assaulting him. He pondered, is Murmurs not coming? Or has he lost interest in this Earth Dragon? A sudden explosion resonated alongside the Earth Dragon's roar, the latter's thunderous cry momentarily overshadowing the blast. Unbeknownst to Ma Etienne, the seemingly invulnerable barrier he had relied upon had been breached by Shun Qingzhu's explosive force. Engaged with the Earth Dragon, he fervently prayed for Murmurs' arrival. In the command room at the foot of the mountain, the chief instructor, dressed impeccably in a tailcoat with his long hair neatly arranged, gazed upon Yuan Gang, who was battered and bruised in the deep pit. A graceful smile lingered on his lips. So, Deputy Team Leader Yuan Gang of Team 006 in Beijing has reached the threshold of Wuliang? He mused, a look of regret crossing his face as he sighed softly. But alas, even if you have stepped into Wuliang, what does it matter? At your age, your potential pales in comparison to that of your captain. In this lifetime, you will likely achieve no more than Wuliang. Yuan Gang rose from the pit, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit, golden light flickering within them. In an instant, he stood before the chief instructor, his right fist emanating golden ripples as he struck. With a thunderous crash, the mountain before him was reduced to rubble. Yet, in the very moment his fist was about to graze his opponent, the instructor vanished from sight. Too slow, he remarked, gazing down at Yuan Gang from the skies above. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, the clouds below morphed into grotesque faces, each howling with sinister laughter as they lunged at Yuan Gang. Observing Yuan Gang rise again after being engulfed by the apparitions, the instructor chuckled softly. You night watchers are truly amusing. He attempted to raise his hand again to the heavens, but halted midway, eyebrows arching in surprise. The shattering of the sound transmission pearl indicated that his acolyte had either encountered grave danger or stumbled upon something extraordinary. Squinting down at Yuan Gang, he performed a gentlemanly bow reminiscent of medieval Europe. My apologies, but our time concludes here. Until we meet again, he declared, sweeping his sleeve as the environment shattered like broken glass, cascading down around him. Yuan Gang, feeling as though he had lost all weight, plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. Chief Instructor Yuan. Chief Instructor Yuan. Several instructors rushed towards the suddenly injured Yuan Gang. Where have you been? What transpired? Yuan Gang, rising painfully from the ground, leaned towards the communication device. What is the situation in the mountains? Report to me immediately. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu seized the moment, utilizing the dragon's roar to explode the earthbound cage, silently observing the confrontation between Ma Yitian and the dragon. It was not until Ma Yitian's right arm was entirely incinerated by the lava spewed forth by the dragon, leaving him at a disadvantage, that Zhao Yunhe drew his longbow and released 3 arrows towards Ma Yitian, shouting now, Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu, gripping her twin daggers tightly, moved with incredible speed, leaping onto the 3 arrows to appear behind Ma Yitian, her dagger aimed directly at his throat. With a resounding thud, Shun Qingzhu found herself bound at the ankle by a thick, elongated black iron chain. The chain circled through the air before forcefully slamming her against the rocky wall, causing her to collapse to the ground. Zhao Yunhe, sensing an additional surge of life as Shun Qingzhu approached Ma Yitian, narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow. He swiftly rushed to Shun Qingzhu's side and assisted her in rising from the ground. "My lord," exclaimed Ma Yitian, who, having narrowly escaped calamity, seemed to sense something and spoke with palpable excitement. Within the cave, an elegant figure gradually materialized. Chapter 87. Procrastination. Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the man suspended in the air. Zhao Yunhe's countenance darkened. It appeared that the timeline had shifted, and the figure known as Whisper had made an early appearance. Observing the furious, roaring flame pulse earth dragon, he glanced toward Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, who were not far from him. He cast a commendatory look at Ma Yitian, his voice laced with mockery, resonating throughout the cavern. So is the flame pulse earth dragon. Although its current realm is merely at the sea level, it possesses considerable potential. Once it is cultivated to the limitless or Klein stages, it should significantly contribute to our plans. You are the 14th seat, correct? Upon hearing Whisper address him, Ma Yitian felt a surge of vigor coursing through him. He had willingly joined the ancient god society and was an ardent follower of Whisper. The fact that Whisper remembered him indicated that he had executed his tasks to great satisfaction. Ma Yitian nodded emphatically, responding, "Indeed, my lord, I am the 14th seat." Ma Yitian. Whisper waved a hand dismissively, not even casting a glance. "Well done this time. Upon your return, I shall commend you. Your position may even be elevated." "Thank you, my lord," Ma Yitian exclaimed, joy flickering across his previously pained visage. Whisper then turned his attention towards the still raging flame pulse earth dragon and slowly uttered 2 words, so noisy. In the next instant, an eerie, spectral glow emanated from his being, swiftly enveloping the entire cavern. Under the shadowy and uncanny luminescence, even the bubbling magma, which radiated a searing heat, seemed to cool. The earth dragon, sensing the impending threat, unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the previously still magma. It transformed into a fire dragon, hurtling towards Whisper. "Interesting," Whisper mused, a playful smile gracing his lips. Dozens of pitch-black chains, exuding a metallic, sanguine scent, erupted from his hands, colliding with the earth dragon and causing the entire cavern to shudder. The chains ensnared the dragon tightly, and Whisper's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. A formidable and irresistible soul attack penetrated the earth dragon's mind, halting its frantic struggles in an instant. Its pupils quivered, as if engaged in a desperate resistance. Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the once malevolent flame pulse earth dragon submit obediently at the feet of the man known as Whisper. What manner of power is this? Zhao Yunhe grasped Shun Qingzhu's arm, and they discreetly began to retreat. They were no match for him. They must flee. Alas, countless chains sprouted from the cavern walls, effectively sealing their escape. Bending slightly, Ma Yitian addressed Whisper once more, "My lord. These 2 are an agent of the divine and a high-risk possessor of a forbidden realm." Whispers. Ignoring him, Cangnan produced a dual deity agent, while Linjiang unveiled an Apollo agent, all of which remained under his dominion. He slowly approached Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu, his gaze ultimately settling on Shen Qingzhu. Grasping her chin, he inquired, "Impressive. At such a young age you have already reached the Chuan realm. A promising prospect indeed. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Before you refuse, allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Whispers, one of the 3 oldest deities of the ancient God Church, also referred to as the true nightmare, the creator of soul contracts, and the manipulator of thoughts. My forbidden realm can manipulate the minds of others through soul attacks, compelling them to forge a soul contract with me. However, I do not wish to coerce. I sincerely invite you to join me as my follower. I believe that with your capabilities, you will soon secure a prominent position." "Impossible," Shen Qingzhu managed to utter through clenched teeth as he held her chin. Observing the subtle shift in Whispers' as previously jovial demeanor, Zhao Yunhe quickly grasped Shen Qingzhu's hand. "Lord, Whispers, she merely speaks stubbornly. She is willing to join the ancient God Church, and I too am willing. Is that so?" Whispers' gaze turned to Zhao Yunhe, who smiled with a hint of flattery. "You are quite astute. Unfortunately, you are a deity's agent, and I cannot trust your loyalty. You are merely stalling for time, waiting for that dual deity agent and the instructor, are you not? However, just moments ago, I altered the terrain of this place with Nightmare, so they will not reach here anytime soon." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhe's previously smiling visage faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "How could that be, Lord Whispers? I genuinely wish to join the ancient God Church. Is that so? I am sorry, but I only desire to end your life." Whispers regarded Zhao Yunhe with a discerning eye, recognizing him as a clever and meticulous deity agent, one he did not wish to retain by his side. "Is that so?" Zhao Yunhe maintained his smile, though an inky green light flickered within his eyes. Whispers felt a sudden wave of weakness wash over him. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yunhe pulled Shen Qingzhu to a relatively safe distance. Whispers gazed at Zhao Yunhe, a tinge of regret evident in his expression. It was truly unfortunate. A person so intelligent, calm, and capable would have been ideal were he not a deity agent. His soul was bound by a contract with a deity. Should he enter into another contract, he would undoubtedly face divine wrath and backlash. Of course, before I eliminate you, I have one question. With your current state, even the divine realm should not provoke any reaction from me. Yet just now, you cause me to weaken, albeit momentarily. I'm quite curious about how you accomplished that. Whispers observed Zhao Yunhe with keen interest. Rest assured, whether you answer or not, I will delve into the depths of your soul to uncover the truth. Zhao Yunhe concealed his emotions, engaging Whispers in verbal sparring while internally shouting, 002. System. Are you there? System. 002. Ding. Esteemed host, your System 002 is here to serve you with utmost devotion. It claims to seek entry into my very soul. Do you possess any viable solutions? Zhao Yunhe's tone was tinged with urgency, and as soon as he posed a question, he felt as though he must have been struck by a mule for inquiring about the utility of such a machine system. Noble host, your soul is inviolable. 002 shall safeguard you fiercely, for within your soul, you are the supreme deity. Murmurs, no longer heeding Zhao Yunhe's ramblings. An enigmatic gleam emanated from his eyes as a formidable force surged into Zhao Yunhe's mind. Chapter 88. Having seen the divine, why do you not kneel? Author's note. Regarding the choices, it seems that option D was the most popular, so we shall proceed with that narrative. How delightful. Among the 4 options, everyone chose the most challenging storyline. I'm quite pleased. However, it is not a significant issue. The plot of option D is the most heartwarming and offers rich potential for development, which I find quite appealing. Zhao Yunhe. As Shen Qingzhu witnessed the murmurs attacking Zhao Yunhe, he attempted to intervene but was halted by Ma Yitian. Simultaneously, the infernal dragon roared at him, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from the 2 elders of the Sea realm rendered Shen Qingzhu momentarily incapacitated. You bunch of rascals. Lunatics. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Ma Yitian and the infernal dragon. Do not be anxious, little brother. Once we eliminate this divine agent, the murmurs shall deal with you. Perhaps we may even become colleagues in the future. Let us not escalate the tension unnecessarily. Rest assured, your turn will come soon. Ma Yiqian said with a grin as he looked at Shun Qingzhu. Is this fellow's soul so dark? The murmurs felt an unsettling sensation upon entering Zhao Yunhe's soul. How could there be not a glimmer of light? He refrained from acting rashly and surveyed his surroundings, seemingly trying to discover even the faintest speck of brightness amidst the pervasive darkness. In the oppressive gloom, the murmurs suddenly grew grave. Just moments ago, he sensed his soul being gradually corroded by the endless blackness. He flipped his hand, and a faint glow emerged from his palm, illuminating the darkness. With the ethereal light shining forth, the murmurs confirmed that his soul had not succumbed to the encroaching shadows, and a smile crept upon his lips. This young man's soul bore intriguing depths. I am eager to uncover the secrets it harbors. As he spoke, he took his first step forward. Snap! The sound of shattering echoed through the dark expanse. Though not particularly loud, it reverberated in the murmur's ears, growing increasingly sharp and grating. Just as he thought the sound would pierce his eardrums, it suddenly ceased, and the darkness dissipated in an instant. The murmurs widened his eyes in astonishment at the scene before him. What lay before him was a palace. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself at the center of a magnificent hall adorned with golden splendor, flanked by marble columns intricately carved, their tops embellished with vines and a myriad of gemstones adorning the columnar shafts. At the pinnacle of the hall stood a resplendent throne crafted from gold. This is ancient Greek architecture. The murmur's complexion turned pale. Within this young man's soul lay a palace inhabited by deities. Flee at once. This was the murmur's immediate thought. However, a voice of imposing authority suddenly resonated within the hall, commanding and inviolable. Having seen the divine, why do you not kneel? The entire being seemed as if it were frozen in place. He lifted his gaze towards the throne above, where sat a figure beyond his wildest imaginings. The dark pink hair shimmered as if draped in golden gossamer, while behind him loomed the emblem of the sun from Greek mythology. There sat Zhao Yunhe, and upon his striking visage lingered an aura of divinity. Having encountered a deity, why not kneel? The voice, authoritative and unassailable, resonated once more. In terror, he gazed at his own legs. Beneath his feet, a multitude of golden runes had appeared, densely packed and seemingly alive, proliferating across his limbs. His eyes widened as he beheld his left foot gradually vanishing beneath the entangling runes. Zhao Yunhe, seated upon the throne, tilted his head slightly, observing the terrified expression of the individual before him as one would regard an ant. Just a single glance rendered his legs weak. With a thud, he collapsed onto the grand hall's floor. Zhao Yunhe lifted his right hand gently, and above him, the sun emblem manifested. In the next moment, he found himself suspended in midair by countless golden threads. Struggling, he opened his eyes to behold Zhao Yunhe upon the throne. At this juncture, the words of Zhao Yunhe were incomprehensible to him. A blinding radiance enveloped him, and he felt his soul being scorched upon a searing pyre. At last, he grasped the meaning behind Zhao Yunhe's proclamation. By the power of light, I pass judgment upon you. Your filthy soul shall not perish, but shall endure eternal torment in the flames. The anguished cries echoed throughout the grand hall as Zhao Yunhe waved his hand, causing the figure to vanish from sight. Upon witnessing the disappearance, Zhao Yunhe relaxed, leaning against the throne's backrest, exclaiming, 002. Esteemed host, your system 002 serves you with utmost devotion. Zhao Yunhe gazed at the small orb of light, his eyes brimming with excitement. Let us negotiate, system brother. How about I trade Holy Breath Revival for Light Judgment? Truly, as the fifth in the sequence, the Divine Abyss is formidable in condemning evil. This judgment is extraordinarily powerful. He could hardly fathom how magnificent he appeared while passing judgment moments ago. The stance, the expression, the words, simply breathtaking, an artifact of grandeur. Dear esteemed host, calculations indicate that you owe the system minus 495.50 units of effective life force. Zhao Yunhe exclaimed, what a blow. In a sealed cavern, Shun Qingzhu wielded dual daggers, evading the dual assaults of the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon and Ma Yitian. His arms bore extensive burns, and his chest was stained with blood, even a wound piercing through his leg. I admit, you are indeed powerful, but alas, your current strength is no match for us. Ma Yitian observed Shun Qingzhu's disheveled state. The ancient god church was forged by the collaboration of Lord, insert name, and the other two esteemed lords. Without their guidance, the ancient god church as it exists today would not be. The mere agent of the divine. Before Ma Yitian could finish his words, a long arrow pierced through his waist. He gazed in disbelief towards the source of the arrow. At that moment, Zhao Yunhe, with his right hand gripping the bow and his left hand steadying the arrow, was aiming directly at him. His eyes then shifted to the side where Murmur knelt on the ground, once a figure of noble elegance, now contorted in agony. His face twisted in torment, as if he were enduring some inhuman suffering. 002. Does this count as an effective kill? Zhao Yunhe pondered as he aimed the arrow at the kneeling Murmur in his mind. Chapter 89. Shun Qingzhu returns to prepare for the oath. Zhao Yunhe, noticing the hesitation in 002 for the first time, softened his tone to a more coaxing demeanor. Commander, you see, you Haven T agreed to grant me the judgment of light, so this should count as a kill, right? I know you are the best, the kindest, and the most formidable. 002's voice, tinged with a hint of coldness and resignation, responded. Upon hearing the system's notification of a current debt of minus 495.50 effective life force, Zhao Yunhe felt that the judgment of light had lost its significance. After receiving an answer, he released his arrow in an instant. Master, Ma Yitian suddenly lunged in front of Whisper, the long arrow piercing through his heart. His gaze fell upon Whisper, whose expression remained one of agony. The master was the leader of the ancient god church, the very creator of the believers, and he was the master's most loyal follower. Even if it was merely a trivial projection of Whisper, in the aftermath of the mist, a seductive man emerged from the void. His long hair meticulously styled at the back of his head. His upturned phoenix eyes sparkled with mischief. Adjusting his tailcoat, he exuded an air of nobility and elegance, reminiscent of a gentleman raised in a prominent Western family. What is this? He clutched his chest, his eyes icy. The projection he cast in the building remained unharmed. What could possibly make him feel as if his soul were being seared? Enduring the pain, he closed his eyes, attuning to the various projections of himself. In a fleeting moment, his eyes flew open, only to reveal a drastically altered expression. He had become the agent of the god of light. This projection was no longer tenable. The longer the soul wounded by judgment of light lingered, the more his true essence would be harmed. Yet this fiery earth dragon, he extended his hand, grasping at the void as if attempting to absorb something. In the next instant, the previously roaring fiery earth dragon materialized before him. In the cavern, Zhao Yunhe gazed at the fallen Ma Yitian and then at Whisper, whose breath was fading, resembling a mere puppet. It seemed the true body was aware. He turned his attention to the roaring fiery earth dragon. Since it had come to this realization, the dragon would soon vanish from their sight. Indeed, within the blink of an eye, the furious dragon disappeared from the cavern. Shun Qingzhu approached Zhao Yunhe, pausing in silence for a moment before finally speaking. If we are discovered, we shall claim we never encountered Whisper, and that the dragon and the followers of the ancient god church engaged in mutual destruction. It ultimately leaped into the magma and vanished, while we seized the opportunity to eliminate this member of the ancient god church. Zhao Yunhe looked at Shun Qingzhu, contemplating whether she would inquire how he achieved such feats or what had transpired moments ago. He had not anticipated that Shun Qingzhu was crafting an excuse for the unreasonable power he had just unleashed. Casting a glance at Zhao Yunhe, Shun Qingzhu then hurled the puppet-like corpse of Whisper into the magma. Grasping Zhao Yunhe's wrist, she fled towards the exit that had been sealed by the earth spike, which he had just blasted open. The burned arm was raised. The once tranquil magma surged once more, as if intent on consuming the land. Zhao Yunhe, urged forward by Shun Qingzhu, fled at a swift pace, while the searing magma flowed violently in all directions. Fear not, I have calculated the range of the magma's eruption. At our speed, we shall remain unharmed. It merely appears terrifying, Shun Qingzhu remarked as they sprinted. Damn it, what on earth is happening over there? Instructor Hong, having just dispatched a member of the ancient god church, glanced toward the commotion, only to see Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu desperately racing toward him, pursued by the bubbling, scorching magma. Instructor Hong, we must hurry. The ancient god church is engaged in battle with the earth dragon, triggering the magma. Shun Qingzhu exclaimed, passing Hong without a backward glance. Instructor Hong, witnessing the encroaching magma, cursed under his breath and joined the frantic escape alongside Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe. After a breathless sprint, the three leaned against a wall, the air thick with scorching heat. Yet, the magma did not advance any further. Once Instructor Hong had regained his breath, he fixed a serious gaze upon Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu. What exactly transpired? In turn, Zhao Yunhe and Shun Qingzhu recounted their rescue mission, explaining how they had received word from Mo Shuabai that village number 1 required assistance, and then learned of Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pangpang, and Lin Xie encountering the ancient god church while en route to lend aid. Unexpectedly, a tremor had plunged them into the depths of the earth. They had wandered for some time until they stumbled upon the battle between the ancient god church and the earth dragon. Both sides suffered greatly, ultimately leading the earth dragon to leap into the magma in its escape, while the member of the ancient god church fell to Zhao Yunhe's and Shun Qingzhu's combined efforts. Following this, the magma had erupted suddenly. Instructor Hong nodded, unexpectedly stating, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters, as they rested against the rock wall. The sound of footsteps echoed, prompting them to hold their breath as a figure emerged from a nearby cave. Bro, Yunhe, what are you two doing here? Lin Xie inquired, having dealt with the man from the Sea Realm. He had noticed the shifting paths within the cave and, after navigating several forks, felt compelled to investigate the disturbance, leading him to encounter Shun Qingzhu and Zhao Yunhe. Zhao Yunhe waved at Lin Xie, his energy waning. The situation is a bit chaotic right now, and I'm rather fatigued. I'll explain everything once we're back. For now, we face a significant dilemma. What is it? The three queried in unison, their eyes turning to Zhao Yunhe. He pointed upward. How do we escape? The magma is already here. We must be quite far from the surface. Lin Xie pressed his lips together, responding, initially, we sent a distress signal. Given the commotion we